The story begins amidst chaos, in the final moments of the collapsing dungeon. Humans who had been defeated are scrambling for their lives, trying to escape from the monsters chasing them down for revenge. The overwhelming number of creatures leaves almost no hope for survival. Sensing the inevitable, one man steps forward to hold off the advancing monsters so that his comrades can flee. His name is Seo MoonYeob. With a calm smile on his face, he tells them to write his biography when they make it back, knowing he won't survive. This world wasn't just home to humans. There were other civilizations hidden beneath the surface. Humanity had no clue until the Burrowers, an underground race, launched a devastating assault. Their peace shattered, humans found themselves on the verge of extinction, desperately fighting back with everything at their disposal. However, human weapons proved ineffective against the Burrowers, who possessed mysterious, destructive powers that obliterated even the most advanced creations of mankind. Pushed to the brink, humanity began to change. The powers of the Burrowers triggered something in humans. Some began to awaken special abilities, becoming superhumans. With this newfound strength, they launched a counterattack, gradually wiping out Burrower dungeons one by one. Finally, the entrance to the last dungeon was revealed, and the 7 most powerful superhumans led an assault on the Burrowers' base of operations. This final battle marked the end of the war, and the 7 superhumans became the celebrated heroes of humankind. They were rewarded with everything the world had to offer. But Seo MoonYeob, their leader, never returned from the final mission. While the rest of the superhumans lived as celebrities, Seo MoonYeob became a legend, his fate unknown. And so, 17 years passed. During this time, a conflict arises between Korea and France. But it's not just a political or diplomatic dispute, it's a full-on superhumans showdown. A powerful superhumans from France, Nathan Bernard, dominates the battlefield, killing 6 opponents with terrifying ease. The International Battlefield League had never seen a player with his abilities since its creation. Korea, once dominant in the days of the Burrowers' War, now found itself on the brink of total defeat. Only one player remains for Korea, Baek Hae-eun. Despite knowing that her chances of winning are slim, she charges at Nathan with everything she's got. Using her signature attack, she tries to land a blow, but Nathan effortlessly blocks it and counterattacks, defeating her instantly. With that, France wins with a crushing score of 11-0. The loss sends shockwaves through Korea. Once a proud and formidable force, Korea had now suffered an embarrassing defeat, and the public is furious. Fans and citizens vent their frustrations at the team, especially Baek Jae-ho, the team's coach and one of the original 7 heroes. This marks his 3rd consecutive failure as a coach, and he is more disappointed than anyone. As the players disconnect from the system, Baek Jae-ho contemplates the state of Korean superhumans. He recalls how, during the Burrowers' War, Korean superhumans were known for their grit and unyielding spirit. But that generation has long since passed, and what remains is a pale shadow of the past. Jae-ho can't help but think of Seo MoonYeob, his fallen comrade, who never returned after the final battle. Even after all these years, Jae-ho still feels the weight of Seo MoonYeob's absence. If his friend were still alive, things might be different. His thoughts are interrupted as a young team member enters, reminding him that the post-match interview is about to start and everyone is waiting for him. The coach sighs deeply, knowing he will have to face the nation with an apology. He expresses his frustration to the young player, mentioning that he should probably resign before his reputation takes any more hits. He even goes as far as to sarcastically suggest that only something as extreme as Seo MoonYeob's return could save the team now. As he heads toward the interview, resolved to finally quit, he receives a call from the president of the association. Expecting a reprimand, he's taken aback when the president screams over the phone, delivering shocking news. A man has fallen from the sky in the plaza where statues of 3 great historical figures stand: Admiral Yi Sun-shin, King Sejong the Great, and Seo MoonYeob. The fallen man is none other than Seo MoonYeob, the hero who sacrificed himself 17 years ago. People begin to gather around, recognizing Seo MoonYeob instantly, having grown used to seeing his statue at the plaza. Meanwhile, the coach stands in stunned silence, processing the fact that his long-lost friend is alive. We then flash back to Seo MoonYeob's final moments in the dungeon, battling the Burrowers alone. Injured and bleeding, he fights off the seemingly endless swarm of enemies as the dungeon doors slowly close. Determined to fight to the death, he clenches his fists, ready to continue until his last breath. But suddenly, Seo wakes up in a hospital bed, completely disoriented. When he asks where he is, a nurse informs him that it's 2022, leaving him dumbfounded. For Seo, it was 2005 just days ago. To ease his confusion, the nurse turns on the TV, revealing news stories that he had been presumed dead for 17 years, only to reappear beneath his own statue. Experts claim his armor is unchanged, and he appears to have experienced space-time distortion, explaining why he hasn't aged a day. Still struggling to believe all this, Seo asks for a mirror, and as he gazes at his reflection, he's stunned. He still looks like his younger self, nowhere near the 47 years he should be. The nurse explains that all of his money had been donated as per his will, his house turned into a museum, and his car auctioned off, leaving him with nothing. As he processes the loss of his past possessions, the nurse reassures him that he's still a revered hero, and the people won't let him fall into destitution. She also informs him that Baek Jae-ho, his former comrade, is on his way to visit. While waiting, Seo uses his scanner eyes, a unique ability that allows him to analyze the potential of living beings. This power was instrumental in making him the strongest superhuman, as it enabled him to identify latent talents in others. Shockingly, Seo discovers that his own focus level has reached 110, an impossible feat, as the human limit was believed to be 100. He also notices a new ability, immortality, granting him immunity to death from physical damage. Stunned by such an overpowered skill, he wonders if he gained it during his final fight, as superhuman abilities often develop under extreme circumstances. His thoughts are interrupted when Baek Jae-ho bursts into the room. They lock eyes, and Seo immediately remarks on how weak his friend has become. Wiping away tears, Jae-ho smiles and says it's because life has been peaceful. The two head to the rooftop to catch up, exchanging lighthearted banter about Jae-ho crying. Seo asks if the promise he made was fulfilled. Jae-ho proudly confirms that he hired a famous fantasy novelist to ghostwrite Seo biography. Laughing, Seo jokingly asks if the story begins with him hatching from an egg. Jae-ho also reveals that movies and documentaries have been made about him, depicting Seo as an almost mythical figure. Salman lets out a sigh, admitting he never imagined he'd be alive 17 years in the future, let alone homeless and poor. Jae-ho reassures him not to worry about money, which surprises Salman, noticing how much his former pupil has grown. Salman asks about Jae-ho's profession, learning that he earned a lot of money as a hero and even started his own business. Salman jokes, wondering how it didn't fail since Jae-ho used to be clueless, but Jae-ho explains that he hired an expert to run things. The conversation then leads to Jae-ho revealing that he is now the coach of the Korean national superhuman team. Salman, puzzled, asks what that means. Jae-ho shows him a video of superhumans battling in dungeons. Recognizing the dungeon, Salman is confused, wondering how they're still around. Jae-ho explains that these dungeons are created in virtual reality for competitive battles between superhumans, a sport that's become incredibly popular. Salman, unimpressed, remarks that it's just a make-believe game for kids. Jae-ho counters that some top players are strong enough to rival even the 7 heroes, but Salman remains skeptical. Curiosity piqued, he asks where Korea ranks, expecting them to be at the top. Hesitating, Jae-ho reluctantly reveals that Korea is dead last, leaving Salman in disbelief. As they drive, Jae-ho shares a thought, explaining that once a great evil disappears, the ones who defeat it often take its place. Salman is confused, so Jae-ho elaborates that after the burrowers were defeated, Korea's superiors began fearing the superhumans' power, trying to control them. Many of the strongest superhumans left the country as a result, and Korea has been weak ever since. Salman reflects on how things were similar even back in his time, with higher-ups always trying to exploit them. Jae-ho hints at asking Salman to join the team, but Salman refuses before he even gets the chance to ask. Salman explains that he only fought back then because he had to survive and become recognized, and now he wants to live for himself. Plus, he doesn't want to deal with the media circus that would follow if he returned to the battlefield. Jiho, resigned to Salman's decision, points to a billboard with a beautiful girl on it. Salman is stunned when Jiho reveals that the girl is his daughter. Shocked, Salman can't believe it, remembering her as a 6-year-old. Jiho reminds him that 17 years have passed, and Salman quiets down, the weight of time finally hitting him. At Jiho's home, his wife, Han Sung-hee, warmly welcomes them. She jokes about how much time has passed, though for Salman, it's only been a week. As they laugh together, Salman starts to feel the reality of how much has changed. Despite the emotional reunion, he decides to start his new life by relaxing, sitting in front of the TV. He stumbles upon an old show he wanted to watch, deciding to binge all the series he missed since 2005. Jiho, hearing this, is taken aback, realizing Salman won't be leaving the house anytime soon. However, Jiho points out a problem: the reporters outside, waiting for a statement from Salman. Understanding the situation, Salman decides to hold a press conference the next day to get it over with. The following day, reporters are relieved when Salman addresses them, finally ending their long wait. During the press conference, Salman starts by acknowledging the curiosity surrounding his return. Jiho feels relief, seeing Salman handle the situation well. But that relief is short-lived as Salman bluntly states he doesn't feel grateful at all and just wants to get through the questions quickly. The reporters begin asking one by one, and eventually, the inevitable question arises: does Salman plan to become a battlefield player? His answer is a flat no, adding that he has no interest in participating. One bold reporter questions whether it's due to a lack of confidence. Salman, not missing a beat, quips that the only thing he's lacking is hair on his head. He clarifies that he doesn't want to be part of the spectacle for people's amusement and bids the reporters goodbye. As Salman walks away, one reporter mentions that a player named Gerald Walker claimed Seo MoonYeob is not on his level and that even the 7 heroes couldn't touch him. Intrigued, Salman asks if Walker is the top player. The reporter explains that the top players are Nathan Bernard from France, Roy Meyer from Ireland, and Daniel Mantis from Germany, though Walker is also considered highly skilled. Disappointed, Salman scoffs, saying Walker shouldn't be so cocky if he isn't even in the top 3. He then challenges Walker, saying he's welcome to fight anytime and boldly declares he'll bury Walker in his backyard if he dares face him, flipping the bird as he walks off. Gerald Walker's CEO, Zachary Wood, plays the video clip for him. Upon watching it, Walker is enraged and immediately decides to fly to Korea. Meanwhile, back at Jiho's house, he receives a call regarding an upcoming match between the American and Korean teams. As he stresses over the event, Somen grumbles about all the noise. Annoyed, Jiho reminds him that it's all his fault for provoking Gerald Walker. Somen, however, seems to have forgotten the incident, prompting Jiho to refresh his memory. Even then, Somen doesn't seem too concerned, wondering why Walker would be so touchy. Regardless, Jiho warns him that Walker intends to vent his anger on the Korean team. Somen casually advises Jiho to relax, but the pressure of the situation is already getting to him. Then suddenly, Jiho remembers that his daughter, Hyeon, is on the national team, intensifying his worry. Coincidentally, Hyeon arrives that same day to meet her Uncle Yeob. Seeing Somen, she excitedly runs and tackles him for forgetting her age. The reunion is heartwarming, with Hyeon thrilled to see him, and Somen reciprocating the feeling, though he's surprised that she even remembers him. She reveals that she could never forget him because of all the chocolates he used to buy her and the games they played. When Somen asks if she came back for the match, she cheerfully says she came just to see him, with the match being a secondary reason. Then she slyly asks if he truly won't participate in the games. Somen quickly refuses, saying he'd rather watch TV than join the battlefield. Hyeon pouts, trying to act cute to persuade him, but he stands firm. She teases that he's changed because he never used to deny her anything when she was younger. Somen jokes that it was only because her biggest demands then were for chocolates. Then, Hyeon has an idea. She asks him to come with her for an avatar checks at the league. Confused by what that means, Somen hesitates, but he eventually agrees after falling for her puppy dog eyes. Not knowing where they're headed, he accompanies her to the Korean Battlefield Association. A staff member guides them to the VR machine, and as Hyen connects to it, she is instantly transported to a virtual arena. Somen is visibly impressed, but he quickly realizes it's just the beginning as she requests a monster spawn. A wolf-like creature appears, and the operator explains that the technology allows the association to replicate dungeons, players, and monsters in VR. He also adds that new players must create avatars before entering. Fascinated by the setup, Somen focuses on Hyen as she leaps at the creature, expertly wrapping her whip around its neck and decapitating it in one fluid motion. With the avatar's sync check complete, she disconnects from the VR and runs to her uncle, eager for his feedback. Somen teasingly remarks that she's quite skilled for a 6-year-old. Annoyed, Hyen challenges him to give it a try, but he refuses again, reminding her that he's not interested in playing the game. However, Hyen insists, sharing that she's never seen him in action, as he disappeared when she was just a child. With a resigned sigh, Somen agrees to try it out, but only this once. Typically, avatar tests require analyzing the player's stats beforehand, but since Somen isn't preparing for an actual match, he's allowed to proceed without it. Initially, he wants to enter the virtual dungeon in his tracksuit, but the operator urges him to take a weapon. The weapons brought in are so heavy that the staff struggles to carry them, but Somen finds them remarkably light. Regardless, he selects a standard spear and readies himself. When he connects to the VR machine, the process of transporting him to a virtual dungeon begins. The scanning complete, Somen finds himself in an exact replica of the facility, feeling the same rush as when he entered a real dungeon. Everything set, he requests a monster similar to the one Hyen fought. The operator spawns a creature known as a Soloboon, a monster Somen recognizes. The operator shares that this monster can only be defeated with aura and, just to be safe, has summoned the strongest variant available. However, Somen is unimpressed, and without hesitation, he discards his spear and uses his fingers to flick the Soloboon with gathered aura, instantly defeating it. Both Hyen and the operator are left in shock. Hyen can't believe he defeated the beast so effortlessly, but Somen dismisses it as no big deal. Unsatisfied with the fight, he requests a stronger opponent. The operator obliges, summoning a more powerful monster, but to Somen, it feels just as weak. Frustrated, he complains about the lack of challenge. Suddenly, a mysterious voice interjects, taunting that someone like the world's best superhuman shouldn't be bothered with a mere Soloboon. The system begins to malfunction as someone from outside connects to it, leaving the operator helpless. Out of nowhere, Gerald Walker materializes in the virtual arena, ready to confront Somen. Walker rambles on, declaring his intention to prove himself stronger than Somen and even the 7 heroes. But Somen remains silent, merely watching as Walker rushes to attack. When Walker attempts a slash, Somen vanishes from his sight, only to reappear right behind him. Walker's eyes widen in disbelief as he hears Somen's voice from behind. Meanwhile, Hyen stands bewildered, not understanding what is happening when the VR gate opens behind her. Enter the president of the association, Park Jin-tae, accompanied by Ji-ho and a woman. The president reassures them that everything is under control, explaining that he authorized this confrontation. Apparently, Park Jin-tae struck a deal with Walker's manager, Emma Moss, and is not worried about Somen's objections, treating the match as payback for all the favors Somen owes him. Additionally, he hopes the fight will reignite Somen's interest in becoming a battlefield player. Back in the VR arena, Somen finds Walker's strength to be greater than expected and decides to use his scanner eyes on him. Gerald Walker's stats reveal perfect stamina and strength, both at 100, making him a formidable tank with an 87 focus. Despite his hot-headed demeanor, Somen acknowledges Walker's potential and muses that he might have brought Walker to the final dungeon if they had met 17 years ago. Seeing this as an opportunity to test his newly acquired immortality skill, Somen charges at Walker head-on. Walker swings his axe with all his might, hitting Somen squarely and slamming him into the wall. Shocked, onlookers wonder why Somen didn't dodge the attack when it was so easy to avoid. Yet, Somen seems unfazed, even grumbling about the pain before launching his spear at lightning speed. Walker narrowly dodges the attack, surprised that his opponent managed to survive. As the smoke clears, Everyone is left stunned to see Seo unharmed. With a confident smile, Seo asks Walker if he's impressed. Walker, bewildered, is at a loss for words as Seo nonchalantly reveals his new ability, immortality. Feeling that things aren't quite fair, Seo speaks to the operator, requesting that his immortality skill be locked, explaining that his inability to die would be a handicap for his opponent. Though surprised, the operator follows orders and seals off the ability. Seo then faces Walker, stating that he didn't want his victory to be seen as unfair. Walker scoffs, confirming that the rumors of Seo arrogance are indeed true. But he's eager to see if his skills match the rumors. Seo, with a mocking smile, advises Walker to first prove himself against the top 3 players, reminding him that he's not even on their level. Angered, Walker charges at him, and the two exchange a series of intense blows. Just as Walker makes an aggressive move, Seo disappears, reappearing right behind him with his spear poised at Walker's throat. Forced to retreat, Walker narrowly avoids the strike. Seo, however, has no intention of giving him an easy break. In an instant, he hurls his spear straight at Walker, aiming for the shield. Walker seems to have escaped unscathed, but the truth becomes apparent. The spear changed direction just before impact. Seo casually raises his hand, claiming victory. Confused, Walker protests that he's still standing, but Seo calmly explains that he spared him intentionally. He then advises Walker to switch to a smaller shield, as the large one restricts his vision and hinders his ability to adapt. Seo, having analyzed Walker's stance, tells him that while the big shield might have seemed strategic, it's actually a disadvantage against skilled players. Walker, after considering the advice, agrees there's merit in the suggestion. Jiho, watching the exchange, isn't pleased with Seo offering coaching tips to their rival. Seo simply laughs it off, joking about charging a consultation fee. Surprisingly, Walker offers to pay for his advice, but on one condition: Seo must fight him again in the next match. However, Seo refuses outright, preferring to return to watching his shows. Walker continues to plead, offering money and anything else Seo desires, but it's futile. Walker, growing desperate, asks Seo if he's really going to let his powers go to waste. Seo, unbothered, asserts that he'll use his powers however he sees fit. Meanwhile, Park Jin-tae, the president of the Korean Association, begins to hatch a plan to use this situation to their advantage. The next day, Seo is relaxing at home, only for his show to be interrupted by a news broadcast. The announcer claims there are rumors of Seo reconsidering joining the battlefield, leaving him confused. But it doesn't end there. The announcer continues, declaring that if Korea loses 11-0 against the American team, Seo will be required to participate in a friendly match. Shocked and annoyed, Seo learns that the news is reporting he has agreed to these terms. Furious, he storms into the association office, confronting the president about who leaked this anonymous tip and the conveniently missing part of the video where he declined. Jin-tae, trying to appear sincere, stands and promises to investigate who spread the information. Suddenly, he bows deeply, apologizing and explaining that he couldn't resist the pressure from the influential U.S. Battlefield Association. The strategy seems to work, as Seo anger cools slightly. Sensing the moment, Jin-tae insists that he has a backup plan to prevent Seo from being inconvenienced. Confident in his team, he claims that Korea only needs to defeat a single American player at least once in 3 matches to avoid Seo having to participate. Still irritated, Seo doesn't want to take any chances, but after some gentle persuasion and emotional appeals, he reluctantly agrees. Elated, Jin-tae tries to give him a kiss of gratitude, but Seo warns him to keep his distance. He firmly states that he will only participate if the Korean team fails to score a single kill, to which Jin-tae eagerly agrees, even offering to buy him dinner in celebration. Later, in the practice room, the Korean team struggles, failing to score a point in the simulated matches against America. Back at home, every news channel runs stories about Seo potentially re-entering the battlefield, frustrating him to the point of considering cutting ties with Jin-tae entirely. Gazing out the window, Seo spots Jiho training Hyun, observing their session with curiosity. As Jiho wraps up for the day, he instructs his daughter to focus on her speed. Seo, watching quietly, sees it as a waste of time. With his analysis eyes, Somen can clearly see that Hyen has already maxed out her potential in dexterity, and further training in that area would be useless. In his mind, Jiho's training methods, which worked for him, aren't appropriate for his daughter, whose strengths differ. Somen recognizes that if this continues, the Korean team may not be able to secure a single kill. When Hyen asks if he was watching, Somen advises her to stop focusing on agility. Jiho argues back, convinced that she can further improve her speed, but Somen points out that while she shares his abilities, her natural limits differ, and she needs to be trained accordingly. He emphasizes that her real weakness is strength. She's unable to finish off enemies effectively after binding them with her whip. He advises her to develop her swordsmanship and strength, offering a demonstration. Picking up a whip and a sword, Somen binds the target and then swiftly follows up with a clean, powerful slash. Hyen is in awe of his technique, and Somen's guidance doesn't end there. He informs both her and Jiho that Hyen's position will change from a sub-dealer to a melee dealer. Shocked by the sudden change, they struggle to process the idea. But Somen isn't giving them time to hesitate. He suggests starting immediately with an intense session of 500 strength exercises. Thus begins 2 weeks of grueling training under Somen's supervision for Hyen. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Gerald Walker's manager, John Kim, expresses his delight over Walker's rapid improvement, preparing for whatever challenge may come next. Walker's manager, John Kim, notices the immediate change to a smaller shield after Walker's visit with Somen. Nonetheless, he's pleased with the development, confidently telling Walker that if he continues to improve his style, he might just break into the top 3. Walker, ever focused on the bottom line, asks how much such a change could be worth. John estimates that he could add around $10 million to his pay when his contract is next renewed. Without hesitation, Walker instructs John to send that entire amount to Somen as a consultation fee. Shocked, John questions the decision, but Walker insists he wants to clear any debt before confronting Somen again. The day of the match arrives, and the stadium is alive with anticipation. Spectators fill the stands, eager to witness the game that will determine Somen's fate. Before the match begins, the announcers introduce the players from both the American and Korean teams. The spotlight shines on Walker, the American team's leader, and Hyen, who is now in her new position. Somen closely watches, knowing that the match's outcome could decide his future. The battleground for this high-stakes match is the Marta Bornis Palace, an old burrower dungeon now repurposed for the event. The dungeon has 3 levels, each guarded by increasingly powerful bosses: a skeleton warrior on the first floor, a death knight on the second, and finally, Von Dragon and Lich on the last. For the benefit of any new viewers, the announcers explain the match rules. Each team must eliminate all players of the opposing team to win. Players can also hunt dungeon monsters to accumulate points, which in turn grants them bonus aura and power-ups. As soon as the rules are established, the players from both teams enter the dungeon and the battle kicks off. The American team immediately springs into action, easily slaying the first-floor skeletons. Meanwhile, the Korean team takes a completely different approach. Under Hyen's lead, they dash past the skeletons, stunning the entire stadium. Abandoning their usual style, the Korean team aims straight for the first-floor boss, hoping to defeat it as quickly as possible. Though it's a high-risk strategy, pulling it off would grant them plenty of points and a stronger aura once the first floor closes. With the strategy underway, the Korean team reaches the first boss, and the fight begins. Meanwhile, one of the American scouts rushes to inform Walker about the Korean team's aggressive move. Recognizing the threat, Walker instructs his team to reach the boss area quickly and borrows his teammate's ability, Tempest, to propel himself forward. Just as Hyen lands the final blow on the boss, Walker suddenly appears and knocks her away, using the Tempest's speed. The impact is fatal, killing her instantly. Walker commends the Korean team's strategy but declares that even if they had succeeded, the result wouldn't have changed. With the American team arriving, they swiftly take down the skeleton warrior boss, earning points and enhancing their aura. With only 10 minutes left until the first floor closure, the Americans hunt down and eliminate the Korean players one by one. Walker himself delivers the final blow to the last Korean player, ending the set with a brutal 11-0 victory. Hyen, crushed by yet another loss, especially after her uncle's advice, walks away from the battlefield in disappointment. Upon entering the meeting room, she's shocked to find Seo Moon there, temporarily taking over the coach's role since he doesn't plan to compete himself. Seo Moon starts by bluntly criticizing the team, telling them that with their current skills, they stand no chance against the American players no matter how many matches they play. Still, he has a strategy that may at least give them the chance to take down Walker. He explains that he's familiar with this dungeon, having cleared it before. The third-level boss may be troublesome, but he doesn't expect the team to reach that far based on their skill level. The plan is similar to their previous one, but first, Seo Moon points out their previous mistakes. He criticizes how the forward team got too absorbed in fighting the boss, losing track of their surroundings. He also scolds them for poor reconnaissance, instructing the rear team to be ready to provide backup whenever necessary. The players stand silently, their heads down as Seo Moon's harsh but fair words hit home. After calling them out for their lack of awareness and preparation, Seo Moon finally outlines the new strategy for the second set. Once the second match starts, the American team divides into two groups, with a 6:5 split. The faster team secures the hunting grounds while Walker's group focuses on farming monsters to gain aura points. To everyone's surprise, the Korean team charges through the skeletons again, but this time, Seo Moon watches with a smile, confident that his plan will work. Hyein is more determined than ever to make a difference. At the boss's location, an American scout observes the situation, noting that the Korean team has not yet arrived and assumes they've changed their approach after the events of the first set. Back on the battlefield, things are about to take a drastic turn, as both teams prepare for a showdown that could turn the tide for the Korean team and decide whether Seo Moon's return to the battlefield is inevitable. Walker, feeling a thrill at the idea of finally facing Seo Moon, suddenly hears a cracking noise behind him. Turning around, he's stunned to see the entire Korean team breaking through the wall. It turns out it was all part of Seo Moon's plan. Seo Moon had instructed the team to target Walker's smaller group if they managed to isolate fewer than 5 of his members. To make this ambush possible, he revealed a hidden passage created by the burrowers, allowing the entire Korean team to rush at the unsuspecting American squad, just as Seo Moon had predicted. Hyein, facing Gerald Walker head-on, recalls Seo Moon's advice to target his legs. Seo Moon had noted that Walker hadn't yet fully adapted to his smaller shield, requiring him to cover more ground. Though not a critical weakness, it was a strategic gap, and Seo Moon felt confident their numbers and pressure would overwhelm the Americans, putting them in a position to win without losing any of their own players. As the battle heats up, Hyein silently thanks her uncle for the guidance. Facing Walker, she doesn't fight alone. A teammate supports her using Focus Fire, a skill that channels their aura into hers, amplifying her abilities. Hyein uses her teleportation skill to leap past Walker, heading straight for the rear of his team and securing 2 crucial kills, throwing Walker into a panic. Despite his 3 kills, the Americans find themselves in a dire situation, prompting Walker to urgently call back his teammates. But given their distance, they won't make it in time. The skirmish becomes a 3 versus 8 fight, and while Walker manages to take out another Korean player, he loses track of Hyein. She uses her teleportation to vanish from his sight, only to reappear behind him and deliver a quick slash. But knowing it's not enough, she binds his leg with her whip and severs it in one clean cut. Meanwhile, the remaining Korean players sacrifice themselves in a coordinated effort to take down the other American team members. As Walker lies helpless on the ground, he questions if Hyein received coaching from Seo Moon. She simply stays quiet and finishes him off. Seo Moon, watching from the sidelines, sits in a relaxed position, knowing he's fulfilled his promise. The match concludes, and though Korea lost the second set, the crowd is amazed by their performance, having finished with a score of 5-11 against one of the strongest teams. It's a significant improvement and a moral victory, especially for Hyein, who scored 4 of the 5 kills. Following the match, anchorwoman Oh Ji-hye interviews Ji-ho, asking about the use of the secret passageway and how they came up with the strategy. Ji-ho, glancing over at Seo Moon, hints that they had a bit of help during the second set. Seo Moon looks away, pretending not to notice the attention. When Hai interviews Hyein, she openly admits that it was her uncle who trained her, much to Seo Moon's irritation. He lets out a deep sigh, knowing there's nothing he can do to change the narrative. President Taejin approaches Seo-min, trying to chat, but Seo-min waves him off, suggesting Taejin handle the interviews instead. Ignoring Seo-min's usual dismissive behavior, Taejin mentions that he's here for nostalgic reasons. He acknowledges that only he and Seo-min knew about the hidden passage and jokingly calls its use in the match cheap. Seo-min, however, couldn't care less. He just didn't want to end up fighting himself. Taejin praises Seo-min's strategic mind, lamenting the waste of such talent. As Seo-min boasts about his own brilliance, Taejin makes a final request, hoping to see more of his talents in action. Since Seo-min had won the bet, he refuses to entertain any more requests. But Taejin explains that he only has one last favor to ask: participation in a charity match for the upcoming Korean Battlefield Pro League season. Expecting another refusal, Taejin is taken aback when Seo-min unexpectedly says he'll consider it. Shocked, Taejin stammers in disbelief, knowing Seo-min never agrees to anything he doesn't want to do. Seo-min confesses that he became intrigued after watching Hyun fight and might participate out of sheer boredom, given the absence of dungeons these days. Taejin, overwhelmed with joy, can hardly contain himself as he shows Seo-min the public's reaction to the viral video of the match. Nearly choking Seo-min in his excitement, Taejin tries to dial down his enthusiasm when Seo-min reminds him that he hasn't fully committed yet and needs some time to think it over. Nevertheless, the president remains optimistic. Despite Taejin's joy, Seo-min suspects something is off, particularly given how close this charity match is to the main Pro League event. For now, he sets aside his suspicions and mentions he has some conditions if he's to agree to the charity match. Desperate to seal the deal, Taejin hurriedly promises to meet all of Seo-min's demands. Seo-min can't help but smirk at the opportunity to negotiate. Later that day, Jiho storms in, shouting at Seo-min. Curious, Seo-min nonchalantly explains that his conditions for joining the charity match were approved. To prepare, Seo-min plans to train, but given his opinion that the Korean team is full of useless players, except for Hyun, he has no choice but to spar with Jiho. Jiho, annoyed and confused, questions why he's being dragged into this. Seo-min teases that he doesn't want to suffer through training alone, then adds more seriously that no one else on the Korean team is up to par. Though Jiho hasn't fought in 17 years, Seo-min has no intention of letting him back out. Despite the coach's reservations, Seo-min sees potential in him. Though weaker than himself, Jiho could still improve his stats with rigorous training. Seo-min's two conditions for participating in the charity match were to be on the same team as Hyun and to have Jiho join him in the action. Taejin has no issues meeting these requests. In fact, it means more sponsors for the event. As word spreads of the duo's return, excitement builds across the nation, with fans thrilled to see two of the original 7 heroes back in action. And with only 7 days left until the big game, the entire country holds its breath in anticipation. With only 7 days remaining until the charity match, Seo-min puts Jiho through the kind of grueling training they used to endure together. Watching Jiho's sluggish movements, Seo-min criticizes his form, asking if he's forgotten everything they once practiced. Jiho fires back that Seo-min's old technique requires him to move 0.1 seconds before his opponent, something he still remembers but struggles to execute. Unimpressed, Seo-min scolds him again for failing to apply what he knows. Determined to improve, Jiho readies himself for another round, focusing intensely on his speed. Their sparring session progresses much better than before, and Seo-min finally comments that it's decent, though Jiho used to be much better. Jiho, feeling the weight of time, retorts that it's been 17 long years since they last trained like this. He attempts to leave, complaining about his aching back, only for Seo-min to remind him that they've merely completed a warm-up. Shocked, Jiho exclaims that they've already been at it for 8 hours. But Seo-min shrugs off his friend's complaints, telling him to get back in position as he has a drama to watch later. Frustrated, Jiho points out that unlike his ageless friend, he's actually 48 years old. Amidst their banter, Seo-min nonchalantly mentions that there's somewhere they need to go, much to Jiho's surprise. Soon after, Seo-min finds himself at the Korean Battlefield Association, where he is greeted by Yoo-hyun Seo, the engineering team leader, and Tenor Brown for his avatar test. Before starting, Somen mentions that he already completed the test when he fought both the Salabun and Walker. But Hyunaseo explains that they created his avatar without conducting an athletic ability assessment, so the data remains incomplete. He also notes that they've achieved a 100% sync rate, meaning that a person's virtual abilities mirror their real-world skills exactly. Somen is genuinely impressed and comments on how the system can even replicate superpowers that haven't been awakened yet. Tenor adds that the battlefield system is a closely guarded secret, and it's rumored to be built upon someone's unique superpower. Hearing this, Somen's thoughts drift to the Burrowers, the civilization that lived underground, as the technology seems eerily similar. He wonders if the World Association is backed by the Burrowers and, if so, wishes they'd reveal themselves so he could deal with them. Eager to shift focus away from this topic, Hyunaseo guides Somen to the measurement room, asking him to give his best effort for accurate results. The first test measures strength, requiring Somen to pull a lever on a machine. On his first attempt, he scores 813. After several tries, his strength is determined to be 79. Hyunaseo is stunned by the seemingly ordinary score for someone hailed as a hero. The next test evaluates Somen's dexterity, where he must press 2 switches on either side of the room consecutively before time runs out. As soon as the test starts, it becomes apparent to everyone that Somen's dexterity is exceptional, especially for a tanker. He secures an impressive score of 963, leaving everyone astounded. However, Somen is far from satisfied and decides to give it another go. On his second attempt, he reaches 971, stunning the onlookers yet again. Still, it's not enough for him. Curious, he asks Hyunaseo what the highest score ever recorded is. Learning that it's 1007, Somen immediately asks if the record was set by Nathan Bernard. Hyunaseo confirms this, surprised that Somen knows of Bernard. Somen recalls the videos Jiho showed him while preparing for the charity match and remembers the rumors of Bernard being as fast as Jiho was in his prime. Energized by the challenge, Somen prepares to make one final, serious attempt. He takes a deep breath, channels his focus, and feels confident about his condition. As he starts the test, his movements are even faster and more precise than before, leaving the observers speechless. When the test ends, he inquires about his final score, which turns out to be a staggering 1007, matching the highest score set by Bernard. The result of Somen's dexterity test surprises him. It's a score of 97, which is slightly lower than both Bernard's and Jiho's peak scores. Despite matching the highest record, Somen feels something is off. Curious, he asks to retake the strength test to confirm a hunch. He focuses his mind deeply before gripping the lever, and this time, he pulls it with heightened intensity, achieving a score of 890, significantly higher than before. This undeniable leap in performance makes Somen contemplate whether he's actually grown stronger. Yet his stats remain unchanged, which only adds to the mystery. It evokes a sense of déjà vu, reminding him of the time in the final dungeon when he fought relentlessly, facing death alone. Back then, he was able to achieve superhuman focus under dire circumstances. He realizes that what's happening now is linked to his willpower stat, which appears to be enabling him to surpass his physical limits. This strange and unexpected power boost leaves Somen with an unsettling feeling, as if some unseen force is pulling him back into the battlefield. Deciding to set these thoughts aside for now, Somen proceeds to the aura measurement test. All he needs to do is channel his aura into the orb in front of him. He marvels at how advanced the technology has become since his time, when people simply infused aura into weapons and made rough estimates of its value. Hyunaseo explains that today, aura is measured with much more accuracy, as it's one of the most vital stats, directly determined by a person's innate abilities at the time of their awakening. Somen is well aware of how challenging it is to raise one's aura stat. After all, when he woke up in the hospital, his aura was only at 96. He had to use meditation, breathing exercises, and other techniques to bring it up to 100, the maximum aura attainable by humans. As Somen channels his energy, the aura stat steadily climbs, and everyone watches in awe as it continues to rise. When the test concludes, Somen's score is revealed, 1030. The room falls silent, stunned by this unprecedented achievement, as it marks the highest aura level ever recorded in human history. Proudly, Seo Moon declares that this outcome is only natural, despite the absurdity of such a high score. Hyunseo informs him that the previous record, set by one of the 7 heroes, Shuren, was 1012. Seo Moon, surprised that Bratz held the record, recalls how they used to clash back in the day due to her massive ego. With all the tests complete, Hyunseo apologizes and informs Seo Moon that he won't be able to use his immortality skill during matches. Seo Moon isn't surprised, understanding that such an ability would make his team unbeatable, rendering any competition pointless. He nonchalantly brushes it off, saying it doesn't matter as he only plans to play once. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to an unknown location where a group of people in cloaks chant praises, speaking of salvation and the light of the world. The cult members rejoice, holding up a picture of Seo Moon and proclaiming that their savior has returned. The leader, rallying the followers, urges them to prove their faith, and they fervently chant Seo Moon's name. Unaware of this bizarre spectacle, Seo Moon steps outside, only to immediately notice the fanatics chanting his name. Jiho, standing beside him, explains that they're a pseudo-religious cult called the Seo Moon Foundation. Dumbfounded, Seo Moon confirms they were the same group camped outside his hospital. Jiho nods and adds that they believe the world will end again, and Seo Moon will return to save only the chosen ones. The whole situation seems utterly ridiculous to Seo Moon, and Jiho admits he once felt the same way, but with Seo Moon's return, the cultists are now fervently hoping for the world's end. Enraged by the absurdity of it all, Seo Moon decides to confront them directly. Despite Jiho's attempts to stop him, Seo Moon leaps up, landing on a ledge in front of the cult members. He demands they quiet down so he can speak, and the cultists fall silent, eager to hear his words. With everyone's attention, Seo Moon bluntly tells them that he understands how they feel but insists they get lost immediately. The abrupt change in tone shocks the cultists, who stand in stunned silence as Seo Moon yells at them further. He even goes so far as to say that if their leader dies from a stone to the head, they should assume he's responsible. The cult members, baffled and confused, begin to question whether this man is truly their savior. Yet, in their delusion, they decide that this must be some sort of test, and they resume chanting Seo Moon's name with even more fervor. Jiho, observing this, understands that the situation has only escalated. Seo Moon, now more infuriated than ever, warns them that they have 10 seconds to disperse unless they wish to have their heads bashed in. Choosing the worst possible option, the cultists stand their ground, prompting Seo Moon to begin beating them up, all the while exclaiming that he has government immunity to handle troublemakers like them. 10 minutes later, the cultists are sprawled across the ground, thoroughly straightened out. Sitting on top of the pile of bodies, Seo Moon looks down at one of the remaining members and asks if he plans to keep following him. The young man, quickly grasping the situation, shakes his head, sparing himself another beating. Having dealt with the cultists, Seo Moon turns to Jiho and nonchalantly suggests they head back for more training. Jiho, still catching his breath, shakes his head in disbelief, muttering that Seo Moon might just be the craziest person he's ever met. With a smirk, Seo Moon responds that the real craziness is making him a god without even asking for his permission. Tired and stressed, Jiho suggests they head inside before the reporters start swarming them. However, Seo Moon brushes off the concern, saying he could just beat them up too. Irritated, Jiho yells that such an action would only bring more chaos to his house. As the two argue, a shadowy figure watches them from afar. Sensing a presence, Seo Moon quickly turns in its direction, but the mysterious figure vanishes before he can get a proper look. The day of the charity match finally arrives. Joe Pellman, a prominent American battlefield agent, lands in Korea for the first time in 15 years. Reminiscing about the past, he shares with his secretary how strong the Korean superhumans used to be back then. She agrees, adding that recruiting so many of those superhumans was pivotal in making the U.S. battlefield agency the best in the world. Joe expresses his regret over not recruiting Baek Jae-ho, but his secretary points out that none of the 7 heroes were interested in battlefield matches initially. Young Shuren was the only one who showed a glimmer of interest but ultimately quit after her superhuman power was toned down. Without the adjustment, her extinction ray could finish matches in mere seconds, so it was a necessary change. However, Joe is determined not to let this new opportunity slip by. He aims to secure a contract with the strongest superhuman on Earth. As they converse, attention shifts to another man emerging from the airport. Jake Land, a European battlefield agent and skilled superhuman. Joe isn't happy to see him, and the feeling is mutual, as both agents are clearly vying for the same goal. But they aren't the only competitors. The Morrow brothers, Jean and Philip, also arrive on the scene, each hoping to sign a deal with Seo MoonYeob. They exchange tense glances, aware of the upcoming battle to win over Seo MoonYeob. But their standoff is interrupted by the sharp sound of heels clicking on the floor, announcing the arrival of none other than the walking tactical weapon, Shounen, the youngest of the 7 heroes. Meanwhile, at the charity match venue, the stadium is packed with a buzzing crowd. The source of all the excitement arrives at last. Seo MoonYeob, accompanied by Jiho, heads toward the stadium, ready to enjoy the event. Amid the commotion, Jiho jokes about the absurdity of the paparazzi going wild over a guy like Seo MoonYeob. In response, Seo MoonYeob thanks him for working so hard to make him look presentable, and as reporters flock to the scene, Jiho slips away, leaving Seo MoonYeob to face the barrage of questions alone. As Seo MoonYeob navigates through the press, he hears a piece of news that catches his attention. Shounen has traveled to Korea to watch the charity match and meet someone she knows. Seo MoonYeob is taken aback, wondering if she means him. Quickly escaping the crowd, he finds Jiho and tells him about the unexpected arrival of Shounen. Jiho smiles nervously, while Hyun seems quite pleased by the news. Jiho warns Seo MoonYeob to keep a shield on hand, just in case. Seo MoonYeob tries to downplay the situation, saying he may have been a little rough back in the day, but Jiho corrects him, it was far worse. Seo MoonYeob used to curse at Shounen regularly, to the point where even with her limited Korean, she could understand his insults and would cry. Despite this, Seo MoonYeob hopes that Shounen won't hold a grudge or unleash her extinction ray on him. However, Jiho's ominous words, "You're still the same guy, so who knows?" make Seo MoonYeob uneasy. 17 years ago, China's superhuman Shounen was chosen as one of the 7 heroes to raid the final dungeon. At just 17 years old, she belonged to a wealthy family and grew up like a queen, but her mentality was fragile, something Seo MoonYeob despised. His relentless criticisms only worsened over time, making Shounen detest him. Knowing this, Jiho and Hyun joke about praying for Seo MoonYeob's soul at his second funeral. Putting aside the drama for now, Jiho shifts the focus back to the charity match. Gathering the team, he announces a review of the match rules due to the presence of a new player. The charity game will be split into 2 teams, Love and Hope. The Love team comprises national representatives, while the Hope team will consist of regular players, excluding Baek Hyun. Jiho himself will play on the Hope team alongside Seo MoonYeob, humorously adding that it's been a while since he's been on the field and asking for their support. The team captain, Park Chul-ho, reassures Jiho not to worry, they'll give their best effort. Seo MoonYeob, however, remains skeptical, mentally noting that Jiho's stats alone are 1,000 times better than those of the rest of the team. As he continues checking the team's stats, one name catches Seo MoonYeob's eye: Chae-hyuk, a young player with notably impressive stats. On top of his solid numbers, Chae-hyuk possesses a skill called Aura Focus, which allows him to concentrate his aura on his weapon, enhancing its durability and power. In addition, his strength limit reaches a remarkable 90, making him an unexpectedly strong contender in the match. Seo MoonYeob calls Chae-hyuk over, sensing his potential as a strong tank if trained properly. Nervously stepping forward, Chae-hyuk introduces himself, mentioning that he is currently positioned as a melee dealer. Seo MoonYeob can't believe his ears, so he asks the young Esper to explain his ability. Chae-hyuk describes his powers accurately, and it quickly becomes clear to Seo MoonYeob that his position was assigned purely based on his appearance. Without hesitation, Seo MoonYeob grabs a shield and hands it to the bewildered Chae-hyuk, instructing him on how to use it. As Seo MoonYeob is explaining, Chae-hyuk timidly reminds him that he is supposed to be a melee dealer, infuriating Seo MoonYeob. The entire team, having heard rumors about how intense he is, stands stunned as they witness him change someone's position on the spot. Chae-hyuk turns to Coach Jae-ho for support, but Jae-ho, with a resigned expression, simply turns away and instructs everyone to gear up. As Seo MoonYeob puts on his armor, he's impressed by how lightweight yet sturdy it is. Jae-ho, on the other hand, feels a pang of awkwardness as he never imagined wearing this kind of uniform again. Despite this, he informs So-men that the weapon provided has been tweaked slightly but remains similar to the one he used in the past. With everything ready, Jae-ho warns So-men that they'll be fighting experienced human players who have spent a lot more time battling each other than they have. So-men laughs and reassures his old friend that he'll be careful when facing their experienced juniors. The stadium erupts with excitement as the match is about to begin. So-men quickly checks the stats of both teams and notes that Team Love, their opponents, has an average ability score of 70, compared to Team Hope's 60. However, they lack any significant specialties. Curious, he asks Jae-ho how the players are chosen, and Jae-ho explains that each player is tested on multiple factors, with their total score determining their grade. Understanding this, So-men deduces that players with a specialization in one skill often don't make it in. As he reviews the team's lineup, he suddenly notices a boy staring at him intensely. The boy's stats are decent overall, but his willpower score is incredibly low, suggesting to So-men that he likely grew up in a privileged environment. The boy introduces himself as Shim Yun-soo and, without any courtesy, calls So-men an old man, asking what he's looking at. So-men is taken aback and questions if Yun-soo is really addressing him, as he doesn't see himself as an old man. However, to Yun-soo, So-men is just an outdated relic from the Burrower War era who doesn't even grasp what the modern battlefield entails. So-men, unfazed, switches positions with another player, putting himself up against the rude youngster, who clearly has a chip on his shoulder. Yun-soo taunts So-men for acting important despite never having set foot in a real battlefield. In response, So-men calmly asks about the boy's father. Puzzled but complying, Yun-soo answers that his dad is the vice president of the association. So-men wasn't surprised, having guessed as much from Yun-soo's low willpower stat. As the players are instructed to enter the field, So-men advises Yun-soo to pay attention during the match. Yun-soo asks why he inquired about his father, to which So-men coolly replies that he wanted to know who raised such a dumbass. So-men adds that he grew up in a harsh environment and despises people with weak mentalities. He smirks, telling Yun-soo that he's now motivated to teach him a lesson in the match. As the announcer declares the start of the long-awaited match, the stadium bursts into cheers, with the crowd chanting So-men's name. This charity match has generated more buzz and excitement than any other event in recent memory. Among the many onlookers, Gerald Walker is also anxiously waiting to see how the match unfolds. The battle is set to begin in Ace's Spiral Cave, a dungeon consisting of 3 circular areas with a hidden pathway leading underground. The monsters within range from arachnids to skeletons, serpents, and more. Team Love, composed of national representatives, will face off against Team Hope, led by the returning heroes. The announcers speculate over which team might come out on top. 10 minutes before the match, Team Hope gathers for their strategy briefing. Jae-ho explains that they'll start hunting in Area 5-1 before moving to 5-2. Meanwhile, So-men is tasked with venturing to Area 5-3 alone to face the area's boss, a formidable serpent. Once the serpent is defeated, Area 5 will collapse, requiring careful synchronization between the hunting and the team's escape. As Jae-ho lays out the plan, some team members express doubt about whether So-men can handle the serpent alone, given that even strong teams require at least 3 players to take down a boss. Jae-ho brushes off their concerns and continues explaining their tactics. After clearing Area 5, the team will proceed to Area 6, advancing toward the inner circle where they'll confront Team Love. Here, So-men, Hyun, and Jae-ho will work together to keep the opposition in check and provide the necessary support for their team. Confident as ever, So-men believes they can win even if the match turns into an 11 versus 11 fight. But he can't help but notice that Jae-ho seems slightly cautious, likely due to his experiences as a head coach. Since it's a best-of-3 match, So-men decides to use the first set as an opportunity to learn the ropes of this new battlefield, already planning his strategy for the second round. In Area 5-1, Team Hope takes their starting positions. Hyun stands in the rear as the main dealer, Jae-ho takes an advanced sub-dealer role, and So-men serves as the primary tank. However, So-men notices Chae-hyuk, positioned as the secondary tank behind him, looking visibly scared. Meanwhile, on the opposite side in Area 1-1, Team Love is also gearing up. The team leader, Cha Wei-yun, instructs Yun-soo to begin their assault. However, Yun-soo, eager to prove himself, disregards the instruction, confidently stating, "I know what to do." With a burst of determination, he unleashes a fiery blast on the incoming monsters. Clearly, Yun-soo serves as Team Love's main dealer and is eager to prove his worth in this high-stakes match. Yun-soo's eyes burn with fiery determination. He's driven to be the one to defeat Seo-men on the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Seo-men calls out to Jiho, "Let's go." Activating his ultra speed, Jiho rushes forward, swiftly cutting down the monsters descending from the ceiling. However, his advance is interrupted by a barrage of dark projectiles, knocking him back. Seo-men steps in immediately, using his shield to block the attack and save Jiho. With Seo-men's help, Jiho quickly regains his footing and rushes back to support his comrade. The audience and announcers watch in astonishment as the duo expertly handle the tricky arachnids, their skill unmatched despite the sheer number of enemies. Once the ceiling is cleared, they move to the other side to clean up the remaining monsters. Chae-hyuk watches in amazement as Seo-men effortlessly slays the creatures, realizing that he's using his superpower. Inspired, the young boy decides to test his own ability, Aura Focus. For the first time, he concentrates his aura into his shield and sword, experimenting with the new technique while attacking and defending. Seo-men observes Chae-hyuk's rapid progress, appreciating the young boy's eagerness as he continues to attack the monsters with his spear. In the stands, the Moro brothers watch Seo-men's technique with wide eyes, asking Shuren if what they're seeing is the 100 centimeters throw. She confirms it is. At first glance, the attack appears like a normal spear thrust, but it uses Seo-men's superpower to accelerate the spear's movement over a 100 centimeter distance before he catches it again. This technique is far more devastating than a simple muscular stab, allowing for lightning-fast, powerful strikes with no room for error. Seo-men executes it effortlessly, as naturally as breathing, drawing from his extensive battle experience. Shuren, reminiscing, mutters, 17 years ago and now. Seo-men-yeo, you still suck, all while watching him dodge a monster's attack and clear the area with his spear. With the immediate threats neutralized, Jiho praises the team for their good work and instructs them to proceed to Area 5-2. But mid-speech, he realizes Seo-men is missing. Chae-hyuk chimes in, revealing that Seo-men ran ahead after dealing with the arachnids, and recalls him saying, "Follow me, Jiho, let's have some fun." Understanding that Seo-men likely made the right tactical decision, Jiho instructs the team to proceed as planned to Area 5-2. Meanwhile, in Area 5-3, Seo-men recalls his first encounter with the serpent, a formidable boss monster, and, without hesitation, executes a precise attack that slices clean through the creature. When the rest of Team Hope arrives in Area 5-3, having successfully cleared their designated areas, they're stunned to find Seo-men casually sitting atop the defeated serpent. He instructs his team members to gather aura points, explaining that the match system strengthens players based on the points they earn from defeating monsters. The team quickly cleans up the area as Seo-men, Jiho, and Hyeon prepare to execute the next phase of their strategy. The three key players of Team Hope begin moving towards Team Love's hunting area, opting for an alternative route to avoid a failed ambush and minimize encounters with monsters. Due to the battlefield's point system, their total aura score isn't very high yet since they've only encountered a limited number of monsters. Seo-men's aura glows blue, the first of 5 stages. He wonders if his strength is somehow a result of his 110 willpower, but before he can contemplate further, Jiho interrupts, urging him to share the plan as they're approaching the enemy team. Seo-men briefly explains that Yun-soo, like Shuren, possesses strong superpowers but a weak mentality. His plan is to confront Team Love's group containing Yun-soo and, if they encounter a different group, to adjust their strategy accordingly. Meanwhile, Team Love completes their hunt in Area 12. Yun-soo, still contemplating the possibility of defeating Seo-men, is abruptly interrupted as a spear flies at him out of nowhere. It's an enemy ambush. The 6-man squad stationed in Area 11 is also ambushed. Earlier, before leaving Area 5-3, Somen had instructed his team to attack the enemy from the opposite route, ensuring their safety and planning to back them up once his own path was cleared. As the team prepares for their ambush, Somen uses his shield to launch Jiho into the air, providing him with the force needed for a tactical assault. Team Love's leader, Cha Wei-yun, quickly directs the 5-man team to Area 9, while the remaining 6-man team is sent to Area 11. Currently, the 5-man team is busy racking up points by defeating monsters, with Yunsu's purple aura indicating that he's accumulated a significant number of points. Somen catapults Jiho into the air again, targeting Yunsu with pinpoint precision. However, Team Love's leader realizes their tanks are under attack and that teleportation is being used. In response, Wei-yun focuses on taking out the head coach first. Just as Team Love is about to strike, Hyen intervenes to protect her father, who teleports back to Somen's side. The match turns into a tense 3-on-3 battle, with each player taking on a specific opponent. The announcer highlights how Team Hope feigned an attack on Yunsu but instead targeted his teammates. He praises Somen's use of his superpower throw, which he has refined to its utmost limit. Somen throws Jiho once more, this time successfully taking down another tank. Yunsu, visibly frustrated, grumbles about the situation making no sense, but he quickly receives a blow from Somen, ending the skirmish. In this confrontation, Somen secures 3 kills while Jiho takes down 2, leaving Team Love's members struggling. In the other area, Team Hope continues their onslaught, with Chae-hyuk flawlessly following Somen's teachings. The opponents struggle to break through his sturdy defense. Just as it seems Chae-hyuk is about to falter, the trio, Somen, Jiho, and Hyen, arrive to finish off the remaining enemies. Confident and ready, Somen declares that they'll wrap up the battle in 5 minutes and move on to the next match, knowing full well they've got the upper hand. Set 1 ends with a solid victory for Team Hope, leading 8-0, with Baek Jiho celebrated as the MVP of the set. Back in their room, teammates shower him with praise for his outstanding performance. Some even suggest he should consider becoming a full-time Battlefield player, noting he could potentially rank among the top 3 if he dedicated himself to the game. While flattered, Jiho feels anxious about the idea of entering the battlefield at his age but admits it was exhilarating to play. Reflecting on their success, he realizes it was largely thanks to playing alongside Somen, who remains absorbed in his phone. The announcers prepare the audience for Set 2, which introduces a new challenge, the Labyrinth of the Dead. This complex dungeon is composed of interconnected rooms and stairs in all directions, and players are warned of increased gravity, tenfold normal, when they move away from the floor or stairs. The labyrinth's history is daunting. Many espers lost their lives here when Somen raided it in the past. With both teams lined up and ready to enter, the anticipation is high, especially to see the first conqueror, Somen, face this dungeon again. Upon hearing his name, Yunsu clenches his teeth, agitated by the mention of Somen's feats. Somen reflects on how much attention he's garnered since his return, whether from reporters comparing him to Walker, worshippers who see him as a savior, or even skeptics like Yunsu. As Somen reaches the VR module and puts on the headset, he is determined to show his skill and remind everyone of his prowess. With a confident grin, he declares, "I'll be more terrifying than you expect." At the starting point of Team Hope, Jiho begins his briefing, but Somen quickly interjects, saying he'll go solo and instructing the others to take care of themselves. Concerned, Jiho asks if he remembers the dungeon's layout. Somen reassures him that it's been only a year since he last raided it, and he personally mapped out the place. Jiho, nervous but trusting his friend's abilities, advises him not to overexert himself, knowing that no one knows the labyrinth better. As Somen heads out, he playfully tells Jiho to brace for surprises and mutters to himself, deducing the enemy's likely movements as he darts away at full speed. Meanwhile, Haeon questions her father about letting Somen go alone, but Jiho reassures her that despite Somen's love for dramas, there's no better strategist in a dungeon. Internally, though, Jiho wonders if Somen truly has a plan. Somen moves quickly in a zigzag pattern, cutting down a horde of skeleton warriors with ease using his shield and spear. The experience is familiar, not from a year ago, but from 18 years back. He recalls that being unfamiliar with the maze can lead to fatal falls from the increased gravity, but if used wisely, gravity can become an incredible shortcut. Following his instincts, he lands directly in the middle of Team Love's starting point, leaving them stunned, as it hasn't even been 10 minutes into the match. Having gauged their skill from the first set, Seomun stares them down and taunts, "Admit that you're already dead." Team Love's captain, Cho Wyan, quickly instructs the team to stay calm and retreat strategically, emphasizing that Seomun must not be alone. As the team flees, the captain acknowledges that retreating was the right move to prevent an early loss, knowing that a direct confrontation might have been catastrophic. As Seomun watches the retreat, he analyzes the situation, using his keen eyes to choose a target. He then launches a spear attack, taking out an enemy member with pinpoint accuracy, leaving him with 3 spears remaining. With Team Love regrouping and discussing their surprise at Seomun's swift approach, they debate whether confronting him directly would have been wise. Despite their confusion, the captain insists on staying alert, fearing Seomun's next ambush. Meanwhile, Seomun stands seemingly randomly, as the announcers speculate whether he has a plan. In truth, he's carefully analyzing the terrain and anticipating Team Love's movements. Without hesitation, he hurls his spear from his elevated position, striking precisely where he predicts Team Love will gather. As an aura flares around him, Seomun smirks, commenting, "I won the 50-50. The team is in disbelief, caught entirely off guard by his attack, and the announcers exclaim that this might be the greatest kill in Korean battlefield history. Team Love reels from the blow as Seomun secures 2 kills. Consumed with rage, Young-soo advocates for a direct confrontation with Seomun, his eyes wild with determination. He argues that Seomun must be alone, and they need to deal with him immediately to maintain their focus on hunting. Woo Hyun attempts to calm him, but Young-soo persists, noting that while they hesitate, the opposing team freely racks up points. He suggests sending a squad to challenge them, but the captain, strapped for manpower, dismisses the idea. Amidst this chaos, Seomun watches from above, silently observing the divide among them. Young-soo is frustrated, ranting about his limitations. Unable to hold back, he unleashes his fire explosion attack at Seomun, believing he's outsmarted him. But Seomun, calling Young-soo an idiot, reveals that he intentionally made noise to attract their attention and promptly vanishes. In disbelief, Team Love assumes Seomun is escaping, while Young-soo is left in shock, astonished that his superpower was deflected so easily. Wooyeon remarks on Young-soo's potent abilities, comparable to top players, but acknowledges his erratic mindset. Despite his unstable temperament, Young-soo is still a vital dealer for the national team. Woo-yen decides to act on Young-soo's suggestion, directing the team to go after Seomun. He splits them into 2 groups, instructing 6 members to begin hunting while the remaining dealers are assigned to pursue and corner Seomun. Woo-yen also orders them to take the western path to potentially block off any escape route Seomun might take, assuring them that the rest of the team will join once they accumulate enough hunting points. The announcers note Team Love's strategy to surround Seomun, but acknowledge the difficulty of trapping someone who knows the labyrinth's layout so well. Seomun lives up to their expectations. Spotting the 3 dealers, he attacks from above, eyes glowing with a sharp purple aura. Though the dealers scramble to dodge, he commends their reactions, calling them good food. He takes down the same dealer who managed to dodge his first attack, securing his 3rd kill. He follows it up with a 100 centimeters spear throw, achieving his 4th kill with remarkable precision. The final dealer is visibly scared and tries to flee, but Seomun's strike hits its mark, marking his 5th kill in the blink of an eye. Now engulfed in a red aura, Seomun grins and declares, "Let's clean them all up in one go." The crowd is left speechless as Seomun has managed to defeat 3 national representatives within a minute, leaving everyone in awe. The Moro brothers' eyes sparkle with excitement, eager to see Seomun face off against players from their own generation. Even Shuren looks stunned, realizing that Seomun is truly back in action. Meanwhile, in the arena, Jiho contacts Seomun through comms. Seomun mentions his red aura and Jiho suggests regrouping. But Seomun, ready for the oncoming battle, firmly replies, "Don't talk to me now. I'm going to fight." With unparalleled speed, Seomun reaches Team Love's location, his body encased in a fiery red aura, his eyes blazing with intensity as he announces, "I came as fast as I could." Woo Yun quickly gathers his team, instructing them not to panic and to form their defensive stance, surrounding Soman from all sides. Soman, unfazed, uses his analysis eyes to predict the first attack. Byoko, with a 79 dexterity and a 30% speed boost skill, dashes toward him at full speed. However, Soman easily blocks the attack with his shield, commenting, "The reason why he loses is that although his speed is fast, it doesn't mean his reaction time is equally swift." Dodging Byoko's quick attack, Soman counterattacks and secures another kill, his red aura crackling like lightning. Woo Yen sees the unfolding chaos and orders Young-soo to use his explosion skill to obscure Soman's vision while Jin-yun moves in for the kill. However, the result is the same. Soman pierces through the smoke effortlessly, securing another kill. The shocked team members look on as Soman continues his onslaught, bringing his total to 9 kills. Now it's a tense 2-on-1 situation. Young-soo is paralyzed with fear, thinking that even the match against France wasn't this intense. Soman's sharp eyes analyze Woo-yen's skill called slow, realizing it's only effective against players with less aura than him. While it's a decent skill, he knows it won't work against players with higher aura levels. As the captain turns to tell Young-soo that he'll try to handle Soman, his words are cut short when Soman strikes with blinding speed, achieving his 10th kill. Young-soo is left as the last remaining player. Panicking, he starts to back away, begging Soman to stay away from him. But the superhuman has no mercy. With a single strike, he sends Young-soo flying through the air, breaking part of the wall in the process, bringing his kill count to an impressive 11. The announcers scream in disbelief, as this marks the first ever one-man team wipe in the history of the Korean battlefield. The live stream explodes with viewers' reactions as they witness Soman single-handedly eliminating the entire national team even without the support of ace player Baek Hae-yeon. He defies experts' predictions, who thought it would take him time to adjust to the battlefield. The audience erupts in cheers, chanting Soman's name as he stands proudly on stage alongside Jiho. Noticing a flying object above them, Jiho explains that it's a drone camera broadcasting their match in real time. With a playful grin, Soman raises his middle finger to the camera, amusing himself, but Jiho urges him to be more mature. He drags Soman off, and when asked where they're going, Jiho reveals that they're heading for the MVP interview. The interview area is packed with reporters, and the caster introduces herself as Lee Yun-ji. Jiho introduces himself as a player, while Soman casually replies, "Sup?" Lee praises both of them but starts with Jiho, the MVP of Set 1, asking if he expected to perform so well. Anxiously, Jiho admits he was dragged into the match by Soman and had to train in a rush but feels lucky that his body remembered his past experiences. Next, Lee turns to Soman, commending his incredible performance in Set 2, and asks if he anticipated achieving a team wipe from the start. With full confidence, Soman replies, "Yes," adding that it was not difficult for him. He elaborates that he took it easy in Set 1 to familiarize himself with the battlefield but was able to move more proactively in Set 2 after getting the hang of it. Acknowledging his response, Lee then inquires if he has any advice for the players of Team Love, who suffered a devastating defeat. Pondering for a moment, Soman advises that many players had mismatched attributes and positions and lacked proper understanding of their superpowers. Soman expresses criticism towards the head coach for not understanding the players' true potential and points out that the structural issues within the team are a bigger problem. When asked if he aspires to lead the team, Soman dismisses the idea, saying that leading them doesn't seem fun because they're lacking. However, he playfully makes a money gesture with his fingers, hinting that his perspective could change with the right circumstances. We live in a capitalist society. After the interview, Jiho leads Soman to a different location, which Soman quickly notices is not the way home. Jiho informs him that they're headed to an after-party. Soman protests, wanting to binge-watch a drama, but Jiho insists that it's a rare occasion worth giving up the show for just one night. Soman begrudgingly agrees, calling it tedious, but Jiho reminds him to stop whining. As they walk, Jiho inquires about Soman's comments in the interview, noticing that he didn't completely rule out the possibility of getting involved with the team. Soman admits that teaching could be doable, but reiterates that he has no interest in playing as an active player himself. Growing frustrated, Seomin questions how Jiho trained the team to be in their current dismal state, adding that being a head coach is clearly not suited to Jiho. Jiho responds that he was peer-pressured into the role, recalling how he initially believed that standing beside Seomin for 11 years would have prepared him for coaching. But the reality of the job was different, and he realized how incredible Seomin truly is. Jiho mentions that even Amrikasa, one of the 7 heroes, was inspired by Seomin to become a great coach. Seomin remarks that from his experience in today's match, it's clear there is no solid mentor to properly teach the necessary skills and techniques. Jiho asks if Seomin would consider being that mentor, and Seomin replies that he certainly could, with the right pay, joking that he's only offering free advice because Jiho is the head coach. Jiho, understanding the playful tone, thanks him. Seomin then shares some insights. First, he advises moving Choi Hyuk into the national team as a tank. Second, he suggests using Yubioko as a last resort trump card since he lacks control over his speed. Third, he recommends repositioning Woo Yun from Vanguard to a rear sub-tank role. Finally, he bluntly suggests cutting the vice president's son, Young-soo, from the team. Jiho, however, protests that cutting Young-soo isn't feasible. When Seomin asks if Jiho is afraid of the president, Jiho reminds him that he is one of the 7 heroes and isn't afraid of the man himself. The real issue lies in justifying cutting Young-soo, as he possesses a superpower strength and the highest aura on the team. Seomin retorts that Young-soo's poor mentality is detrimental to the team and insists that he be benched until his mindset improves. After confirming once more if Jiho is willing to replace Young-soo with Choi Hyuk, Seomin assures him that he's never wrong. He ends the conversation with a blunt remark, "That's the end of the free service. Tell the old man president." When they arrive at the Hunter's Hotel for the after-party, Hyeon approaches Seomin excitedly, talking about the good drinks available. Seomin, a bit surprised, laughs and pats her on the head, commenting on her knowledge of vodka. Jiho, flustered, quickly excuses himself, stating he needs to talk to the president. As Jiho leaves, Seomin tells Hyeon that they can drink all night now that the obstacle is gone. The party is packed, and many people are eager to speak with Seomin. Among them is Agent Joe Palman, who is eager to discuss a contract with Seomin but is warned by his secretary to approach carefully to avoid upsetting the superhuman. Joe plans to approach slowly, but before he gets the chance, Jake Land, the European battlefield agent, approaches Seomin first. Joe watches from afar and reminds himself not to be upset about being second, knowing that Seomin is different from other players and needs someone who understands his journey, especially his loss of 17 years. Jake hands Seomin his card, and Seomin politely responds that he'll think about it. After Jake leaves, Hyeon curiously asks her uncle how his English is so good. Seomin replies that he picked it up while traveling around the world, and even spoke English with Walker. Annoyed that he's better at something she's bad at, Hyeon calls him a stonehead, to which he laughs and teases back. Joe is still waiting for an opportunity to talk to Seomin, but once again he's beaten to it by the Morrow brothers, Jean and Philip, who rush over knowing Seomin speaks English. Seomin recognizes them as weapon dealers, but Hyeon explains that they actually own the Paris Lumière Battlefield Club, one of the best teams in the world. She adds that Nathan Bernard is part of their team, and Seomin recalls that Nathan has abilities similar to Jiho in his prime. He asks if they are here to scout him, but they clarify that they're not interested in forcing someone to join. However, they do express their interest in Hyeon, saying she would be a great addition to their team if she continues to sharpen her skills as a melee dealer. This news surprises Hyeon, and the Morrow brothers openly admit they've been observing her progress for a while, mentioning that she seemed to find her missing piece after switching positions. Seomin, though visibly agitated, recognizes that their assessment is accurate and instructive. The brothers then turn back to Seomin, excitedly talking about how great the synergy would be if he, Hyeon, and Nathan played together. They believe the trio would form the ultimate team. Seomin responds casually, saying he'll think about it, causing the Morrow brothers to leave ecstatic, promising to prepare a dream contract. They also offer to send Seomin a top-tier weapon as a gift. As they leave, Hyeon asks what they meant, but Seomin, overwhelmed from all the conversations, tells her he'll explain over drinks. Shortly after, a man approaches Somin, introducing himself as Yang Minyoung from the Blue House. He asks if Somin knows about the superhuman merit system, which grants pensions to superhumans who gained merit after the Underground War. Somin, unimpressed, refers to it as an empty bill. Yang corrects him, explaining that it's a real, ongoing benefit that has been in effect for 17 years. As a rank 1 merit holder, like Jiho, Somin is eligible for a payment of $2,568,000 without tax. Stunned at first, Somin processes the figure and asks if this includes the association compensation and the funds Walker sent him. Before he can get an answer, Agent Joe Palman finally seizes the opportunity to introduce himself to Somin. Somin, feeling exasperated from the bombardment of conversations, sighs in frustration. Joe tries to express to Somin that, despite saving the world, the future is now strange and foreign to him. He empathetically mentions that Somin lost 17 years of his life and that the underground civilization he fought has disappeared. Joe encourages him by saying that the problems he faces will be resolved over time. Somin, hearing this, questions what Joe means by problems. Continuing, Joe states that Somin will eventually find new relationships, goals, and peace, speaking from a perspective that sounds more philosophical than practical. At last, he urges Somin not to waste his life on laziness and entertainment, giving him his card and requesting that he be remembered when the time is right. After Joe leaves, he nervously asks his secretary if he said the right thing, to which she bluntly replies that it sounded like random nonsense. Meanwhile, Hyen is thrilled that her uncle even received an offer from Joe Palman, someone she regards highly. Somin, however, finds him odd and tells Hyen that Joe's nickname is the Money Demon. Somin comments that, despite the name, Joe didn't mention money at all and just rambled about abstract concepts. Hyen adds that Joe was also very persistent in attempting to recruit her father in the past. Looking in Joe's direction, Somin contemplates how he agreed with some of the things Joe said but was still baffled by his approach. The announcer calls for Somin to join the stage as the donation ceremony is about to start, revealing that Somin is the most significant donor among those present. Somin, slightly caught off guard, walks to the stage and asks about the total amount donated. He is stunned to learn that $1.74 billion was donated in his name as per his last will, far exceeding the $2.5 million he expected to receive as his pension. Playfully, he jokes about whether he should ask for a refund. Reflecting on how all his money was donated during the 17 years he was gone, he realizes that, despite being hailed as a hero and a noble savior, he never intended to be one. He admits to finding enjoyment in his fights against the underground civilization and notes that the end of that conflict felt like the closing of a fun chapter in his life, rather than a moment of pride. Somin emphasizes that what he truly feels proud of is how the donation has helped improve the lives of many children around the world. He expresses hope for a world where every child can lead a happier life than he did. As he leaves the stage, the president of the association calls out to him, questioning whether he thinks donating $1.74 billion can absolve him of his actions. Somin explains that his kind nature comes from a difficult childhood, but the president dismisses it as an excuse and calls him a one-of-a-kind problem child. The president then accuses Somin of damaging the morale of the national team by ruthlessly defeating them, while Somin counters that the team was performing poorly even before he stepped in. Frustrated, the president regrets approving the charity match and blames Somin for making the Korean Battlefield League a playground for him. He also blames Somin for the lack of government support for Superhumans, alleging that Somin's notorious behavior, including beating up politicians, contributed to the public's negative perception of Superhumans. Somin, unfazed, questions why he should be held responsible for the government's actions. The president sighs and confesses that he originally intended to offer Somin the position of national team coach, even prepared to discuss a significant salary package. However, Somin interrupts with a new idea of his own. On the car ride back home, Somin casually mentions that $16 million would be a sufficient budget. Jiho, puzzled, asks what he's talking about. Somin reveals his plan to purchase a club and become a team owner, stating that he wants to personally teach and develop the kids since he views the current national team as hopeless. Jiho questions if this sudden interest in coaching is due to newfound patriotism. Somin corrects him, clarifying that it's all about the money, proposing to buy a second-division league slot and build up from there. Jiho accuses Somin of being driven by greed rather than patriotism, but Somin simply smiles, calling it a natural desire. When they finally arrive at their destination, Jiho instructs Somin to get out of the car, and to Somin's surprise, Shuren is waiting for them. Somin, unsure of her intentions, activates his analysis eyes and is shocked to find that all of Shuren's stats are maxed out, and she even possesses a new superpower called Identify Position. Approaching her cautiously, he questions if she's there to kill him. Shuren responds that she did think about it when she first heard about his immortality, but that's not why she's there today. Somin proposes to Shuren that they should leave their past grudges behind, especially since he saved her life once. She responds by saying that she has already forgiven him and admits that her reason for coming was simply to confirm with her own eyes that he truly has returned. With her goal accomplished, Shuren departs. Reflecting on the past, she recalls a moment when Somin scolded her for neglecting her responsibilities. His words were so harsh that she was brought to tears and felt completely inadequate, even wishing to go home. During that moment of vulnerability, she was attacked by a monster. Despite his relentless criticism, Somin ultimately saved her life, and Shuren was deeply moved, blushing at his unexpected caring side. In the present, she feels genuinely happy that he has come back to life. The next day, Somin receives the $2.5 million he was expecting as his pension, and it arrives on his phone. He contemplates which battlefield club to acquire, much to Jiho's anxious surprise. When Jiho questions whether Somin is really serious about buying a club, Somin nonchalantly responds with an yep. He further explains that running a club will be a hobby for him, a modest investment, and something to keep himself busy. Jiho warns him that it might cost more than he expects. Jiho then suggests buying a KB1 League club, but Somin dismisses the idea as it wouldn't be as enjoyable. When Jiho brings up the KB7, Somin expresses interest, learning that it's the lowest-cost league, with the winning team having the chance to move to the KB League. Jiho also informs him that most skilled players tend to gravitate towards KB1 or KB2, leaving KB7 for developing talent. Somin decides to purchase a KB2 club, having already consulted with the president, who was thrilled to hear about his interest. The president provided him with 3 options for available clubs, one of which urgently needed a buyer. Curious, Somin inquired about its location and decided to attend a match between Hanjang Industries and GT Knights, wearing a disguise in the audience. However, despite his efforts, some people recognized him. Watching the match unfold, Somin didn't have high expectations for the second league but hoped to find at least one promising player. As the players entered the battlefield, he activated his analysis eyes, immediately dismissing most of them as mediocre. However, he did spot 2 potential talents, No Chunghwan and Nam Kongjun. He saw in Jun the potential to be a dealer, based on his stats and superpower, and felt that Jun might have never realized his true capabilities if Somin hadn't noticed him. Moving on, Somin's attention was caught by Chunghwan, who possessed a body-strengthening superpower similar to the skill level of Woo Hyun from the national team. But the biggest surprise for him was spotting a girl named Lee Na-yeon, who had a usable skill and immense potential for improvement. Despite Hanjang Industries losing the match 6-0 and 4-0, Somin found the experience entertaining, believing that the weaker they were, the more enjoyable it would be to help them grow. Without hesitation, he called the president and declared his decision to buy Hanjang Industries. 2 days later, at the Battlefield Association, Somin completed the purchase of the club. While negative comments spread online about his decision, Somin was unbothered, planning to turn the team into the best. When the president congratulated him on his purchase, Somin sarcastically questioned whether people congratulate others for buying snacks. The president clarified that buying a club was not as simple as that, to which Somin casually replied, "Sure." With the club now his, he decided to let the team continue their activities while he searched for additional talent. Somin hopped on his newly bought bike and headed to Hanjang Industries clubhouse, where he was greeted by coach Chai Dong-jun. Using his analysis eyes, Somin assessed that Dong-jun had been a decent support player back when he was active. Curious about Dongjun's age, Seomin learned that he was 43, just 4 years younger than himself. Seomin quickly asserted his authority by casually putting an arm around Dongjun and insisting that he call him Hyung, while he would call the coach casually by name. As they toured the facilities, Seomin noted that everything was well equipped, but there was a lack of players. Upon entering the training room, he observed only 11 VR modules. Dongjun, showing a hint of emotion, admitted that they couldn't afford to buy the full set of 14 modules. Seomin wondered why Dongjun, who had a healing superpower, acted like he was poor when he could work in a hospital and make a good living. Despite his reservations, Seomin considered Dongjun to be decent enough as a coach. They decided to meet the players, and Seomin asked the coach to summon a few individuals he was interested in. The first player he called over was Nayeon, whose petite stature caught his attention. He immediately remarked on how she had been practicing with a bow, catching her off guard. Seomin deduced her practice style by noticing the calluses on her fingers. Despite recognizing her excellent dexterity and speed, he pointed out her lack of strength, which hindered her potential as a melee dealer. Acknowledging her concerns, he reassured her that things would change now that he was there, promising to put her in the starting lineup. Initially excited, Nayeon quickly became anxious and blushed when Seomin playfully compared her to a Saint Tail, suggesting she would become a thief stealing the enemy team's sanity. Despite Nayeon's initial hesitation, Seomin persists, questioning her inability to improve, and her anxious face betrays her inner turmoil. Gathering her courage, Nayeon admits that she feels hopeless and that her efforts have yielded little progress. Seomin unexpectedly chuckles at her response and abruptly fires her, leaving her bewildered and on the verge of tears. Just as she is about to accept her dismissal, he clarifies that he was only joking and promises to transform her into a core player, acknowledging her untapped potential. She tentatively suggests archery might be her forte, prompting Seomin to dismiss the idea in exasperation, stating, "Are you foolish? Every superhuman can use a bow." Startled, Nayeon stares back with confusion. Seomin quickly intervenes, assuring her that her true talent lies in her running ability. Perplexed, Nayeon repeats the word running with a questioning tone. Seomin elaborates on his vision. Her speed, combined with her jump superpower, can create chaos among enemies. He proposes a strategy where she uses her agility to disorient opponents while stealing kills in the midst of the confusion. Moreover, if she faces pursuit, she should rely on her speed to make a swift escape. Despite initial confusion, Nayeon begins to understand and envisions herself as a core player. Eagerly, she asks if this new approach could secure her a permanent spot on the team. Seomin confirms it with a nod, adding that if her speed reaches a certain threshold, she could even make it onto the national team. Filled with determination and gratitude, Nayeon vows to give her all, visibly elated. Seomin watches her jubilant display with mild amusement, likening her energy to that of a flea. He then instructs her to call Ji-hun, another newcomer to the team. Upon Ji-hun's arrival, Seomin sizes up the boy, noting his slender build, an uncommon physique for an esper. Letting out a sigh, he remarks on the peculiarity of the team's lineup. Unexpectedly, Seomin informs Ji-hun that he is no longer suited to play a support role, leaving the young man visibly shocked, as support had been his established position. Despite his growing agitation, Ji-hun is told repeatedly that he's not a support anymore, causing confusion and frustration. Unsure about Seomin's sudden decision, Ji-hun nervously wonders about the intentions of this unexpected figure. Using his analytical eyes, Seomin assesses Ji-hun's abilities and reveals that the boy is better suited to be a melee dealer, taking Ji-hun by surprise yet again. Seomin clarifies that his conclusion is based on Ji-hun's talent for swordsmanship, not an arbitrary decision. Ji-hun, taken aback, questions whether Seomin has seen any of his matches. Seomin, with a smirk, admits that he may have dozed off during one of them but insists that he saw enough to recognize Ji-hun's potential. However, Ji-hun honestly admits that his low dexterity and speed have always been obstacles. Seomin, attributing this to Ji-hun's reluctance to fully utilize his superpower, dismisses the boy's concerns, claiming that the only reason he was playing support was that he never tried anything else. This triggers a flare of annoyance in Seomin, who sharply asks Ji-hun if he believes he knows better. Wisely, Ji-hun shakes his head, responding with a simple no. Recalling his past experiences with supports who shy away from fights, Seo expresses his disdain for those who make their allies fight a man down. He concedes that while 1 in 10 supports are effective, Ji-hun isn't among them since his only superpower is protect. Determined to shape Ji-hun into a dealer, Seo informs him that he'll be assigning him a weapon. Even as Ji-hun protests about being a support, Seo grows enraged and grabs him by the collar, asserting that Ji-hun is now a melee dealer with support capabilities. The frightened boy quickly apologizes, and Seo questions his reluctance to embrace a more active role, asking if he's afraid to fight at the front lines. Releasing his grip, Seo warns him that such a mindset will prevent him from succeeding. When Ji-hun questions what success looks like, Seo responds that it depends on how well he follows instructions and puts in the effort. He makes it clear that if Ji-hun insists on staying as a support, he'll be cut from the team. Extending his hand, Seo challenges Ji-hun to change his life, and Ji-hun, after a moment of hesitation, agrees and shakes Seo's hand, accepting his new role as a melee dealer. After their conversation, Seo exits the room and instructs Coach Dong-jun to find someone skilled in swordsmanship to train Ji-hun, who has transitioned into his new role. This catches the coach off guard, but Seo walks away, also directing Dong-jun to prepare as he plans to personally teach Nayeon how to enhance her running ability. He hints at the reason behind this decision. Additionally, Seo orders Dong-jun to improve the endurance of the Squad 1 players, revealing that their lack of stamina was a weakness in their last encounter with GT Knights. Ready to depart Hanjang Industries on his bike, Seo contemplates changing the team's name to signify a fresh start. The next day, lost in thought, Seo is interrupted by Ji-ho, who inquires about his worries. Seo curtly advises him not to engage in conversation while he's deep in thought. Ji-ho presses on, asking whether the concern is about Hanjang Industries and whether Seo plans to recruit more players, considering they only have 14 on the team. Abruptly standing up, startling Ji-ho, Seo announces his intention to leave for recruitment, hinting at using a megaphone to gather attention if needed. He contacts Coach Dong-jun and instructs him to start looking for new players immediately. Dong-jun hesitates, citing their tight budget. In response, Seo promises to buy him a new module if he succeeds in bringing in new players. The coach is taken aback, mentioning the cost is $200 each, which angers Seo, who calls the club a poor excuse of a club. Despite Dong-jun's apologies, Seo insists on initiating a 3-day recruitment drive. Dong-jun, still skeptical, is assured by Seo that he has a plan. Stepping outside, Seo addresses the waiting reporters who are eager for an interview. While prepared to answer their questions, he makes a specific request. He asks them to highlight in their coverage that Hanjang Industries is actively seeking new applicants, emphasizing the team's open recruitment for the next 3 days. The next day, as Seo rides his bike, he receives a call from Coach Dong-jun, who updates him on the number of resumes received for the team's open recruitment. Casually, Seo asks if they've reached over 1,000 applications, but Dong-jun reveals that only around 70 people applied due to the limited number of superhumans who qualify to participate in battlefield activities. Unbothered by the low turnout, Seo tells him to collect all the resumes, planning to hand-pick the players himself. Upon arriving at the club, he goes through each resume quickly, picking out several for immediate interviews. Dong-jun assures him that they're ready for the process. Part of the recruitment involves a mandatory physical test for all espers, as required by national associations. The test is meant to assess and quantify each individual's strength, dexterity, and aura stats. However, as Seo reviews the results, he's disappointed. None of the applicants meet his standards, and in a fit of anger, his red aura flares up as he crushes some of the papers, deeming the stats trash. Determined to find even one promising player among the lot, his attention is drawn to a resume belonging to a boy named Jo Sung-ho. While his stats seem mediocre at first glance, Seo's keen eye, along with his skill for analysis, suggests there is more to Sung-ho than meets the eye. With renewed hope, he selects Sung-ho for an interview. On the day of the interviews, the first candidate walks in enthusiastically, eager to meet his idol. Seo, unimpressed by the flattery, asks if he had previously participated in battlefield activities. The boy confirms that he did, but admits that he eventually gave up. When Somin presses him for a reason, the candidate's answer sets off Somin's temper, resulting in an outburst. As Somin's anger boils over, the boy tries to save face, saying the situation will be clarified later. But Somin cuts him off, stating that the media is already familiar with his reputation. He strikes the boy to make his point, and two men escort the startled candidate out of the room, while the rest of the applicants anxiously whisper about the explosive noise coming from inside. Next up is Jo Sung-ho, who walks in nervously and introduces himself. Coach Dong-jun is a bit surprised that Somin has chosen to interview him, as his stats seem underwhelming. However, Somin's analysis eyes reveal Sung-ho's true potential. The boy possesses 3 superpowers, one of which is a rare ability called Deliver Aura. Seeing that this ability is not even mentioned in his resume, Somin realizes that Sung-ho might not even know he possesses such a unique skill. With a gleam in his eye, Somin verifies with Dong-jun that Sung-ho is the same age as Na-yeon, one of the team's players, and feels like it's fate that they found him. Turning to Sung-ho, Somin makes him even more nervous by addressing him by his full name. He asks about his experience as a delivery driver and whether he has any practical battlefield experience. Sung-ho admits he has no battlefield experience but reveals that it has been his lifelong dream to be a battlefield player. He confesses that he gave up on his dream due to his low stats but now regrets letting those numbers hold him back. Somin presses Sung-ho on how his object delivery skill works over distances. Sung-ho explains that he can use his ability up to 2.5 kilometers away and can sense the aura of the person receiving the delivery, even if they're not in his line of sight. He adds that he typically has to search for his targets manually, but Somin quickly interjects, saying that enemy positions in dungeons are limited, making it easier to target them. A grin spreads across Somin's face as he realizes how valuable Sung-ho could be, exclaiming that he has finally found the nun to complement the saint. Surprising both Dong-jun and Sung-ho, Somin stands up excitedly, proclaiming that Sung-ho is hired, much to the shock of the coach. Somin, bursting with excitement, slams his hands on the table, announcing that the duo of the saint and nun will now become the core strategy of their team. Later that evening, a party is held to celebrate the arrival of the new club owner and to welcome the new players. During the festivities, No Young-won, the captain of Hangjong Industries, approaches Somin. Somin recalls seeing Young-won in a previous match and acknowledges him as a solid tank with stats that are too good for their current second division team. Young-won expresses his gratitude, promising to work harder to live up to the club's expectations. Somin advises him not to feel pressured, emphasizing that he's not expecting immediate results and that it's more about long-term development. Young-won, visibly relieved, bows to Somin, seeking guidance and ready to lead the team. Elsewhere, Somin spots Na-yeon, nicknamed Saint Tail, chatting with the newly recruited Sung-ho. He calls them over and asks if they already know each other. Na-yeon explains that they've only just met but are the same age. Playfully, Somin refers to them as a set menu, encouraging them to bond as teammates. He continues to explain the team's concept. Na-yeon will act as the elusive Saint, a swift player who steals kills in the chaos of the battlefield, while Sung-ho, the Dark Nun, will play a supporting role, enhancing her movements and strategies. Confused at first, Na-yeon clarifies that the nun role doesn't sound inherently evil, to which Somin simply grins. The duo, still processing their new roles, walks away together, while Somin, content, feels confident in the team's core structure. Lastly, Somin knows that the team needs a fresh start, and a new name is in order. Gathering everyone's attention, he proudly announces that the team will be rebranded as ISM, marking a turning point in their journey. 3 months later, ISM is ready for its first official match against Incheon BC. While there haven't been major changes in the squad's composition, key players like Na-yeon and Sung-ho have gone through rigorous training to prepare for their debut. Somin calls the team together for one last motivational talk, telling them to stick to their training and work together seamlessly. He reminds Sung-ho, who still feels anxious, to focus on his role and not let nerves get in the way. As the players prepare to enter the arena, Jiho's wife, Sung-hee, thanks Somin for inviting her to the match. She reveals that this is the first time she's come to a match since Haeon's early days. Somin, a bit surprised, asks why she's never come to see Jiho play, to which she replies that Jiho always told her to attend when the team was good enough. Rolling his eyes, Somin criticizes Jiho's modesty but reassures her that today's match will be different, promising that Isam will deliver an exciting performance. The chosen battlefield for Set 1 is the Wizard Canyon, a mesmerizing, multi-layered dungeon with terrains on land, water, and air. The announcers describe it as a place that demands high mobility and adaptability from the players, setting the stage for a dynamic and challenging match. With the reformed Isam squad stepping into the spotlight, all eyes are on them to see how they'll fare against Incheon BC. 3 months ago, during training, Somin was amazed by Nayeon's natural speed, watching her effortlessly cover 100 meters in just 3 seconds with a light jog. While the other players also showed improvement, he believed Nayeon to be the true gem of the team, crediting his analytical skills for identifying her talent. When Coach Dongjun praised him for finding such talent in a substitute player, Somin simply gave a vague answer, secretly knowing it was thanks to his ability, the eyes of analysis. And so, Isam's journey as a rebranded team began, with their first match about to kick off. Sensing her nervousness, Youngwon, the captain, approached her, reassuring her that it was perfectly normal to feel anxious before her debut. Encouraging her not to doubt herself, he reminded her that if Somin, one of the legendary 7 espers, believed in her potential, then she could definitely live up to that faith. Nayeon, feeling bolstered by the support, replied confidently, and the entire team rallied with a cheer, ready to carry Somin's name proudly into their upcoming match. Back to the present, the match against Incheon BC has begun, and the Isam team splits into 3 groups, prompting the announcers to speculate that they're utilizing a 4-3-3 formation. Observing Nayeon's 3-person squad, the announcers note their high mobility and that they're rushing through the dungeon without stopping to hunt monsters. The announcers immediately pick up on Isam's strategy, a fast-paced skirmish from the get-go, aiming to disrupt their opponents early. The squad quickly halts as Sung-ho, one of the team's key players, picks up a rock, activating his superpower, Deliver Object. The skill allows him to identify the positions of enemies within a 3-kilometer radius by sending out and recalling objects. Sensing the aura of the opponents, he identifies 4 of the opposing team's players by name: Park Jong-hyuk, Chai Yoon-gil, Young Yoon-dae, and Im Jae-wook. Seeing an opportunity, Nayeon uses her speed and jumping ability to get a clear vantage point. She watches the Incheon players battling a dragon and decides to swoop in, intending to steal the points they've racked up. As the enemy team focuses on bringing down the dragon, she fires an arrow at the creature, stealing their kill and the valuable points that come with it. The Incheon captain quickly shifts his team's focus, instructing most of them to continue hunting while assigning Jae-wook to deal with Nayeon. Brimming with aura, Jae-wook charges towards Nayeon, but she's already 1 step ahead, vanishing from his sight and aiming to target their next monster. No matter how hard he tries to predict her movements, Nayeon remains elusive, taunting him by calling him too slow and frustrating the Incheon players as she continues to chip away at their points. However, her limited supply of arrows soon becomes an issue, until Sung-ho steps in, delivering fresh arrows to her with his superpower. This tactic turns Nayeon's bow and arrow into a highly effective skirmishing tool, as Sung-ho's constant supply allows her to keep up relentless pressure without worrying about running out of ammunition. Sung-ho, lounging comfortably with a piece of cloth spread out, starts reading a manhwa, telling Nayeon to let him know when she needs more arrows, much to the shock of the announcers and audience who can't believe the calmness of his demeanor amidst the chaos of the match. The announcers comment on the scene of Sung-ho calmly reading his manhwa, seemingly oblivious to the baby wyvern Ji-hoon is fending off near him. The Incheon team and their supporters watch in disbelief, questioning what has become of the Wisam team under Somin's leadership. As Sung-ho continues to read, completely unfazed, Somin bursts out laughing at the absurdity of the scene. When asked by Sung-hee if he trained them this way, he cheekily responds, "Isn't it funny?" and sarcastically boasts about his knack for finding unique abilities. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Nayeon faces an escalating challenge as 2 more players from Incheon join the fray, putting pressure on her. Sung-ho quickly directs her to an escape route, And while she feels anxious, she stays determined, recalling all the advice and encouragement from her teammates. As she effortlessly dodges their attacks, she mocks them for being too slow and speeds away, causing the opposing players to chase her frantically. Realizing that if they let Nayeon escape, the gap in hunting points will become irrecoverable, Incheon players form a blockade, assuming she won't be able to leap over the large boulder she's standing on. However, Nayeon playfully raises her hand and quips sarcastically, "Am I in trouble now? What a predicament," while making finger hearts at them. With her words hanging in the air, Isom players drop down from a moving island overhead, surrounding Incheon BC. The announcers express their astonishment, realizing that Isom has finished their power-ups, while Incheon has lost their hunting points. The stage is now set for a full confrontation between the two teams, with Isom ready to prove their mettle. With Incheon BC's remaining players rushing to the rescue, it's already too late. Their defeat is inevitable. Isom, once the lowest-rated team, shocks everyone with a dominating 9-0 victory in the first set. The announcers, astonished by the team's performance, highlight the unexpected rise of Lee Na-yeon and Jo Sung-ho, labeling them a brilliant new duo. As the crowd erupts in cheers, chanting their names, Na-yeon looks toward Seomin, recalling his promise to transform her into a core player. He acknowledges her with a thumbs up, prompting her to smile back, satisfied with her progress. With Incheon BC mentally broken after their first loss, the second set becomes an effortless win for Na-yeon and Sung-ho, finishing with a 7-0 score and cementing Isom's victory. Na-yeon, declared the MVP, thanks the Seomin for guiding her to become a thief who preys on the opponent's mental state, dedicating the achievement to him. The online community explodes with discussions, with trending articles, match highlights, and renewed interest in the National Battlefield League. A few days later, while relaxing at home, Seomin watches TV as Ji-ho questions him about his player selections. Seomin dismisses any claim to stealing credit from coach Dong-jun, confidently asserting that it was his keen insight that secured the right talents. Ji-ho then probes about the national team's future, but Seomin quickly mocks him, suggesting he focus on bringing Choi Hyuk into the team as a tank. He then asks whether the boy is still resisting the role change, and Ji-ho admits that while Choi Hyuk has agreed, the team's resistance remains. Most coaches don't favor him and accuse Ji-ho of being an inexperienced coach riding on glory. Angered by this, Seomin scoffs, challenging Ji-ho to prove that those same coaches can't make such statements in front of the best player of the century. Ji-ho laughs, acknowledging that they wouldn't dare, knowing Seomin's temper. As their conversation unfolds, Seomin inquires about the cost of acquiring Choi Hyuk for their team. Meanwhile, news articles celebrate Isom's impressive 5-game winning streak, with Na-yeon and Sung-ho becoming popular names in the league. At a celebratory after-party, Coach Dong-jun is elated, cheering over their historic consecutive victories. However, Seomin, unfazed by the excitement, questions why Dong-jun is overjoyed, emphasizing their previous inability to secure even 3 straight wins. His indifferent demeanor unsettles Dong-jun, who apologizes, aware of Seomin's high standards. The media buzzes with Na-yeon's name, highlighting her as a rising star, but Seomin maintains that this success was inevitable thanks to his foresight. During a casual toast, Seomin shifts to a strategic discussion, revealing that Sung-ho's role in their zoning play is pivotal. Dong-jun responds vaguely, saying they need to protect Sung-ho, which Seomin playfully dismisses as obvious, teasingly accusing the coach of not being completely useless before asking for more water. This jab hits a nerve, causing Dong-jun to mutter, "Seo MoonYeob," under his breath. Seomin catches on, and a blue aura radiates from him as he teasingly presses Dong-jun, asking whether Ji-hoon and Youngwon's training will contribute to their ongoing success. He challenges Dong-jun to achieve a 50% win rate until the end of the year, a target that visibly shakes the coach to his core. Youngwon, witnessing their exchange, reflects on how unattainable such goals seemed before Seomin's leadership. However, seeing how calculated and serious Seomin is, he understands that their club owner doesn't make empty jokes. Seomin, with an intense blue aura in his eyes, sternly advises Dong-jun to ensure the team performs well so his internal violence doesn't surface. Reflecting on his journey to Hangjong Industries, Youngwon feels a sense of obligation to repay the trust placed in him. As Soman rises to leave, he addresses the team, announcing that if they maintain a 50% win rate, he'll reward them accordingly. The team cheers enthusiastically. Ready to head out, Soman tells Dongjun to skip the formalities of seeing him off, making it clear that he doesn't appreciate such gestures. As he steps out, Soman reflects on the upcoming challenges, particularly the need to recruit more players to maintain their evolving strategies. He understands that while their zoning strategy revolves around protecting Sungho, this also puts Nayeon in a critical position. If she falters, the entire balance of the team might be compromised. He contemplates holding 11 versus 11 internal matches, utilizing their sponsorship funds, and even considers recruiting stronger players like Choi Hyuk. Just then, a text arrives, advising him to look into the youth league for hidden talents. A glint of blue flashes in Soman's eyes as he smiles, acknowledging Jiho's rare usefulness. Clenching his phone, he declares, "Wait for me, you brats." Just as Soman foresaw, Isem's winning streak comes to an end at 6 wins as other teams devise counters to their combo play. Nonetheless, Isem finds balance with Youngwon at the helm. They experiment with strategies, build endurance, and endure through the KB2 League. With their efforts, Isem climbs from 20th to 11th place, ending the first half of the season with 10 wins and 8 losses, a 55.6% win rate. With the summer break offering a recruitment window, Soman visits a high school looking for untapped talents. Junhoon, the former coach of the school's Battlefield Club, warmly greets him, eager to guide him through the impressive facilities. Soman spots a promising player but learns that he's already been recruited by a KB1 team called Future Phoenix. Reflecting on his recruiting standards, Soman grows frustrated, realizing that players with average stats of 77 are no longer exceptional. Determined to find a hidden gem, he wonders if there's a player out there with an average stat of 90. As Soman continues his search, feeling disheartened by the absence of standout talent, a door suddenly swings open, and a player named Bohm rushes in, apologizing for his tardiness. Soman, initially dismissing him as an airhead, uses his eyes of analysis and is taken aback by what he sees. Bohm possesses a rare superpower called Shadow Step, which grants a 20% speed boost in shadows and allows for shadow melding when his aura exceeds 70. Despite Bohm's self-doubt and modest appearance, Soman quickly discerns his potential as a conditionally awakened superhuman capable of thriving in the KB League. Realizing that he has found a hidden talent before any other team, Soman extends his hand, smiling, and offers Bohm a contract, bringing him into Isem and securing another vital piece in his ever-improving team. Overflowing with gratitude yet visibly surprised, Bohm couldn't help but ask the Soman how he knew about him and why he offered him such an opportunity. After a moment's thought, Soman quickly responds, saying that he caught glimpses of Bohm's performances in matches, but the boy is unconvinced. He counters Soman's claim, pointing out that he was benched throughout the entire youth league. Caught off guard, Soman, flustered but trying to maintain his composure, feigns confidence in recognizing Bohm's name. He asserts that he specifically came to investigate why a player with Bohm's potential was sitting on the bench, which only leaves Bohm in further disbelief. Soman presses on, emphasizing that Bohm has hidden talents, even if they haven't been realized by others. Despite his skepticism, Bohm listens closely. When he expresses doubts about the effectiveness of his superpower, Soman doubles down, proudly citing his knack for discovering overlooked talents. He boasts about finding players like Nayeon, Sungho, and Ji-hoon, each of whom were undervalued before being recruited to Isem. Yoon remains unsure and questions where Soman sees any such talent in him. Pointing directly at Bohm, Soman confidently states that it's evident in his superpower. Soman then elaborates on how Bohm's speed-boosting ability, while conditional on being in shadows, is actually an asset. The boy lets out a sigh, lamenting the seemingly limited 20% boost and the restrictive conditions. But Soman patiently explains that superpowers reflect a user's traits and personality, telling Bohm he lacks confidence and prefers staying unnoticed, hence his power manifests in the shadows. As Bohm stands with his head low, absorbing the criticism, Soman reframes his perspective, arguing that his shadow-related superpower is the perfect fit for him. It offers the potential for incredible strength based on the effort he puts in. Extending his hand once more, Seomin proposes a deal. He suggests that Bohm join Isam for 2 years. If he enjoys the experience, he can choose to stay for 3 more. If he decides to quit, he'll receive a compensation of $300,000. Bohm is stunned by the offer, unable to believe it. The club owner reassures him, noting that even if Bohm decides to pursue other dreams after the 2 years, he would only be slightly delayed in attending university. Bohm mentions consulting his mom, but before he can say much more, Seomin seizes his shoulder, drags him outside, and instructs him to hop on his bike. Without hesitation, Seomin speeds off, rushing Bohm to the club. Upon their arrival, the two quickly finalize a contract, adding a special clause ensuring Bohm's compensation if he leaves after 2 years. After the whirlwind recruitment, Seomin drops off a dizzy Bohm at his home and heads off, determined to find more talent. With hopes still high, Seomin sets out to visit the next school. However, he is immediately disappointed when he learns that all the students have already signed contracts with other clubs. Undeterred, he remains optimistic about the schools he plans to visit, believing that he might still find the hidden talent he's searching for. One school after another yields no recruits, each team already snapped up by various clubs. Frustrated but unwilling to give up, he makes a decision to visit one final school before calling it a day. Upon arrival, Seomin's face reflects impatience and agitation as he encounters a student named Chae Young-min. Despite boasting useful stats and a promising superpower, Young-min's bright smile belies his disinterest in becoming a professional battlefield player. Even when pressed, Young-min insists he prefers to keep the battlefield as a hobby, explaining that his dream is to be a writer who inspires hope and dreams in others. Surrounded by endless offers to go pro, Young-min has resolutely rejected all opportunities, much to the dismay of his school and the principal, who explains the boy's unconventional choice. Confused by the boy's indifference to the potential riches of a battlefield career, Seomin bluntly asks whether his parents approve of his decision. With a shrug, Young-min responds with a casual no, emphasizing that he prioritizes his own dreams and isn't swayed by the fame or fortune associated with being a pro player. Seomin labels Jungmin's perspective as an artist's disease, which he plans to cure. Seizing the opportunity, he reminds the boy of his own identity, Seo MoonYeob, the legendary hero who saved the world from destruction by underworlders, embodying the hopes and dreams of humanity. He playfully challenges Young-min to rewrite his life story, a suggestion that causes Young-min to blush as he envisions himself crafting a narrative around such an extraordinary life. As a final persuasive move, Seomin hints that his life is akin to a dark fantasy novel and dangles a tantalizing offer. He will share details about the final dungeon, privileged information that few know, if Young-min agrees to become a player for his team. The hook works. Young-min leaps to his feet and immediately agrees to a 3-year contract. Internally, Seomin smirks, thinking, got him. The boy, despite being more sought after than Yoon Bohm and thus more expensive, is considered by Seomin to be worth the price. Nervously addressing him as club owner, Young-min marvels at the aura of invincibility surrounding Seomin. He mentions having seen him in an international match against France and praises his remarkable abilities. Seomin nonchalantly brushes off the compliment, questioning the point of the comment. Young-min boldly suggests that instead of running a club, Seomin could play professionally himself. Seomin dismisses the idea outright, stating that destroying people on the battlefield isn't his hobby anymore. With that said, Seomin inquires if there's anything else, and Young-min, respecting the conversation's end, nods and leaves. Satisfied with his successful recruitment and considering the uniqueness and potential profits of securing Young-min, Seomin decides it's time for the main event. He calls Jiho, who inquires about the success of his scouting efforts. Humorously, Seomin claims that no players were left to recruit because they were all snatched up by other clubs. Jiho acknowledges the competitiveness of scouting in the current environment, commending Seomin for managing to find even one potential recruit. Seomin then reiterates his interest in acquiring Chae-hyuk, stating that with him, he will have 18 players. He informs Jiho that he will be visiting the Sangsung Spirits clubhouse and will return home late. Upon arriving at the clubhouse, Seomin is met by guards who block his path, telling him he can't enter without an invitation. He reminds them of a past incident at the Blue House, where he had been similarly told no entry. With the guards recalling the event and the chaos that ensued, they agree to notify their superiors before deciding to let him in. As Somin waits, he surveys the high-end facilities, noting that they are far superior to those of his own team. Sangsang Spirits Club appears to have state-of-the-art equipment for training, unlike Isom, where players can only make do with simple hikes around the mountainous location. After a short wait, a man arrives to greet him, Kim Tae-jin, the club leader responsible for recruiting and transferring players. Tae-jin apologizes for the wait and acknowledges that unlike Sangsang Spirits, Isom's coach Dong-jun manages all responsibilities, reflecting the need for flexibility in a smaller team. Somin, unamused by Tae-jin's small talk, warns him against making jokes about such matters, clearly displaying his impatience. Tae-jin, sensing the volatile mood of the famous Somin, cautiously brings up the reason for the visit, assuming it's related to the transfer of player Chae-hyuk. Knowing that Somin has suggested that Jiho change Chae-hyuk's position to a tank, Tae-jin feels uneasy about any potential friction with their coach, Moon-sung. Agreeing to proceed with the discussion, Somin insists on speaking to the coach directly. He proposes they head to Moon-sung's office together. Upon entering, Somin introduces himself as the businessman here for business. While shaking hands, he notices the coach trembling and questions if they've met before. A young boy standing behind the coach speaks up, addressing Seo MoonYeob and asking if he recognizes their coach. Somin, curious, asks about the boy's identity, to which the lad responds that he is Captain Yeom Ji-hyuk of the Sangsang Spirits. Somin then inquires why the team captain is present during their discussion. The coach quickly interjects, stating that he called the captain to keep him informed about any decisions related to the players. Tae-jin, observing the situation, realizes that Moon-sung is using the team captain as a shield, just in case Somin loses his temper. Somin, noticing Moon-sung's gaze, questions why the coach seems so familiar and presses him further on whether they've met before. Moon-sung nervously chuckles, insisting that Somin must be mistaken due to his extensive network. However, Somin remains certain that they have met. To redirect the focus, Moon-sung suggests they discuss business, referring to the matter of Chae-hyuk. But Somin halts him, declaring, "Wait." The coach flinches at the sharp tone. Somin continues, stating that he cannot negotiate when he's still trying to recall a past memory. Moon-sung tries to laugh it off, suggesting there's no need to remember anything unpleasant, but Somin insists, adding that the memory wasn't a good one. Somin attributes Coach Moon-sung's perspective to a stubborn fool's mindset. Somin finally recalls their previous encounter, revealing that they met not in ordinary life but within a dungeon, the Temple of Vengeful Spirit, causing the coach to gasp. Somin notes that he never forgets those who anger him during dungeon raids, reminding Moon-sung that he tried to kill Somin after the raid was over. Anger boils within Somin, and a red aura surrounds him. Moon-sung internally curses, thinking he even grew a mustache to avoid being recognized by Somin after his return. In 1993, at Seoul Station, during the raid of the Vengeful Spirit Dungeon, 200 superhumans joined a large-scale party led by the genius of the time, Seo MoonYeob. He warned everyone about the numerous traps within the dungeon, urging them to progress swiftly while keeping a close watch on supports and healers due to their low stamina, as well as the overwhelming number of monsters. Moon-sung arrogantly dismissed the warnings, standing up to challenge Somin's leadership. He declared that the group should charge directly through the dungeon instead of taking a detour, insisting that they simply overpower the monsters with their numbers and defeat the boss first. He belittled Somin, stating that fame didn't make him special, and if Somin couldn't lead, he could take over. Somin was infuriated, but a fellow teammate, Jinhee, intervened, advising him to focus on the raid instead of picking fights. Somin reluctantly agreed, glaring at Moon-sung and vowing to see him after the dungeon. Moon-sung scoffed, mocking Somin as a bluffer. During the raid, while Somin led the team cautiously, Moon-sung recklessly charged forward, disregarding Somin's orders. He boasted that the dungeon would mark the beginning of his era. However, his arrogance led him into a trap as boulders began rolling toward him. Panicking, he recalled Somin's earlier warnings about dungeon traps. Just as the rocks closed in on him, Seomin intervened and saved him. As a consequence of Moonsung's actions, the team was forced to take a 6-hour detour, prompting Seomin to seethe with anger. He glared at Moonsung, promising to see him outside the dungeon. After the raid, true to his word, Seomin beat Moonsung nearly to death. In the present, Moonsung trembles as he recalls the incident, fearing a repeat. Trying to defuse the situation, he feigns ignorance and insists that Seomin has mistaken him for someone else. Seomin then suggests a private conversation, assuring Moonsung that he isn't holding a grudge over something that happened long ago. Despite his words, Moonsung knows that Seomin is exactly the type of person to seek revenge. The coach hesitantly instructs the captain and the club leader to leave the room. Once alone, Seomin confronts Moonsung, recalling how his actions caused a 9-hour delay during the dungeon raid. He admits that he was young and brash, which led to beating Moonsung senseless, although Moonsung claims to have forgotten that incident. Moonsung suggests that it's unfair to hold a grudge for so long, implying they should move on. However, Seomin retorts, questioning if it's acceptable to be punished for something happening in the present, shocking Moonsung. Seomin clenches his fists, asserting that if one has done wrong, they deserve to be hit again. As he advances threateningly, Moonsung nervously asks what he did wrong this time. Seomin points out that Moonsung opposed changing Choi Hyuk's position, reminding him that it was Seomin who proposed the change to Baek Jiho. Moonsung argues that Choi Hyuk is doing well in his current role, to which Seomin, grinning, sarcastically agrees to forego physical violence but hints at telling the story to reporters to make it national news. Moonsung tries to object, threatening to sue for public defamation, but Seomin brushes it off, declaring he'll handle it personally. The coach anxiously asks why Seomin is doing this, to which he responds that Choi Hyuk's contract is expiring soon, and Moonsung should let him go. Moonsung calls it bullying, insisting Choi Hyuk can still be convinced to stay. Seomin counters, pointing out that by using Choi Hyuk as a tank, Moonsung has hindered the boy's aspirations. He informs him that Choi Hyuk's contract will expire in a year, so it's inevitable that he will leave. Moonsung contemplates having enough melee dealers to replace Choi Hyuk and proposes a transfer fee of $1.2 million. With a sly smile, Seomin threatens to hit him again before demanding a discount, referring to it as a life fee. In Moonsung's eyes, Seomin appears devilish with a red aura, glowing eyes, sharp teeth, and a forked tongue like a snake. Frustrated, Moonsung agrees to $1 million, but Seomin retorts that the coach's life is only worth $200,000. After some back-and-forth negotiation, they settle on $500,000. They shake hands and sarcastically address each other as Sir, deciding to start afresh. Moonsung reflects that Seomin is devilish, yet he's relieved this ordeal seems to be over. A few days later, Choi Hyuk officially joins ISM as a tank under a 5-year contract. Thanks to Coach Dongjuin's negotiation skills, the final transfer fee is set at $500,000. The following day, Seomin sits in his office, looking at the 3 new contracts. Despite his efforts, he still only has 18 out of the 22 slots filled. Frustrated, he wonders where all the good players are hiding. Just then, Hyeon arrives home and notices her uncle working hard. She teasingly asks why he's putting in so much effort. Seomin, noticing a French-language book in her hand, mocks her, calling it a book for dummies. Hyeon brushes off his teasing and suggests that he come to France with her, leaving him confused about her sudden proposal. The next morning, they head to the association together, where they are met by Jake Land. He informs Seomin that all procedures in Korea are complete and that Hyeon just needs to undergo a physical test in Paris. During the first half of the season, Hyeon had excelled in her role, becoming the top melee dealer in Korea. Seizing the moment, the Moro brothers finalized her contract with Paris Lumiere. Seomin realizes this is why she was suddenly so keen on learning French. Jake informs Seomin that he's invited to Paris not only as a translator for Hyeon but also to receive a special gift from the Moro brothers. Recalling their conversation at a previous dinner party, Seomin remembers them talking about crafting a main weapon specifically for him. Though initially concerned about his responsibilities for the second half of the season and recruiting more players, Jake suggests that Seomin can use this trip to scout talent in Paris, where there are more clubs. Despite financial worries, Jake reassures him that it's a valuable opportunity to gauge the level of play in the French league. After considering the idea, Somin agrees. Arriving at the airport in France with Hyein and Sunghee, Somin is greeted by the bustling excitement of reporters calling out his name, Sir Seo MoonYeob. Sunghee, wishing that Jiho could be there, comments on his busy schedule, and Somin directs them to Hyein's future residence. As they exit the gate, the press surrounds them, and a club owner orchestrates an impromptu interview for Hyein. The reporter asks Somin how he feels about his first international trip. He responds lightly, stating that it's his first, normal trip and he's only there to support his niece. When questioned about potentially playing for Paris Lumiere, he firmly denies any interest, emphasizing that he's only accompanying Hyein. The conversation shifts to Baek Thuram, another of the 7 heroes, and Somin casually mentions that Eric is probably living a quiet life in the countryside, humorously remarking that he expected him to be homeless after having his fortune scanned. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Eric, watching the interview on TV, spills his coffee in surprise. He's on a boat with an elderly man in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Despite the man's protests about their location, Eric dives overboard, deciding to return to France. Later, at the Paris Lumiere Club, the Moreau brothers welcome Somin with enthusiasm. They try to entice him into a contract for himself, but feeling awkward, he swiftly diverts their focus to Hyein, emphasizing that she is the player they should concentrate on. The brothers quickly shift gears and suggest that Somin undergo a physical test during his stay, as they make several other requests that begin to irritate him. Noticing the tension building, they guide him out of the situation. Meanwhile, Hyein, clad in her new uniform, prepares for her physical test, and Somin translates the instructions given by the Moreau brothers. She must defeat all the summoned shadow monsters within a minute. Somin relays this to her with a grin, encouraging her to give it her best. With swift and precise movements, Hyein defeats the monsters, completing the test in a record-setting 22 seconds. She looks to her uncle and mother for feedback, and they proudly praise her performance. The club owners are ecstatic about her improvement, eager to finalize the contract. As Somin evaluates Hyein's current status, he notes that at 24 years old, she's in her peak growth phase as a superhuman. Confident in the training and advice he provided, he's certain she will soon maximize her strength, endurance, and skills, securing a firm position in the starting lineup. He acknowledges the luck of the Moreau brothers for securing a player like Hyein for just $4.16 million. Just then, the atmosphere shifts as someone enters the room, Nathan Bernard. Somin recognizes him as one of the top 3 players in the battlefield world, rivaling even Baek Jiho in his prime. Nathan, who has come to meet Somin despite being on his day off, exchanges a look with him, part respectful and part scrutinizing. He warmly greets Hyein, welcoming her as his new teammate. Though Hyein doesn't fully understand his words, she waves back politely. Nathan then turns to Somin, introducing himself with a hint of awe. Somin, however, already knows of Nathan, leaving the younger player somewhat flustered but deeply honored to be recognized by someone he idolizes. Somin uses his eye of analysis to assess Nathan's skills. Observing that all of Nathan's stats, except for endurance, are above 90, Somin takes note of his superpower, the clone skill. This skill allows Nathan to split his strength into half but still maintain a devastating level of attack. Evaluating the boy's potential, Somin believes that Nathan has room to grow even beyond Jiho's prime abilities and speculates how Nathan might fare against the formidable Gerald Walker in the future. He understands that there's a curiosity and expectation surrounding such a match. Interrupting his thoughts, Nathan directly asks Somin about his encounter with Gerald Walker and their rumored fight. Somin casually clarifies that it wasn't a battle, he merely showed Gerald his level. The Moreau brothers, listening in, express excitement at the mention of Somin's recent exploits. Somin finds their enthusiasm annoying as they cling to him, but Nathan seems to be contemplating something deeper. Despite having avoided a direct clash with Walker himself, Nathan wonders if Somin, now back from the final dungeon, is as formidable as ever, contemplating a potential match against the hero he has long admired. Solso observes Nathan with suspicion, jokingly thinking he must have seduced plenty of girls with those intense eyes, and advises Hyen to be careful around him. He suggests that Nathan likely has many girls vying for his attention. Just then, Sung-hee approaches with a playful yet ominous aura, asking about her daughter's type in men. Hyen confidently replies that her type is someone rough and intrepid, throwing a quick glance at her uncle Seo Min. Sung-hee suggests that men like Hyen's father are also a good choice, but Hyen insists on managing her own love life, staying firm on her preferences. Somin mentions Gerald Walker, emphasizing that it would be a terrible idea to be involved with him, earning a sharp look from Sung-hee. After the conversation, Hyen goes shopping with her mother, and Nathan offers to escort them, although Seo Min remains wary of his motives. They leave, and the Moro brothers seize the opportunity to whisk Somin away to their workshop to present his new weapon, much to his excitement. Inside the workshop, they showcase an array of elite equipment, with the Moro brothers reminding Somin of his past experience wielding everything from the worst to the finest weapons. As he examines a sword, they explain how they've kept their workshop running through tough times, eventually becoming the best in battlefield gear production. They credit their success to the master players for whom they crafted their gear and proudly declare that now they have the honor of making a weapon for Somin himself. They open a secured room with the push of a button and unveil a spear that activates upon contact with his aura. While less durable than other weapons, it's specially crafted to be used in fake dungeons and cloned items. Somin believes it won't see much action since real dungeons are rare nowadays, but he's nonetheless delighted to receive such a meticulously crafted gift and vows to take good care of it forever. Feeling a bit guilty over the generous gift, he expresses his gratitude to the brothers. However, the Moro brothers have a different perspective. They reveal that the weapon is not exclusively for Somin. They intend to mass-produce and sell replicas, with Somin's usage acting as a form of sponsorship. This revelation initially infuriates him until they clarify that the sponsorship comes with a lucrative deal, 1.5 million euros annually for 5 years, plus an additional 3 million euros for every official or unofficial match he plays using the weapon. Somin, after weighing the substantial offer, humorously acknowledges that while the hero Seo MoonYeob might have declined, club owner Somin sees the practicality of the money, and he accepts the sponsorship. As Somin is about to sign the contract, the Moro brothers make sure he has carefully read Article 2, Section 1, which forbids him from discarding the weapon. Confidently, he assures them that he's read it. They then point out that as he is not an official battlefield player, weapon registration is required. The brothers add that weapons can only be held legally after proper registration as a battlefield player. Despite Somin's insistence that he's immune to such regulations, they remind him that customs won't allow the weapon to pass through. When Somin angrily questions how he could force the weapon through customs without interference from Baek Ji-ho and Jin-tae, the Moro brothers gleefully propose a solution. He should become a registered battlefield player. When Hyen returns from shopping, she finds Somin sitting with an expression as if he's lost his soul. Sensing something amiss, she asks what happened. A flashback reveals the Moro brothers explaining that, to use his new spear, Somin must register as a player in the Battlefield Association, a requirement for passing the weapon through customs. Realizing their cunning plan, Somin erupts in fury, but they downplay the situation, saying it's not a big deal, and he'll have no obligations unless he chooses to play. They assure him that they mean no harm, reminding him they even bought his car and diary at an auction, softening the blow. With no alternative, Somin reluctantly agrees to register as a player. Back in the present, Hyen congratulates Somin on his sponsorship and player registration. Despite feeling like he was tricked, he tries to rationalize that he has no specific duties after registering. Unbeknownst to him, the Moro brothers eavesdrop from behind a door, excitedly urging Somin to join their club officially, further frustrating him. He raises his fist to strike them, prompting them to flee. Hyen, on the other hand, is excited at the prospect of playing alongside him in future matches. Just then, Nathan arrives and invites Somin to test his new weapon by helping him practice in a mock battle the following day. Noting Nathan's eager competitiveness, Somin agrees to a round. The next day at the Paris Lumiere Club, the players discuss the end of their break and speculate about a player named Louis. As Somin and Hyen enter, he advises her to relax and not look like a nervous newcomer. Teasingly, he compares her to her dad, who fainted 10 minutes into his first dungeon raid. Hyen laughs, finding her father's old story amusing and embarrassing. Seomin directs her attention to the players, highlighting their laid-back demeanor. The players notice him, and some start whispering about the strongest life form on Earth, some even mentioning his supposed immortality. A tall, hooded figure silently observes them before stepping forward. The towering figure, Chich Lucas, introduces himself as the Tank of Paris Lumiere. Seomin, initially assuming he's being challenged, gives a dismissive "so what?" However, to his surprise, Lucas earnestly requests Seomin's autograph on his shirt, grinning like a delighted fan. After receiving the autograph, Lucas walks away contentedly. Curious, Seomin uses his analysis eye to scan Lucas's stats and realizes that despite his intimidating appearance, Lucas is a genuinely kind person. His stats are imposing, and Seomin quickly sees why Lucas is almost unbeatable as a tank, even though Nathan is the ace. He muses over Lucas's superpower, Blessing a Verger, wondering if it hints at an affinity for plants. Nathan approaches Seomin, asking if they had a chance to talk to Chich. He praises Lucas as an incredible player who, outside of the battlefield, dedicates his life to a global charity that protects trees. This revelation helps Seomin understand the origin of Lucas's superpower. Intrigued by Nathan's apparent happiness, Seomin questions if something good happened. Nathan admits his excitement at the possibility of finally achieving his long-held dream, surpassing the hero who once saved the world, Seomin. Now that Seomin is back, Nathan sees this as his opportunity to prove himself. When Seomin jokes about whether Nathan intends to fight him, Nathan philosophically responds that as long as he's alive, he will strive to achieve his dreams and promises to give his best in their upcoming match. At that moment, Coach Dubois Gopin of Paris Lumiere arrives, breaking the usual routine of Nathan and Chich selecting teams for practice. Instead, the coach requests Seomin and Nathan to be captains for this match. Seeking guidance on how to balance strengths and positions, the coach reveals that mock games are treated as learning opportunities. Seomin seizes this as a chance to learn and reflect on different strategies. The two captains decide the teams through a game of rock, paper, scissors. Seomin forms a team of 11 players, including Chich and Hyen, while Nathan forms another team of 11 players. With the teams set, the coach gives the green light for the match to begin. Both teams change into their club uniforms, Seomin's team in black and Nathan's in white, before entering the arena. Seomin surveys the battlefield, noting the open temple design, perfect for an all-out brawl. He quickly realizes that the terrain offers no natural obstacles, an obvious setup to directly pit him against Nathan. Undeterred, he readies himself for the challenge ahead. The coach calls out to both teams, explaining that he will shout a countdown to start the battle, giving them a brief moment to plan their formations. Using his eyes of analysis, Seomin assigns positions to his team, Chich as the main tank, a blonde teammate as the frontline tank, and a red-haired girl in the sub-tank position. He instructs the others to fill in the gaps accordingly. He then lays out the game plan. Everyone will play around their frontline tank, adjusting the formation as needed. Chich, somewhat surprised, notes how well Seomin seems to know their team's usual brawl formation. With an awkward laugh, he comments on Seomin's apparent interest in their club. Seomin, brushing it off, lies, saying it's just basic knowledge. Finally, Seomin tells his team to act as though he isn't there, as he plans to focus solely on marking Nathan. Chich, feeling the excitement of the upcoming one-on-one, wonders if Seomin will truly pay attention to the broader match. Once the positions are set, Seomin shifts his focus to Nathan. He eyes his opponent's two daggers and mentally notes their potential as an annoying weapon. However, he is prepared, knowing from experience that those who wield twin daggers tend to have a more dominant hand and a predictable set of moves and breathing patterns. As Seomin watches Nathan's aura start to glow, he contemplates his opponent's dominant hand and fighting style. The coach begins the countdown. Seomin, eyes gleaming with anticipation, mutters, "Come at me, punk." Meanwhile, the coach quietly muses whether Seomin is aware of Nathan's innate ambidextrous abilities. The club owners beside him speculate that Seomin won't realize this unless he actively tests Nathan. The coach reflects on Soman's difficulties in deciphering Nathan's attack patterns and the added challenge of his twin dagger switching. With Nathan's clone skill, which can multiply his attack speed by 4, the coach expects Soman to be overwhelmed and sees this as an opportunity for Nathan's promotion. As the match commences, chaos breaks out on the battlefield. Soman keeps his eyes locked on Nathan, shadowing his every move. Sensing an impending attack, Nathan executes a full-body feint to evade Soman's spear, utilizing his remarkable speed. Ready for another strike, Soman initiates a 100 centimeters throw, launching a flurry of strikes. However, Nathan skillfully evades each one, scanning for an opportunity to counter. Spotting an opening in Soman's defense, Nathan prepares to strike but finds his attack blocked. "Nice reaction," Soman remarks with a grin. Nathan realizes that the opening had been a trap, intentionally set by Soman. Dodging the next attack, he decides to transform the duel into a test of sheer speed. Soman, clearly annoyed, remarks, "I can hear all your scheming," before launching another assault. Nathan narrowly avoids the blow with a swift backflip, their auras flaring visibly. Mocking his opponent, Soman sneers, "Cute. You want to dance with techniques?" With that, he dashes forward, launching a series of spear thrusts and shield bashes in a fluid offensive display. Nathan is struck by the elegance of Soman's attacks, likening the combination of spear and shield to a relentless river's flow. He quickly deduces that guarding against one would only leave him vulnerable to the other. The way Soman maintains a precise range, constantly preventing any counterattacks, convinces Nathan that he is facing a masterful technique, one that is practically godlike. Nathan considers changing the flow of the battle. Meanwhile, Soman sarcastically asks if Nathan is already done, knowing that Nathan hasn't exposed any real openings yet. Nathan understands that defeating Soman requires more than just individual effort. He decides to use that, causing his form to appear pixelated with glowing eyes. Soman expected this move. Nathan's clone skill splits his aura in half, allowing him to create a clone, but once he recombines, he regains 30% of his aura. Soman remains poised, ready to deal with the clone. In the control room, the club owners and the coach marvel at how Soman is holding his ground against Nathan, who is considered the best in the world. They compare Soman's spearmanship to that of a god. A man with glasses notes something intriguing. Soman did not prepare for this sparring session. He adds that Soman primarily fought monsters during the Underground War and isn't accustomed to battling other humans. Nathan, on the other hand, is a professional trained specifically to win against human opponents. The man seems displeased with how the fight is progressing. The coach responds, stating that once someone reaches the pinnacle of power, it doesn't matter whether they fight monsters or humans. Soman has reached that level. The man with glasses retorts, pointing out that Nathan has now used his clone skill, drastically altering the fight. He explains that with the clone in play, Soman now faces a 2 versus 1 scenario and has to contend with 4 daggers, leaving little room for openings. This, he argues, will definitely not be an easy battle for Soman. In the arena, Nathan charges at Soman. Though Soman is prepared for the attack, he is slightly caught off guard as Nathan's clone simultaneously advances from the opposite direction. Both Nathan and his clone zigzag in swift patterns to assail Soman. Nevertheless, Soman skillfully evades their rapid strikes. Nathan relentlessly presses his attack, thinking that others would have tried to create distance by now. Yet, Soman continues to block every consecutive strike, defending against attacks from the front, back, and every other direction. Nathan realizes that despite launching tens, even hundreds of attacks, he hasn't landed a single hit. He is giving it his all, but Soman blocks every blow with his shield. Noticing the dark hue and gleam in Soman's eyes, Nathan starts to question if Soman is even human. Barely evading another counterattack, Nathan struggles to find a strategy for victory. Observing the marks on the ground from their intense exchange, he recognizes that Soman is also having a tough time. Nathan feels that while Soman is superior in skill, he himself has the edge in superpower and speed. Yet, he can't shake the feeling that Soman is hiding something, judging by his relaxed expression. On the inside, Soman is actually anxious. Nathan is stronger than he initially thought. If it were a one-on-one fight, Soman could manage, but Nathan's clone skill has significantly complicated the battle. Soman understands that the longer this fight drags on, the more of a disadvantage he'll face since Nathan has prior knowledge about him, while he is learning about Nathan as they fight. Realizing he needs to take a gamble, he decides to disrupt the rhythm of Nathan's joint attacks, which are perfectly synchronized because of his ambidexterity. Letting out a sigh, Soman reminds himself that his opponent is a worthy adversary, not just some random opponent. He rolls the mental dice, preparing for his gamble, and shouts once more, "Come at me, punk!" Nathan charges right on cue, but to his surprise, Soman dodges the attack at precisely the right moment. With glowing eyes and a shadowy hue around him, Soman prepares for a counterattack. Nathan warns, "You're in trouble if you forgot. I'm here too." His clone is right behind Soman, ready to strike. What happens next is a blur, a sudden flash of motion involving a hand and a spear. The people in the control room are stunned, their expressions frozen in shock. The man with glasses breaks the silence, pointing out, "That's Soman's right arm." Everyone believes Nathan has secured victory. But Soman's reaction is different. He calmly expresses his gratitude to Nathan for attacking. Soman had anticipated Nathan's eagerness to strike and expected him to drop his guard after believing he landed the final blow. Seizing that brief opening, Soman prepared to counter someone faster than him. Now poised for his attack, Soman thanks Nathan for playing into his expectations. Nathan responds, insisting, "The battle isn't over yet." However, Soman smiles, suggesting, "Let's call it a draw this time." Before Nathan can react, Chich steps in front of Nathan, blocking him from making another move. Soman smiles and points out, "You forgot it was a team battle." With that, the battle concludes, and Team Seo MoonYeob emerges victorious. As they exit the arena, Soman reflects that the match was more intense than he had anticipated. Nathan approaches and asks if Soman gave up his arm on purpose. Soman's casual response prompts Nathan to sigh, admitting that it's definitely his loss. Just then, the head coach arrives, praising both players and commending Soman for marking Nathan in a 2-versus-1 scenario, even after Nathan used his clone and without prior knowledge of Nathan's abilities. Soman simply remarks that it was fun. Nathan, an ambidextrous dual wielder, intrigued Soman, who thinks to himself that he might be closer to understanding Nathan's style if he watches the replay one more time. The head coach, eager to oblige, suggests they review the match in the analysis room, thanking Soman for attending the practice match. Inside the analysis room, a man with glasses is already present. Soman, finally addressing the question on everyone's mind, asks, "Who is this guy?" The head coach introduces him as Gabriel Sana, who assists with game analysis. Gabriel was previously the head coach of the club's reserve team and has recently returned. Respectfully bowing, Gabriel greets Seo MoonYeob. Using his eyes of analysis, Soman evaluates Gabriel's stats and discovers that while Gabriel possesses an impressive aura, he is not a player. Soman casually remarks, "Your stats are a bit lacking to be a player." Gabriel responds with a smile, as sharp-sighted as the rumors say. Soman nonchalantly inquires about the purpose of the game analysis room, curious if they merely rewatch match footage. Gabriel dismisses Soman's assumption of a simple rewatch process, clarifying that the analysis is far more structured. He elaborates on the advanced methods in use today, unlike the times of the Underground War. He explains the Superhuman Analysis System (SAS), which records all match data via equipment connected to the module. This system not only captures every move during a match but also digitizes players' individual abilities and highlights improvement points. Data doesn't lie, Gabriel says, indicating that the days of relying solely on intuition are over. He emphasizes that all major clubs use SAS now. Soman boasts about the insightful players of the old days, who could earn money by nurturing superhumans and accepting dungeon orders. He adds that one can only see what they know. However, Gabriel retorts that the difference between teams utilizing SAS and those that don't is enormous. Soman asks whether they developed the program themselves, to which Gabriel replies that it's a product available on the market, albeit quite expensive. The software and module attachments alone cost €2.5 million, and on top of that, employing a coach skilled in using it adds to the cost. Soman considers it pricey but recognizes that it could benefit his team, particularly the coaching staff. He thinks to himself that if the data were available, it could help curtail head coach Dongjuan's nonsensical approaches. Still, he finds it difficult to justify spending €2.5 million just to keep Lil Dongjun quiet. Seeking an alternative, he calls the Moro brothers and proposes a deal, his battle data in exchange for the analysis program and a coach trained to use it. Confident in the value of his own data, he knows it's worth the trade. The Moro brothers, realizing the potential of having Soman's battle data, discuss how it would benefit players who use similar weapons. They don't want to pass up this unique chance to gather such exclusive data, given that they are also avid fans of Soman. Their faces gleam with excitement as they come to an agreement with him. In return, Soman promises to make the second match much more interesting. Later, Soman is seen washing his hands in the restroom, satisfaction washing over him as he anticipates securing valuable assets from France. A new main weapon, the SAS match analysis program, and a coach, all despite being tricked by the Moro brothers. Reflecting on his recent match, he acknowledges a shift in the nature of his combat experience. Fighting humans is distinct from the survival-focused battles of his past. He smiles, finding peace in the match against Nathan and recognizing the growing difference in the styles of combat. Despite unequivocally acknowledging Nathan as the strongest superhuman he's faced, Soman resolves not to let the younger fighter defeat him. Engaging his eyes of analysis, he's startled to discover a newfound superpower called Amplify, which has the ability to enhance any capability he possesses. He contemplates the intricacies of superpowers, understanding that while much is still unknown, some truths have been established. Superpowers tend to manifest based on an individual's disposition or emerge when their aura reacts to intense experiences. 5 minutes before the second match, Soman sits on a module, contemplating the origin of his Amplify ability. He wonders if it manifested during his focused battle with Nathan or is linked to his willpower of 110, a value beyond the believed human maximum of 100. He shifts his thoughts to the extraordinary Amplify superpower, which allows him to boost either dexterity, skill, or aura by 10 points. He contemplates testing this newfound ability in the upcoming match. Interrupting his thoughts, Hai-In sneaks up on him, calling him like a ghost. She grimly reveals her fate in the first match, death after only one assist. She explains that she teleported forward in an attempt to score a kill, only to be met with demise. Soman scolds her for underestimating her opponents, citing the saying, "Teleporting forward means death." Hai-In agrees to heed his advice moving forward, while Soman reassures her by emphasizing the uselessness of a melee dealer who doesn't engage. She asks if he'll be alright in the second set against the formidable Nathan. Brimming with confidence, Soman boasts of his abilities, even as Hai-In reminds him of his injured hand from the first match. Before she can compare Nathan's clone ability to his throw, he cuts her off, instructing her to simply trust him. Flashing a thumbs up, Soman vows to show her how he will completely dismantle Nathan. As the countdown to the match begins, Soman reflects on the contrast between Nathan's kind exterior and his fierceness in battle. On the fourth countdown, he continues pondering the strategy to face Nathan and his clone. On the third, he debates which attribute to enhance with Amplify. As the second countdown begins, he activates the Amplify skill. The battle commences, and both sides charge into action. Soman, with Amplify activated, feels no immediate change but knows the difference will become clear once the combat begins. With a white glow in his eyes, he readies his shield and spear, challenging Nathan to come at him. Both opponents face off, Soman emitting a dark, lightning-like aura. Nathan anticipates being able to dodge an attack but is caught off guard as Soman seemingly reads his thoughts and vocalizes his attack. The strike, resembling a tornado, accelerates with blinding speed, and Nathan is hit before he can react, clearly taken by surprise at the sudden burst of power. Soman explains to Nathan that his hesitation allowed the attack to land when he could have dodged. Realizing his aura is down to only 30%, Nathan instinctively retreats to put some distance between them, trying to regroup after his clone's explosion. Soman acknowledges Nathan's decision-making and follows closely behind, ready to continue the offensive. With a grin, Soman hovers above Nathan, commending his decision-making as he launches another strike, swiftly ending the second practice match. Nathan, anxious to continue, pleads with Seomun to join the third set. Seomun initially feigns reluctance, teasing the boy about being tired, but eventually agrees, calling Nathan cocky for wanting another chance. As the final set begins, Nathan immediately activates his clone, prompting a sarcastic comment from Seomun about using the clone earlier rather than trying to look cool later. With a determined look, Nathan knows this is his last chance to prove himself. Both he and his clone charge at Seomun with a trailing blue aura, ready to execute a flurry of attacks. Meanwhile, Seomun, now having a better grasp of Nathan's attack tempo, speed, and joint maneuvers with the clone, prepares to counter anything thrown at him. Seomun amplifies his skill, spinning his spear defensively to block Nathan's attacks persistently. His precise and controlled movements allow him to accurately block every strike. Recognizing that turning his back on Nathan would leave him vulnerable, Seomun keeps up his guard and understands the importance of continuous movement to keep Nathan's attack range limited to a 180-degree arc. By not stopping, he prevents isolation, where attacks could come from all directions. Seomun hovers in the air, realizing that although Nathan may be faster, he must exert far more effort to catch up. As Nathan closes in, Seomun distracts him with a sudden backflip, landing in the middle of Nathan's teammates. Emitting a glowing aura and giving a maniacal smile, he shakes Nathan's mental fortitude. He then attacks one of Nathan's teammates, causing confusion and surprise among them. Nathan rushes to intercept, but Seomun easily evades the incoming attack, moving high into the air and using his throwed skill to launch aura-infused arrows. While Nathan dodges the attack, two of his teammates are hit. Approaching Nathan with a smug demeanor, Seomun thanks him for the kills and commends his efforts to block his teammates' vision. Nathan, stunned, realizes that Seomun's mastery of spearmanship has reached a new level, allowing him to block all of Nathan's attacks with ease. In the analysis room, the coach and others are astounded. The coach initially thought Seomun was evading Nathan, but now it's clear that Seomun was strategically limiting Nathan's movements. The Moro brothers excitedly comment on Seomun's flawless attacks, while the coach questions which side they are rooting for. Gabriel interjects, asserting that Nathan's frustration is understandable. Seomun's spearmanship has improved significantly in such a short time, and his timing to intercept the clone's attacks is almost precognitive. Gabriel finds the whole exchange remarkable, considering the synthesized art of joint attacks. Despite Nathan's persistent efforts, every attempt to flank or surprise Seomun is thwarted with perfect timing and technique. Seomun, sensing a potential isolation, uses a hit-and-run strategy with his shield as a weapon, creating enough distance to prevent Nathan from coordinating attacks effectively. As the fight intensifies, Seomun manages to destroy Nathan's clone with a powerful spear strike, leaving Nathan in shock. Now alone, Nathan faces Seomun one-on-one. Despite the overwhelming thoughts racing through his mind, Nathan resolves to fight until the end without regret. He charges, dual-wielding his daggers, but Seomun skillfully counters every move. In the aftermath, Nathan reflects on his loss, acknowledging Seomun's skill and prowess. Seomun praises Nathan, pointing out that he's even stronger than Gerald Walker, which clarifies why Gerald never broke into the top 3. Seomun advises Nathan to focus on strength training, knowing that Nathan's potential for growth is far from over. Nathan thanks him, though initially confused, for the valuable advice. The coach arrives, commending both fighters for their efforts and probing Seomun about how he managed to read Nathan's movements even after the clone was used. Seomun, internally reflecting on how Amplify allowed him to face Nathan's cunning combo attacks, responds with characteristic confidence, "Because I'm me." As they leave the clubhouse, the Moro brothers thank Seomun and Hyein for participating. Seomun admits that he had fun and entrusts Hyein's growth to them, playfully reminding them they won't be paying her a salary for nothing. Seeing Hyein's downcast expression after struggling in the practice rounds, Seomun gently pats her head to comfort her. Surprisingly, she bursts with determination, proudly proclaiming that she won't dwell on her performance and is committed to improving. She stands tall, identifying herself as Baek Jiho's daughter and Seomun's niece. Seomun, initially anxious, feels reassured by her fighting spirit, thinking she can handle herself just fine. He realizes that it's up to her now to succeed on her own, as he can't guide her every step of the way. Feeling relieved and thinking he can finally be alone, Soman departs. That night, in his hotel room, Soman examines his newly acquired skill, Amplify, pondering its capabilities. He reflects on its results and decides to test its effects on different abilities. First, he applies it to Eyes of Analysis. His aura turns purple, and he discovers he can now discern new attributes like leadership and strategy. He also gains the ability to analyze players through video recordings, an upgrade that will greatly aid scouting for talent. Naturally, he praises his own perfection. Next, he tests Amplify on Throw. Now, he gains the ability to retrieve thrown objects, although it uses aura to recall them. Excited about the increased tactical options, he decides to test Amplify on his last superpower, Immortal. His hands and feet radiate with aura, which spreads across his entire body, enveloping him. Suspended midair, he realizes he has become intangible and immune to all attacks, with the ability to pass through solid objects. Brimming with excitement, Soman phases through the hotel wall, his body completely made of aura. Realizing his invulnerability, he tests his ability to launch attacks, setting his sights on an underworlder wave he suddenly senses. With a maniacal smile, Soman is thrilled to know that underworlders are still active. Throwing his spear in their direction, he senses a reaction from the aura, confident that the enemy is still alive. However, the 120 seconds of his amplified state expire while he is still mid-air, and Soman crashes back to the hotel. Annoyed, he considers the cooldown time required to use the ability again and angrily dents the ground upon landing. Meanwhile, an unseen voice scolds an underworlder for failing its task due to the flying spear. The underworlder apologizes to Lord Third, who dismisses its failure, instructing it to sleep, as it's not the right time to act. The mysterious Lord Third cryptically hints, "The light of beginnings awaits your arrival." After returning, Soman decided to try aura projection once more, leading to two important discoveries. First, he found that all physical matter passed through him effortlessly, making him invulnerable to any attacks. Despite his intangibility, he could still interact with objects and even attack to destroy them. Second, he realized that he had lost his sense of the underworld's energy. Suspended midair in his aura state, Soman pondered if he had been mistaken earlier. The previous encounter felt real, but now he couldn't locate the spear he had thrown. Assuming someone may have retrieved it, he found himself without any answers. Staring out the window, Soman resolved that, should such energy appear again, he wouldn't let it escape. A while later, Gabriel Sana arrived, and Soman recognized him from the practice match. The club owner reminded Soman of their arrangement, which involved introducing him to someone capable of using SAS in return for his battle data. Gabriel would be that person. Upon hearing this, Soman activated his amplified Eyes of Analysis, the purple glow revealing Gabriel's stats, particularly his superpowered focus, as well as high marks in strategy and leadership, traits making him a natural fit for coaching. The owner further explained that Gabriel was smart and skilled, having been the head coach of Paris Lumiere's reserve team 3 years earlier, and that there had been discussions about promoting him to coach the main team. Soman questioned the rationale behind Gabriel's decision to leave France's top team to join a second-tier club in Korea like ISM. Gabriel acknowledged that it was indeed unusual for someone in his position to make such a move, but explained that he had initially joined Paris Lumiere due to their ace, Nathan. Now, however, he found a more overpowered player, someone who made the prospect of watching over the team far more compelling. Realizing Gabriel's intent, Soman saw no reason to decline and decided to give Gabriel full authority as the team's coach. However, Gabriel interrupted, clarifying that this wasn't his intention. Puzzled, Soman scratched his head, trying to make sense of Gabriel's reluctance to fully embrace the coaching role if he was traveling all the way to Korea. Gabriel brushed it off, claiming that being a coach was mere child's play for someone with his abilities. Soman rolled his eyes, agreeing but also thinking Gabriel was being needlessly evasive. Gabriel then lamented that joining ISM was a significant risk to his career, and while Soman nodded along, he couldn't help but think Gabriel was making much ado about nothing. Then, as if dropping a bombshell, Gabriel proposed a scenario where Isam could dominate the league within a year, thereby boosting his own career, but only under one condition. The sly Gabriel withholds the final reveal for a bit of suspense. After some thought, Seo Min agrees to Gabriel's condition, and they finalize their contract with a handshake. The Octopus brothers, die-hard fans of Seo Min, capture the moment excitedly, thrilled about the strengthened bond with Mr. Seo MoonYeob. So Men, irritated, scowls as they discuss posting his picture on their public social media page, reminding him of the time they uploaded his photo without permission. They justify it by pointing out he was wearing their team's uniform, which was important for promotion. Despite his annoyance, Soman lets them share it once, as they remind him of their weapon sponsorship contract. Although Soman's initial goal in Paris was to recruit new players, he unexpectedly secured the SAS system and Gabriel Sana as a coach. Empowered by his new superpower, Soman returned to Korea sooner than planned. However, even after his return, Paris Lumiere's social media page couldn't resist flaunting those photos, sparking a rumor that Soman had officially registered as a battlefield player. The news unsettled rival teams, particularly the strongest team in Germany, led by another of the 7 heroes, Emre Kasa. Watching Soman on his phone screen, Emre wondered what his old friend was up to this time. Back at Isam's club, Gabriel was busy setting up the SAS system while the players observed from behind a wall, amazed by his intelligence. They knew that no one in Korea had the expertise to use SAS, not even teams from the top league, KB1. Feeling fortunate for their club owner's foresight, they were excited for the season ahead. Suddenly, a loud sound called the players together as Seo Min arrived. He entertained them with a story about a strange dream he'd had the previous night. An old man claiming to be his ancestor appeared, giving him 6 numbers and suggesting that he suffered due to ancestral deeds. Curious, the players asked about the meaning of those numbers. Seo Min admitted that he initially ignored the old man's words but found himself obsessing over them later, considering whether, as the one who saved the world, he was being rewarded with the winning lottery numbers. Neon, ever innocent, asked if he'd bought a ticket, to which he replied no, stating he didn't believe in such things. Instead, he quipped that they were his real lottery ticket. Addressing his players as soldiers, he encouraged them to give their all in the coming season. They responded with unified enthusiasm. Clearing his throat, he then introduced Gabriel as their new coach, highlighting the effort he put into recruiting him. With a sarcastic grin, he added that Gabriel's salary was higher than any of theirs, suggesting they show some respect. Gabriel, in his self-introduction, clarified that while he was the new coach, Dongjun would continue to serve as head coach. Gabriel then cut straight to the chase, announcing their goals for the season: promotion to the top-tier league this year and winning the Tier 1 championship next season. He confidently told them to follow his plan and promised he'd make it happen, no matter what. The real twist, though, was revealed. The condition for Gabriel joining was that Seo Min would play 3 times every year. The players felt this was manageable. Soman recalled Gabriel telling him that he didn't want Soman to play simply to secure wins, as any team would automatically win with him on the roster. Instead, Gabriel wanted the chance to witness a top-tier match played by someone who had overpowered Nathan. If Soman granted that wish, Gabriel pledged to deliver a championship win within a year. After considering it, Soman agreed to play only 3 times a year. Gabriel was confident that they would advance to Tier 1 and that his coaching skills would be evident in matches where Soman wasn't playing. Now, he advised the players not to let the situation reach a point where Soman had to step in. At the first training session with Gabriel's system, Isam's building buzzed with auras as the players focused on group hunting. The program displayed the player names and stats, much like Seomin's eyes of analysis. Choi Hyuk was among the players, and Gabriel noted that Nan, Younghwan, and Jihun were effectively using their abilities. Soman credited himself inwardly for their growth, then pointed out Sungo's progress. Gabriel was skeptical about Sungo's potential, but Soman suggested making him a sub-in-game leader, emphasizing that the boy was smarter than he seemed and naturally took on the role of analyzing enemy positions. Gabriel agreed, making Sungo a sub-IGL who could make detailed callouts. Gabriel then turned to Chi Young-min and Yoon Bom. Soman admitted he had brought them in because he liked their superpowers. Gabriel commented that while Youngmin's superpower was satisfactory and worth nurturing, Yoon Bom didn't seem to offer anything exceptional. Somin smirked, knowing that SAS wouldn't pick up on Yoon Bom's hidden potential with Shadow Step, an ability that grants unique tactical advantages. Confident in his intuition, Somin told Gabriel to wait a little longer, suggesting that when Bom's aura increases by 1 more point, they'd be hitting the jackpot. Later, Gabriel was seen holding the training program papers for ISM players, modestly secured with a humble paperclip. Gabriel, after looking over the YSM training program, turns to Dongjun, questioning if this was how he had been running the team all this time. He sees it as a miracle that the team managed to reach a high score despite such inefficiency in their regimen. Dongjun remains silent, anxious to respond, as Gabriel declares his intention to replace all the training schedules. He aims to build a solid foundation for the players before the second season kicks off. According to the SAS system, the next training involves a speed test, where Nyan predictably takes first place. Yoon Bom, panting heavily as he trails in 14th place, stutters in awe of Nayeon's speed and asks Younghwan, the captain, if this intense training might kill them. Younghwan explains that Gabriel is a sports medicine doctor, and while it may feel extreme, their training is adjusted from Paris Lumiere's rigorous daily routines to suit them. Bim, drenched in sweat and struggling to keep up, calls out to the others to wait for him. In the coach's office, Gabriel reflects on YSM's practice matches, marveling at how the team's specs and training methods are akin to a Tier 2 team. He's impressed by how rapidly the players have grown, especially the 5 handpicked by Seo Min. He notices Ro Youngwon's focus on endurance, resulting in increased assists and saves, Namgung Jehun's seamless adaptation to his melee dealer role through his protectability and utility, and Nan and Sungho's zoning skills. Lastly, there's Choi Hyuk, whose switch to a tank role has led to immense strength and growth. Gabriel realizes that Seo MoonYeob's influence is the common thread among these players. Given the current members and their potential to use the club owner in matches, he feels confident that entering the postseason is highly likely and a championship win is practically guaranteed. However, one lingering question bothers Gabriel. Why did Choi Hyuk have to change to a tank? He speculates that Hyuk could have performed just fine as a melee dealer. The answer hits him suddenly. He realizes that the damage Hyuk deals is different from the damage he receives. It dawns on Gabriel that Hyuk possesses a passive ability. A drop of sweat trickles down Gabriel's face as he questions if Seo Min knew this all along, recalling the time Somin boasted that his eyes were never wrong. Gabriel is left in awe, wondering just what kind of person Seo MoonYeob truly is. Back in the training area, Bom finally catches a break, sighing in relief as he crouches by a wall. Suddenly, Seo Min arrives, teasing him that he'll end up making a dent in the wall. Seo Min then reminds Bom to address him as Hyung and to greet him with joy and respect whenever they meet. Bom reluctantly agrees. When Seo Min asks what's wrong, Bom sighs in despair, admitting that he feels like the most useless player on the team. Even Young Min, a year younger, has become a core player while continuing to write Seo Min's biography. With his head burning from frustration, Bom laments how hard it is just to keep up with practice, declaring that it's impossible for him to become a pro. Seo Min bluntly tells him that he's different from Young Min, who was naturally talented from the start. When Bom questions why Seo Min even brought him onto the team, Somin simply points to his superpower. Practically in tears, Bom downplays his ability to move a bit faster in shadows, adding that he can't even keep up with Nayeon's speed. Somin reminds him that superpowers can evolve depending on the effort put in. When Bom asks how Somin can be so sure of that, Somin candidly admits he never claimed certainty, just that they were making a bet. Frustrated, Bom asks if his life is just a game to Somin. Growing agitated, Somin lifts Bom into the air, reminding him that he offered to pay 300k to help him develop and questioning whether making 300k in 2 years is easy. Bom apologizes and Seo Min, knowing that mere words won't help, instructs Bom to follow him. They end up on a mountain trail, with Bom panting heavily as they hike. Somin criticizes Bom's defeatist attitude, warning that if he doesn't fix it, he might really end up wasting 300k. He urges Boem to think hard about whether he'll just throw away 2 years or take a chance at something bigger. Boem, with his usual knack for making ill-timed remarks, sarcastically comments on what kind of adult would recommend chasing a jackpot instead of living an earnest life. Annoyed, Seomin retorts that he never said any of that and asks if that's what Boem wants to hear. Boem stutters, saying he didn't mean it that way. Seomin tells him that once they reach the top, he's prepared a special aura training method just for him. He explains that aura becomes more active in certain areas, and for Boem, he will find it in the right place. For Seomin himself, he reveals that entering dungeons made him feel like less of a failure. Looking at Seomin, Boem appears confused by this candid confession. Seomin continues to reminisce, mentioning how he was called trash, blamed for being abandoned by his parents, and how even the orphanage director cursed him. There were many days when he would get beaten up, sometimes just for the director's amusement. Of all the kids there, he was the one who was hated and beaten the most. Seomin recalls how even the brats, who acted as the director's favorites, would beat him up. If he ever tried to fight back or glare at the director, he'd receive another round of punishment. Boem is left speechless after hearing all this. Seomin pats him on the head, saying that everyone carries their own scars, just in different forms. With a bright smile, he reassures Boem that he has the strength to overcome his own hardships. Boem's eyes light up, and he responds with a determined, yes, Hyung. Returning to his usual demeanor, Seomin resumes climbing and instructs Boem to follow him to a place shrouded in shadows and away from prying eyes, adding that Boem is an unrivaled loser. This remark shocks Boem as Seomin continues the ascent. Curious, Boem asks what they'll do when they reach the top. Seomin dismissively tells him to ask his own superpower rather than him. Once they arrive at the summit, they encounter a large boulder. Boem hesitantly asks if he will be breaking it, but Seomin clarifies that this will be his training ground. He then shoves Boem into a spot hidden behind the rocks. Confused and anxious, Boem asks what's happening. Seomin explains that this place is perfect for training his superpower, telling Boem to reflect on his defeatist mindset and pessimism while staying here. He adds that Boem should remain here for 10 days. The lad, more concerned about food and bathroom breaks, questions how he'll manage. Seomin, now visibly annoyed, scolds him for worrying about trivial things and tells him to shut up and do as he's told. The scene then shifts to 31 days before the start of the second season. Seomin enters the clubhouse, his arm around Boem's shoulders. Dongjun rushes up, asking the club owner about Gabriel's whereabouts. Seomin responds that Gabriel is busy planning the squads for the upcoming season. Dongjun notices Boem's nervousness and inquires about it. Seomin smirks and says he's about to introduce a new core player. Inside the clubhouse, they hear an employee on a phone call explaining that there are currently no plans to transfer players and sternly refusing to sell Nin. Seomin heads to Gabriel's office and asks about the commotion outside. Gabriel explains that many teams, even from overseas, are trying to recruit Lee Neon. As the transfer season nears its end, there's even a $5 million offer from an Arab team for the Neon Sungho duo. Seomin scoffs at the idea, stating he wouldn't sell them for such a small amount. Gabriel adds that if they were to consider selling anyone, it would only be Neon, as losing Sungho is out of the question. Seomin agrees, emphasizing Sungho's invaluable contribution to the team and noting how quickly his skills improved with just a bit of guidance. Gabriel acknowledges that Sungho has become an essential part of their strategies, quickly adapting to various game plans. Seomin casually mentions that he has already thought of a few tactics to employ with Sungho. Gabriel then suggests using Daniel Mansky as a benchmark for comparison to assess their tactics. Seomin, looking puzzled, prompts Gabriel to explain. Gabriel elaborates that Daniel Mansky is the world's top support player, rivaling Nathan and Roy Meyer. He predicts that these three players will hold the top battlefield spots. Gabriel adds that Daniel plays for Berlin Blitz, coached by Emre Casa, one of the 7 superhumans. Seomin recalls Emre as a stern, serious individual. He once had a conversation with Emre at a party before the final dungeon raid, where Emre spoke about the image they project to the world. Seomin found Emre to be a bit too strict for his liking. Back in the present, Seomin expresses curiosity about Emre's team and support player, planning to visit them someday. However, he wants to focus on advancing to the Tier 1 league first. He then pushes Bomb forward, announcing a change to the player list for the second season. BOM nervously greets Gabriel, who initially remembers him as unimpressive. Soman insists Gabriel give him a chance, calling Bomb their lottery ticket. The scene shifts to YSM's first match of the second season, where a commentator reflects on last season's upheaval in the KB2 League, sparked by YSM's meteoric rise. Anticipation fills the air as YSM prepares to face their rivals, the GT Knights. Much of the excitement revolves around the roster change, particularly the addition of Yoon Bom, whom Soman personally scouted. This has sparked curiosity among fans and commentators alike about the newcomer's potential. With his arms crossed, Soman eagerly watches from the sidelines, waiting to see how Bomb performs. 10 minutes earlier, Sung-ho and BOM were given their final instructions to showcase their new abilities and seize this opportunity. Soman and Gabriel discuss YSM's core lineup: Lee Non, Cho Sung-ho, Choi Young-min, Nam Gun-ji-hun, and Choi Hyuk, a tank, 2 melee dealers, 1 ranged dealer, and a support with 3 superpowers, forming a nearly perfect composition. Gabriel acknowledges the synergy among these 5 players, predicting their potential to dominate unless something disrupts their flow. That disruption is precisely what Soman aims to achieve as he assigns Sung-ho to lead the team while tasking BOM with disrupting the opposing team in his debut match. In the present, the match unfolds in the reverse forest, a cavernous landscape dominated by a massive, glowing upside-down tree at its center. The area is teeming with vine monsters called Jardins, known for their aura-draining abilities and ambush tactics. The deeper one ventures into the forest, the stronger these creatures become. The glowing tree itself serves as the dungeon's boss, leading some to theorize that it might be a super Jardan organism formed from countless Jardins absorbing an extreme amount of aura. The GT Knights adopt a 4-4-3 formation to counter YSM's skirmish tactics, allowing one group to support another in case of defeat. In contrast, YSM splits evenly into 2 teams of 5, but one player appears to be moving independently, Yoon Bom. The commentators express confusion, unsure if this is a 5-5-1 formation or an error. The audience watches in shock, curious about Bomb's strategy in navigating the dangerous dungeon alone, where ambushes are a constant threat. Bom activates his superpower, Shadow Step, his eyes glowing with a dark hue. This grants him a 20% speed boost while moving in the shadows. Additionally, Yoon Bom's Shadow Step skill allows him to meld into and travel through shadows when his aura exceeds 70. Meanwhile, as the GT Knights are hunting, they notice some missing Jardins. One player advises caution, suggesting they may encounter even more Jardins deeper into the forest. Suddenly, they're ambushed by arrows, recognizing Lee Non as the attacker. Despite the surprise, they stay calm and focus on locating Chai Sung-go. A red-haired boy with a confident grin comments that they're lucky to have a counter-strategy in place against Non and Sung-go. As they press forward, one of the GT Knights uses a life detection skill to identify nearby threats, allowing the team to keep moving despite the arrows shot at them. A player with a green glint in his eye uses his skill to pinpoint Neon's movements, tracking her circular attacks. Meanwhile, YSM's tank and 2 melee dealers engage Jardins in battle. A player, hiding a kilometer away, is suspected to be Sung-go, prompting the GT Knights to head in that direction, hoping to end YSM's skirmish tactics. While Nun looks pleased with how the plan is unfolding, a cloaked player is warned to be careful. The opposing team, believing they've caught Sung-go, intercepts the cloaked figure and tells him not to run, knowing he is faster than the average player. With the rest of YSM preoccupied fighting Jardins, the player sighs and throws off the cloak, revealing himself as Chai Hyuk, not Sung-go. Confusion mounts as it becomes clear that YSM's tank isn't where the GT Knights thought he would be. Just then, YSM's hunting group returns to the scene, and the GT Knights are stunned to see the real Sung-go disguised as a tank. He throws something to Chai Hyuk, who in turn throws a bag toward the opposing team, calling it a present. The red-haired boy opens it to find Jardun seeds, which rapidly absorb aura to grow into entangling vines. YSM had been collecting these seeds while disguised as they hunted. Once gathered, The seeds were wrapped in an aura-blocking cover before being handed to Chaehyuk. Upon opening, the seeds immediately latch onto the GT Knights, trapping them like tentacles. Jihoon secures a kill, Chaehyuk takes down 2 players, and Youngmin also manages a kill, all due to the ambush. The GT Knights are stunned upon learning that their first team has been wiped out. Meanwhile, the GT Knights' third team, consisting of 3 players, decides to regroup after hunting. The team leader orders his group to halt and rescue a captured teammate, Seon, who has been ensnared by the Jardine. After a hard struggle, they manage to free Seon and take down the Jardine. However, one member of the team, Young Daewon, stands frozen, staring into the distance. The leader, frustrated by the lack of focus, yells at him to pay attention, but Daewon suddenly vanishes without a trace. Moments later, the team hears an announcement. Yoon Bom has secured a kill. It seems that a hidden assassin has awakened in Bom. The team leader is bewildered as he wonders why they didn't sense anyone approaching. Bom, eyes glowing with a dark hue, stands in the shadows and approaches another opponent, securing a second kill, much to the shock of the GT Knights leader. Though Bom knows he's been spotted, he quickly disappears back into the shadows. The remaining player looks around anxiously, bewildered by Bom's unfamiliar abilities. Bom attempts another sneak attack, but his target catches on due to his quick reflexes. Realizing he needs a new strategy to counter the player's sharp senses, Bom contemplates his next move, pondering what the director might advise. He recalls a conversation with Soman, where Soman asked what Bom should do if his ambush fails. Bom had nervously replied that he'd likely lose in a direct confrontation due to his lower stats. Soman corrected him, emphasizing that nothing is set in stone. Impatient, Bom had interrupted, questioning how he was supposed to defeat a stronger opponent. This annoyed Soman, who kicked him and insisted he listen carefully. As tears welled up in Bom's eyes from the pain, Soman told him to think strategically, emphasizing that Bom needs to narrow down the opponent's choices. If Bom were to hide in the shadows again, he asked, what would the opponent do next? Bom considered and realized the opponent would either seek a shadow-free area or wait for Bom to reappear. Soman praised his reasoning, explaining that humans struggle to weigh multiple choices when faced with limited options. This is where Bom could seize the opportunity for a sneak attack. Handing Bom a crossbow and short sword, Soman had interrupted Bom's protest about his preference for longer swords. Soman curtly advised sticking to simple tactics, reminding Bom he isn't Namgun Jihun. Sometimes, simplicity is best, he had said. Now, back in the present, Bom grips the crossbow, a purple hue emanating from it, ready to attack. Soman watches from afar, knowing that the crossbow's shorter range increases Bom's accuracy in close-range combat. As Bom fires the arrows, his inexperience shows, they're blocked. Realizing he needs to close the gap to land a proper hit, Bom prepares for another attempt. Soman mentally cheers him on, knowing the setback is just one step in the boy's growth. Bom decides to press forward for another attack, intending to limit his opponent's choices just as Soman taught him. But things don't go as planned. Bom stumbles over a rock and falls flat in front of his enemy, both of them left confused. Frustrated, Bom disappears back into the shadows, chastising himself for his clumsy move. As he hides again, he contemplates how differently he would have acted had he known things would unfold like this. Meanwhile, his opponent expresses amazement at Bom's shadow-hiding ability, sparking a new idea in Bom's mind. While the match between Yoon Bom and Young Suho takes center stage, YSM's first team is busy dismantling the GT Knights' second team. Jaewon and Younghwan each secure 2 kills, putting the Knights on the back foot and further solidifying YSM's dominance. With Suho as the last remaining member of the GT Knights, YSM's victory appears all but secured. However, the commentator's declaration seems a bit premature, as YSM's remaining crew finds themselves surrounded by aggressive Jardins. With only 5 players left, it's uncertain whether they'll make it back to support Bom. To make matters worse, YSM could face defeat at the hands of the Jardins while Bom is still in danger of being taken down by Suho. Who would have thought the GT Knights might actually have a shot at turning the tide? Suho suddenly launches an attack on Bom, frustrated by his evasiveness and use of the shadow-based ability. Swinging his sword with increasing anger, Suho urges BOM to stop stalling and accept his defeat. He finally lands a hit on BOM, and is left wondering why BOM didn't use his shadows to dodge the attack. This leads Suho to conclude that Bomb's ability has its limitations and penalties, much like other abilities he's observed. Suho's grin turns sinister as he believes Bomb's stumble was a genuine mistake, an opening to exploit. BOM, drenched in sweat, inwardly acknowledges the error he made, despite his intention to get hit on purpose. Suho swings his sword once more, and BOM has an idea, suggesting that if Suho swings too hard, the sword might get lodged into the ground. Suho, perplexed by Bomb's odd comment, walks right into the trap. With eyes glowing a violet hue, BOM initiates his counterattack with a sword of his own. He clarifies Suho's misconception. BOM wasn't hiding within his own shadow but was instead melding into the shadow cast by the entire reverse forest. This revelation catches Suho off guard, and BOM quickly secures the final kill for the match, feeling a mix of shock and exhilaration over his victory. Watching from the sidelines, Seomun recalls how he assured BOM that this exact strategy would work. The first match of the KB2 League ends with YSM's victory, and Yoon BOM is named the MVP. Clips of his performance quickly go viral online, with viewers expressing amazement at his previously unseen abilities. Meanwhile, others speculate about Seomun's unique scouting eye, joking that he seems to know everything. This match marks the dawn of a new star in the league. As Seomun exits the arena, he reflects on Bomb's emergence as a powerful new damage dealer and the rise of Sungho as a reliable secondary in-game leader. Confident in their abilities to secure promotion to the First Division, he glances at his phone, contemplating how achieving success might be easier than expected. He entertains the thought of aiming for the global top spot. Later, at home lounging on his sofa, Seomun finds himself lamenting the lack of direct involvement in the team under Gabriel's coaching. With little to do, he briefly considers whether he should let Dongjun take over coaching duties so he can critique him instead. Having finished a drama and exhausted most sources of entertainment, he finds himself on the brink of boredom. He flips through TV channels with no luck before eventually turning the TV off altogether, pondering if there's anything remotely interesting to do. Suddenly, Eric Thuram, the Red Star of France and a god of the axe, arrives at Seomun's residence, beaming. Ringing the doorbell, he calls out to Seomun. Opening the door and seeing his old comrade, Seomun is taken aback. He jokes about introducing Eric, even though everyone already knows who he is. Seomun simply explains that the timing felt right. Eric asks why Seomun didn't visit him during his trip to France, expressing some hurt over being left out. Seomun laughs it off, saying he let reporters know that Eric could have come to Paris to see him if he wanted. Eric reveals that he was watching the interview live while fishing. Admitting he tried swimming back from France but got lost, Eric explains that his wife has banned him from fishing due to her worries. Despite this, Seomun is glad to see Eric hasn't changed a bit. Eric, lamenting his wife's concerns, insists that his luck is too good for anything to happen. Using his eyes of analysis, Seomun evaluates Eric's abilities, noting the augmentation during critical moments, specifically his heightened survival instincts and his bad luck attribute. Although Eric isn't aware of his exact stats, he instinctively understands that his survival rate is extraordinary. Soon, Seomun's sister Sunghee also arrives, warmly greeting Eric and preparing a lavish feast for them. Pleased to dine with Seomun again, Eric asks why Seomun kept his immortality hidden. Seomun explains that it wasn't intentional but rather a consequence of his recent return from the final dungeon. Surprised, Eric asks if Seomun had truly been prepared to die in that dungeon, considering the significant impact it would have had on everyone. Eric then gifts Seomun a dungeon return stone, an item designed for escaping dungeons that activates within 12 seconds. Seomun is shocked that such items still exist. Eric explains that they're often used as decorations now, with many superhumans owning at least one. Seomun asks about the cost, to which Eric responds it's around 10 million won, noting that while not particularly rare, they can only be used a limited number of times, this one having about 7 uses left. Seomun muses that it's less expensive than expected and contemplates the idea of returning to that place. He feels grateful to Baek Ji-ho for the past but admits he doesn't fully belong in the present era, his mind always wandering back to dungeons. 2 days later, Eric offers to extend his stay and go fishing in the Pacific with Soman. Seeing through his friend's excuse to fish, Soman declines, suggesting Eric take his wife on vacation instead. As Eric leaves, he asks Soman to visit him in France sometime and to keep in touch. After Eric departs, Soman clenches his fist, preparing himself to embark on a new journey of his own. The next morning, Soman, donning a hefty backpack, prepares to leave early. Ji-ho, noticing, inquires about where he's headed. Soman simply says he's going on vacation, and Ji-ho assumes it's just a short trip. However, Soman reveals it's actually a secret place, leaving Ji-ho in disbelief. When Ji-ho presses further, Soman playfully reminds him that he doesn't know everything. With a final smile and a promise to return in 4 days, Soman puts on his helmet to stay incognito and rides off on his bike. Arriving at Cam 1, Soman finds a mountain train, feeling appreciative of Eric's gift, the return stone. He realizes its utility for escaping without damaging the core, as he has many valuable items stored within the dungeon like magic stones and minerals. Contemplating how he might gather funds for the winter trade market, he speeds down the tracks and arrives at a cave blocked by a boulder. Moving it aside, he reveals a hidden pink object and is relieved to find it intact. Reaching for it, he activates a transport and soon finds himself back in his secret dungeon. Breathing in the familiar air, Soman reflects on why being inside a dungeon always clears his mind and invigorates his body. Climbing the stairs, he considers creating more ghost dungeons, empty ones like this, without taking the core. He relishes how alive he feels in this environment and regrets that he could never fully clear the final dungeon. Even though he knows saving the world was the right choice, the regret still lingers. Lying on the ground, holding his head, he smiles wistfully, musing that he should have died back then. It would have been the perfect end to his fierce life as Seo MoonYeob, allowing the human within him to live anew. Recalling a past memory, he thinks about how he was once told that normal humans could never defeat underworlders. At the time, before ever entering a dungeon, he didn't understand. Now, having fought alongside superhumans to provide hope, he sees that dungeons were the only thing that ever interested him. In the present, Soman questions why he was given a second chance at life when he had reached what seemed like the perfect ending to his story. Feeling out of place in this peaceful era, he now understands what Eric meant about dungeons. It all feels like a distant memory, even as he adapts to the present world. He briefly wonders if any underworlders might still be out there, like the one he sensed in France, but dismisses the thought as impossible. Exiting the dungeon, he notices a strong presence around him. He knows that presence and he feels very excited. Despite a lingering suspicion, he doesn't have the equipment to verify his hunch. With a confident smile and an eager challenge in his voice, he calls out, "Come out, you underworld trash." Suddenly, Yob sensed a powerful aura from outside the chamber. When he turned around, he was pleased to see a red aura. In the battlefield system, players assign points based on the color of a target's aura, with the system being based on the underworld structure. Yob knew that the color of the aura determined a target's class, and red indicated a class 3 underworld, which shouldn't be weak. The underworld figure, pointing at Yob, spoke in its language, which Yob recognized as meaning human, a term he'd heard frequently from other underworld beings. Yob greeted the creature, but, when it remained silent, he asked if it was deaf. Then he realized the underworld was learning the language. Yob knew that underworlds were quick to pick up new languages and shared that he had tried learning their language but found it too difficult. He noted how convenient it was that they could master a language after just a brief conversation. The underworld figure, now calling him human, asked if Yob was alone. Impressed that it had developed full sentences, Yob confirmed he was alone and then remarked on how difficult it must be to speak in such a primitive language. The underworld responded, explaining that human language was comparable to the Class 2 language used by slaves, and he found it demeaning. Yob taunted the underworld, asking how it felt to be defeated by such a lowly species. The underworld figure screamed in frustration, blaming their defeat on hiding in their holy site like mice, claiming it wouldn't have happened otherwise. Yob, questioning if it referred to the final dungeon, threw a spear at the underworld, which dodged while angrily asking how a lowly being like Yob could call their holy site by such a name. Yob responded that humans were now hunting them, earning glory and honor by killing them, just like how the underworld consumed aura and used the prophets to indulge. The underworlds called humans cattle but still found it audacious to be disrespected. Yob taunted back, remarking that for a species so devastated by cattle, the underworld still spoke too much. The underworld then summoned snakes to attack Yob, but before they could strike, he vanished. Shocked, the underworld turned to find Yob behind him. Yob mentioned that the core behind their holy site was massive, almost twice his height. The underworld, stunned, asked how he knew that. Yob mocked it for not understanding how he knew, and the underworld suddenly realized what Yob was hinting at. Furious, it yelled for Yob to shut up. Meanwhile, the snakes attempted to bite Yob, but he swiftly cut off their heads, telling the underworld to listen until he was done speaking. Yob knew that the underworld figure had an inkling of his identity, which terrified it, as only a chosen few were allowed to witness the core of the holy site. When Yob revealed his identity as Seo MoonYeob, the underworld screamed, calling him the bane of their existence. Suddenly, Yob stabbed his spear through the underworld's chest, thanking it for coming to him, fearing it might be his last chance to hunt them down. Disappointed, Yob questioned if that was all the underworld could do with its aura, knowing it wasn't truly dead yet. He understood that the underworld could use its aura to extend its lifespan, which was why it hadn't died. Yob reminded the underworld of its previous insult, calling him a lowly species, and told it to be ashamed of itself. He could see how weak its stats were. Underworlds had no individual names, only roles, and among them, the searcher role was given to those who searched for places where might aura deposits. Yob wonders if this underworld creature is a searcher. There's no real cause for concern since Red is not a low rank, though it's not particularly high either. The underworld creature asks Yob if he is Cobb, to which Yob confirms, saying that he's the one, and has a question for him. The underworld asks if Yob expects a reply, to which Yob pushes the spear deeper into its chest, demanding an answer. Yob asks if their species is extinct. The underworld creature responds with confusion, and Yob clarifies that he's asking if more of them are hiding underground or if their civilization has truly fallen. He points out that if a searcher like this one is still active, it likely means others remain as well. He mentions enjoying the fight with the White One at their holy site and asks if there are any more like it, though the underworld creature seems puzzled, not recognizing who Yob refers to. Yob recalls the White One's name was High Priest, and the underworld creature angrily calls him a lowly human. It claims that the underworld is not finished yet, stating that their great ancestors and the primordial light continue to lead them. Though the High Priest who listened to their words has passed, they still live under the protection of the primordial light. Yob realizes that the underworld creature is about to self-destruct. The underworld creature announces that the primordial light has issued a prophecy that will guide them to the land of light. Just before it dies, it seems to see their prophet and asks if the prophet will take him to the land of light. Seconds later, the underworld creature dies. Yob is left pondering the meaning behind its words about the prophet and wonders about the underworld's future. He leaves the dungeon using the return stone, feeling that the experience turned out to be more enjoyable than he expected. He reflects on the underworld creature's words, particularly about the prophecy and the appearance of a spiritually trained prophet. Yob has never heard of this before, but recalls something mentioned during the underworld wars about the primordial light accepting the land of light. He questions why the underworld creature knew about the prophet and the primordial light but didn't seem to realize their civilization had fallen. Yob suspects that even if a prophet does appear, it would be difficult to restore the underworld civilization. He is certain that the magic stone supply from the final dungeon must be cut off as well. According to researchers, the final dungeon was built over 10,000 years to gather aura from all over the world, giving the underworld an infinite energy source, which led them to lose control. This could explain why such a high-dimensional civilization like the underworld chose to conquer the world in such an irrational way. As for why the underworld attacked, there are many theories, but none of them offer a full explanation. Yob believes the remaining searchers have been collecting aura, but it's unlikely they'll be able to rebuild their forces and return to their previous numbers within his lifetime. He was excited at the prospect of encountering an underworld creature again, but the only thing he sensed from it was despair, sadness, and fear. Yob had hoped the underworld creature would call for reinforcements and stall for time, but it did not. Disappointed, he decides to leave the destroyed dungeon and head home. Meanwhile, another underworld lord appears in the dungeon. Seeing the dead searcher, he thinks it's unfortunate that they lost the searcher to light, but not all hope is lost. He's learned that the abomination known as Cobb is still alive. He swears that this time, they will kill Yob and tells a human standing nearby to prepare to meet the prophet. The human acknowledges and prepares. Back at home, Jiho says he expected Yob to return in 4 days. Yob confirms something happened, and when Jiho asks if he went to the mountains, Yob says yes. Jiho then says he should have dug for Jinan, but Yob shows him something similar, a Jarden seed. Jiho is horrified, asking how Yob came to possess a Jarden seed. Yob mentions he found it in storage. Jiho anxiously asks if Yob didn't kill the Jarden, to which Yob replies that he forgot. Jiho then asks if Yob doesn't realize that just one seed could destroy an entire city. Yob dismisses the concern, saying there's bound to be a superhuman nearby who could deal with it. However, Jiho counters that excluding the superhuman battlefield pros, most people are just ordinary citizens with a small amount of aura, and they would only serve as food for the Jarden. Yob says he didn't know that, but Jiho explains that Jordans are considered stage boss monsters, requiring a group to take them down. When Yob asks how much they cost, Jiho gets concerned and wonders if Yob intends to sell them. Jiho fears that releasing such a monster into the world would be difficult to handle, and if Yob needs money, he offers to give it to him. Yob asks who said he wants money and instead wonders if any organizations are researching underworld civilization. He expresses an interest in helping them. Jiho, surprised, listens as Yob insists they can't forget the underworld because he's sure they didn't all die out and are hiding, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. Jiho suggests that the World Battlefield Association is the most likely organization to conduct this kind of research. A few days later, during a match against another club, Non steals Salban after a long battle. The opponent, offended, starts attacking her, but Non skillfully dodges. Yob watches, impressed by how much she's grown. Although she lacks leadership, her tactical stats are unexpectedly high. Yob considers maxing out her speed and tactics to earn him money, thinking that, even if her speed isn't maxed out, she is still on par with Nathan. As a YSM franchise star, Non's popularity makes her marketable, but Yob wonders if he can actually sell her, as over half the crowd watches the YSM matches for her. On the other hand, Yob feels bad for Bam, noticing that he no longer displays the impact he once did. He only shows off when he's sure of the kill, and people barely notice him anymore, but Yob knows Bam is still doing his role perfectly. Yob believes that with these members, he'll easily reach the middle of the pack once he's promoted to KB1. Meanwhile, YSM wins the match with a 10-0 score, securing a spot in the postseason. Jiho arrives and congratulates Yob. He asks what Yob is doing watching such a small match, and Yob replies he was coming from the Battlefield Association after requesting the recovery of the Jordan seed. Jiho says it'll take a few weeks, and Yob wonders why it's taking longer than expected. Jiho explains they determined it shouldn't be an issue since it's in Yob's possession. Jiho asks Yob if he thinks YSM can win with such a small player pool. Yob tells him not to worry. Surprised, Jiho asks if Yob is confident, especially since many of their tactics have been exposed. Jiho wonders if Yob has a secret weapon. Yob responds that Jiho will see soon. Meanwhile, a reporter asks Gabriel how he plans to prepare for the postseason. Gabriel replies that he's not worried at all and confidently claims the cup is theirs. The reporter asks why he's so confident, and Gabriel explains he made a deal with YSM's owner. If Gabriel signed as coach, Yob promised to participate in 3 matches every year. This news shocks everyone, and when Jiho asks Yob about it, Yob simply responds that Jiho has heard Gabriel's words. The next day, Gabriel introduces the new team member, Cobb, who says he doesn't have much battlefield experience but hopes everyone will help him adjust. Yob greets everyone, mentioning that it's his official debut and that, as the lowest paid member, he hopes they won't yell at him too much. Yob, in a slightly intimidating tone, adds that he's sure everyone will show him plays that will serve as great examples. Gabriel says Yob will join the team for the next match, and Yob wishes everyone good luck. The others are nervous at the thought of being on the same team as him. Gabriel begins the briefing for the postseason, revealing that their first-round matchup is against Team 3rd INSEE and BC, the team where Non and Suho made their debut. This team has a history of losing to YSM when they use the check strategy. Yob notes that INSEE and BC have been wary of YSM's strategy and, in response, recruited a new player from the Youth League. Yob realizes the new recruit is Sunjop, and though Yob struggles to fully gauge Sunjop's abilities, he knows this player was brought in to counter them. Gabriel agrees with Yob's assessment and confirms that although Sunjop is weak with only one ability, it would be devastating against their team. Sunjop's tracking ability allows him to instantly pinpoint all 5 targets on the battlefield, which gives the opponents an advantage in making quicker decisions. Gabriel notes that check strategies won't work against them. Suho suggests that since the president is joining the team, they'll need a different strategy. He proposes that instead of Choi Young-man escorting Suho, Yob should take his place. Suho questions if Gabriel is sure this will work, but Gabriel reassures him, saying that Yob requested it. Yob says he has always wanted to try it out. The debate over who is the greatest superhuman has always been popular, and while the top 3 professionals are often mentioned, others like Gerald Walker and Chichai Lucas are also candidates. The global media debates on this, but in Korea, the conversation has been quiet since Cobb died 17 years ago and Jiho retired to become a coach. Now that Yob is miraculously alive, the situation has changed. Yob is once again a top contender, and foreign media shifts their stance. In Battlefield, Yob proves he's stronger than anyone, and after completing his first friendly match, he'll finally play in an official match. What should have been an unimportant second league game becomes the center of attention worldwide. The match day arrives, and people are excited to see Yob play. Ancient BC players are nervous, knowing Yob defeated national players in his friendly matches. They feel it's unfair for him to join the second league. However, YSM players are confident in their victory. Yob checks Ancient BC's stats and finds no one particularly interesting until Sun Jop catches his attention. Sun Jop greets Yob, but Yob, noticing their identical stats, asks him to speak more quietly. Yob asks if Sun Jop has chosen his targets, and Sun Jop confirms that Yob is definitely included. Yob warns him not to complain later since he has also chosen his target, which makes Sun Jop nervous. The match begins in Wizard Canyon Dungeon, and Yob tells Suho to follow their practice. The commentators note that YSM seems to be going for a check play. With no monsters at spawn, YSM can't earn points by hunting. They wonder what Yob's plan is. Meanwhile, Ancient BC is hunting monsters. Sun Jop informs his team that Nan and Bam are heading toward Team 2. One of Ancient BC's players wonders why YSM is using the same strategy when they know they've prepared for it. However, they decide it's better since it would have been hard to face Yob early on. They continue their plan, but when their leader asks where Yob is, Sun Jop informs them that Yob is still at spawn. Team 1 believes they've secured a purple aura and plans to keep hunting until they reach white, which they think will give them a chance to win. After some hunting, Team 1 meets YSM's check team. Since Yob joined YSM, Ancient BC aims to drag things out and gain strength through framing. This strategy allows them to temporarily bridge the power gap. To reduce the risk of facing Yob head-on, Ancient BC adjusts their formation, adding more ranged carriers, including Beltrak, Nan, Suho, and Bam. Their goal is to defeat the advanced team first. This new plan is called the countercheck strategy. The leader of Team 1 believes everything is going as planned, but suddenly they're attacked by Yob's spear, which stabs Suho. Yob attacks from an unseen position and secures a kill with help from Suho, who uses his superpower, Vision Relay, to share his perspective with an ally. The leader of Team 1 is shocked, as they believed Yob was still at spawn. While he's processing this, another spear hits another teammate, killing them instantly. The leader informs Team 2 that they're under attack by Yob, but Team 1's leader is further shocked to see that a third teammate has been killed, even though no one on their team was hit. Team 2 questions if the information is correct, as they are under attack by Yob a day earlier during training. Yob told Suho that as long as he could see his target, he could hit it with his spear. However, he needed Suho's help to see the target. Suho realized Yob was asking him to share his vision to guide the throw, but he thought it was impossible even with a bow and arrow. Yob explained that arrows follow a straight line, but his spear doesn't, and asked if Suho understood what he needed to do. Suho responded that he'd need to stand in a spot where the enemies were clearly visible. Yob directed him to a location where he could see the opponents, and once Suho used his vision relay, Yob struggled to see clearly. Yob asked if Suho's skill could relay what he saw through binoculars and instructed anyone on his team to give Suho a pair. With the binoculars, Suho used his vision relay again, and Yob could now see clearly. He instructed Suho to hit a tree to test the system. Yob threw his spear, which landed close to the tree, but he remarked that it felt different from seeing with his own eyes and that it was difficult. He was confident, however, that he'd get the hang of it with a few more throws. Yob retrieved his spear, and when Suho asked what it was, Yob said it was his trump card, although he thought he had another real trump card that he couldn't use in battle. He resumed his practice, getting closer to hitting the tree each time. Yob thought that by factoring in Suho's information about wind direction, wind speed, and the angle of his spear, he could rely on his instincts to hit the target. After considering everything, he threw the spear and successfully cut the tree in half. The YSM players watching were stunned. Gabriel called it a divine gift and was certain that Yob would achieve the great kill of the year. He was excited for the match. During the match, Yob secured 3 kills, leaving Jiho in awe. Jiho realized that Yob was able to throw in directions completely different from what he could see, recalling that he'd previously mentioned in interviews how Yob could kill a monster from 2 kilometers away, only to be met with backlash. Jiho's bibliography had been filled with feats that seemed exaggerated, and many dismissed it as a fictitious story honoring his friend, Cobb. However, Yob's performance proved everything Jiho had said was true, and it was shocking that Yob could call his spears back. Meanwhile, ancient BC Team 2 was hunting dragons, and their leader, B. Cole, believed Yob's attacks would weaken the further they were from him. Kyle ordered the team to protect their damage dealers while continuing with their plan. Suddenly, a spear struck a dragon behind Kangol. Yob asked if they were underestimating him and then launched all his spears, killing all the dragons ancient BC was hunting. The team was terrified as Yob used return to get his spears back. The leader of Team 1 was now afraid of Yob, wondering if he had planned everything. They decided to regroup for a new plan, but another spear came, aimed at one of their female players, though she barely dodged it. The spear hit the ground near her. Meanwhile, Yob called Bam and told him it was time to do his job. Bam appeared from the shadow of the spear in front of the ancient BC player and killed the girl with a quick strike. YS team members reported that they were finishing up their framing and suggested they join Yob. Yob agreed, continuing to target the opponents from afar. After a while, the first match ended with a perfect victory for YSM, and Yob earned the title of MVP with 4 kills and 7 assists. The audience cheered, and Gabriel praised Yob's performance, saying the crowd was going wild. Yob commented that he had entertained them enough and from now on, they would go all out. The second match took place in the Thousand Bridges dungeon, a cylindrical tower with countless bridges. Some bridges broke with a single step, and others were illusions. YSM made progress against ARA but had to deal with ghost spiders, which used webs to capture their targets, cocooning them into zombies. Yob, remembering past experiences, warned the team that the spiders' cocoons were real and told them to stay alert. He mentioned there were 50 ARA and 8 ghost spiders. Yob took out his spears and used Amplify Throw to kill the ARA. A few minutes later, Yob completed his hunt, leaving his teammates in awe of his speed. He then took some Mora from Suho, but suddenly Ancient BC surrounded the YSM players. The leader of Ancient BC thought this time they had the advantage and ordered an attack. Yob praised their strategy and raised his hand. As he hadn't yet recalled his spears, he began recalling them with the same aura he'd used when throwing them. The spears struck the bridge Yob and his team were on, causing the ground to break and the players to fall. Before the match, Yob had told Suho and Dingjun that they could die if they lost focus and fell. Yob had predicted the opponents would attack early, and his plan was to stay in a spot where they could be easily attacked. Yob knew all the safe bridges and made sure his team fell onto them. As YSM players landed safely on the safe bridges, the ancient BC players who fell were not so lucky. Yob jumped after them, ensuring they wouldn't die from the height. He then killed 6 opponents mid-air, with Sub being the 6th. After landing in front of the remaining players, Yob stated it was their turn. He attacked them with his spears, and as they tried to block his attacks, Yob thought they had misunderstood. Defeating humans was easier than fighting monsters. Yob swiftly killed 2 more players with simultaneous stabs, leaving just 2 left. The second match ended with Yob killing 11 players on his own, and the audience cheered. Yob commented that he didn't understand why they were cheering for something like that. On asked if he was serious, noting that he had just recorded the first all-kill in the league's history, which was impressive. Suddenly, Yob notices that the opposing team's players seem down, and he feels sorry, thinking it's like an adult stepping into a kid's fight. When Yob says he shouldn't play so often, Gabriel asks if he'd prefer to sit out during the third match, suggesting they put in some less experienced players while the other team is still recovering. Yob agrees, saying he'll return for the 5th set if they lose back-to-back, but Gabriel assures him that won't happen. YSM wins the 3rd round, with Choi Hyak earning MVP honors with 3 kills and 3 assists. During a media talk, a reporter asks Yob to rate his performance, and Yob says it was great, noting that he hasn't shown even half of his potential. He expresses sympathy for the opponents, and when asked if that's why he sat out the 3rd round, Yob confirms it. He challenges their next opponent, SP, saying he doesn't think much of them either, showing off his powerful spear range and the first official match all-kill. YSM continues to dominate in the postseason, defeating SP as expected. Both postseason rounds end with Yeob's hard carry, which impresses the Moral brothers. They recognize the power of his spear and see it as a potential marketing point. They plan to bring Yeob onto their team, confident they can secure him with money as he officially enters the battlefield scene. Meanwhile, Amresa meets with the Berlin Blitz owner, John Mann, to discuss scouting Yeob. While many teams exist, 3 dominate: the Moral brothers, who center around Nathan Berner and Chichi Lucas, Paris Lumiere, and Berlin Blitz. Mann is hesitant to bring Yeob onto their team due to Yeob's flexible thinking, which might clash with Amresa's more rigid methods, especially considering their infamous rivalry. Mann remembers the 17 years of conflict between Yeob and Amresa while they cleared dungeons, with Yeob often ignoring orders. Amresa argues that Yeob could lead them to greatness, even in European leagues, and he's willing to bet his career on it. Mann is skeptical, as Yeob has only played in the Korean League and it's uncertain whether he'll perform in bigger leagues. Amresa, however, believes Yeob will excel, and to secure him, they'll need 180 million euros, a sum that shocks Mann. In the last postseason match, YSM faces Ocean Empire and wins the first round. Gabriel suggests Yeob sit out the remaining rounds, but Yeob insists on playing. Gabriel wants to test something, so Yeob agrees, understanding that they need to build experience for the less seasoned players. The main change to the lineup is No Jin moving from the main tank to the secondary tank, allowing him to command from the back, while Choi Hyak becomes the main tank due to his impressive stats. Gabriel's strategy is to let Choi focus on defense and counterattacks, while No runs the backlands. Yeob reflects on his long tenure with the team and decides to take matters into his own hands, limiting his vision and putting pressure on himself. Gabriel acknowledges Suho's leadership and asks Yeob if he has a secret for assessing teammates, to which Yeob replies that he's learned to judge people by their actions. Meanwhile, Jun informs Yeob of trade offers coming in, but Yeob isn't interested. They need to reach the KB1 League for better contracts. Jun is surprised when K-Jun mentions rumors about foreign teams wanting to recruit Yeob, offering at least 100 million euros. Gabriel suggests Yeob consider going to Paris, where the Moral brothers would pay him a lot, but Yeob dismisses the idea, insisting he wants to make YSM a household name. Gabriel argues that carrying the team might work in Korea, but Yeob can't do it alone on a global stage. Yeob believes they can recruit foreign players, but Gabriel doubts they'd consider Korea given the league's conditions. Gabriel proposes selling Yeob to improve their facilities and attract better players. Yeob sees the scores are tied with Ocean Empire and realizes they're a better team, being a demoted KB1 League team. Gabriel insists he needs to return to the match, and Yeob heads back to finish it. Gabriel wonders if Yeob's presence could shake up the world's battlefield rankings. After the postseason, YSM finalizes their roster, with 7 main starters and several players moved to lower leagues. Gabriel informs Yeob that they've completed the sale of 4 players, and Yeob is pleased that they made a profit. Gabriel notes they need to fill the gaps left by those sold, and Yeob surprises everyone by providing a list of players he wants to recruit. Jun is shocked, but Yeob confidently declares they're perfect for the team. Yeob visits Singhan High School in search of a boy named Kim Hai, but discovers that Kim has already joined Twin Star Spirits. Yeob is disappointed, but when he inquires about Lee D-young, he learns that D-young has retired. Yeob is confused, wondering why a young high schooler would retire so early. The coach explains that D-young's parents own many buildings in Gangnam, and Yeob begins to leave. However, the coach stops him and offers a recommendation: Park Minam, a graduate from last year. Yeob asks if Park is on another team, but the coach reveals that Park is uncertain about continuing in Battlefield due to associating with some unsavory people. Although Yeob isn't looking for trouble, the coach insists that Park is worth bringing back to the game, claiming he will be a strong addition to Y's team. When Yeob asks about Park's position, the coach tells him that he's a close-range dealer. Yeob is pleased and immediately asks where to find him. Meanwhile, in an internet cafe, a group of boys is using foul language and disturbing others. One of them, Park Youngmin, is a superhuman. When the cafe owner tries to stop them and prevent smoking, one of the boys pushes him, claiming their superhuman friend could kill him with one punch. Park tells his friend to stop, but the friend burns the older man's hand with a cigarette and orders him to leave. Later, as the older man sits feeling bad, Yob arrives and asks if this is the PC bang with all the troublemakers. While Park plays a game, Yob arrives, wearing a helmet, and praises Park's skills, startling him since he didn't hear Yob approach. Park's friends tell Yob to leave, but Yob slams a mouse into one's face and demands better manners. The boy faints, and when the others ask who Yob is, Yob gives them a few good hits before a boy hits Yob with a keyboard from behind. Enraged, Yob punches the boy, breaking his nose and claiming it's in self-defense. The boys try to attack Yob, but Park recognizes Yob's eyes and tells his friends to stop. It's too late, as Yob dodges and slaps both boys down. Afterward, Yob removes his helmet and tells Park they should talk. Park asks how Yob knows his name, and simultaneously, a girl live-streaming the scene for her viewers is shocked. Yob lands a few punches on Park, stating it feels good because Park is a superhuman. Park, confused, asks why Yob came for him, and Yob admits the coach sent him. However, Park insists he no longer plays Battlefield. Yob suggests they talk seriously, but Park replies that there's nothing left to discuss and hopes Yob won't beat him for quitting. Yob demands respect and warns Park to give him some time. Park apologizes but tells him to leave. Furious, Yob asks if Park wants to die, treating him like a fly. Park quickly apologizes, explaining it wasn't what he meant. Still angry, Yob punches him and drags him away, but when he notices the girl secretly filming, he tells her to delete it. She reveals she's not recording a video but live-streaming, which infuriates Yob. He asks her name, and she responds, BJ Pretty. When Yob asks why she's streaming, she says it's part of her mission to record at a PC bang, earning 10,000 stars worth $1,000,000. She receives 10,000 stars, making her happy, but Yob is amazed at the reward system. After taxes, she mentions it's actually worth 700,000. As she celebrates, she receives another 10,000 stars, which seems to make her act crazier. But suddenly, her stream cuts off, and she receives a call informing her that she's been banned for 3 months due to the violence in her stream. Yob demands the phone and speaks to the website manager, asking why the stream was banned. The manager claims the stream was too violent, and Yob angrily questions if teaching bullies a lesson is considered violence. Threatening repercussions, Yob scares the manager into reversing the ban, confirming that the streamer had no intention of promoting violence. Yob tells the manager to be cautious about violence and abusive language before leaving. Afterward, the girl resumes her stream and informs her viewers that she got unbanned thanks to Yob, leaving them shocked. Yob apologizes for the violence and promises to speak with Park personally so viewers don't worry. He then tells the girl to turn off the stream and thanks her before asking her to leave. Once she's gone, Yob presses Park on why he won't return to Battlefield. Park explains that his family struggles financially, and his mother works hard while his grandparents need care. Yob challenges him, suggesting he could make far more money as a pro player. When Yob asks about his father, Park reveals that his father is an alcoholic and gambler, which angered Yob. He warns Park to make a choice: join Battlefield and play, or quit and live a poor life. Park suddenly admits that he didn't quit voluntarily and that he misses being a pro. He tells Yob his father once set their house on fire while drunk and left to gamble, nearly killing his grandparents. Park's jealousy and anger grew as he watched his friends build their careers. Yob, uninterested in Park's backstory, asks if he wants to join or not. Park agrees but asks for one condition: Yob must teach his father a lesson, just as he did to him. Sometime later, Yob visits Chong High School, where he meets Kim Jinsu. Despite his strength being lacking for a tanker, his stats show potential, with a focus capped at 91, agility at 81, and stamina at 88. Yob sees Jinsu as the fast secondary tanker coach Gabriel is seeking. Suddenly, Yob asks Jinsu what he thinks his best traits are. Jinsu replies that he was weaker before, but improved his defense through shield control and has good technique. Yob assures him that he'll help Jinsu become a national-level secondary tanker, knowing Jinsu is aware that players Yob selects always do well. When Jinsu says he'll do his best at ISM, Yob says he'll contact Jinsu next week and leaves with the signing contract. Meanwhile, Jinsu wonders if this is a dream or reality, as the only offers he'd gotten were from KB7's second team. Suddenly, Yob turns back and asks if Jinsu has any problems he should know about. Jinsu, confused, asks what kind of problems. Yob replies, asking if there are family issues that need to be addressed. Later, Yob arrives at a billiards hall where some elders are playing pool. As he enters, they recognize him. One of them says he saw Yob on the news, hearing he caused a scene nearby. Yob casually says if they saw it, he doesn't need to explain. He then asks who is Park Youngman's father. A man tells Park's father that Yob is looking for him. Park's father, who is drunk, stands up and says he is the one. Yob asks if he's the one who got married and ruined his business of 5 years, only to spend his days getting drunk and having fun. Yob then congratulates Park Youngman on becoming a professional battlefield player. Park's father is shocked, and Yob says he's here to fulfill Park's wish. Everyone congratulates Park's father and wonders why he didn't mention it earlier. When Park's father asks what the wish is, Yob takes out a wine bottle and says it's simple. He wants Park's father to stop drinking by teaching him a lesson. Yob starts beating Park's father with the bottle, smashing it over his head. Yob says that on his way here, he thought about how to prevent Park's father from drinking, and using an alcohol bottle to scare him seemed like the right idea. Yob then tells the other men in the hall that they must be close to Park's father, meaning they support his abandonment of his family for 15 years and his drinking habits. Everyone gets worried as Yob, in a fierce voice, tells them they're no different than Park's father. Yob warns that if anyone wants a beating, they can stay. All of them immediately leave. Yob picks up another bottle and closes the door, telling Park's father that since he's a year older than him, he should call him elder brother from now on. Yob reassures him that he's going to learn a lesson from his older brother. After some time, Yob takes Park's father home, where the family worries upon seeing him. When the grandfather asks what happened, Yob replies that they had a talk for Park's sake. Yob tells the old man that his grandson became a player for their team yesterday, and now Park's father will never drink again. A few minutes later, when Yob asks Park if his plan worked, Park confirms it did. Yob tells him to bring his contract and come to the ISM clubhouse tomorrow, saying he has rested long enough and needs to go to rehab. Park agrees and says he'll see Yob tomorrow. Meanwhile, Dunin, while talking about someone, tells Gabriel that he never thought Yob would put them in reserve. Gabriel, speaking about a player, mentions that although the player has a weak mentality, his physical abilities and skills are valuable. Meanwhile, Shim Younggu, a damage dealer, gets drunk and complains about his team, saying he lacks nothing. His friend agrees, but as Shim heads to the toilet, his friends worry that he might do something reckless. Shim, as he walks, tells himself everything went wrong after Yob removed him from the national team. Suddenly, he bumps into a masked man and falls. After apologizing, the man begins to walk away. Shim, furious, yells at him, accusing him of doing it on purpose and threatening to kill him. The man turns, but Shim can't see his face, wondering who let him in. The masked man then asks if Younggu is talking to him. Shim, recognizing the voice, is shocked as the man removes his mask and says it's been a while since someone tried to fight him. Younggu realizes it's Yob and wonders why he's there, hiding his identity. When Shim says Yob is doing this on purpose, Yob replies that he can hear Shim's thoughts but tells him to forget them and punches him down. Shim's friends arrive, and Yob tells them he's taking Shim with him and asks if they have any objections. Earlier, Yob was in his office when he received a call from an unknown number. The person on the other end identifies himself as the vice president of the Korean Battlefield Association, Tu. When Yob asks why Tu is calling him, Tu says it's about his son, Shim Yongsoo, and is sure Yob is already aware of this. Yob then remembers that Shim Yongsoo is Tu's son. Tu says that Yob knows about his son and, though it's private, his son is causing trouble with his teammates. Yob asks if that's the case, and Tu replies he heard Yob personally told BGO to take Yongsoo off the national team lineup. Yob confirms it, and Tu says Yob must be aware of Shim's weaknesses. Yob replies that it seems Tu knows about them as well. Tu admits he pampered Shim because he lacked a proper mother. Yob then tells Tu to forget it and just explain why he called, but to avoid saying he's calling to have Yob teach Shim a lesson. Yob laughs and says he's not an educator for hire. Tu, however, says that Shim was on the team's potential release list today. Back in the present, when Shim wakes up in an unfamiliar place, he wonders where he is. Yob, sitting nearby, tells Shim he needs to learn some manners. Shim is shocked to see Yob and asks why he's there. Yob asks why Shim thinks he dragged him into this dark alley with no CCTV. Terrified, Shim realizes Yob might kill him and quickly says he didn't mean to start a fight, but Yob hid his identity. Yob asks if Shim thinks the news will see it that way, but they already know about Shim's aggressive behavior. Yob tells Shim that the press will write about how Shim Yong-soo, rejected by Na and I, got beaten after starting a fight with Yob. Shim, worried, quickly responds that he'll write a counter-article claiming Yob led him into a trap, but Yob questions who would believe him. Yob explains that if Shim had a good public image, people might have debated his situation, but because he doesn't, no one will care. Yob points out that although he's beaten people before, he only targets those who deserve it. He offers Shim a chance to save himself from further punishment, but Shim angrily refuses, stating that Yob orchestrated his removal from the national team and spread rumors to prevent him from transferring overseas. Yob, enraged, punches him again, telling him that the reason he was removed from the team was because of his weak mentality, and the rumors are a consequence of that. Shim admits to starting the club incident but claims he apologized, asserting that Yob is the one who started the fight. Yob hits him again, saying that Shim's attitude always comes out when he gets excited. Yob then briefly forgets what he was about to say, growing more frustrated and slapping Shim again. Shim, now with a swollen cheek, wonders how such a lunatic can be considered a hero, thinking if he survives, he'll be like Yob's father. Yob suddenly remembers and asks if Shim wants to escape his terrible life. He offers him a solution, joining ISM. Shim is shocked, asking if Yob is serious. Yob punches him again, confirming his offer. Shim wonders if Yob has lost his mind, but Yob insists he's serious. He warns Shim that news articles will soon come out stating that he tried to fight Yob, and once the negative comments start pouring in, he'll be dropped from the national team. Yob tells him that no team will want him then, and that's when Yob will offer him a chance to join ISM. If Shim gets selected by Midas, Yob argues, it will prove to the public that Shim has more to offer. He promises to post a photo of them together, making the whole situation seem trivial. Yob further explains that his public image will improve if people think he's close to Yob. Yob says he'll speak to Jiho about getting Shim reinstated to the national team, but Shim questions whether Yob will cut him if he refuses to join ISM. Shim accuses Yob of tyranny, but Yob retorts that if anyone heard him, they'd think he was abusing his power. Yob recalls encountering many arrogant, skilled people during the Age of War who used their abilities recklessly out of fear. He remembers a time when an enemy tried to attack him from behind, and Sharon immediately cut off their hand. Yob says he did everything to support her and clear the final dungeon, and she later became a hero in China. Yob then asks Shim if he's ever won a league, and Shim answers that he has once, but when asked about the Asian Champions League, Shim admits that they could win if China was the opponent. When Yob brings up the World Championships and World Cup, Shim says it's hard to even make it out of the group stages. Yob tells him that with his help, they'll be able to achieve those wins, as unlike the others, Yob is not useless. He gives Shim one last chance, telling him to decide by tomorrow. The next day, Shim talks to his father, who tells him to join ISM. Shim is shocked, asking his father if he no longer hates Yob, but his father replies that he doesn't. Shim reminds him that his father voted against Jiho as the coach, assuming that his father hated the Seven Heroes, but his father explains that he opposed Jiho because he didn't want a hero's honor tainted by public criticism. He also says that Jiho has yet to prove himself, whereas Yob has already done so, having vouched for Jiho's appointment. His father praises Yob for his involvement with the team and urges Shim to join ISM, as Yob is the real deal. He mentions Gabriel Sana, the proven coach, who is also at ISM, and points out that the association would have loved to have him but couldn't. Shim is left speechless. Meanwhile, Yob visits Future Hyper's clubhouse and speaks to the team leader, Park Chae-lo. Yob cuts to the chase, telling him to sell Shim Yong-soo for 10 billion won. Park immediately protests, but Yob insists on the 10 billion. Park mentions that they received a 30 billion won offer from a Middle Eastern team, but Yob dismisses it, claiming that these teams offer inflated initial amounts with no intent to follow through. He also knows Shim hates the idea of going to the Middle East. When Park objects to the 10 billion offer, Yob questions if he should return after Shim is cut from the national team, implying that even a billion would be too much then. Park, seeing no way to negotiate, asks Yob to return with a reasonable offer. Yob flatly states that he has no choice and asks if Park's team owner is the president of the Murray Group. He recalls an incident 7 years ago at the Murray Hotel's banquet, where he saw a man forcing a girl into a private area. Yob intervened, grabbing a wine bottle, drinking it, and defending the girl. The man, furious, revealed that he was the grandson of the Murray Group president and threatened to ruin Yob's career. But Yob, unfazed, grabbed the man's face and told him he was Seo MoonYeob, an orphan. Park remembers how Yob held the vice president hostage, forcing him to donate 500 billion won to save children. Afterward, the vice president became nervous whenever Yob's name was mentioned. Park knows he can't let Yob meet the vice president, so he reluctantly agrees to the 10 billion won deal. Yob, sensing Park's hesitation, offers a discount and lowers the price to 5 billion won, telling Park to sign the papers. A few weeks later at the ISM clubhouse, Jun is talking with the 3 new players while Gabriel and Yob watch them. Gabriel comments that it's not bad, and though Kim Jin-soo is a bit lacking in physicality, his shield control is solid. Gabriel believes that if the situation were reversed, it would take a lot of time to develop those skills, but since the issue is physical, they can help Jin-soo with some basic training. Yob agrees, noting that since the kid is hardworking and kind, he should improve quickly. Regarding Park Youngmin, Gabriel isn't sure what to focus on, and Yob explains that Park has been resting for an entire year. Yob adds that they'll need to push him hard, but he'll become a top close-range dealer soon enough. Gabriel trusts Yob's judgment and plans to track Park's progress. Gabriel thinks that, aside from Shim Yengu, none of their players are ready yet, so they need immediate help. Yob mentions that there's no one significant in Korea since all the promising players have already been scouted. He looked at the current players, but they're either too expensive or lack potential. Gabriel understands and Yob suggests they look for foreign players. Gabriel agrees to wait for news as the trade season continues. Hyein returns from Paris, and when Yob asks why she was there, she says it was for vacation. Hyein teases Yob, asking if he missed her, to which he replies he missed her a little. She jokingly offers to take him to Paris if he admits it. When Hyein asks if Yob thinks she isn't used to the new team, Yob says he means that she is well-adjusted, even though she isn't on rotation. Hyein says that she plays often and gets a lot of points. The media sees her as a successful addition, but she's not yet a regular starter for Paris Lumiere, the world's top battlefield club. In situations where the team needs to adjust its strategy, she joins as a joker card. Yob is impressed by how much Hyein has grown, noting that her strength has surpassed that of Korean teams. He tracks her growth in 6 stages, with her stamina rising from 72 to 78, and her leadership stat growing from 67 to 75. With her exceptional leadership, Yob believes she could lead anywhere. He wonders if Hyein will continue to learn strategy and how long it will take for her to reach world-class level. Hyein asks what Yob is staring at, and he apologizes, admitting he thought she was foolish, but she's proven herself in practice. Meanwhile, Jiho arrives and Yob checks his stats, leadership at 51 and tactics at 63. When Jiho asks why Yob is looking at him that way, Yob responds that he's just disappointed Jiho has reached his limit. Yob considers firing Jiho and hiring Hyein as the coach. At dinner, Jiho mentions that Yob has been scouting a lot, even considering Shim Young-gu. Yob says the vice president asked him to scout Shim. Suddenly, Jiho asks when Yob will take Shim off the national team. Yob replies that Shim would be a good addition if not for his ego, but since egos don't change easily, Yob will just beat him whenever needed. Jiho suggests leaving Shim on the roster, and Yob agrees. When Jiho asks if Yob is done scouting, Yob says he still needs 1 or 2 players, which is why they're looking abroad. Yob expresses that there's no one noteworthy in Korea and asks why the standard of local players has dropped. Jiho explains that the top superhumans left early, and Korea hasn't produced new stars since then. Yob comments that the battlefield has only been around for 10 years, so the problem will take time to resolve. He wonders where to find affordable superhumans and asks if South America is worth considering. Jiho, who was researching for the Asian Cup, suggests Kazakhstan as a potential source. While lacking infrastructure, Kazakhstan's strategies have been improving, and Jiho believes they have potential. Yob asks if it would be strange for Korea to lose to a country with worse infrastructure, and Jiho grows worried. Meanwhile, Hyun jokingly says she wants to visit Kazakhstan with Yob, but Yob clarifies that he isn't there for vacation. Hyun says since Yob will be there, they can visit some places. When she asks if Yob knows he's the most searched superhuman in Kazakhstan, he is surprised. Jiho reveals that many spear users exist in Kazakhstan: damage dealers, tankers using spears with shields, and many abilities related to spears. Yob laughs, saying that if they like him this much, he'll visit. Jiho, disappointed, comments that he'll be left behind in Korea, but Hyun says this time only she and Yob will go. A few days later, they arrive in Kazakhstan, where Timur, a local superhuman, greets them at the airport. Timur is an ally Yob made during the Underground Wars. Although not one of the 7 heroes, he is skilled enough to be in the top 20. Yob asks why Timur is there, as the Battlefield Association was supposed to meet them. Timur surprises Yob by revealing he is the president of the association, explaining he came because he heard Yob would be there. When Timur asks why Yob is visiting, Yob replies that he's there to scout. Timur is shocked, wondering if Yob wants to see their team. He takes them to meet the team, but doesn't expect Yob to be impressed, although he insists it's a fine team. Yob, impressed by the team, says the same about his own team but is surprised to learn that Timur has his own team. Timur mentions also having a soccer team, and as they talk, Yob suddenly catches a spear aimed at him. He turns to find a girl attacking him but dodges her strikes. The girl introduces herself as Sonia Akhmatov and challenges Yob to a duel. After some time, Timur scolds his daughter, and Yob is stunned to learn Sonia is Timur's real daughter. He asks if Timur adopted her, but Timur says Sonia is his biological daughter, explaining she inherited her mother's looks and his strong build. Yob is incredulous, wondering how someone who looks like her could be his daughter. Yob uses his eyes of analysis on Sonia, amazed to see her stats. Among all female superhumans, she's the closest to Shuran. Yob thinks Sonia's potential surpasses Hyun's, and that she has the talent to rival or exceed some superstars, including Nathan and Kai. When Yob asks what position she plays, Sonia answers that she's a tank. Yob tells her that if she wants to spar with him, she should bring her gear. Later, in the testing field, Yob notes her posture, realizing she's copying his style. He sees that she has a strong fan in her. Sonia throws a spear at him, and though she lacks throwing skill, Yob notes her throws are fast due to her muscle strength. With a stat strength of 72, her muscle-enhanced strength reaches 101. Yob realizes that despite lacking throwing skill, her strength makes her throws powerful. He wonders if she can reach her strength limit of 87, which could push her to 122 with muscle enhancement. Sonia uses instant movement to attack, but Yob blocks her strikes, realizing she's skilled in close combat. When he tries to strike back, she steps back instead of dodging, and Yob sees that her shield control is lacking. Since tanks usually specialize in blocking, she is stronger with her weapon than with her shield. Yob uses a shield for 2 main reasons. First, he uses his skills to predict opponents' attacks, believing he can block everything with a small shield. Second, while more agile than many tankers, his analysis shows he lacks strength compared to others. Therefore, Ko-Mob's weapon composition isn't ideal, a conclusion Yob arrived at based on personal experience and knowledge. Yob believes this fighting style won't suit the kid. Given her strength, she could be used as a tanker if she practices with a shield. However, Yob thinks her spirit and agility are too valuable to waste on traditional tanker roles. If she continues practicing his style, her muscle-building skills would be wasted. Yob thinks it would take too long for her to reach her full potential as a tanker and that a change in position would be better. He plans to start slow, aiming to push her limits, so he rushes in to attack but she blocks his strike, causing Yob's spear to fall. He then slams her down, poised to strike her face but hesitates, commenting that he held back. Yob wins, and Timur laughs, saying it's what he expected, but when he asks about his daughter's potential, Yob simply responds she has talent. Timur tells his daughter not to be discouraged, as Yob thinks she's not bad. When Yob asks if she learned that style from her father, Sonya confirms he is correct. Sonya was recommended as a tanker due to her strength and suggested to fight in Yob's style. Timur says he's the best in the country when it comes to teaching how to fight like Yob, but Yob is offended by this claim. He tells Sonya that using a shield and spear results in evenly distributed strength, which she already knows, but explains this style doesn't focus on strength in one area. Instead, it emphasizes dodging and countering rather than direct offense. Yob points out that she seems to enhance her strength too much to attack or defend, which causes her body to stiffen, making it hard to transition between offense and defense. He explains that with her current style, she won't reach her full potential. Yob suggests she discard the shield and use 2 spears as a close-range fighter, where she could maximize her strength and agility. Yob offers to help her grow if she joins his team, but Sonya immediately refuses. Yob is shocked and furious that she refuses his advice. Timur sees this and urges Yob to calm down, asking why Yob disapproves of her current style. Yob argues that it's wasteful and doesn't fully utilize her talents, but Timur nervously counters that her speed is valuable too. Timur insists that Yob is the best teacher for tankers utilizing agility, speed, and strength. Yob responds that's why he wants her as a close-range fighter with 2 spears instead of a tanker, but he warns that using both hands could lead to her death. He asks why she should drop her shield for this style. Timur, growing frustrated, says Yob still doesn't understand women and claims that Yob is a role model for tankers. Yob angrily kicks Timur's knee and asks what that has to do with women. Timur explains that his daughter spent 18 years trying to emulate Yob, so he asks Yob not to crush her dreams. Yob, now understanding, is surprised that Sonya is only 18. He thinks that if she's already reached this level at her age, she could easily be worth 100 billion in the future. Yob then offers to take responsibility for her and asks if she would come to Korea with him. Sonya is shocked by the offer, and her emotions are stirred. Meanwhile, Seemob's foreign transfer rumors spread like wildfire. When Yob arrives at the airport, the media bombards him with questions, asking if he's joining a European league. Yob dismisses it as a rumor, but Sonya steps out of the airport too. Yob tells the media he has things to handle in the area. Back in Kazakhstan, Sonya had refused Yob's offer, explaining that, with Yob's fame and offers from top European leagues, it made more sense to use her father's connections to play in Europe. Yob had considered this and thought about taking the offer, knowing she'd be worth millions in the future, but he chose to invest in her future instead. He says he'll take responsibility for her and that if he goes, she should come too. Sonya agrees, and when Yob tells Jiho, he's shocked. When asked about Hyen's absence, Yob explains that she had urgent business in France, which worries Jiho, although he doesn't want to know the details. The next day, Yob takes Sonya to the clubhouse, where she meets the spear instructor Maxime Blanco, brought by Coach Gabriel from France. Maxime greets her in French, but Yob translates, and Maxime warns her to be worth his time. Yob tells Sonya to show Maxime what she's got, and when she enters the test room, she asks what monster Yob first defeated on the battlefield. Yob responds it was Salbon, and Sonya says she'll face it too. They release Salbon, and Sonya dodges its attack before defeating it with a single strike. Maxim, shocked, calls it elegant. Sonya asks Yob for feedback, and he tells her she did great for her age. She requests more praise, and Yob reluctantly agrees. He tells her to remember he'll take responsibility for her, and Maxim will train her when Yob isn't around. Yob assures her Maxim will be better once training starts and warns that the training won't be easy. Maxim confirms the same. Yob tells Sonya there's only 1 month before the season starts, and while she's worried, Yob assures her that he and Maxim will make her the star of the opening match. A month later, the opening match arrives, and commentators announce the game between ISM and Seoul BC, historically the strongest postseason team, versus the new giants of KB1 ISM. Commentators point out the newcomers on the ISM roster. The commentators speculate about the plays the newcomers will showcase. ISM's team lineup consists of 3 tankers, 4 close-range dealers, 3 ranged dealers, and 1 support. Following the latest trend, they've adopted a 3-tanker composition for balance, with Bao filling the ranged dealer role while using his abilities for close-range combat. Meanwhile, Choi Hyak is a tank who originally played as a close-range dealer, and Jun, once a support player, now plays as a close-range damage dealer. The commentators highlight that the players can shift positions during a team fight, which allows them to adapt their strategies throughout the match. Despite Shim's weak mentality, his strong aura and skills make him a formidable force, capable of large-scale bombardment from a distance. Suddenly, Yob asks Gabriel if he thinks they can beat Seoul, and Gabriel confidently replies that they can because their team has reached a new level. Meanwhile, the secret weapon that has kept Korea on edge for the past month is Sonya Akhmatov. Since switching from a spear and shield to long spears, Sonya's growth has been extraordinary. Yob notes her stats have improved. Her skill went up by 3, agility by 5, and speed by 2, which makes her growth potential seem limitless. Yob realizes her improvement accelerated after switching roles, though it took 3 days of convincing her to make the change. Gabriel mentions that aside from Nathan, he's never seen anyone progress so quickly, and Yob agrees that Sonya will soon be world-class. Yob believes Sonya will secure him 2 million, but when he sees Maxim calling Sonya his miracle, Yob wonders if Maxim truly believes he's the only one responsible for her progress. Nevertheless, Yob remains excited about her future. As the first round of the Grave of Warriors begins, Sonya uses a rebound from her spear hitting the ground to leap, a move that seems impossible but secures a kill. She quickly kills another player behind her, leaving Bone impressed, thinking the coach was right. Bam tells the team to stop hunting and regroup, as he believes they can win if they focus on team fighting. B is amazed that Sonya managed to get 2 kills without taking a single hit. Yob is similarly impressed, noting that her agility has risen from 80 to 81, and her skill from 76 to 78. Sonya then takes another kill, reflecting on her fun in being a damage dealer, despite her previous role as a tank. She recalls Yob's advice that securing kills is meaningless if it comes at the cost of a teammate's life, and that survival should always come first. She recalls his warning that if she didn't learn this, he would make sure she did. When she sees a teammate in danger, she rushes to save him, landing a stab on the enemy player. After Sonya's triple kill, ISM faces off against Seoul BC, with ISM claiming an impressive 9-0 victory in the first game. The commentators are awestruck by Sonya's performance, recognizing her as ISM's new damage dealer. They now understand why ISM's owner, Seo MoonYeob, brought her all the way from Kazakhstan. Meanwhile, Shim is in the bathroom, reading disparaging comments about him, which only serve to fuel his anger. He overhears Seoul BC players saying that Shim is irrelevant to ISM, with one player criticizing Shim's reliance on foreign support despite his strong abilities. The other player notes that if someone else had Shim's ability, they could make history. As they praise Sonya, Shim's anger reaches its peak, and he storms out, demanding to know who made those comments. One of the players is worried, but another thinks they can use Shim's temper to their advantage. Shim approaches them angrily, but then he hears a toilet flush and is struck in the face by the door. To his shock, it's Yob, who reveals he overheard the conversation. Yob explains that he had been using the toilet when he heard something interesting, and though he hoped for more, he's not surprised. Yob tells the Seoul BC players they're lucky and demands that Shim apologize to them, which shocks Shim. He refuses, but Yob forces him to apologize, mocking Shim's attitude. The Seoul players are confused, but Yob dismisses it, telling them to be ready for the next game. Before leaving, Yob warns them that Shim is still on probation, and they got off easy this time, but there won't be a next time. Before the next round, No instructs the team to mirror the first match. The Czech team will focus on Sonya while the hunting team will take on different roles. No explains that this round is a chance for Yob and Gabriel to test Sonya's capabilities, but also to assess whether their main tactics will work in KB1. Shim, meanwhile, seethes with anger, watching the Soul players laugh from their bench. He plans to take revenge in the next round. The second round takes place in the Ant Nest Dungeon, a place used by underworlds for experiments involving gigantified and agitated battleground ants. The dungeon is filled with tunnels and small rooms, with the queen ant at the end, who will summon more ants when threatened. The commentators are eager to see what the teams will demonstrate in this challenging environment. The second round begins, and ISM's Czech team, consisting of Lean, Yunhwa, Suho, Choi Hyak, and Sonya, moves forward. No instructs the hunting team, Shim, Jinsu, Park, Jun, and Choi Jiangman, to begin hunting. A large swarm of ants approaches, but the hunting team quickly eliminates them. No comments that the hunting process is much faster, likely because they have new damage dealers. He orders the team to proceed, but suddenly, a team member realizes Shim is missing. Meanwhile, Shim is heading towards the Soul players, determined to prove himself. He ignores a call from No, muting it, and No is furious, warning Shim that he'll have a serious talk with him after the match. No instructs the hunting team to continue clearing the area, while Shim, now near the Soul players, wonders why they're the only ones there. The Czech team should have arrived first, and Shim considers making an attack on them but quickly changes plans when he realizes he hasn't been spotted. He decides to attack with fire but wonders how many enemies were hit. The Soul players, expecting an attack, position themselves defensively, and Shim, enraged that his attack had no effect, begins fighting back. However, he struggles to land a hit and finds himself outmatched, with the Soul players closing in on him. He tries to burn them but realizes his powers are cooling down. Shim Yong-soo thought to himself, I'm going to die. Wait, he won't be able to dodge at this distance. Immediately, Shim Yong-soo fired the flame, but as soon as it was released, the fire seemed weak. He had cast the fireball while it was on cooldown, having used too much mana during the fight. The fireball skill, a symbol of his power, made Shim Yong-soo the top magic damage dealer in KB1. At its peak, it could cause up to 5 explosions, but it had a 150-second cooldown before it could be used again. Despite the short casting time, he never had to worry about cooldowns. But now, with no fireball to rely on, a look of panic crossed his face. The hunting team surrounding him grew excited. They got him, they thought, preparing for the kill. Just then, the system ranked Anik Movo with 1 kill, causing the group to suddenly turn and look. There, standing with a spear and piercing through the opposition, was Senia. Everyone was shocked. Shim Yong-soo was bewildered as an arm grabbed him and pulled him away. When they turned around, the hunting team was confused. Where did Shim Yong-soo go? They had planned to draw the enemy's attention, and now, Shim Yong-soo was hidden in a hole with 2 YSM team members. What are you guys doing here? Shim Yong-soo wondered. You're not following the plan. Why hide now? Didn't you guys take the initiative to attack? Young-ho, looking guilty, was speechless, knowing he had ruined the plan. Shim Yong-soo, seeing how right Young-ho was, could only remain silent. I can't respond, but it's your fault anyway. You should have come earlier. Young-ho quickly explained, we couldn't show up until the right moment. We decided to wait for you to draw them in to make sure the ant nest wasn't destroyed. We left one alive. Shim Yong-soo was taken aback. You knew I'd come here? Young-ho nodded. Yes, the president said before the match that Shim Yong-soo would do something stupid. Shim Yong-soo thought back to what Seo MoonYeob had said. Could he have predicted all my moves? He couldn't believe that the top team of KB1 would speak badly of others behind their backs. I hope you understand. This is a power game. I hope you work properly so we can climb the ranks, but you should go solo to influence the team. At the time, Shim Yong-soo had no idea that Seo MoonYeob had predicted his every action. Meanwhile, Young-ho added, Nan and Yun Bom should be here soon to tell you to leave. Shim Yong-soo stood up suddenly. Do you think I can defeat anyone by throwing explosive balls? The others wondered. As he spoke, Shim Yong-soo's expression darkened. You say Seo MoonYeob predicted my every move. Do you think you can control me? Let's see if you can predict this. Shim Yong-soo then gathered magic in his palm. He thought, this life is like walking a tightrope, full of challenges and problems. He noticed his fan support had dropped significantly due to harsh comments, including accusations that he was only in his position because he was the vice president's son. These comments made him angry, but there was a twist. After joining YSM, his fan support started returning. Some even commented that if Shim Yong-soo calmed down, he could be useful, implying that Seo MoonYeob might have chosen him for his skills. Could he be a genius? Shim Yong-soo, though not great with people, wasn't stupid. He had potential. When he reached for the rope Seo MoonYeob threw out, it felt like his lifeline. At that moment, Shim Yong-soo summoned a magical binding rope, a skill that allowed him to bind an enemy for 1 to 5 seconds. The rope caught a member of the opposing team, and Shim Yong-soo smiled with satisfaction. Seizing the opportunity, Senia rushed forward, spear in hand, to finish the job. The system immediately announced Sakmatova, 3 lives eliminated. Gabriel Sana and Seo MoonYeob watched from a distance, surprised. Shim Yong-soo is supporting Senia now? Gabriel Sana remarked. Seo MoonYeob smiled and said, I bet he's just trying to avoid punishment by cooperating with Senia. Seo MoonYeob continued, I knew Senia would be the main damage dealer. Helping her guarantees a kill. As long as he fulfills his mission, it doesn't matter if he shows off or not. We also need to teach him spear techniques. The only reason he doesn't use a sword is because his sword skills are terrible. It's unlikely they'll improve much. Seo MoonYeob didn't expect much from Shim Yong-soo's leadership tactics, but he thought that as long as Shim Yong-soo continued training, his stats would improve. The most productive option is to polish his reputation and sell it, Seo MoonYeob thought. With the money, I'll recruit foreign soldiers like CIA. This might not be a scam, he mused. Meanwhile, Shim Yong-soo, still in the heat of battle, released a fireball at the opponent in front of him. The explosion was so intense that even Na Mun-jaeon and Choi Hak, standing some distance away, couldn't see. The force knocked the opponent unconscious, allowing Senia to rush in and defeat him. Sakmatova eliminated 6 lives. End of match. YSM wins the second match. The team was ecstatic as they celebrated their victory. The excitement in KB1's debut was palpable. Seo MoonYeob smiled in satisfaction, knowing they were stronger now. Gabriel Sana, grinning behind him, added, Thanks to you, we've recruited many good people. You were right, Seo MoonYeob. Except for Senia, the one who caught my attention is Jae-men. I'm confident he'll improve a lot. Seo MoonYeob nodded. His stats are almost maxed out, except for concentration. Surely they'll increase with training. He thought about how to continue leveraging Shim Yong-soo's potential. Next is Kim Jin-chu. He's still active in the youth tournament, and I like how he plays his role, even in the pro arena. As Seo MoonYeob and the team discussed their progress, Park Young-min pinched his cheek and reflected, I used to be a kid with local thugs. If I hadn't met my boss and gotten this opportunity, I don't know where my life would have gone. Thank you. Seo MoonYeob turned to Gabriel Sana. We've beaten the infamous Seoul BC team. Who's next? Gabriel Sana replied, the Twin Star Spirits team. Seo MoonYeob was surprised. Twin Stars? That's the team with Moon Sung as coach. They also recruited Choi Hyu, who made me so angry. But instead of killing him, I brought him back for a mere 50 million W. He's the coach now. I can't believe it. If I'd been tougher, he wouldn't still be alive. Gabel-san was confused, wondering what was being discussed. Suddenly, Seo MoonYeob asked, Are those twin stars any good? Abel replied, I've heard they're one of the championship contenders. The data analysis also supports that. Seo MoonYeob responded, Is that so? I guess I'll have to take action myself. Abel tried to reassure him, No need, the foundation of our team members is strong enough. Seo MoonYeob vigorously shook his head, No, I want to play. I accepted Choi Huk's challenge and I can't back down now. I'll probably feel better after beating those twin stars. So you'll participate in that match? Abel asked. Yes, Seo MoonYeob confirmed. For that match, I'll make an exception and participate. Abel then asked, what about the other matches during the season? Seo MoonYeob replied, let's just focus on this match first. While it's an easy one, it still worries me. But we should be fine. At Bijo's house, when Seo MoonYeob returned, he was immediately interrogated. Do you still have the Zayden seed? Bijo asked. Seo MoonYeob took it out and held it up. Yes, I always carry it with me. Tell me you didn't bring it to Kazakhstan with you, Bijo said. Seo MoonYeob responded casually, I'm not your brother to drop it. Anyway, the World Association wants to buy it, Seo MoonYeob added. Oh, is that so? Bijo replied. Yes, they asked where I got it from. I found it by chance. How much did they offer? Bijo asked. I don't know, but they said they'd personally pick it up for security reasons. If the Zayden seed gets lost, we'll have to pay a heavy price, Seo MoonYeob explained. Hearing that, Seo MoonYeob made a disgusted face. My ears are itchy. Should I open it now? Bijo couldn't help but curse. Are you crazy? I'll kick you out. Suddenly, Seo MoonYeob thought about something. I never considered this before, but they're really good at creating virtual reality, and their ability measurement system in the Underworld War is something we can't even imagine. The doorbell rang, and both Seo MoonYeob and Bijo looked over. Seo MoonYeob wondered who it could be, but Bijo went to check. I didn't have any appointments today, Bijo said. Let me go see. As Bijo approached the doorbell rang again. Seo MoonYeob wondered, what's going on? Bijo peered through the screen and looked startled. He asked, who is it? The man outside introduced himself. Pleased to meet you, my name is Petro and Ella. Seo MoonYeob immediately activated his analytical eye ability. Petro's information appeared instantly. His strength, speed, agility, skills, intelligence, and physical strength were all at maximum levels, except his concentration, 2192, and leadership, 978, which were poor. His special ability, poison induction, allowed him to poison any target with just a touch of bare skin. Seo MoonYeob assessed the situation, thinking to himself, at least we know he's human. Petro extended his hand. Nice to meet you both. Seo MoonYeob noticed Petro's hand and thought, he has the ability to poison with one touch and now he wants me to shake his hand without gloves? If this is a trap, I'll play along. If he tries anything, I'll kill him immediately. After thinking for a moment, Seo MoonYeob decided to shake his hand. After they released their grip, Seo MoonYeob wondered why nothing felt wrong. Was I stupid for worrying? Without analytical skills, it would be difficult to guess his special ability unless he mentions it himself. Seo MoonYeob interrupted their conversation. He must be a professional fighter. Petro replied, of course not. I have experience with underground adventures during the Underworld Wars, but that was many years ago. Seo MoonYeob thought, why does this guy, with all his stats at the maximum threshold, still look older than I expected? A survivor of the Underworld War should have better concentration. Seo MoonYeob realized that Petro must have been trained for any potential battle, explaining the low concentration stats. Petro spoke, let's continue negotiating. There's no benefit if this matter is exposed. He opened a suitcase containing cash. The total here is 1.5 billion. Seo MoonYeob remarked, that's more than I expected. Petro then took out the Zayden seed and handed it over, saying, please take it quickly. Seo MoonYeob took the vase and replied, excuse me for a moment. After stepping outside, Petro picked up the vase and violently threw it on the ground, stomping on it with rage. Seo MoonYeob watched, puzzled that Petro didn't use any special skills and felt his violent approach was strange. After a while, Petro stopped, adjusted his clothes, and said, it's taken care of. I'm leaving. He then added, also, the president of the World Arena Association asked me to pass on a message. He wants to meet you. He's officially invited Sir Sean Y. Bijo smiled awkwardly. The president of the World Arena Association wants to meet us? Seo MoonYeob thought, what a surprise. He then asked, what does the president want to meet for? Petro responded, he hopes you accept his request. Seo MoonYeob immediately pulled Bijo aside and whispered, hey Bijo, are you overreacting? He's just the president. He's probably just a businessman. Bijo replied, I'm not overreacting. It's not often he meets in person. He usually sends representatives. No one knows anything about him, his age, gender, anything. He's kept everything hidden very carefully. The only thing that's certain is that he created the arena. Seo MoonYeob replied, wow. Well, when exactly does he want to meet? I have my own schedule, so I might not be able to meet him. Bijo said, any time is fine. Seo MoonYeob replied, really? So tomorrow? Bijo thought for a moment, wait, you just said you're busy. The season is still going on. What will you do about it? Seo MoonYeob answered, it's good news. I'll make sure the vehicle picks you up. See you tomorrow. As Petro drove away, Seo MoonYeob muttered, wow, you're really different. I'm curious about the president too. I wonder what kind of person he is. He ignored Bijo's question, thinking, is this guy even human? His stats are off the charts. He could have easily destroyed the seed with his abilities, but instead, he had to destroy it by stomping on it. The seed could easily be crushed in his claws, and he likely wants to conceal his true ability. It's suspicious. Before I left, I warned him that he seemed normal, but I felt something was off. He asked, confused, what are you talking about? I replied, just follow my words carefully. I will definitely meet him tomorrow. This meeting will be interesting. The next morning, at Calgary International Airport in Alberta, Seo MoonYeob walked behind Petro and Ella. He looked around and remarked, oh, the World Arena Association is in Canada. Petro responded, no, it's in the United States. So why are we here? Seo MoonYeob asked. Because the current president isn't in the association. Huh, so what's the point? They drove for a while and stopped at a pass under the Rocky Mountains in Jasper National Park. Looking around, Seo MoonYeob asked uncomfortably, does the president live in a place like this? Petro calmly replied, something like that. Now, are we going for a walk? Seo MoonYeob didn't get an answer but saw Petro take a stone from his pocket and told him to take it. Seo MoonYeob looked at it and said, oh, it's just a stone. Petro replied, this stone will help you get to the chairman's coordinates. Seo MoonYeob, puzzled, asked, I thought you couldn't use the regression stone outside the dungeon? Petro agreed, normally, it wouldn't work outside the dungeon, but this one was specifically made for this place. Seo MoonYeob, curious, asked, how was it created? Humans can't make something like this. Petro said, there's no way humans could create it, but now let's start. Once we use it, we'll be there. Seo MoonYeob thought to himself, that's interesting. When the dungeon disappeared, the supernatural no longer carried the regression stones, but now I have one. He held the stone, thinking, let's go. Even though he had no idea where it would lead him, he accepted the challenge. Damn underworld people. After using the stone, he was teleported to the dungeon. Upon seeing the scene before him, he smirked and said, I like what you guys are doing. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind him, silently watching for a moment. It tried to attack, but he dodged just in time. Quickly, he used a power magnification technique, channeling spiritual energy into his fist. He rushed forward and struck the monster, grabbing its head and twisting it. The body fell to the ground, headless. Holding its head, he remarked, so it's an Amant, a monster from the second half of the Underground War. When Shounen tried to clear all the dungeons, the underworld created this as a last-ditch effort. He looked at what was in front of him, a slight smile on his face. I know what you're hiding, Petro and Ella. Wow, I didn't expect such a big welcome party, he said. He then pulled out a spear, preparing to fight. Let's enjoy this a bit. I hope you guys are good enough to help me entertain these bastards. After an hour of fighting, he killed them all. He rushed to break the door and ran inside, where something was lying in a glass block. Confused, he asked, "What is this?" "Wait, it looks like a coffin." Suddenly it spoke, "Guest, are you human?" It began to lift people from the glass block, signaling that the intruder mode was activated. As soon as it spoke, a bright light enveloped him, blinding him. Dazed, he exclaimed, "This tremor, where am I?" Hearing a familiar voice, he pulled down his hat and saw a face. He shouted in surprise, "It's you, the highest priest." She stood atop the ice coffin and calmly said, "High priest, I guess that's what they call me." "What's wrong with you? You don't look like someone from the underworld." Seo MoonYeob coldly replied, "You look like a human." The high priest removed her hood and scolded, "Impolite idiot. We are inherently human. We just change our appearance to suit battles." Seo MoonYeob found this interesting and replied, "Well, it's been a while. I don't know about the others, but I think I'll definitely kill you." The high priest, unfazed, calmly admitted, "You're right. I died at your hands once. I failed my mission. However, someone cursed me. Those full of sin cannot see the light and are imprisoned in this body." Seo MoonYeob smirked, "Ha, you must hate me." The high priest responded, "Hatred? I don't feel that. You were simply sent by the Creator to punish someone like me. I actually feel grateful." Seo MoonYeob frowned, puzzled. "Falling? I thought she was about to attack, but now what is she saying?" The high priest fell silent, then finally said, "I was ordered to kill you." Seo MoonYeob held his spear tightly, not showing fear, and said, "Seems like you're reluctant. Let's do a few rounds." Just as he was about to strike, the high priest spoke, "Wait, Seo MoonYeob, no need to rush. I was only ordered to kill you, not told when to start. We should talk first." Seo MoonYeob paused, thinking, I could take her down in a moment, but it would be difficult. He asked seriously, "Is it okay for an undead being to disobey the one giving orders?" The high priest laughed, raising her hands, "Not too fast, not too slow. Even though I'm undead, the control of the high priest who rules the underworld is not simple. This was done by priests of lower rank, but they could do nothing more than follow my orders and fight." Seo MoonYeob was a bit surprised. "I can't believe she's dead and still talks so boldly." The high priest shrugged and replied calmly, "I'm just speaking the truth." Seo MoonYeob placed his spear on the ground, shook his head, and laughed. "Forget it. I'm not here to reconcile. I don't know what you want to say, but it's better to fight than stand here talking endlessly. Understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, the high priest on the opposite side continued, speaking with certainty. "You were caught in a trap, which is why you came here, Seo MoonYeob. Maybe you think you've planned everything, but aren't you curious about who's behind it?" Seo MoonYeob, hearing this, immediately asked, Do you know who that is?" The high priest shook her head and replied, "I don't know, but I can help you find out." Seo MoonYeob, extremely confused, asked, "Why would you help me?" The high priest smiled and replied, "Let me repeat, I'm not your enemy. You defeated me when I fell. Even now, you want to defeat me again, so we can escape this miserable situation together." At hearing these words, Seo MoonYeob laughed several times before saying, "I intended to crush you into pieces so you could never be revived." The high priest didn't seem angry upon hearing this. She lowered her head slightly and softly asked, "You're still the same. Anyway, I'm sure the person who helped revive me is intentionally starting another war. We must stop those who dare distort the prophecy of the original light. Find the truth, and send them off to return to eternity." Seo MoonYeob, not understanding, raised his spear and contemptuously said, "Weren't you the one who started the war in the underworld? If you really want peace on Earth, we could live together peacefully. Do you know how much land is abandoned? Deserts, rivers, mountains, and even the middle of oceans?" The high priest's body radiated a powerful magic. She shrugged and calmly replied, "You just said living together in peace? Don't try to fool me. I'm sure you know living together peacefully is a good thing. But before we attacked, We observed you humans in the name of peaceful coexistence. I saw you argue and fight with each other, just because you live in different countries, have different skin colors, or for countless other reasons. I witnessed with my own eyes your merciless slaughter. And those of us from the underworld cannot stand under the sun. We can only stand under the setting sun, and even then, only a select few can do that. Not only the sun but also things that must shine, like the moon or the stars, everything threatens us. We are too weak to live on Earth. Moreover, you humans are too dangerous. That's why we created monsters to defeat those humans threatening our existence. These monsters went to the surface to do their duty. But we never expected that supernatural beings like you would appear. Seo MoonYeob, listening to her long rant, gritted his teeth and said, I don't care. All you want is for humanity to become extinct. Forget it. Tell me why you're all here. Who brought me here? The high priest immediately replied, explaining that they needed to talk about the origin of the underworld. In the past, the primordial light, Seo MoonYeob couldn't hold it in anymore and raised his hand to stop her, saying, Wait, stop. It's too long. Summarize it in 3 sentences. Upon hearing this, the high priest fell silent for a moment. After a while, she cautiously asked, 5 sentences okay? Okay, Seo MoonYeob said, tell me your lame story quickly. The high priest nodded, not too fast or too slow, and began. When we of the underworld die, we turn into souls. When you attain the title of priest, you can listen to the voice of souls. The higher your rank, the longer you can talk with souls. For example, as the supreme priest, I can communicate with the greatest soul called primordial light. Everything that begins with primordial light is prophecy. Seo MoonYeob, hearing this, immediately spoke. A prophet who has reached spiritual awakening will appear. The prophet will lead you to the land of light. The high priest was slightly surprised by this and exclaimed, You know about it? Seo MoonYeob nodded and replied, I heard about it from someone in the underworld when I defeated him. Is that so? The high priest said leisurely. I have always believed in prophets. I believe I'm the only one suited to become a prophet. Other rulers and kings tried to stop me, but it was useless. I became stronger than ever since I became the high priest, and the balance of power between the king and the priest had broken. In the past, we were blinded by those same desires, but that was not the end. Seo MoonYeob frowned, thinking, is this self-blame or complacency? You've already exceeded 5 sentences, Seo MoonYeob muttered. The high priest didn't pay attention to his expression. She continued, Then I interpreted the prophecy as I wanted and ignored everything. I did it with the sole purpose of wanting to attack the ground. I wanted to reach the land of light. In the end, after all my efforts failed, I had to perish. Seo MoonYeob suddenly opened his mouth and asked, So, it all came from your greed? Is that what you mean? He thought to himself, how ironic. War pushed many people to death. To me, that war was meaningless. Continuing, Seo MoonYeob asked, So who revived you? The high priest honestly replied, Although I am dead, the remaining members of the clergy are still alive. They still believe in the prophecy. Carrying the spear on his shoulder, Seo MoonYeob frowned and said, So, those people brought me here? The high priest nodded and replied, Yes. The ones who imprisoned me in this body and the ones who called you here are trying to start a new war. The high-ranking members of the Songya are your new enemies. Seo MoonYeob immediately raised his hand to stroke his chin, pondered for a moment, and then asked, Really? Even though they still exist, I'm surprised they still have so much power. They can even deflect Shiren's destruction ray. Isn't it an absolute shield, an unyielding defense? It's quite troublesome to deal with. Seeing that he still didn't understand, the high priest explained further, They have gathered the remnants of the past and now they are strong enough to fight against me. Seo MoonYeob crossed his arms and thought for a moment. Then, seriously, he said, I understand. Since I was able to defeat you, dealing with them will be easy. So now I'm going to find them. The high priest hovered above and spoke slowly, I think that's a hero. Even if I have to risk my life to save the world, I won't hesitate. Don't you think I should act before they do? Seo MoonYeob nodded and said, that makes sense. The high priest raised an arm, revealing a compass. If you defeat me, then the orders they imposed on me will expire. The moment I return to my spirit form, I will use all my remaining power to help you eliminate them. Seo MoonYeob was extremely satisfied when he heard this. He raised his spear, looked straight into the high priest's eyes, and with a smirk said, okay, that's what I want to hear. The high priest nodded slightly and replied, it seems we can begin. I can't disobey orders anymore. Come on, let's begin. As soon as she finished these words, she released a powerful stream of magical energy to attack Seo MoonYeob. After that, she calmly explained, in this state of being dominated by orders, I have no other choice but to do my best to defeat you. Please don't die, but try to defeat me. Seo MoonYeob, hearing this, confidently replied, you should be careful what you wish for. I will bring you back to eternity with a single move. The high priest sighed, cooling a bit. She spoke harshly, even in this form, I doubt you have the power to defeat me with a single strike. Seo MoonYeob smirked and replied, look here. The high priest raised her hand, and several circles appeared around her. She calmly said, it's my turn now. I've summoned the souls of my ancestors. Though they've weakened over time, they still have the power to crush you. This is a magical explosion, Seo MoonYeob. Be careful. Seo MoonYeob smiled back. It's been a while since I've seen this. Hasn't your strength diminished since last time? The high priest shook her head without answering, taking a defensive stance as she coldly declared, not enough to defeat me. Please assist me, she said. With those words, immense magical power surged from the circles, firing directly at Seo MoonYeob. The sheer force of the magic was terrifying, causing the surroundings to explode and sending rocks and dust flying. The high priest withdrew her hand, inspecting the ruined landscape. She frowned slightly, murmuring, it seems I went too far. There's not much space for a fight here. Just as she spoke, a provocative voice rang out from the debris, thanks for taking care of me. The high priest was startled and turned toward the voice, only to see Seo MoonYeob in his soul state, surrounded by a glowing layer of magic power, his immortality ability activated. Seo MoonYeob grinned, I told you I'd crush you into pieces. The high priest was in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. How could a human enter the state of spiritualizing the body? She cried out in horror. You foolish human. Where did you get the courage to spiritualize in front of me? I commend you for reaching a state no other human could, but my attacks can still harm you, even in your soul state. Seo MoonYeob, startled by her words, thought to himself, leave me alone. Sweat beaded on his face, and he immediately replied, then I'll get rid of it. The high priest quickly stopped him, wait. Attacking the soul can harm me as well, so keep it that way. Seo MoonYeob, confused, snapped, what exactly do you want me to do? The high priest looked directly into his eyes, speaking slowly, let's see if you can avoid my attacks and strike back, just like before. Annoyed, Seo MoonYeob cursed loudly, this is unbelievable. He shouted, I'm coming. Without hesitation, Seo MoonYeob transformed into a beam of light, rushing toward the high priest. He raised his hand to strike, but she quickly countered, releasing a powerful magic wave. The two forces collided and exploded in the air. Taking advantage of the situation, the high priest rushed forward, surrounded by dark clouds of demonic smoke. The smoke coalesced into the shape of a demon, rushing after her in her master's footsteps. Listen to my call, souls, she commanded. Seo MoonYeob didn't pay attention to her theatrics and smirked. This is nothing compared to a high-difficulty dungeon. With that, he charged forward again. The two sides clashed back and forth, rumbling and shaking the ground. As Seo MoonYeob raised his spear, the high priest realized in horror, he's already here. Seeing the sharp spear poised to strike, she quickly raised her hand to create a protective barrier. The spear, filled with potent magical energy, struck the barrier. Seo MoonYeob quickly withdrew his hand and stepped back a few paces, grumbling, "I don't have time to waste, so let's end this here." He gathered all his strength, charging toward the high priest. His magic power collided with her outer protective barrier, and she swiftly dodged, stabilizing herself. Raising her hand, she fired another blast of energy, but at that moment, Seo MoonYeob's sharp spear drove straight into her hand. With that, Seo MoonYeob withdrew his hand and took a step back. Looking down at the high priest, now kneeling on one knee, Seo MoonYeob asked, "Are you done, or should I just kill you to be sure?" The high priest, realizing her situation, responded quickly, "All right, stop." She extended her hand toward him, continuing, "Your attacks have dissolved the chains that bound me." Seo MoonYeob, still holding his spear, looked at her in confusion. "Is that all?" The high priest nodded slightly. "It seems so, but I'll soon be sealed again." Seo MoonYeob sighed, "This is so boring." Ignoring his attitude, the high priest continued, "This is the result of someone trying to control me without sufficient strength. My body is disintegrating because it's impossible to contain soul energy with such enormous power." Seo MoonYeob, shocked by her calmness, thought, "I can't believe she's still so carefree." The high priest went on, "We were able to end this quickly because of your salification. If your strength had been the same as before, it might have taken days to determine the victor. In return, I'll send you back to the moment before you entered this dungeon." Seo MoonYeob, surprised, exclaimed, "Oh, you can do that? Does that mean I'm about to meet that bastard Pio? Take me away quickly." The high priest's body continued to disintegrate, but she warned, "Don't rush. Whoever did this to me will realize something's wrong soon. They will send someone to investigate." Seo MoonYeob nodded, replying, "What you say makes sense. After all, I've disabled all their traps. Let's see who this bastard president of the association is before I leave." The high priest suddenly spoke again, "I also have the duty to correct those who've gone astray." Seo MoonYeob, still unconvinced, sneered, "Do you think they'll listen to you in your current condition? You'll have to use your strength to teach them." The high priest, gritting her teeth, muttered, "I never said I would talk to them." There was a brief silence before her eyes widened. She suddenly exclaimed, "They're here." Seo MoonYeob followed her gaze, seeing a dense flow of demonic energy forming a barrier. A pair of sharp claws pierced through the barrier, followed by a cold voice. "The binding on the high priest has disappeared. Seo MoonYeob is dead." The voice belonged to another high priest with medium-level skills, capable of controlling the souls of the dead and summoning white flames, creating a menacing aura. When he fully appeared and saw the two below, he exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible, MoonYeob? Could it be that we still can't defeat you, even after using the souls of the high priest against you?" MoonYeob calmly placed the spear on his shoulder, frowned, and thought, "A guy from the underworld. He must be the one who ordered Petro and Ella." With that thought, MoonYeob immediately reached out and placed his hand on the high priest's head, smirking. "Hey, bastard, 17 years ago, I sent her to sell salt. Do you really think she stands a chance of winning now?" The high priest's face darkened, and he muttered under his breath, "You've gone too far." Hovering above, he shook his head in disbelief. "Unbelievable." MoonYeob clenched his fist and said lightly, "I should thank you for your warm welcome." He turned to the high priest and added, "It seems we need to re-educate your subordinates." The high priest nodded and replied, "That must be it." As soon as MoonYeob spoke, his body entered soul state again. The high priest, stunned, shouted in disbelief, "Soul transformation. How could a human achieve this state? I can't leave it like this." MoonYeob, confused, asked, "Did he just run away?" The high priest nodded, "It seems so." MoonYeob, fuming, shouted, "Are you really going to let him run like that?" The high priest remained silent for a moment, concentrating. Then his eyes suddenly widened. In that instant, the high priest who had just fled was pulled back. Trembling, he let out a pitiful cry. The high priest extended a hand, releasing magic that bound the runaway's entire body. Coldly, she said, "Do you think I'll let you escape like that, now? Tell me, was this your plan?" The high priest, struggling, screamed, "Damn it," and used all his strength to break free. But before he could escape far, he was pulled back, his body trembling from the force. He roared, "Have I allowed you to leave yet?" Tightly bound, the high priest screamed in pain. "Why did you do that? Why side with humans?" The high priest responded coldly, "I'm not on the side of humans. Haven't I told you? Don't fantasize about things you can't control." The high priest, burning with anger, cursed, "Damn it. How dare you lecture me when you're just an undead? You think you're still our leader just because we call you high priest?" The high priest laughed bitterly and said, "I didn't expect you to fall so low." Enraged, the senior priest shouted, "Fake cultist. How dare you speak to me like that? We found a true cultist, not a pretender like you." Both Seo MoonYeob and the high priest's faces darkened, wariness in their eyes. The high priest slapped the senior priest across the face, causing it to swell horribly. The senior priest trembled, stammering, "Do you think I'll submit to violence? Absolutely not. It'd be better for you to kill me." Seo MoonYeob, irritated, said, "It's too loud. Let me hit him again." Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck the high priest hard on the head. Watching the other priest fall to the ground, Seo MoonYeob retracted his hand and muttered, "Oh my God, that's too strong." The high priest beside him shook his head. "It's okay. I'll wake him up." She clasped her hands together and delivered a powerful blow. The senior priest's body shook, and he immediately woke, his eyes wide open. The high priest spoke casually, "If you repeat this a few times, he'll eventually speak." She then asked, "Who is the new prophet you found?" The senior priest was gripped by magic and had no choice but to answer obediently. "The first high priest has now become the great priest. The new prophet is—" His face started to disintegrate, but the high priest didn't pay attention, continuing her questioning. "The new prophet, are you saying he can hear the voice of the primordial light for the first time?" The senior priest nodded, confirming, "That's right." The high priest immediately shouted, "Impossible." The senior priest, confused, asked, "How could a priest lie about the primordial light?" The high priest responded coldly, "Yes, it wasn't a lie, but a mistake. That's even more dangerous." The senior priest gritted his teeth, confirming the mistake. "Since the war began, I haven't been able to hear the voice of the primordial light. It didn't choose the one you're worshipping." Hearing this, the high priest shouted in frustration but fell silent. The senior priest didn't care, continuing, "If the person truly heard it, then it must have been a trick. Who exactly did you hear? Whose voice did you think was the oracle of the primordial light?" The senior priest ignored her words, clenching his fists and shouting, "No, that's impossible. You failed. We won't fail like you, traitor." Before the senior priest could finish his words, Seo MoonYeob could no longer contain himself. He raised his fist, punching him in the face and shouting, "Stop talking." The senior priest was sent flying into the wall. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, muttering, "You crazy person with no faith." Defeated, he shouted, "That's it. I'll take you with me." As soon as he said this, a beam of bright white magic shot violently from his body. Seo MoonYeob frowned. Is he about to commit suicide? Isn't that dangerous? The high priest beside him shook her head. "Just leave it. I'll handle it." She raised her hand and flicked her fingers. The senior priest immediately vanished. Seo MoonYeob, surprised, asked, "What happened? Where did he go?" The high priest replied calmly, "I just sent him elsewhere to let him commit suicide." Turning to Seo MoonYeob, she added, "It's over now. I'll send you home." Seo MoonYeob, holding the regression stone, asked, "And what about me?" The high priest replied, "If I leave my body, it'll be exploited. To avoid being turned into an undead, I'll have to self-destruct. Seo MoonYeob smiled. Oh, I know. Before you die, shouldn't you look at the blue sky to your heart's content? Before dying, the high priest gazed at the sky and asked cautiously. Seo MoonYeob nodded and smiled, replying, he will die anyway. It's nice to look at the ground where the light shines. He added, if you're worried about your body being used, I'll summon the Shur to completely burn you. Hearing this, the high priest's eyes gleamed. She never imagined she'd one day go to the land of light like the prophet. She had always been immersed in that light. Seeing the hesitation in front of her, Seo MoonYeob immediately asked, are you going or not? At this point, the high priest didn't hesitate any longer. She placed one hand on the other half of the regression stone and said decisively, I'm leaving. The regression stone flared with a blue light, covering the entire dungeon and carrying Seo MoonYeob and the high priest to the land of light. In a forest, Petro landed on an open piece of land. They breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, we've safely left the dungeon, but because everything went so smoothly, we must act carefully. Otherwise, suspicion will arise. Suddenly, they widened their eyes in surprise. Seo MoonYeob and the high priest descended from the sky. Seo MoonYeob then kicked Petro hard on their heads, sending them to the ground. They exclaimed in disbelief, how? Seo MoonYeob looked down coldly and said harshly, what? How did I destroy everything? Why wipe out the dungeon? Right. The high priest ordered you. I killed him. I did a great job. Petro lay flat, gritting their teeth. Seo MoonYeob didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he asked without introduction, have you learned the sacred language? Petro's eyes widened. Seo MoonYeob continued contemptuously, because you learned the language of the prophet, you brainwashed yourself. You were foolish enough to think you were smart. You bastard, let me crush you. Before Petro could react, Seo MoonYeob struck them hard on the head, ending their lives. The high priest floated on the ground, her eyes gazing up at the clear blue sky. She felt every inch of her skin basking in the warm rays of the sun, feeling deeply satisfied. Seo MoonYeob stood beside her and asked, how do you feel? The high priest softly exclaimed, this warm light is truly amazing. I thought my body would be sealed immediately, but surprisingly, the order remains stable without fluctuations. Maybe I can endure a little longer. Seo MoonYeob immediately responded, ah, is that so? So, Hyun's not dead? Hearing this, the high priest turned to glare at him and scolded, you idiot. I'm not dead yet. She looked up again, a bit happier, adding, anyway, I can look at this sky a little longer. It's so bright and warm. Seo MoonYeob leaned in closer to the landscape and said, because of the sun. The high priest angrily shouted, get away. You're blocking the sunlight. Seo MoonYeob obeyed and sat aside, picking up a dry branch from the nearby tree. He poked at the high priest's body and cautiously asked, but do you plan to stay here? Even if the sun is nice? Before he finished speaking, the high priest interrupted, actually, my body has been unable to move since just now. I can't use any skills under the sun. Talking is hard. My strength, it's all gone. Her words grew weaker and stopped completely. All her skills were suspended. Seo MoonYeob stared at her in stunned silence for a long time before exclaiming, no, this girl, what should I do now? Why did I bring her out here? Looking around, Seo MoonYeob noticed Petro's bodies. He quickly walked over and said, I didn't get to meet the president of the World Association after all. If you were the president, you might know something. Seo MoonYeob approached Petro's body, grabbed one by the ankle, and flipped him over. He looked at the ground and softly said, where is it? After shaking the body, something fell out. He picked it up and remarked, yellow? This is the first time I've seen this color. Thinking back, it was clear only a special regression stone could lead to the president of the World Association. If that rumor isn't fake, even if it's another trap, I don't care. The strongest person in the universe isn't afraid of anything. Hearing these words, the high priest on the other side struggled to speak, but Seo MoonYeob ignored her. He raised the stone high and eagerly exclaimed, "Well, let's try it." As soon as he spoke, a blinding golden light erupted from the stone. Seo MoonYeob couldn't adjust in time and quickly closed his eyes. When he opened them, he found himself standing in the middle of a vast field of golden flowers. He silently thought, the top of the mountain, recently all snow, flowers, and grass only live and bloom in this place. In the distance, Seo MoonYeob spotted a hut. His experience told him that somewhere on the ground, although the sunlight shines, there's no feeling of it, a dungeon. Thinking this, he stepped toward the hut. He opened the wooden door gently, and a faint scent of tea filled the air. Seo MoonYeob stepped inside, and a soft voice immediately rang out, "You're late. I've been waiting for you." Looking at the woman in front of him, Seo MoonYeob quickly used his superpower to scan her. This person is the queen, he thought. She had two superpowers, prayer, which receives responses from primordial light, and the eyes of fate, which show the fate of others. After scanning her, Seo MoonYeob widened his eyes. Is she really the queen of the underground people? He wondered. Underground people don't have names, only roles. For Seo MoonYeob, who had encountered countless underground beings, this was the first time he'd seen the name queen. A former ruler. He wondered if the king the high priest had spoken about, stripped of power and having given up everything, was still alive. The ruler of underground civilization now stood before him. His analysis revealed her magic power was 199. Other than the high priest, this was the first time he saw someone with maxed out stats. What shocked him even more were her two superpowers, prayer and the eye of fate, powers the high priest must have. Why did the queen possess them? Was it true that after the high priest attacked the ground, the original light could no longer be heard? As for the eye of fate, its scope was too vast for Seo MoonYeob to predict its true nature. While lost in a haze of unclear thoughts, the queen pointed to the chair beside her and smiled, saying to Seo MoonYeob, "Please, sit. I'm sure you've noticed my abilities with your keen insight." Upon hearing this, Seo MoonYeob was taken aback, his brow furrowed as he thought to himself, "I never told anyone about this ability, but she speaks as though she knows for certain." After a moment, Seo MoonYeob asked, "Huh? Can you also see my power with the eyes of destiny?" The queen nodded and replied, "Yes, Seo MoonYeob, I've been waiting for you to arrive." Seo MoonYeob, stunned, wiped the sweat from his brow and asked warily, "What do you mean by that?" The queen took a sip from her tea and, in a calm voice, asked, "How did you think you could survive the last dungeon?" Seo MoonYeob grew more confused, unable to stay composed. "What do you mean?" he exclaimed. The queen understood his confusion and nodded. "Yes, I helped you. You returned to the surface because of me." At these words, Seo MoonYeob's pupils constricted, and his fists clenched, his body trembling as he processed the shock. "The one underground saved my life?" he thought to himself. Seeing his reaction, the queen smiled lightly and continued, "It's true that your immortal powers came from that fierce battle, but without my help, you would have remained trapped in that space-time hole in the dungeon." Seo MoonYeob was skeptical. "Don't lie. That's too unreasonable," he retorted, pointing accusingly at the queen. "I'm the enemy who destroyed the Holy Land and killed your people. There's no reason for your people to save us." The queen didn't get angry. Instead, she spoke softly, "The first time I met you in the ruined Holy Land, I saw your destiny. You are the savior, that's your destiny. What I saw was the one who destroyed everything for us is the one meant to save us. Though it's hard to accept, I can't ignore any possibility, no matter how small. The prophecy speaks of a soul-awakened prophet who will lead you to the land of light. I heard the second part of the prophecy. The door opens and the tribulation begins. So, prophet, prepare for the savior." Seo MoonYeob was stunned for a long moment before finally exclaiming, "Wait, so the prophet is not the high priest, but you?" The queen smiled kindly but didn't address the question. Instead, she said, "I already understand the meaning of the day the door opened, and the tribulation came. That was the day we lost the sanctuary, but on that same day, my destiny revealed that you, Seo MoonYeob, are the savior. Seo MoonYeob sat opposite her, his head slightly lowered in thought. I don't believe in things like prophecies, so stop. What do you want from me? The queen, noticing his displeasure, responded without haste. Though we lost the sanctuary, it wasn't the true tribulation. The real tribulation hasn't yet arrived. Because of that, I've created an arena. I hope that humanity will stay safe, that they won't forget how to fight and survive. Seo MoonYeob reflected on her words. A king who lost his humanity, a girl who sacrificed for humanity and destroyed her own people. This is different from what I expected of the underground people, he thought. With his arms crossed, he spoke skeptically, I don't know about your prophecy, but for now, I still owe you my life. I'll help even if it's just a little. The queen smiled, covering her mouth with her hand, and said, Oh my. Thank you so much. Seo MoonYeob, suspicious of her expression, thought, she smiled like she knew I would agree. I feel like I've just been tricked. The queen retracted her smile and asked seriously, But why did you come here alone? I asked Petro to bring you. Hearing the name, Seo MoonYeob burst out laughing. Ah, that's the name. Outside, the sky was gradually darkening, and the golden flowers in the field swayed gently in the breeze. Inside the hut, Seo MoonYeob brought the high priest, whose body cracked all over, to the queen. Upon entering, the high priest looked around curiously and asked, Where is this? A dungeon? The queen, standing nearby, spoke softly, The high priest has dealt with the dead spirits. You've definitely grown stronger than I anticipated. Before the high priest could reply, Seo MoonYeob quickly covered his mouth and turned to the queen. Do you know Petro? The queen nodded. Yes, he's a human who knows about the underground and helps me. I trust him because he holds the title of worshipper. Seo MoonYeob scratched his face and asked cautiously, Can we solve the brainwashing case of a high-ranking priest before he was brainwashed? He must have died from a concussion. The queen answered truthfully, the sacred language was beyond him. It was tragic but unavoidable. The high priest struggled to pull away Seo MoonYeob's hand from her mouth. She raised her head and said, The queen I knew never had this power. The queen smiled, her eyes narrowing. That's true. I've been able to hear the voice of the primordial light since 2 years before the sanctuary collapsed. Hearing this, the high priest asked in disbelief, Why did you keep it a secret? The queen replied, If I had revealed it, I would have gone mad and killed him. I'm sorry, I'm a sinner. I'm not even a true high priest. In the end, I fell, and the primordial light turned away from me. It's my fault. Seo MoonYeob, sensing the chaos unfolding, smirked and interrupted, That's right, it's all her fault. The high priest, angered, snapped, Don't interrupt, Seo MoonYeob. After a moment of thought, she continued, But now you want to cooperate? Before the 7 people came to our holy land, I tried to hear the voice of the primordial light one last time. I prayed with all my heart. My spirit was close to becoming one with the spirit body, and we were almost at the place where the primordial light resides. Then I heard a voice, a soft one calling out, Hey, child, are you looking for me? Come here. Seo MoonYeob cried out in realization. So, could that voice have been the sound the high-ranking priest mistook for the primordial light? The high priest nodded. It's very possible. Seo MoonYeob smiled and said, I understand now. Find that person, and let's fight. Hearing this, both the queen and the high priest stopped and turned to look directly at Seo MoonYeob. Later that night, the high priest spread her arms and legs in the middle of a field of yellow flowers. She looked up at the sparkling starry sky, sighing with satisfaction, It's so beautiful. Seo MoonYeob walked slowly from afar and asked loudly, What are you doing? The high priest replied, still looking at the stars, I'm looking at the stars. Seo MoonYeob looked at the person lying on the ground and wondered, It's been 6 hours, and you're still not bored yet? The high priest glanced at him with disgust. These are the words of a human who enjoys this blessing every day. Seo MoonYeob fell silent at that, said nothing, and after a moment, followed her gaze, looking up at the sky. He nodded and said, "That's right, the sky is clear here, so you can see the stars clearly." After a moment, he glanced at the high priest again, gritted his teeth, and muttered, "This bookworm, how long will she keep looking at it? What nonsense." The high priest ignored him and continued enjoying the sparkling night sky. A moment later, she suddenly sat up. Seo MoonYeob, startled, asked, "What's wrong?" The high priest paused and said cautiously, "Someone is coming." Seo MoonYeob exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" He immediately reached behind him, only to realize he had left his spear behind. "I didn't have time to go back and get it." At that moment, several people in hoods appeared from nowhere. They looked around at the surrounding scenery and slowly said, "Is this place the Queen's land?" Seo MoonYeob tiredly raised his hand, a magical flame flaring up in his palm. He turned to the high priest and asked, "Who are they?" Before she could answer, two people behind them seemed extremely excited and exclaimed, "The Queen is here! So beautiful! The land where the light shines." Hearing this, the high priest glanced at Seo MoonYeob and said, "It seems they're not related to the high priest." Seo MoonYeob nodded and replied, "Maybe." Just then, the leader suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, you're Seo MoonYeob, right?" Upon hearing the name, the two people behind quickly clung to each other, shouting in panic, "Seo MoonYeob." The high priest calmly responded, "Yes, these guys know me. That's right, I'm Seo MoonYeob, the one who destroyed the last dungeon." The high priest, with a hint of disgust, said, "Do you want to be taken care of? Why introduce yourself like that?" Seo MoonYeob glanced at her and softly scolded, "This little girl." The high priest was unafraid, raised her head, and said, "What's wrong?" The leader spoke cautiously, "I heard the Queen say she invited you." Seo MoonYeob casually replied, "Ah, so you're the Queen's subordinate?" "Yes, as long as the king is alive, the other underground people must live as well." Looking at the two trembling people behind him, Seo MoonYeob continued, "But why bring them along?" The Queen's subordinates explained that they were fellow tribesmen, wandering with nowhere to return, and they planned to live in the place the Queen had prepared for them. Seo MoonYeob nodded, "Ah, looks like there's a separate place for underground people." The subordinate shook his head, gritting his teeth, and said, "I can't say anything more. Even if the Queen invited me, I don't have to explain myself to the one who destroyed our residence." The high priest, sitting next to Seo MoonYeob, suddenly spoke, "Recently, there was also a space decorated like here. Perhaps that was the place." Upon hearing that, Seo MoonYeob bent down and asked, "You know something like that?" The high priest replied, "In my level, that's basic." Listening to the conversation, the subordinate angrily shouted, "High priest, how could you side with Seo MoonYeob?" The high priest pointed at him, speaking slowly, "If I had to explain everything, of course, I would cut it short. You must have been an observer. I know your face. You're someone with quite unusual abilities." Hearing this, Seo MoonYeob immediately used his analytical eyes to scan the subordinate. His stats were full, and he had two superpowers: observing and remembering scenes, and recreating exact objects in memory, except biological ones, which required materials with identical properties and mass. Seo MoonYeob was surprised and thought to himself, "The ability is even better than I thought. Monitoring is secondary, but that super ability to recreate is interesting." An idea immediately formed in Seo MoonYeob's mind. He quickly rushed forward, grabbed the subordinate's shoulder, and smirked. "Hey, are you a monitor? Follow me." Seo MoonYeob then pulled him along with the high priest towards the hut. The high priest cried out in panic, "What are you doing?" Seo MoonYeob smirked, "I have a great idea." Inside the tent, the Queen sat in the main position, looking at everyone around her. "Sorry, I still haven't found any clues about that voice. If it has anything to do with the original light, then perhaps a soul from a long time ago. But we've lost part of our ancient history." Upon hearing this, Seo MoonYeob smiled and interrupted, It's okay, just ask directly. Turning to the subordinate sitting nearby, he asked, "Do you know the dungeon of 10,000 people? It has an emperor, an ancient person who died thousands of years ago. Before the final dungeon appeared, it was one of the most difficult. Its name is Melem of 10,000 people. It's said that the boss of the dungeon was once the emperor who ruled the underground people in the past. It's been so long that even the name is forgotten. Before he died, the emperor buried 10,000 subordinates and civilians in the tomb, so that even in death, he could forever rule the empire. Afterward, the 10,000-man tomb prohibited underground people from entering or exiting, thus becoming a dungeon." Seo MoonYeob glanced at the high priest, thinking, actually, if you just look at the emperor, who was once the boss, the last dungeon must have been much harder than the high priest. The high priest thought for a moment and realized what he was suggesting. She immediately exclaimed, "You mean to recreate the emperor in the tomb of 10,000 people and then ask him directly? Not a bad idea. The emperor isn't a living being, but a zombie. Being able to recreate it with the ability to observe is enough. His soul can't go to the spirit world, so he's probably wondering if a body is created for the dead spirit to enter. I will call him out, but for that I need a substance with the same properties and mass as the emperor." Hearing this, Seo MoonYeob immediately grabbed his spear, smiled, and said, "Ah, you said it was a human body underground. Let me make one right away." The queen sitting across from them shook her head and said, "No, you don't have to do that. Please put the spear down. Creating it in a fantasy world is fine." With a snap of her fingers, the space in the hut trembled slightly. As soon as two chairs resembling massage chairs appeared before everyone, MoonYeob looked at them with suspicion and asked, "What is this?" The queen immediately responded, "Battlefield module." MoonYeob glanced over at the subordinate leisurely drinking tea beside him and said, "I see, it's him, the one who created the battlefield." The queen nodded, replying, "Yes, when I came up with the idea of battlefield observation, he contributed the most." After a moment of thought, she added, "I don't think the emperor will simply answer the question. If he attacks, the fantasy world will be safer." The high priest crouched before the two battlefields and muttered, I understand what system this is." She then stood up and turned around, exclaiming, "Queen, there's a problem." MoonYeob, puzzled, asked, "What's the problem?" The high priest nodded and explained, "I'm dead. The connection between my soul and body is weak. If I enter the illusion world, my body in reality will break away from my soul. That means we'll perish?" The queen awkwardly responded, "To call out the emperor's soul, you must have hers. Is there no other way?" MoonYeob, standing aside and frowning, muttered, "This is really annoying. So it's not okay if the body is dead. What if I enter someone else's body?" The high priest paused for a moment, then shook her head and replied, "Impossible. During the war, I researched entering humans with superpowers. However, the feeling of rejection when entering the bodies of low-class humans led me to stop the experiments." MoonYeob angrily scolded, "This brat keeps forgetting how she was exploited by low-class humans. That's why she keeps rejecting it." The high priest glared at him, then replied, "So, imagine Yob, to win this battle, I'll force you to enter the body of a monkey." MoonYeob, disgusted by her words, shouted, "Don't talk like that." The high priest fell silent, then glanced at the corpse at her feet and said, "But this time, I won't reject it. The right material is right in front of me. Petro has helped me a lot, so if I reject it, I'll forgive him." The queen shook her head. "No, after all, if you've been brainwashed by the sacred language once, there's no way back." At this point, it was impossible to stop anymore. The high priest, unwilling to waste any more time, spoke up, "Let's proceed." She unleashed magic power around her body, raised her hands, and placed them on Petro and Ella's heads. Immediately, a blinding light burst through the small hut, shooting straight into the golden flower forest outside. Soon, the light faded, and the night sky outside sparkled with starlight. Petro and Ella's corpses had disappeared, replaced by the high priest, now wearing a vest. Seo MoonYeob raised his hand and patted her head suspiciously, asking, "Nothing has changed. Has it failed?" The high priest coldly replied, "It was successful. Originally, this was just a restructuring of the body to fit my own." She reached out with one hand to activate her magic power and with the other, pushed away Seo MoonYeob's hand from her head. "I hate it," she said. "As expected, my body is too normal. Because of the limits humans should not have, I can't contain all my aura. I was once a great high priest, but now I've become an ordinary human." Seo MoonYeob, puzzled, asked, "Isn't it better than a body?" The high priest didn't refute him. She nodded and said, "Yes, of course. The feeling of being alive is strong, and I can even feel my heart beating." Seo MoonYeob immediately used his analytical eyes to scan her body. The current high priest, now possessing Petro and Ella's identity, had full stats, including 4 superpowers: space teleportation, space-time travel, awakening and entering the spirit world, and soul manipulation. The high priest didn't listen to Seo MoonYeob's analysis. Instead, she walked to the flower field, saying, "Now we can walk freely in the sunlight." She turned to the 2 queens and Seo MoonYeob, seriously suggesting, "Give me a day. I need time to adapt to this body." Seo MoonYeob, seeing the cotton snowman in the high priest's hand, asked with a dark expression, "What is that thing?" The high priest, startled, quickly hid the snowman behind her back and stammered, Just going outside to adapt." Seo MoonYeob glared at her and softly said, "I saw everything. Don't hide it." He quickly walked forward, forcibly took the snowman, and coldly said, "Leave it alone and come here quickly." The high priest shouted angrily, "Get out." Inside the house, Seo MoonYeob and the high priest sat in the battlefield chairs. The queen shouted, "Well, let's go in," and once the others sat down, a notification screen appeared displaying Seo MoonYeob's avatar and Petro and Ella's avatar information. Soon, they arrived at the dungeon entrance. Seo MoonYeob, holding a long spear, turned around and asked, "Huh? There isn't a monster at all." The high priest shook her head, replying, "There's no need to recreate it to that extent." Through a virtual screen, the queen appeared and smiled. "Yes, that's right. We don't recreate any monsters other than the emperor. Just enter the boss room, but be careful. The emperor refuses to become a great soul and desires eternity. He's a man haunted by malice and arrogance to the point of burying 10,000 of his fellow tribesmen along with him. If it's not easy to compromise and answer, then I'll rely on you." Seo MoonYeob smiled and said, "So I can fight freely, right?" The queen nodded slightly, saying, "Wishing both of you all the best." As they went deeper, Seo MoonYeob asked, "Hey, high priest, the emperor is very strong. Do you think we can win?" The high priest replied, "Through your spiritualization, if you hit the emperor's soul directly, it will be effective because the soul is the weakest part of the zombie monster. Once you step into the realm of spiritualization, you'll know more." Seo MoonYeob, noticing the contempt in her words, pouted and replied, "I know. You underground people also sent remote reconnaissance teams to the Tomb of 10,000. The high priest nodded and confirmed, "Yes, we wanted to research the ancient history stored there but failed." Seo MoonYeob calmly replied, "We won." The high priest sneered, "You just cleverly took advantage of the weakened strength of the Tomb of 10,000 people by our reconnaissance teams." The two walked to a door and placed their hands on it. The high priest asked, "Are you ready?" Seo MoonYeob nodded and replied, "Okay." With that, they used their combined strength to push open the door. Upon seeing the figure clad in shining iron armor sitting on the throne, Seo MoonYeob silently thought, "That's the emperor." The emperor stood from his peak and coldly declared, "It's my duty. If not me, then no one else. Only we can protect the world from disaster." As the two entered, Seo MoonYeob and the high priest, the emperor slowly rose and reached for the sword beside him. A brilliant magical fire ignited around him. Seo MoonYeob wiped sweat from his brow and muttered, "That's true. Even though it's just a shell now, the pressure is no joke." As the emperor advanced toward him, Seo MoonYeob turned to the high priest and said, "I know this shell will be my opponent, so find his soul quickly." The high priest nodded and replied seriously, "I will try my best." Meanwhile, the emperor's shell swung its sword at Seo MoonYeob, who swiftly dodged and countered with his spear. Watching the attack, Seo MoonYeob grimaced, "Damn, it's still strong. We'll need to weaken it first, but that seems useless." The high priest, observing from outside the battle, softened her gaze slightly and whispered, "I have my own task." She then crossed her legs, placed her hands in front of her, and closed her eyes. Moments later, a third eye began to form on her forehead. As she concentrated, she thought, "The emperor is more powerful than anyone, refusing death and refusing to relinquish his ambition. He's a cruel dictator who believes he's always right without a shred of doubt." After some time, the high priest joyfully exclaimed, "I found it." She immediately leapt to one side, and a shockwave rang out. As she came to a stop, she found herself floating in midair in front of the emperor, who was still seated on his throne. Upon seeing her, the emperor's red eyes widened, and he coldly demanded, "Who are you?" "I am your descendant," the high priest replied honestly. "I came to help you find your body." Meanwhile, Seo MoonYeob successfully struck the emperor's corpse. The emperor's soul was startled and urgently rose, exclaiming, "That's my jade body." As if unable to wait any longer, the emperor's soul immediately flew away. The high priest saw this and quickly shouted, "Get out of the way, Seo MoonYeob." Seo MoonYeob, focusing on the battle, gasped upon hearing her. A brilliant golden light flared up. The emperor's corpse trembled, and a brilliant flame erupted around it. Seo MoonYeob quickly backed away, kneeling on one knee, his mind racing with horror. "I'm crazy. If I had reacted any slower, I would have almost died without even fighting." Seeing the high priest land beside him, Seo MoonYeob quickly turned and asked, "Was it successful?" The high priest nodded. "As you can see." Seo MoonYeob focused his eyes on the emperor, who frantically exclaimed, "I'm back. I'm back. Where are you?" "I'm back. It doesn't feel like my followers are around at all. No one's left except my military advisor, and there's a familiar face over there." Seo MoonYeob glanced at the high priest before curling his lip and muttering, "You're wrong." The emperor spoke harshly, recalling the memory of Seo MoonYeob piercing his neck. "I still remember you wiped out all of my advisors." Seo MoonYeob helplessly repeated, "I told you you're wrong." The emperor snorted, then casually rested his sword on his shoulder. "Okay, of all the insect-like humans, you're the only one who defeated me. Even though I wanted to skewer you to death, this situation is strange. A priest used a human's body. A human killed me. How could you bring me back to life?" The high priest spoke plainly, "I had something to ask." The emperor replied skeptically, "What do you want to ask?" About the lost history, the high priest asked, "Is it still being repeated, hiding the wrong parts?" The emperor paused for a moment, as if pondering, then cleared his throat and declared, "The words of the original light are always right. The wrong things are erased secretly. The wound is in the same place, rotting and festering, so why bother to learn about the past? Pathetic, truly pathetic. Indeed, only my rule is the answer, the savior who stops the tribulation. I am the only one who can write an unforgettable history." The high priest responded, "But now you're just a forgotten history. Your lifespan has ended. You are no different from a monster, greedy for power, just massacring 10,000 of your own people." The emperor gritted his teeth and roared, "You really don't know when to keep your mouth shut?" With that, he swung his sword toward the high priest. Just as the sharp blade neared her head, Seo MoonYeob reacted quickly, raising his shield to block the blow. Calmly, the high priest spoke, "We must learn the lost past history and understand the future tribulation." The emperor coldly replied, "For someone like me, with nothing left, maybe this will be my only pleasure. I won't tell you, but if you win, I'll give it a try." At that, both sides charged. The high priest used a soul attack, while Seo MoonYeob activated immortal amplification and charged at the Emperor. The clash of weapons echoed loudly, and colorful streams of demonic energy filled the dungeon space. The Emperor, tilting his massive body, grinned, "So exciting! Is this a spiritual being?" Seo MoonYeob, now in spirit form, grinned back and said, "I'll knock your teeth out, brat." The Emperor wasn't angered. "Yes, very surprising. Humans do such cute things." Seo MoonYeob frowned. Before he could fully process what the old Emperor had said, he suddenly stopped. A layer of demonic energy surged around him as he activated his spiritual body transformation. Watching in disbelief, Seo MoonYeob exclaimed, "He transformed into a spirit." The Emperor laughed loudly. "Do you think you're the only one who can do that?" As he finished speaking, the dungeon shook violently, followed by a loud explosion. Seo MoonYeob swiftly dodged to the side, gritting his teeth as he thought to himself, "Damn, what is this? How could the Emperor use this tactic now?" A notification rang in Seo MoonYeob's ear. After 120 seconds, the spiritual body will be dispelled. As soon as the announcement ended, Seo MoonYeob returned to his normal body state. He eyed the Emperor warily and said sharply, "Hey, what are you? 17 years ago, when you fought, you weren't there. Where did your spiritual body come from?" The Emperor calmly replied, "There's no need for such a wasteful technique like spiritualization. Perhaps you've seen these spiritualized weapons?" Seo MoonYeob stared at the glowing sword in front of him, stunned. "A spiritualized weapon? No, I thought it was just an aura-filled weapon." The Emperor did not respond. He swung his leg and charged towards Seo MoonYeob. Quickly, Seo MoonYeob raised his shield to block the spiritualized sword, but it was futile. The sharp blade shattered the shield and struck straight through Seo MoonYeob's body. Seo MoonYeob out. Petro and Ella out, notifications rang in his ears. The Emperor glanced at the sword in his hand, puzzled. That's strange. It doesn't look like it was cut. Is it because I've become a dead spirit, or is there something else at play?" Back inside the small tent, Seo MoonYeob angrily tossed his glasses aside, grinding his teeth. Damn that Emperor! Was he stringing us along? The high priest beside him shook his head and murmured, "I was also destroyed instantly. If he could summon a high-level soul, he could have beaten me." The queen stood silently in front, observing the two men with dark expressions. After a moment of silence, she smiled and said, "Don't be too disappointed. After all, you now know much more. The Emperor knows part of the story, the tribulation or that sound." Seo MoonYeob sighed and raised his hand to pat his ear, frowning. "Yes, although I'm still angry about that lethal blow, if I fight until my temper cools, something might come of it." The high priest nodded in agreement, saying, "Let's continue the challenge." The queen smiled in approval. "All right, let's prepare and enter again." Seo MoonYeob and the high priest did not enter immediately. Both went outside to sit in the flower field for a while. Seo MoonYeob hesitated before speaking. "Hey, high priest, do you know anything?" The high priest sat cross-legged and replied faintly, "What's going on?" Seo MoonYeob thought for a moment before cautiously saying, "About me defeating you in that last dungeon. When the dungeon collapsed and monsters attacked, it seemed certain that death was inevitable. There was no choice, no regret. I fought like crazy, as if I had nothing left to lose. That was all I could do. But the emotion I felt wasn't despair. It was joy, because I could fight until the very end." He continued, "The Emperor is like me. He wants to fight until his strength runs out. If he's trained that much, he'll fight with all his might. That's the only remaining pleasure." The high priest, confused, asked, "So, you mean, fight until you're satisfied?" Seo MoonYeob nodded. "Yes, and what that guy said about hardship, if he can't win alone, then can he overcome it?" At that moment, the queen pushed open the door and said softly, "Seo MoonYeob, our main priority is to stop that high-ranking priest, so no disaster happens." Seo MoonYeob immediately turned around, nodding. I know. No one says they don't know, but not everything goes my way. It's not like I'm always fighting to prevent that. How did it happen? The queen frowned, unsure whether to believe him. Seo MoonYeob ignored her and looked up at the sky. In short, we will fight hard and eliminate them all. Whatever the emperor knows, I need all the information I can get after resting for a while. Soon, Seo MoonYeob and the high priest entered the dungeon of 10,000 people again. As soon as the emperor saw the change, he spoke. I knew something felt off. Sure enough, you came back. What method did you use? Seo MoonYeob gripped his spear, smirking provocatively. This is called virtual reality, the name that opens the coffin lid. The high priest behind him shouted in disgust, let's open the coffin lid and sit up. Seo MoonYeob turned and glared at her, not bothering to argue but facing the emperor instead. This time, I'll make you confess everything. The emperor chuckled, amused. Very well, come here. As soon as the words left his mouth, Seo MoonYeob and the high priest charged forward, their weapons clashing loudly. As the emperor's sword lunged toward him, Seo MoonYeob immediately raised his shield to block. With a resounding crash, the shield cracked, and Seo MoonYeob's body was drenched in sweat. Damn, what's so heavy? He thought. If it weren't for my aura focus, the spear or the shield would have broken immediately. Damn this emperor. The emperor calmly said, can you win just by running away? Aren't you curious? Seo MoonYeob took a few steps back, full of rage, and replied, yes, Emperor Dog. The high priest, standing behind, rushed forward at the right moment and used her soul strike to attack the emperor. Seo MoonYeob watched closely, thinking to himself that he didn't want the high priest to get hurt. He only needed to create an opening. The emperor, however, was extremely agile. He swiftly raised his sword to block the high priest's attack and said calmly, interesting? The battle raged on, with rumbling sounds echoing through the dungeon. Taking advantage of the emperor's momentary vulnerability, Seo MoonYeob grabbed his spear and charged. The emperor raised his sword to block, a small smile of admiration on his lips. Impressive, but not enough. He quickly moved his leg, bypassing Seo MoonYeob, and rushed toward the high priest, finishing her off in one blow. Seo MoonYeob roared angrily, this crazy guy. The emperor withdrew his sword, said nothing, and began organizing the next phase of battle. The fight lasted only 3 minutes and 37 seconds, far too short. Thus, the second test ended. When they attacked the 10,000 tomb in the past, many members had taken turns fighting, exploiting the underground people's expedition to battle the emperor in his weakest state. Now, the emperor always maintained maximum strength, and only 2 challengers remained. Even if it's Seo MoonYeob, he's not an easy adversary. It's not just about strategy, but the stat difference of a pureblood race. The gap is far greater than the difference between adults and children, because it's more than that. Nevertheless, the challenge continues. Third test, 5 minutes 28 seconds. Fourth test, 6 minutes 16 seconds. Fifth test, 6 minutes 11 seconds. Sixth test, 9 minutes 41 seconds. After 6 failed attempts, Seo MoonYeob threw his glasses off his head, gritted his teeth in frustration, and cursed, this emperor dog. The high priest beside him frowned and remarked, this battle isn't going well. The soul attacks no longer do damage. The souls that can be summoned with the human body are really too weak. After a brief silence, seeing no one respond, she raised her head and looked at Seo MoonYeob, asking, are you listening? Seo MoonYeob, filled with anger, coldly asked, can't you imitate that? The high priest, confused, asked, what's going on? Seo MoonYeob smiled expectantly and replied, I want you to replicate it. The high priest shook her head and replied, I don't know. Seo MoonYeob, frustrated, exclaimed, don't you know? Isn't this a common technique in your place? The high priest shook her head and explained, it's true that we know more about spiritual bodies than people on the surface, but I don't use weapons, so this is the first time I've seen it. It's better to just ask directly. Seo MoonYeob, still doubtful, asked, will he answer? The high priest thought for a moment and replied, "Didn't you say the emperor wanted to fight freely? Think about what you would do." Seo MoonYeob stroked his chin thoughtfully. The seventh test officially began. The emperor glanced at Seo MoonYeob and said lightly, "Well, let's fight." Before he could finish, Seo MoonYeob threw his shield forward, shouting, "Hey, Emperor Dog." The emperor, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing? You can't beat me, so you're losing patience?" Seo MoonYeob pointed at the sword in the emperor's hand, angrily replying, "No, you bastard. How did you do that?" The emperor paused, then realized what Seo MoonYeob was referring to and exclaimed, "That's interesting. Are you asking me to teach you something?" Seo MoonYeob calmly nodded and admitted, "That's right. This isn't a war. Teach me quickly while we're still talking." The emperor replied coolly, "Compared to that, I've already suffered so long. You think you'd learn if you tried a little longer?" These words infuriated Seo MoonYeob. He entered his spirit transformation state, gripped his spear tightly, and shouted, "If you won't say it, then stop, you bastard." The emperor softly lowered his spear. Seo MoonYeob, confused, didn't understand what the emperor was trying to do, but he complied and dropped his spear, asking suspiciously, "I've given up, but why did you suddenly do that?" The emperor didn't answer but asked, "If you let go of your hand, the spear will no longer be in its spiritual state, right?" Seo MoonYeob nodded and replied, "That's right. If it doesn't contact my body, it won't be in the spiritual state anymore." The emperor nodded in understanding. Yes, the principle is the same. Think about it in reverse. A spear made from spiritual energy can be separated from your body. That's it. But even if you understand how to use spiritualization, learning it in one morning is a bit difficult. Seo MoonYeob ignored the emperor's last remark, bent down to pick up the spear, looked at it, and asked, "Hey, you're not gossiping, are you?" The emperor, hearing that, contemptuously replied, "Even if you were told, you'd still be dissatisfied. Foolish people always forget the favor." Seo MoonYeob scratched his head and muttered, "No matter what, I still don't understand." The emperor then coldly said, "It's all a secret. Go to hell." He then raised his sword and swung it towards Seo MoonYeob's head. Seo MoonYeob could only grit his teeth and curse, "You despicable bastard." Just wait. Seventh test, 5 minutes 3 seconds. As Seo MoonYeob disappeared, the emperor spoke slowly, "Everything I know has been told. I have high expectations." Outside, Seo MoonYeob removed his glasses, scratched his head, and thought, "Can I break this egg out? The next battle will probably take a long time." He then went outside to the flower field, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes tightly, starting from the spiritualizing part, narrowing the scope from his toes while refining. Seo MoonYeob gritted his teeth, saying with determination, "I must succeed. That emperor dog." The high priest and the queen walked to where Seo MoonYeob was refining the spiritual body. Looking at him sitting with his eyes closed, the high priest spoke slowly, "Converting spiritual weapons into weapons isn't something that can be done easily." Seo MoonYeob, hearing that, frowned and shouted, "Shut up." The high priest was silent for a moment, then spoke again, "I wonder if there's a faster way?" Seo MoonYeob, having been bothered for so long, turned around and angrily shouted, "If you know any other way, just tell me, but it certainly can't last more than 30 seconds. 177 years ago, I thought about asking superheroes for help, but they suggested we try to transform spirit weapons. I have a feeling that if we attack at the same time, he won't reveal any information to us because it wouldn't be interesting. The emperor will only be satisfied if we have a real confrontation." The high priest couldn't help but say, "Seo MoonYeob, I have a way like this." Before she could finish, Seo MoonYeob, annoyed, shouted, Stop talking. I need to concentrate now." Night came, and the sparkling stars filled the deep sky. The high priest was still waiting. Suddenly, Seo MoonYeob's joyful voice rang out, "It's done." The high priest turned her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "No way." Seo MoonYeob pointed to himself proudly, I've successfully transformed a part of my spirit into an entity. The high priest stared in horror. After a short conversation, Seo MoonYeob had found an ancient skill that even someone from her world couldn't understand. Is this guy still human? He really is a genius. Rolling her eyes, the high priest looked him over, then pointed at his feet, saying, "Wait a minute. Take off those shoes." Seo MoonYeob, startled, looked down at his feet, cursed in disgust, "Damn shoes," and quickly took them off. Seeing this, the high priest immediately covered her mouth and turned away, suppressing a laugh. Even though he's still connected to it, he just took off his shoes from the spirit body. Looking at the trembling back of the person in front of him, Seo MoonYeob shouted, "Hey, you're laughing at me, right?" The high priest replied, "I mean, it's not easy to do that." Seo MoonYeob simply muttered in frustration. Seo MoonYeob suddenly let out a loud shout, utterly astonished as he gained a new superpower, enhanced immortality, enabling him to exist in a spirit form and absorb magic in just 22 seconds. Reviewing this information, Seo MoonYeob thought to himself, the time limit for spirit transformation has increased from 120 seconds to 122 seconds. Does this mean the time I can maintain my spirit form depends on how much magic I absorb? By converting the spiritual weapon, I can reduce magic consumption and sustain my spirit form longer. I'm getting stronger, just need a bit more. Seo MoonYeob sat down to continue refining as new notifications flashed before his eyes. Weapon Spirit Transformation Limit, 189 seconds. Weapon Spirit Transformation Limit, 572 seconds. A week later, Seo MoonYeob and the High Priest entered the 10,000 people dungeon again. As soon as someone entered, the Emperor immediately spoke. "Is it you, Seo MoonYeob? I thought it would take much longer. How long has it been?" "1 week." The High Priest casually replied, "For me." Upon hearing this, the Emperor fell silent for a moment, then descended the stairs, saying, "I've lived so long, who would have thought I'd become numb with time? But when time no longer holds value..." Seo MoonYeob frowned, thinking the Emperor seemed wiser. If he keeps talking and dies while searching for enlightenment, he'll slowly fade away. Thinking this, Seo MoonYeob provocatively said, "That's why you shouldn't live too long. You won't make it to that day." As soon as he spoke, Seo MoonYeob raised his spear and shield, both refined into spiritual bodies, in front of the Emperor. Seeing the weapons, the Emperor's eyes lit up. He laughed long and hard, and when he calmed down, he said, "You've caught my interest, my clown. The 8th round begins." Standing beside Seo MoonYeob, the High Priest said seriously, "Just fight for 10 minutes. Seo MoonYeob smirked and replied, "10 minutes? I can last 30 minutes. He then turned to the Emperor and said confidently, "All right, let's do it." With that, Seo MoonYeob gripped his weapon tightly and charged. The Emperor, not weak in the slightest, immediately raised his sword and charged forward. The sound of clashing weapons was deafening as the Emperor said with delight, "You've grown quite a bit, haven't you, little insect?" Seo MoonYeob retorted, "Come here and fight me, you stupid idiot." The spear in his hand roared toward the Emperor, who quickly raised his hand to block the attack, laughing and saying, "Insolent brat." From the outside, the High Priest watched in shock. She couldn't believe how seriously Seo MoonYeob was taking this fight. Compared to the Emperor's martial prowess, Seo MoonYeob was nothing, yet in the past week, Seo MoonYeob hadn't made any preparation to fight. The High Priest knelt, raised her hand, and struck the ground hard, then coldly said, "Appear now, the souls of the warriors who died unjustly by the king's hand." As soon as she spoke, countless souls, summoned by the High Priest, appeared, each releasing agonized and vengeful screams. "Ah, how hateful! Freedom! Let us kill the Emperor! Liberate us!" The Emperor, noticing the change, immediately turned and saw a group of warriors emerging in the distance. Distracted, Seo MoonYeob seized the opportunity, swinging his spear at the Emperor and coldly saying, "Don't get distracted, stupid." The emperor cried out in pain as he was struck. The high priest, from a distance, raised one arm and spoke neither too fast nor too slow. Although they are only low-level souls, they possess the utmost hatred toward you. They are the souls of your companions, unable to escape even in death. Her words caused countless warrior souls to rush toward the emperor. Stunned, the emperor froze in place as Seo MoonYeob took the chance to attack, shouting, "Focus, you stupid metal fool!" The emperor quickly regained his composure, looked at Seo MoonYeob, and said coolly, "You've grown stronger after making me wait a whole week, but it won't change anything." He immediately took a defensive stance, swinging his sword toward the souls attacking him. "Do you think these things will sway me? I'm an emperor. I will erase the people who cursed me." Suddenly, an incredible burst of demonic energy surged toward the high priest, catching her off guard. She could only stand and watch as the magic neared. It's too late, the high priest thought. In the nick of time, Seo MoonYeob charged from the side, quickly moving his shield in front of her to block the blow. The shield shattered under the powerful magic, and Seo MoonYeob screamed, "Get out of here, stupid!" Looking at the two on the ground, the emperor spoke coldly, "In the end, it's all meaningless. No matter what you do, you can never win against me. Even if you transform weapons or summon the souls I once controlled, it won't matter. Only we can erase disaster. Only we can prevent it." Slowly walking toward Seo MoonYeob and the high priest, the emperor raised his sword high, looking down maliciously at the two. "Weaklings like you can't stop any disaster. You can't defeat me. It's over for you and your world." Seo MoonYeob, unable to listen any longer, slammed his hand on the ground, looked up, and said coldly, "You say you're the only one who can stop tragedies? That's what you want to believe. But have you ever tried to eliminate those who could replace you?" As soon as he finished, a voice suddenly rang out behind the emperor. "Your Majesty." "No, father." The emperor immediately turned around, confused, and saw a soul burning in bright flames. "You are that soul?" he asked. The soul spoke slowly, "I've always followed you, tried to be a good emperor. You claim you can prevent disasters, but why did you kill me, your own son? What did I do wrong? Was it just eternal power you wanted?" The soul's scream compressed the air in the dungeon. Hearing the question, the emperor stood frozen, while Seo MoonYeob immediately charged at him with his spear. There was a loud explosion. The emperor was completely unable to react in time. A decisive strike from Seo MoonYeob caused him to fall straight to the ground. Seo MoonYeob pressed the spear tightly, glaring at the fallen figure at his feet, and spoke harshly, "I have won. Say it quickly before I kill you." The emperor, a lost and corrupted soul, lay still. Seo MoonYeob's voice was sharp, "Speak quickly, or I'll take your life. You're a failed savior." The emperor, wounded and immobilized, attempted to cast a cold glance behind him. As he called out Seo MoonYeob's name, his eyes suddenly gleamed red. Around him, a strange aura surged, and with an unknown method, he escaped Seo MoonYeob's control. Regaining flexibility, the emperor retreated a considerable distance. Staring at Seo MoonYeob, he asked faintly, "So, is this your decision? What is your intention?" "Fine, I'll tell you about the suffering of the abandoned world. Long ago, our ancestors lived in that place. They were strong and powerful, but not wise. Conflicts always arose as they sought to prove their superiority. Endless wars broke out. In their desire to bring about a glorious civilization, they used the remaining vast aura source to create powerful, dangerous monsters. However, those monsters eventually disobeyed their masters. To contain them, our ancestors erased history and trapped these rebellious creatures in a dimension from which they could never escape. He continued, "I can't believe I got caught in the middle of this, being thrown into another dimension with monsters. I need to do everything I can to escape now." He paused, his frustration clear. "Countless monsters began to fight each other with nothing I could do. Eventually, the dimension was abandoned, with the belief that it would eventually perish due to the endless hunting. And so, the abandoned world met its fate. The high priest, listening intently, nodded. I understand. They thought the world would destroy itself, so they never passed on the knowledge to future generations. Before she could finish, the emperor interrupted, yes, you're right. That world didn't destroy itself. Despite being trapped, the monsters continued to hunt each other for survival. Over tens of thousands of years, they evolved into predatory creatures. One day, from this chaos, a monster was born, Horin. The first intelligent monster. Over time, he grew bored of the abandoned world, discovered the sealed gates, and broke through with an army of monsters. I fought to stop him. Though still not fully developed, he grew at an unbelievable rate. We pushed them back into the Forsaken world and reinforced the gates. The Emperor sighed, continuing, these creatures are born to fight. Horin lost his purpose when he was trapped again. If those who participated in that war ever return here, I wouldn't know what to do. And frankly, it has nothing to do with me anymore, as I'm already dead. I received the title of Savior because no one else was capable at the time. Now, it's your turn, you must grow stronger. As the Emperor's body began to disappear, Seo MoonYeob and the High Priest were quickly taken outside. Everyone gathered at the dining table, and the Queen spoke first. It was terrible. We failed to completely eliminate a powerful emperor, and now he says we must grow even stronger. They're planning to use high-ranking priests to reopen the gate. Seo MoonYeob, turning to the High Priest, asked, do you think the ancient monsters are any different from the ones you created? The High Priest, sitting beside him, crossed her arms and replied, whether they're similar or not depends on the purpose for which they were created. The aim could be to kill or to harvest. The important thing is to eliminate these creatures before they grow too strong, and to harvest the aura they collect. It's somewhat like farming. That's why we don't give the monsters intelligence to collect or use. Seo MoonYeob thought for a moment, then asked, so Horin has surpassed all the limits you mentioned? At this, Bijo, who had been listening, looked surprised. Seo MoonYeob responded cautiously, isn't it inconvenient? Bijo snapped angrily, of course it's inconvenient. Are you asking me to live with someone underground? Seo MoonYeob, frowning, reassured him, don't worry. She said she would change into a new person. He then added, also, Petro was brainwashed and can't recover. So she did that to him. Where's his soul? Bijo, horrified, exclaimed, what? Then she hasn't changed at all. Seo MoonYeob, seeing Bijo so agitated, calmly said, I told you not to worry. Just take care of yourself, and everything will be fine. Bijo, gritting his teeth, muttered, where can I say this? People will think I'm crazy. Anyway, I won't let someone like that live with my wife and kids. Seeing Bijo so angry, Seo MoonYeob thought to himself, wow, this Bijo guy is really against it. It's as if I'm asking him to raise a dog I picked up from a cafe somewhere. At that, Seo MoonYeob turned and grabbed the High Priest by the neck, pointing at Bijo's face. You have a house, but you're so narrow-minded. You'll be punished by heaven. You want to evict a homeless person living on the streets? Don't you feel sorry for her? The High Priest, struggling, silently cursed, while Bijo, undeterred, yelled, Seo MoonYeob, get out. He then threw both of them out the door. Sitting outside, Seo MoonYeob sighed, it didn't work. But I didn't expect anything, so it's okay. As he spoke, his phone suddenly rang. Surprised, he checked the screen and saw it was Director Gabriel calling. Quickly he answered. At the competition arena, Gabriel greeted him, Mr. President, this match is between Assam and Twin Stars. I thought you forgot, it's in the middle of the season. Didn't you say you'd fight the Twin Star spirits at any cost? Seo MoonYeob scratched his head and sheepishly replied, oh yes, I did say that. Gabriel let out a relieved sigh. Fortunately, I managed to contact you before the match. Seo MoonYeob smiled awkwardly. I've been a bit busy. Gabriel then noticed the person standing behind Seo MoonYeob and asked, who's that next to you? Seo MoonYeob introduced, this is Petro and Ella. This time, he'll be our comrade. Gabriel, puzzled, responded, "Why is it suddenly like this?" Seo MoonYeob, turning to the high priest, explained seriously, "It seems sudden, but I'm sure for you, he's the best ranged dealer in the world. Just wait until you see him in a match." The match soon ended, and the commentators couldn't stop exclaiming at the overwhelming result displayed on the screen. Isam had thoroughly defeated the twin star spirits, and Seo MoonYeob was the standout player. During a brief interview, Seo MoonYeob smiled and said, "Resting tends to distract me, so I wanted to take part in all the matches with the twin star spirits." In the live comment section, a flurry of comments exploded. "He didn't even use a long-range gun, just aimed and killed them. Is that allowed? Seo MoonYeob is like a god. So cool. When Zlatan Ibrahimovic kicks the ball high, we call it the moon. When Seo MoonYeob throws a spear, we call it a telescope." Entering the waiting room and noticing the panicked individual in front of him, Seo MoonYeob smiled and asked, "What's wrong, Gabriel Sana?" Gabriel Sana thought in fear, "What happens every week? The president is indeed very powerful, but now he's on an entirely different level. Is he really still getting stronger?" Seo MoonYeob didn't pay much attention to Gabriel's expression. He turned to the high priest and said, "All right, let's focus on the match with Dong Jun." The high priest entered a trial match to assess his abilities. Witnessing the terrifying scene before him, Gabriel Sana, while watching the battle screen, couldn't conceal his shock and shouted, "What is it, President? Where did you get that monster from?" Suddenly, the high priest spoke up, "Can I leave?" Gabriel Sana dropped the documents in his hand, startled, waiting for the high priest to exit. Seo MoonYeob immediately said, "Okay, let's introduce ourselves. This is our team director Gabriel Sana, and this is Petro and Ella, a new member of our association." Looking at the person before him, Gabriel Sana sweated and asked suspiciously, "With those skills, why work in an office?" The high priest, in the form of Petro and Ella, smiled and replied. Gabriel didn't press further, getting straight to the point. "How old are you?" 54. "Any battlefield experience?" "No." "Did you do dungeon quests when you were younger?" "Not at all." "Your supernatural power is teleportation, but I've never seen anyone so skilled in it." Hearing this, the high priest quietly thought, "My true power is to manipulate space." Gabriel continued, asking, "What's the name of the power you used?" The high priest responded, "It's summoning magic. It's the power to summon a warrior's form for attacking." Seo MoonYeob was pleased with the answer. Gabriel, beside him, thought with horror, "Summoning magic?" He immediately turned to Seo MoonYeob and asked cautiously, "Did you really come across someone like this and bring him here?" Seo MoonYeob shrugged and smiled. "Of course, that's why I disappeared for a week. I didn't forget the match." Gabriel Sana thought to himself, "Seo MoonYeob seems to have the universe revolve around him. How does he find such talented people? Does he really have magic eyes or something?" Seo MoonYeob, lost in his own thoughts, realized, "Actually, I was chasing a few others, but met Petro by chance. It still feels against my conscience." Suddenly, Gabriel Sana extended his hand and looked at the high priest seriously. "Okay, I'm happy to see you still want to become a player at your age. Welcome aboard." The high priest shook his hand with a smile, looking forward to working with him. At this moment, Gabriel Sana seemed to recall something and asked, "But this is your first time participating in the battlefield, right? You probably haven't registered an avatar yet?" The high priest, in the form of Petro and Ella, asked in confusion, "Is that a problem?" Gabriel Sana nodded, frowning. "Unfortunately, your two powers, teleportation and summoning, can no longer be registered." Seo MoonYeob, hearing this, exclaimed, "Oh, that's tight. I thought they only limited the distance or number of moves." Gabriel Sana, unsure, said, "The summoning power could be compared to Shiren's destructive beam. If that's the case, the association will try to change it. After all, this is just a sport." Seo MoonYeob scratched his head and nodded in agreement. "Right? Shirin said she reduced the power of her destruction ray. The high priest suddenly pulled Seo MoonYeob aside and said in a low voice, "What he meant was that you need to control your power as much as possible. I've already lowered mine by a whole notch." Seo MoonYeob nodded, replying, "Ah, that's right," then thought to himself, "She's just too strong. That's the issue." After a moment, Seo MoonYeob said, "Well, even if it's weakened, it's still useful." Gabriel Sana nodded and continued, "It will take some time to register Petro." Seo MoonYeob quickly added, "So what? Just tell the association president to let us go through the back door. I'll call him now." Seo MoonYeob pulled out his phone and called. Soon, on the other end of the line, the impatient voice of Association President Park Gent was heard. "Calling me to do something?" At Park Gent's office, Seo MoonYeob sat comfortably on the sofa and said, "It's no big deal. We just want to register an avatar for a new player. Please help us go through the back door." President Park Gent frowned, replying, "How dare you come to the association and ask for something illegal like that?" Seo MoonYeob calmly replied, "What's the problem? I really called you, but you told me to come here." Park Gent snorted, not bothering to argue with the brat. He pulled out a newspaper and held it up in front of Seo MoonYeob, gritting his teeth. "Problem? Yes, I have a problem with you. Want to hear it?" The content in the newspaper read, "Is it acceptable for the Korean Battlefield Association to ignore the collapse of the ecological system?" Reading through it, Seo MoonYeob shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter. You're the one who told me to participate in the battlefield." Park Gent, extremely helpless, let out a sigh. He softened his voice. "Fine, I'll handle the avatar issue. But I called you here to discuss something else." Seo MoonYeob stood up, asking, "What's going on?" Park Gent held up a file and said, "Neither too fast nor too slow. A new level challenge just came from England." Seo MoonYeob stood up in surprise. "Is this between national players?" Park Gent nodded and replied, "That's right." Seo MoonYeob, cautious, glared at him and asked, "So what? What do you want from me?" Park Gent hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. Seo MoonYeob knew exactly what he wanted. "You want me to represent our country, right?" Park Gent smiled nervously, replying, "Yes, that's the condition for a great match." Seo MoonYeob grimaced in disgust. "Really? I don't want to fight." Park Gent continued to persuade him, "There aren't many opportunities for me to face a strong team like yours." Seo MoonYeob asked suspiciously, "I've already played against the American team." Park Gent gritted his teeth and responded, "That's because you fought." Upon hearing that, Seo MoonYeob became displeased and exclaimed, "Ah, right. So why should I play for the national team when there's nothing in it for me? Wait, isn't there someone in the top 3 from your union team? Roy or Rose or something, are they participating?" When Park Gent heard this, he let out a sound of acknowledgement and nodded. Seo MoonYeob scratched his head and said, "I don't want to play for the national team." He paused and thought, "I haven't checked the top 3's levels recently." Seo MoonYeob then stood up, looked directly into the association president's eyes, and asked, "Is there anything else you can do for me?" The president immediately began flipping through a file and said, "Oh, I heard Assam just started hiring foreign mercenaries. If you stop by after the competition, they promise to help you recruit them." Seo MoonYeob sat back on the sofa, contemplating seriously, "I'm not sure where to use those guys, but it's a critical time." He recalled what Bijo had once told him, "Yop, nowadays, besides superheroes who are on the battlefield, most people have war but still don't want to fight. They're like fat prey, let Zayden do the killing." Seo MoonYeob sighed, better than nothing, then stood up, looked at Park Gent, and nodded slightly. "I'll fight. In exchange, I'll take the position of strategic commander." Meanwhile, in a castle in England, in the top 3 battlefields of the world, Rio was watching Seo MoonYeob's matches on his phone. He observed and evaluated. He deliberately went deep into enemy territory. "That's great. In this situation, I can use Blizzard. Very rational, no unnecessary moves." As I thought, Those articles were definitely written with bad intentions. The headlines are extremely negative. Is Seo MoonYeob really a hero? Seo MoonYeob's actions are incomprehensible, showing abuse of power. Reading these headlines, Roy Mir breathed a sigh of relief and silently thought, all stars are victims of the media, especially those who can't stand injustice, like Seo MoonYeob. Because of that, this fight doesn't showcase much about his intelligence, so it's easy for him to be slandered. It's a shame. He's definitely a very smart and polite person. I'm really looking forward to this. 1 week before the match between Teams A and the Korean national team, in the preparation room, Muno told director Gabriel Sana how things were going, and Sana replied that he was happy to meet the players. The team members whispered, "He's really here. It's Seo MoonYeob. Is he still representing the country to compete? Isn't he just coming to compete in this match?" someone asked. Suddenly, another person excitedly ran over to call the coach. "When did you come here?" "That's ISM member national player Choi Huk," said the person next to player Yun Bio. Seo MoonYeob looked at the two and thought to himself, this guy, Hayek, acts like the whole world belongs to him. And Yun Bio, he wouldn't have made it to the previous ranks if it weren't for his powers. However, he still joined the national team and progressed well. Choi Hyu was confused by Seo MoonYeob's gaze. Yob continued to think, don't waste time. He said he'd focus on studying because he doesn't think he can be a player. I recruited him to ISM by offering him a chance to win and get compensation if he succeeds. If he doesn't, he can leave. There was a time when I reminded myself to stay in a hole to cultivate my powers. Without saying a word, Seo MoonYeob suddenly smiled. It's been a while, Yun Bio. You've grown up. Yun Bio shyly replied, it's been a long time. Bio was surprised by Seo MoonYeob's words. Seriously, you're very good. Let's shake hands to congratulate you on getting here. Yun Bam, emotionally, grabbed Seo MoonYeob's hand. Coach. Seo MoonYeob smiled and thought to himself, my skills are quite useful, but all the concentration parameters don't exceed 70. Really miserable. Anyway, with a more advanced system, it wouldn't have an effect. Bim continued, I decided to give up being a player because you believed in me. It was because of you that I was able to get here. Seo MoonYeob secretly calculated, time to take advantage of him. Yun Bam added emotionally, your trust is what helped me get through everything. Compared to other pharmacies, I always feel like I don't belong here. I'm always worried, but your handshake gives me encouragement. I feel your recognition of me. I will help in this team's match and guarantee no one will be disappointed. I see everyone trying their best. Seo MoonYeob started to feel annoyed and pushed Yun Bio aside. By the way, where's Shimang Soo? Choi Hyu replied, I think he's in the resting room. Should I call him over? Yob further advised, no matter what religion he follows, I'm about to meet him. Inform the players to gather in the classroom. Choi Hyu responded. In the meeting room, Director Gabriel Sana started. Everyone is here, so let's begin the strategy meeting for the match with England. All the players gathered in the meeting room. Shimang Soo looked around anxiously, thinking, I've definitely heard Seo MoonYeob is here. Where is he? I'm sure he won't take it seriously that I didn't come to say hello. I should go see him. It's better if we're in the yellow-faced area. Suddenly, Yun Soo felt a murderous gaze. Seo MoonYeob said, I'll see you later when I get home, brat. Shimang Soo was scared and thought, I should have gone to meet him. I should have met him. I should have met him. Ah, Yun came to call you, said Seo MoonYeob. He turned to see Ha Yun, who was angry. Why did you call my nephew so important? We wouldn't call someone like you a mango player. Suddenly, Ha Yun gave Seo MoonYeob a displeased look. What are you saying? In dozens of stores, there's no better melee player than you. I have losers everywhere. Ha Yun smiled happily. You know you're the only one I trust, right? Seo MoonYeob smiled awkwardly. Of course. They weren't very natural. By the way, this is your first time wearing a pennant, right? Ha Yun said, looking down at the flag on Yob's chest. Seo MoonYeob looked down and thought, that's it? He had to deal with the older brothers. Ha-Yun laughed. Taking on an English player must really bother you. The newspaper even published something about it. Seo MoonYeob responded in frustration, well, they're still home, and there's no brother in the team participating in conquering the final dungeon. Is it Zach Brand, that slow giant? Ha-Yun replied, yes. The newspaper curses him just like 17 years ago. Seo MoonYeob continued to frown, no matter what I do. I saved this world by winning the last ruby, so why should they stay quiet? Ha-Yun laughed loudly. The story of your country, which couldn't even win against France in national competitions, is worse. Whenever the French want to send a message to the UK, they'll use your words. You're all a bunch of idiots. England is slow. Mel glanced to the side and said, why do they keep acting like I'm so weak? Enough talk. Director Gay Husana began his presentation, starting with an overview of England's squad in this AM match. Of course, everyone already knows their team well, but I'll explain for those who don't. Mel glanced at Director Gay Husana and silently chuckled at the kid. Director Gay Husana continued, their team is often called the Knights and Magicians team. Unlike the trend of reducing tankers and ranged damage dealers and increasing modern melee players, their formation of 4 strong tankers, 2 melee players, and 5 ranged damage dealers covering the back is truly unique. The first is the Vanguard Tanker Squad. Just like the American battle game, they also play hand-to-hand with the giant tankers. That's why they're called knights in shining armor. Behind them is a squad of melee players. All of them are superheroes with long-range magical abilities. One of the melee players also uses a longbow, so they're considered 6 ranged damage dealers. Gayho continued, that's Gary Williams, a melee player with a longbow weapon and a dual-handed axe. Mob was surprised to hear that someone who focuses on close combat also uses a longbow. Gay Husana continued, after all, one of the ranged damage dealers already has massive destructive power. He can be the main damage dealer wherever he is. That's why they're called celestial magicians. There's even a player among them. Han looked up at the projection screen. It was the Ice Mage. Director Gay Husana confirmed, that's right. The story was a hit in the UK right after its release. The Royal Player of the Year 2017 and 2018, his nickname is the Irish Mage, also known as the Ice Mage. He had the honor of sitting in the top 3. Roy Mears' first superpower, Ice Wall, can split a large battlefield in half in just a moment. If you get trapped in an ice wall raised from the bare atomic floor, you'll surely die. His second superpower is Blizzard. Though it can't distinguish friend from foe, it delays everything. With practice, it can cause great damage. However, you must be careful with his ultimate spell, Ice Seals. It freezes a target in ice for 20 seconds. The ice won't break, no matter how strong the attack is. Even RS himself can't break this seal. Director Gay Husana continued, depending on the situation, they'll use this move for defense or to seal the saint for 20 seconds. Seo MoonYeob muttered quietly, oh my god, this is crazy. Powers keep appearing one after another. So why do they keep inviting us? Because they trust that guy. Objectively, we have no way to win against them. But this is also their thinking. What's the next step? The next day at Incheon International Airport, the team arrived. We have your team here, sir. They came out of the airport, and the press reported that the UK national team was traveling through Incheon. They headed straight to the hotel to prepare for the next day's press conference. Seo MoonYeob had just seen their photos, and he couldn't analyze them yet. These guys are still acting like that, he thought to himself. Gay Husana was angry when she heard Seo MoonYeob say, I don't think I can win. You prepare a plan first? Then he laughed. They have to be at least that level for this match to be interesting. Roy Mears' superpowers were awakened during a snowball fight with his brother. Roy just wanted to read books, but his brother chased him with a big lump of snow and threw it at him. Reading too much will make you stupid, his brother teased. Roy was dragged by his muscular older brother to play snowball fights. At that moment in the snow, he felt like he was about to die. That was the moment when Irish magicians were born. After that, Roy Meir became the top battlefield player. Finally, he could celebrate the day he got rid of his thug brother. However, it turned out his congratulations were childish. Roy Meir sat quietly while his teammates stirred. It's impossible for these guys to be so noisy, he thought. At the press conference, Roy sighed. After crying all afternoon, he came out, still full of anger and stupidity. Even my warrior team really wants to get Gerald Walker in the New York Bears group, Roy thought. Roy watched Seo MoonYeob's match over the phone. Unlike him, Seo MoonYeob's playing style was particularly smart with jiu-jitsu and tactics. His quality wasn't the most intellectual, but the queen of her dreams, Robert Meyer's brother, called Roy. How are you preparing for the match between Team A and the Korean team? Roy replied that it was fine since he called. Still the same bad boy. My brother, your opponent is Seo MoonYeob, a guy just like you. Of course, I'm weak like you and have to worry. Roy got angry when he heard this. What are you talking about, kid? Roy crushed the phone. What a joke. Robert still didn't know Seo MoonYeob couldn't be that kind of person. The press conference day for the match between the Korean team and England was filled with reporters. MoonYeob, I have a last question for you. Do you happen to have a brother? Roy was surprised. A brother? Yes, but how did you know? Mel laughed. I didn't mean anything by it, but I know how to read faces. Are you a bully when your older brother bullies you? Roy was stunned by Mel's words. Is this wise and courageous hero Seo MoonYeob? The press conference ended, and director Gae Husana chased after MoonYeob. Hey, stop there. Why did you say that? MoonYeob turned around. Come on, it's fun. That kid looks handsome and doesn't seem to get beaten often, although his face is really weird. So, the answer is that he has a brother? Director Gae Husana wondered. Does he really have a face like that? MoonYeob replied happily. Right in front of me, there's a guy. Director Gae Husana was angry. One day, I will definitely drag you off the cliff. I'll teleport out of there. Just wait, MoonYeob retorted. Try your best, but you know I'm immortal, Seo MoonYeob replied. MoonYeob thought about Roy Meir. I tried to stop him, but it didn't seem to sway him much. His close combat stats are so high, but the problem is combining 96 magic points with his superpowers. I need one of the superpowers that are enough to make him king, but he has 3. Ice Wall creates a 7-meter high by 30-meter long wall of ice, lasting for 30 seconds. Ice Seal seals a target in ice for 20 seconds. Blizzard blows a snowstorm forward. Not to mention his concentration and leadership stats are also high, along with tactics. In real combat, he chooses the right time to make the right decision. He's someone who cannot be labored, even if I try to mentally attack him. He definitely has a close combat plan, so this match is really 2 against 0 or at most 2 against 1. Gaehu approached and asked, What's on your mind so seriously? Moob replied, There must be a way. No enemy is invincible. Gaehu was confused, thinking, It's been a long time since I've seen him like this. He thought back 17 years. Recalling a similar look he had seen once before. He was so deep in thought back then that he couldn't hear anyone around him. He always had that expression in front of the invincible dungeons, and right after, Muno walked away, saying, Okay, try that. He'll find the answer. The match began, and the host announced, the match you've all been waiting for between England and Korea in the framework of Team A's match is here. The morning of decision has arrived. Let's welcome the national teams to the arena. First, the away team was introduced, the UK, with their national rankings, including 4 tanks, 2 melee spearmen, 5 ranged damage dealers, and 0 support players. Next, the home team, the East Asian Tigers, led by the man who saved humanity and created countless legends, Seo MoonYeob. The Korean national team ranks 162nd in the world with 5 tanks, 4 melee damage dealers, 2 long-range damage dealers, and 0 support players. The fake crowd in the stands began whispering, "Even Seo MoonYeob can't beat their team, Dream Tiger. They're just playing cats. I came to see Seo MoonYeob, but it must be after he loses. The only way to win is one-on-one combat, but this is a battlefield match." The commentators noted, today's lineup includes 5 huge tanks: Mun-sun, Choi-hak, Seo MoonYeob, Cha-yun, and Baek Jin-won. However, they've switched from the usual 443 formation to the 542 formation, meaning they have more tanks than the English team. This is a bold move, going against the recent trend of reducing tanks. The first dungeon for today's match is the Death Maze. The commentator was excited to see what the new formation would show. Seo MoonYeob, speaking freely to his team, said, "Do what we've prepared, that's all." The English team's reconnaissance reported, "The Korean team is moving at breakneck speed and is approaching our barracks." Roy was surprised, realizing that Seo MoonYeob was attacking with full force from the start. With 5 tanks, their speed would slow them down, but they were aiming to win quickly. Roy's team discussed, "Are they heading this way? Maybe we should capture Mom and rest." Roy replied, "Don't underestimate the terrain. It's too unpredictable. You can ignore the variables if you change your defense, but Seo MoonYeob's strategy changes everything. We don't need to fight with guerrilla tactics. Let's move to a more open space. We came here to beat Korea, and we can't afford to lose." The two teams faced off in the underground death maze. Roy observed Seo MoonYeob, who was a tank but was standing in the back. This formation isn't right, he thought. Roy launched an attack, remembering the reactive trash from past battles. The small bomb and tandem warhead technology used for tanks caused an explosion upon impact. The team moved forward to take advantage of this. Muno, pushing forward, reached Roy and said, "I heard you have a skill that makes you invincible for 20 seconds, right? I don't care if I hated you before. You used it in the training room a few days ago." Meanwhile, Director Bijo presented the team lineup for Match A. The members were surprised. 5 tanks? Chow Yun asked. Did the coach make a mistake? A team with 4 tanks would be enough against the English team's strong soldiers, but 5 tanks might make us too weak in damage output. Director Jiho awkwardly replied, "This person will explain it to you." Seo MoonYeob, irritated, said, "You guys are Korean national players. Stop asking silly questions. The key to the plan is to win the first match with 1 strike." Chow Yun asked, "What's the next step for the tanks?" Seo MoonYeob explained, "The tanks' mission is to protect the team. We use them to create boundaries for the damage dealers." Chow Yun responded, "So you want the tanks to protect the boundary line?" Seo MoonYeob nodded. "Yes, just like a game of hopscotch. Tanks keep the safe space for the damage dealers, and once the enemy crosses that line, even the strongest damage dealer can be defeated." Chow Yun was still confused. "So, you want to use 5 tanks to hold the line?" Seo MoonYeob sighed. "Yes. But we'll also use 2 tanks with high damage to support the long-range attackers. Muno and Choi-hak will take on the close-range attacks, acting as decoys." Roy, observing Seo MoonYeob's position, knew this was his chance. Seo MoonYeob was positioned at the boundary line, unsupported by the rest of the team, and Roy didn't want to miss this opportunity. Seo MoonYeob reflected to himself that he had been isolated after pushing Choi-hak to handle the chaos. "Roar, you're also tough. Normally, this is a wise decision," he thought. Haeun called out loudly, "Why don't you just stay there? I'll come to you after the teleport cooldown." "It's fine, just wait there until the ice wall disappears," Seo MoonYeob replied. However, Roar had misunderstood, thinking the effect lasted only 30 seconds. Seo MoonYeob, however, wasn't just any player. The match started as a 10v7 battle, with 3 members on Seoman's side, but within moments it became a 5v5 fight. Haeun said, "Your team is too strong." Haeun lost 1 life but refused to be discouraged. "If we want to bring world-class players forward to attack, that's interesting," she added. The commentator praised Baek Han, the excellent young player from Paris Lumiere VC, for her skills. However, this was a team match with no support members, and Baekhan was soon attacked from behind. Seo MoonYeob's team was confused as they realized that within 30 seconds, he had single-handedly defeated their top player and eliminated 3 more lives. What about you guys? You managed 2 lives, but 5 of our troops lost theirs, Seo MoonYeob mocked. After defeating them with his spear, he added, "How dare you claim to be national players, except Haeyeon? I'll see you all after the match." The match ended with a 3-0 victory for the Korean team, leaving the audience thrilled and shocked. Seo MoonYeob, exhausted, rested in a room when Jiho arrived and said, "You're even stronger than before." Seo MoonYeob responded, "Of course, it's not like I used to worry about my progress." Jiho quipped, this coming from someone lounging in front of the TV. Seo MoonYeob sighed. "I'm strong alone, so what can I do? I carry 10 weights alone." Seo MoonYeob addressed his teammates, "You're national players, but you were crushed within 30 seconds of the ice wall appearing. You've got to keep fighting." He explained that their opponents were physically strong, but that shouldn't make them give up. He encouraged them, their boundary was penetrated, causing confusion. "Keep fighting, take them down one by one, and you'll take more than 2 lives." Jiho agreed, "Their knights and mages strategy backfired because of our fake tank strategy. If the French team used the same, they'd be dead. But they'll counterattack quickly." Seo MoonYeob nodded, "Of course. Do you think their coach came to play for fun? I plan to give round 2 to them." Jiho was puzzled. Seo MoonYeob continued, "Their players have 2 strong long-range damage, but if we stick to the fake tank strategy, they'll reduce ranged players and add melee damage. Except for Roar, the England team will likely stick to their original lineup." Seo MoonYeob was confident. "In round 2, even if our national players are beaten, the final score will still be close. Round 3 will be tense. The French team will struggle to calculate whether to add more melee players or strengthen their ranged ones." Muno Blad, full of confidence, said, "If France uses the fake tank strategy, your team is done. They'll want to prove they have a solution." In the 3rd round, both teams charged forward, their posture much more stable with no openings to exploit. Seo MoonYeob jumped up and called out, "Don't care if you lose your life, just fight." His team understood the importance of winning, and the match ended with the English team taking victory, 3-0. Roar, with 4 kills and 4 assists, was the MVP of the round, having delivered a special blizzard attack that secured 2 kills and 4 assists. Despite initial struggles, he performed exceptionally, defeating 6 Korean players in 1 attack. Though Roar won the MVP, Seo MoonYeob's performance stood out. He intentionally fought in ways that minimized his exposure to Roar's attacks. Despite the odds, Seo MoonYeob helped his team secure a 1-point lead. The 2nd round saw him accumulate 4 kills and 1 assist before being sealed by Roar's ice attack. Once the seal wore off, Seo MoonYeob quickly took down 3 more opponents, proving that the Korean team could still hold their ground against high-caliber players. Outside the room, Seo MoonYeob exclaimed, "Oh, the 3rd round dungeon." Haeyeon, curious, asked what was wrong. Seo MoonYeob replied, "I'm just happy to see it again." The television repeated, "The final dungeon of Match A is for 10,000 people." Seo MoonYeob thought to himself, "So the acupoint statues will appear in this match. When I summon the king, only the palace area will appear. The surrounding grave statues house the emperor's undead soldiers. When we defeat each leader, the entire grave collapses. The royal palace is where the king sleeps and houses the golden army." Haeyeon asked, "Uncle, do you have a strategy for the 3rd round?" Seo MoonYeob smiled, "Do you remember who I killed first in the last 2 rounds?" Haeyeon recalled, "Wasn't it the one doing range damage?" Seo MoonYeob confirmed, "Exactly. That move served the fake tank strategy. From now on, we play counterattack ISM style." After careful consideration, the team switched all ranged players to melee, except Roar. They had made this decision because, aside from Roar, all ranged players had been eliminated early in both rounds. Roar, watching intently, considered the changes. Meanwhile, the Korean team adjusted their formation to 3-5-0, removing 2 tanks and adding 1 ranged and 1 close-range player. Seo MoonYeob realized that the second round had been a setup for this one. With the Van Yenlang map, known for having more monsters than other areas, the defenders could finish opponents if they aimed for a decisive blow. Seo MoonYeob was anxious, urging Haeyeon, "Hurry up, let's run." The host announced the start of the third round. Haeyeon ran up to Seo MoonYeob and asked, "Uncle, is it okay if you don't go hunting now?" Hearing this, Seo MoonYeob quickly replied, "Listen carefully, Haeyeon. You know that in a battlefield where there's a difference in parameter points from the start, the strategy of catching monsters and hunting for points works best for the weaker team. By gaining points faster than the opponent, you can close the gap despite inherent limitations." Haeyeon smiled and said, "So that's why I deliberately extend the hunting time as much as possible. That way, I can attack the defender by maximizing my aura, right? This is the main tactic of Koreans, so I understand it very well. Yes, they'll see our starting point split and begin hunting because they know we won't fight them. With long-range players over there, it's hard to counterattack," Seo MoonYeob said, nodding. He then frowned, thinking, "But there's still one variable. Even though I considered that possibility, my team still can't keep up." He continued, "Now, only you and I can have a fair match with your team. Without having to hunt for points, we'll destroy your team so our team can hunt as much as possible. If I face 5 of them, I'll try to stop them from afar with my spear and your teleportation. If I fight 4, I'll find their weak points and rush in. And if there are fewer than 3, I'll beat them immediately." After observing the scene, Haeyeon replied, "There are 5 of them. Let's just observe for now." Quickly, Roy Mir secured 1 kill, and within 10 minutes, he had 2. This surprised Seo MoonYeob. "Damn, that's the only variable," he muttered, while fighting. He thought, if the Korean team returns to its original formation, they won't be here. But to stop the others, I won't let the Korean team dominate from the start like before. From behind, Roy Mir activated his Ice Seal ability, making it difficult for the Korean team to avoid the ice. Several were frozen. Fortunately, 1 player remained, who quickly called Seo MoonYeob. "We were ambushed. Team 3 is under attack by Roy Mir. Only me and Chai-won are still alive." Seo MoonYeob gritted his teeth in anger. It's unthinkable for a long-range player to stop the enemy alone. He had guessed that the weak team would split up to hunt and that Haeyeon and he would stop their hunting. Confident he could defeat the Korean team without his presence, Seo MoonYeob turned to Haeyeon. "Haeyeon, gather with the main team." "Yes, sir," Haeyeon replied. Seo MoonYeob quickly called teams 2 and 4, reminding them to avoid the monsters and escape. "Don't let Roy Mir catch you." Roy Mir soon got a 3rd kill, and the announcement rang out. Seo MoonYeob's face darkened. "I knew it," he muttered, before giving a creepy smile. "You want to target me? I accept your challenge, Roy Mir." As he finished speaking, Seo MoonYeob jumped out of the hole and charged toward the 5 members of his team. He smiled strangely, thinking, "I am Seo MoonYeob." Meanwhile, Roy Mir was running toward his team, thinking, "Since you made the first move, I'll just eat the patty." The 2 hosts gasped in surprise as both teams ignored the monsters and raced against each other. Roy Mir was chasing the Korean team, and Seo MoonYeob was searching for his own team inside the Tomb of Thousands. Everyone knew that hunting was crucial, and an unprecedented hunt had begun. Seo MoonYeob single-handedly wiped out 5 of his team members with just a spear and shield. He made quick work of them, but Roy Mir was no average person. He also killed 5 people instantly. Seo MoonYeob then called Haeyeon. "Haeyeon, are you on your way?" "Yes," Haeyeon replied. "Let's kill the monsters to clear the way for our team to escape safely." "And the rest of the bastards?" Seo MoonYeob began, when suddenly, an arrow shot toward his face. With quick reflexes, Seo MoonYeob raised his shield to block the arrows, which pierced straight into the middle of it. He was surprised. Arrows, he thought. Could it be Gary Williams? Gary, a long-range player, used a bow and arrow as a secondary weapon. Seo MoonYeob realized he might be in a perfect hiding place above. Finding him and blocking the shots would take too long, and Seo MoonYeob speculated, he's trying to slow me down, but it won't be easy. Seo MoonYeob activated his amplification skills and musk, then realized, Gary Williams, he's hiding in the tower. I'll move between these towers to hinder him, just wait for Roy to grasp our position. Seo MoonYeob glanced at Gary, who said, don't worry, I'm in the blind spot. Seo MoonYeob doesn't know I'm here yet. But just as Gary spoke, an arrow flew toward him. He was stunned, muttering, no, as an explosion rang out, causing Gary Williams to log out immediately. Seo MoonYeob got a 6th kill. Hearing the announcement, Seo MoonYeob smirked. This feeling, it hit me, he said proudly. Archers always hide in old places. This move is their magic weapon. Don't try to escape. The system sounded a notification. Seo MoonYeob's musket ability, which allowed him to throw an object with magical power without position requirements, had changed the world's view of his power. With a light touch, the object would return with full force to its target. For Seo MoonYeob, hitting the target was as easy as eating porridge, and his spear became a devastating weapon. That's how Seo MoonYeob earned 6 kills. Seo MoonYeob grinned, arrogantly declaring that without Jungo, he wouldn't have been able to locate the enemy. However, he simply needed to strike where hiding was easy. Laughing, he learned that Roar had also taken 6 lives. Seo MoonYeob was stunned, his expression frozen. Damn, I thought I had caught up with him, that disgusting pig. Now what do I do? He thought. His team consisted of bloodthirsty types. Fighting all of them was overwhelming, and he didn't have much magic power. If so, I'll stand in front of the mausoleum of 10,000 people, he muttered, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Inside the castle, one of his team members was confused, noticing something was off. He was puzzled when he couldn't find any signs of Seo MoonYeob chasing them. The red-haired female player was surprised, exclaiming, huh? She turned around in shock. Huh? Since when? No way, he couldn't have escaped any other way. He entered the central castle. Stop, another player said, even though we're talking about Seo MoonYeob, why would he go there alone? The girl suggested, he could cause a stir by defeating the Golden Army and waking the king. But another contradicted her, that doesn't make sense. The strength of the Golden Army in the central castle is far stronger than the warriors around the graves. They're elite undead handpicked by the king. Even if he beats them, how will he handle the king alone? Even if the king's power has waned since the Underground War, the advantage still lies with him. This dungeon is considered insurmountable, another added. Who doesn't know that? Seo MoonYeob had been the one to conquer this dungeon from the start. Ever since the battlefield opened, countless dungeons have served as the battlegrounds, with the central castle being one of the hardest. Seo MoonYeob stared at the majestic castle ahead. He muttered, I remember those Golden Army guys, that crazy king, all that golden armor. If I clear this dungeon and sell the gold, I'll make a fortune. Seo MoonYeob began calculating if he'd need to slowly pass through the Golden Army. Despite only having a small squad of 11, when final bosses appear in dungeons, priority is given to attacking difficult dungeons. Once they adjust their strength, the dungeon is released to the battlefield for players to test their might. The King of 10,000 people was especially difficult, almost like the final dungeon. For this reason, the Arena Association proposed adjusting the king's strength, as 11 players couldn't defeat him alone. To balance it, the king's power was weakened but could only be harmed once the entire Golden Army was defeated. Seo MoonYeob went to open the castle doors. Inside, he faced the king. We just met recently, but now we're face to face again, old man. He raised his spear high and rushed toward the king on the throne. But the spear only struck the chair. Seo MoonYeob laughed. This time, you're not my target. Please lend me your golden army, the army that awakens when you are attacked. Team 1 arrived at the central castle and was surprised to find no golden army. Have you seen anything? One asked. I told you Seo MoonYeob hunted them all. Damn it, we should have thought of that sooner. How could it be possible in such a short time? If he hunted the whole golden army alone, he must be really strong. Maybe he's hunting the king now. At least we should try to rob him, someone suggested. Let's go quickly. They rushed into the castle. When they saw the king was still safe, they were puzzled. Seo MoonYeob took down the whole army, but left the king? What's going on? As they all stood there, the castle shook violently. Panic spread when an aftershock hit. Suddenly, loud sounds came from outside. The hasty sound of shuffling footsteps filled the air, and soon they saw Seo MoonYeob rushing inside, causing everyone's faces to go pale. Seo MoonYeob, they shouted. He dashed at full speed, yelling, "Get out of the way." The four immediately prepared to fight, but Seo MoonYeob calmly ran past them, then stopped and said, "Hey, if you don't want to die, run quickly." But their faces were filled with confusion. Seo MoonYeob smiled and explained, "Those yellow bones just chased me in a big circle. They were faster than I thought. You heard the footsteps too, right?" As they turned around, their faces changed when they saw the Golden Army standing at the door. That's why the Golden Army wasn't there earlier. The Golden Army had been chasing Seo MoonYeob, and now the whole group was panicked. "We need to run, we're just tanks. To defeat them, we need dark magic, but if we keep running, we might die." "No need to explain, just shut up and run," Seo MoonYeob replied. "It's okay, that army isn't very fast, just use the other exit." When Seo MoonYeob saw them struggling, he laughed. "You guys are stuck. Look at the blocked exit." The four were stunned, faces filled with fear. They had walked right into Seo MoonYeob's trap. The Golden Army then beat them to pieces. Meanwhile, Seo MoonYeob swiftly ran to the exit. The sounds of fighting and slashing filled the air, and Seo MoonYeob laughed with excitement. His system kept ringing. A player on your team was defeated by the Golden Army. Another player on your team was defeated by the Golden Army. Seo MoonYeob never failed to surprise everyone. His human wave strategy had predicted an overwhelming victory, but a crisis had arisen. However, the match wasn't over yet. Romir declared, "If you think I will lose easily, you're wrong." While Seo MoonYeob was occupied with the Golden Army, his team, Korea's second team, consisting of Choi Hoo, Shimong Soo, and Yoon Bom, were trying to escape from Romir. Choi Hoo called out, "Wait, we can't just run this way." Shimong Soo looked at him, saying, "What are you talking about? The captain told us to run." "I know his decision wasn't wrong, but we're also international players like him. We represent our country. If Romir defeats me to get hunting points, I'd rather counterattack and hurt him a bit before that happens. We can't just wait for the captain to solve everything," Choi Hoo insisted. Shimong Soo thought what he said was crazy, and Yoon Bom agreed. "Romir is alone, he'll find a way to attack us soon. But the captain can't give us orders anymore, he's dealing with his comrades. Isn't it time for us to make our own decisions and fight back? It may sound crazy, but I'd rather die fighting than running away." Hearing this, Choi Hoo spoke up, expressing the same sentiment. "We're fighting for the national flag," he said. Shimi Youngu thought to himself, "If they had said this before, I wouldn't have cared. But now I do." At that moment, a voice rang out, and Hyein suddenly appeared in front of the three. Shimong Soo, Choi Hak, and Yoon Bom were startled. Baek Hyein excitedly said, "Add me, and it's 4 against 1. Let's make a plan." At that moment, Roymir also arrived. He coldly observed the four and noted that he had Ice Wall, Ice Seal, and Blizzard powers. Baek possessed teleportation and binding powers, while Yoon Bom could walk in shadows. Shimong Soo had a rage-demanding ability and binding power, and Choi Hak could enhance resistance and accumulate magic. 5 minutes earlier, during a discussion, Choi Hoo had said, "Do you know Roymir's weakness?" Hyen replied, "Yeah, before I left after Game A, I heard something from Nathan and Shershur of the Paris Lumiere team. With that method, even a weak team like ours can deal a strong blow to Roy Mir." Choi Hak wondered if that was the only way, but Hyen shook his head. "No, it's unnatural. He's the third strongest mage. Do you think you're strong enough to take him down? I don't think so. If so, then that method is the only way to help you. You'll be able to defeat Roy Mir." Roy Mir looked at the four of them, frowning. "There's someone I need to be cautious of here. The girl with... I remember fighting her when I was with Paris Lumiere. Although she didn't appear in many matches, I remember how often she caught me off guard with her profound knowledge and battle tactics. But now that I have the Black Aura, players like them, who use Blua, don't stand a chance against me, no matter how well they plan." While thinking this, Roy Mir suddenly heard the system announcement. "One player from your team was defeated by the Golden Army. One player from your team was defeated by the Yellow Army." The announcement repeated 4 times. Roy Mir's face changed. Defeated by Seo MoonYeob? He went through the central area to take advantage of the Yellow Army. I didn't expect him to defeat my team like this. I don't know what he'll do next, but I need to finish these guys off before he gets here. Roy Mir immediately activated his Blizzard ability. A snowstorm engulfed the area, dropping the temperature drastically, making it difficult for the four to move. Not stopping there, he also unleashed his Ice Wall ability in front of them. Yun Bom and Choi Hak ran in one direction, while Shimang Su and Hyen ran in the opposite direction, blocking their escape. Hyen shouted, "Split up!" At this moment, Roy Mir targeted Hyen. He knew he had to deal with Baek Hyen while Seo MoonYeob was busy with the Yellow Army. Roy Mir chased Hyen, imprisoning the most troublesome opponent. He raised his hand to launch the Ice Seal. Just as Roy Mir moved to attack, Shimang Su snorted and fired a fireball from his palm, shouting, "Don't come closer." Roy Mir thought to himself, the supernatural power activated so quickly, and it's formidable. But the target is too obvious. He easily dodged Shimang Su's attack, surprising him. What the hell? Why didn't I hit him? Could he have dodged it? At that moment, Roy Mir rushed toward Shimang Su. "You all need to try harder." Roy Mir charged past Shimang Su, immediately severing his arm. Shimang Su screamed, "Damn it!" His hand being cut off wasn't part of the plan. At that moment, a rope appeared, binding Roy Mir's hand. Shimang Su had tied him up. Yun Bom and Choi Hak rushed toward him. Roy Mir counterattacked, activating his magic to release a blast of cold air, freezing Yun Bom and Choi Hak. "Now, slowly wait to die," he taunted, his murderous gaze locking onto Shimang Su. Shimang Su was terrified, exclaiming, "Impossible! You're also a long-range damage dealer like me, but why?" Before he could finish, Roy Mir froze him. Shimang Su was confused. "Why am I so far behind?" Roy Mir glanced at Baek Hyen. Now, there was only one left. As Hyen saw that her teammates were frozen, she sweated nervously. "Why is everyone frozen?" she thought, but quickly reassured herself. "I can't worry. I have to stay focused." Hyen faced the oppressive force of the enemy. She remembered Seo MoonYeob's words, "Hyen, don't use teleportation to get somewhere, but use it to escape." "I know, but sometimes, you still have to do what needs to be done." Hyen teleported to attack Roy Mir, moving with 95 agility and 95 speed. Roy Mir, with 71 speed and 88 agility, couldn't dodge it even though he saw it coming. But this time, Roy Mir was prepared. He responded quickly, thinking, "I won't be caught off guard." "You deserve respect." Roy Mir activated his magic again, preparing to freeze Hyen. He smiled confidently, declaring, "It's over." Just then, Yun Bom appeared behind him. Roy Mir, shocked, looked bewildered. "Where the hell did you come from?" Before, when Choi Hak was shielding Yun Bom, this was the opportunity. As Choi Hak froze, Yun Bom immediately used Shadow Walk. He crawled under the shadows and whispered to Baek Hyen, "The plan worked." Distract him for a while. Standing in front of Roy Mir, Yun Bom said, I'm the last one, then raised Roy's weapon, shouting, but from the start, what we were aiming for was your weapon. He slammed the weapon to the ground, shattering it. Roy Mir was stunned. Yun Bom smiled proudly. How about it? Roy Mir's emotions boiled over, his eyes cold with fury as if he wanted to devour Yun Bom. Yun Bom, startled by the coldness in his gaze, immediately apologized. The battle ended in a draw between the two teams. Roy Mir had 10 kills. His absolute zero wasn't a separate superpower but rather a blizzard skill that compressed the area of effect, shooting out an icy beam under immense pressure. This technique was discovered during an incident. Initially, Roy Mir refrained from using the staff, believing that his current abilities were already near perfect. However, during one battle, his life took a different turn when he had to face Nathan Bernard. Powerless to counter a fast and strong melee attacker, Roy had no choice but to stop advancing. To improve his close combat abilities, he chose the Ice Dragon weapon, and in a moment of despair, he used the staff to release the Blizzard move. This marked the beginning of his absolute zero-level unique attack. Roy then joined Nathan Bernard and Daniel Manns in the top 3, a position he has maintained without losing. However, even after so many years, Roy still cannot use Absolute Zero without the staff. The weapon he carries now compensates for his shortcomings, but it has also become something he relies on, or in other words, a new weakness. Yun bombed in front of him to freeze, and Seo MoonYeob had just arrived. Seeing the scene, he commented, "That looks like a member of my team." Roy Mir turned around and said, "Too late. On my way here, I did some hunting trips. Seo MoonYeob got 6 kills, I got 10. It's just you and me here, so there's nothing to talk about. I'll take action right away." Roy activated his blizzard power and gradually approached. Seo MoonYeob thought for a moment. "If you don't use all your strongest magic, I will also use my ultimate blizzard attack, with the most terrible effects. In just a few seconds, both your body and mind will be frozen. I don't think I can lose." Seo MoonYeob immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? You said to attack, is that all? It's cold, really cold, but there's no way I'm going to just stand here and die. Okay, looks like I'll waste my magic, but I'll still use my full force." Seo MoonYeob jumped up and performed an amplified throw, continuously attacking to put Roy in a weak position. Roy used an ice wall to stop him, but it was ineffective due to Seo MoonYeob's speed. Even though Roy trapped him with a large block of ice to slow him down, a few minutes later, Seo MoonYeob broke free and escaped. Roy chuckled, impressed by Seo MoonYeob's ability to perform his skills quickly, even at such a close distance. "Not many can survive my blizzard. Even I have to use all my magic to warm my body, but I still feel cold to the bone. He's a great warrior." He thought back to his battle with Nathan, which had helped him last this long. But even so, nothing had been resolved yet. Roy, thinking it over, used his aura to rush towards Seo MoonYeob but was suddenly lifted up, his weapon taken back. Defeating a long-range assassin in close combat? How would I dare brag about that outside? The audience watching was confused. What's going on? Why did Roy withdraw his weapon when victory was almost in his grasp? Bijo saw this and was also perplexed. "Oh my God, this crazy guy," he muttered. Just as Gerald Walker was about to turn on Master Mode, he said annoyed, "What is your move? Absolute Zero or something? There's no way to deal with me unless you use that unique move. Maybe without your weapon, you wouldn't use it?" Roy Mir, realizing this, replied, "Yes, I can't use it without the staff." As expected. No wonder, even though you had the chance, you still refused to use it during the war. "There are others like you, you know." Roy asked, "Why do you think I participated in this battle?" Seo MoonYeob replied, "Because this is a match against England, a leading country in battlefields. Isn't this a good opportunity for a lesser country like Korea?" Hearing this, Roy became slightly irritated. Is there no tact? I don't know when, but there will come a time when we need help from the strongest people. I came here to see how much ability you have. Are you planning to re-establish the 7 heroes? Roy asked. Seo MoonYeob responded, I can't explain it fully now, but it's something like that. In the past, aliens appeared. Who knows, one day they might attack us from another dimension. That's right, Seo MoonYeob continued. Although calling them aliens isn't exactly right. So Roy, do you think you're strong enough to become one of the heroes? Roy responded, the land war ended a long time ago. What are you talking about? Seo MoonYeob shrugged. Well, whatever. Let's just say you passed the test. Now it's time for the interview. He added, I will throw this spear straight at you with all my magic. If you block it with absolute 0, you win. How do you feel? Don't even think about playing tricks or using other abilities, or you'll be dead. Roy Mir, still serious, looked at him and thought, is he joking? Judging from Seo MoonYeob's expression, no one would think he was joking. Roy smiled faintly and agreed to the condition of using absolute 0 without the staff. The two prepared for the match. Roy thought, he's giving me only one chance? Taking a deep breath, as soon as Seo MoonYeob threw the spear, Roy focused and stirred the blizzard into a point, converging it into a ball of ice with absolute 0. Once successful, he rushed back to his position. After a while, Seo MoonYeob's body was nearly frozen. You succeeded, Seo MoonYeob smiled. It almost took me down. Just a second too late. The audience watching the battle was shocked, and the host exclaimed, so the final winner is the Korean team. At Incheon International Airport, reporters surrounded Roy Mir as he stood before the cameras. Maybe people watching TV will think I'm rude and unruly, Roy said, but the person I faced is truly a true hero. A smart and talented person who always thinks clearly. Even when victory was almost certain, he stopped and helped me overcome my weaknesses. If you see someone with the will to become stronger, they'll be willing to help others overcome their weaknesses. That's the true teacher of all superheroes. As Roy thought clearly about everything, he concluded, if anyone asks me who the strongest superhero is, I will always choose Seo MoonYeob. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of the Arena Association, Park Jin-dee celebrated excitedly. This is the hero behind our victory. Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. You're truly my precious person. Seo MoonYeob responded calmly, it's not like I saved the world or anything. Do you need to be so happy? Park Jin-dee beamed. Maybe you didn't save the world, but you saved the Korean team's face. We couldn't even win a match before. What's so cool about that? And against England, ranked 4th in the world, winning is no joke. I thought we were lucky to win a match. How did you get stronger so quickly? Seo MoonYeob pondered. He's right. My body wasn't very good at moving. Could something have happened during the war with the Emperor? What if I had fought back in the battle just now? What if I had to fight the Emperor before? I might have already lost completely. After a moment of thought, Seo MoonYeob spoke up. Enough talking about the match. Let's finish the job. Park Jin-dee frowned. Hey, last time you looked so carefree. This time is different. He handed Seo MoonYeob a list of players from England and a list of foreign mercenaries operating in the UK. After a while, Seo MoonYeob returned to the Isum factory. He sat down in a chair and started going through the list, muttering as he read. They're all active players. Most of them compete in European tournaments. We have some strong candidates. The list included players whose contracts were near expiration or who were seeking transfers. I didn't expect top players like Nathan or Roy Meyer to be here, but there are a few 8-tier players. It feels like just yesterday I was scouting high school players all across Korea. Has everything changed? He paused, noticing one name. Just then, there was a soft knock on the door. Chairman, may I come in? Seo MoonYeob immediately gestured to let him in. Upon seeing Gabriel Sana, he asked, what's going on? Gabriel replied, it's just been announced that Petro's index has been adjusted. The efficiency of his summoning has dropped to 80%, And the distance limit for space travel is now 3 kilometers every 3 minutes. Seo MoonYeob thought for a moment and said, "These restrictions are weaker than mine. A lot of players have developed their skills in the arena, so it would be unfair to place too many limitations on their abilities. We'll just keep it minimal." Also, they've announced that Shuren's punishment will be reduced soon, so during the World Tournament, facing the Death Ray will be even more dangerous, with its power now increased from 50% to 80%. The upcoming tournament will be a battle between the top 6, not just the top 3. Seo MoonYeob frowned. Top 6? The top 3 are Shuren, Petro, and me. Are you overestimating them? Gabriel replied, "The war with England showed everyone your real strength, and Roy Meyer also gave an interview." Seo MoonYeob shook his head. "No, you're giving them too much credit. Of course, I'm the best. The other 5 will just have to fight for second place." Gabriel continued, "In the future, we'll need to renovate the facilities and accommodations to accommodate more new players." Seo MoonYeob nodded. "Right. We'll need to bring back some mercenaries, so we can't let them see the current state of our facilities. We need to show them the welfare first." After Gabriel left, Seo MoonYeob went to discuss things with the workers. He said he needed one project built quickly. The workers were confused and asked, "Just one?" Seo MoonYeob nodded. "For the rest, let's build the foundation first, then prepare enough materials for more." One worker said, "Oh, so you already have a plan?" He continued, "I know a guy who can clone anything, as long as we have enough materials and similar structures." Seo MoonYeob smiled. "Great. So you'll need to build a model project quickly." The worker proudly flexed his arms. "Leave it to us. We'll complete the project in a month." Seo MoonYeob raised an eyebrow. "That fast?" The worker grinned. "We all have superpowers related to construction. We're like a superhero construction team." Seo MoonYeob smiled. "If you can recover your stamina quickly, can you reduce the time?" The worker was surprised. "Quick stamina recovery? That could cut the time in half, since we can keep working continuously." Seo MoonYeob was pleased with the answer. "Excellent. Let's build a villa in 2 weeks." He put on a construction vest, grabbed a rope, and stood in front of the players. He put an arm around Juno's shoulder and announced, "Everyone, it must be tough living in the countryside all the time. But now, everyone in the club will get to live in a 50-square-meter luxury villa. Each person gets their own house and can bring their family if they want. We'll even build a convenience store in the housing complex." The players were shocked. "So, we don't have to drive an hour to get to the convenience store anymore? If we miss the bus, it won't take 2 hours?" Seo MoonYeob smiled slyly. "Exactly. And I'll form a special player management team to hire house guards and facility managers." The players were excited. "Is this a dream? Amazing. Our president is a god." Seo MoonYeob made a sinister face. "Enough, you're sickening." Juno spoke up. "Mr. President, this is great, but why me?" Seo MoonYeob cut him off. "Listen carefully. Juno volunteered to lead this project?" Juno gasped. "What? Really?" Seo MoonYeob explained, "People with superpowers related to construction will work here, so we can build faster with more hands." The workers clapped for Juno. Seo MoonYeob smiled at him. "Good luck over the next 2 weeks." Juno looked confused. "What about the tournament? I'm one of the main players." Seo MoonYeob replied casually, "If you want a car, a sports car's fine." Juno still had questions, but Seo MoonYeob added, "And you'll get a top-tier villa, a 2-story villa with your salary doubled." Juno immediately took advantage of the offer. "I'm Juno the Prince." "No, wait. Call me the King of Construction from now on." A little later, when the news of the players' whereabouts was posted on ISM's official SS, the fan club was outraged. Why did they leave out Juno? If it weren't for him, would Lon even be able to play at a high level? Are they drowning in compliments? Has Gabriel lost his mind? Korea doesn't even have a stadium anymore. Juno only brings failure. The debate raged on, but within days, public opinion shifted. No special explanations were needed. Isem's victory was sealed with the appearance of Petro and Ella. Not Seo MoonYeob, but Petro were now at the center of attention. Petro and Ella's impact caused a stir. Petro and Ella? Incredible! From now on, I'll take all the heat for Gabriel Sana's decision to drop Juno. Others discussed. Where did Seo MoonYeob find these players? He looks inexperienced, old, and just a background for Juno. I thought he was just a support player, but he's really something. His firepower must be equal to Oren's. The highlight was an interview in front of a large audience. Petro declared their goal was to win the World Championship. This bold statement caught the attention of top teams worldwide. The head coach of Paris Lumiere BC said, "Petro are the final piece of our puzzle." After the Moore brothers founded the team, Nathan, Shershur, and Petro La Warrior expressed their interest in Petro, with Petro declaring he would recruit him. Who is the eye of the storm? Petro and Ella is currently at the ISM factory. It's afternoon, and Seo MoonYeob and the archpriest are chatting on the balcony. "Why did you throw away the phone I bought?" the archpriest asked, looking annoyed. "It's too noisy, just ringing all day. If you need anything, call Lin Nan." "Are you that close to her?" Seo MoonYeob asked. "While I was stargazing, she came over and chatted endlessly. After all, she's the only person I've met besides him. Besides, don't make me do any more troublesome things. I haven't done anything special yet, but it's already causing so much noise. There was even a call inviting me to join the Italian team. I only do what you say because I owe you, but if it causes any more trouble, I'll leave." Seo MoonYeob OB laughed. "Then become a citizen and play for Korea. I'll take full responsibility and ensure you won't face any trouble." "Really? Will you become a naturalized citizen?" At the player training room, Yunbom was still practicing. After 10,000 slashes, he was startled upon seeing Seo MoonYeob. Surprised, Yunbom asked, "Mr. President?" "Just call me brother, not Mr. President," Seo MoonYeob corrected. "Why are you upset? Is something wrong?" Yunbom's face fell. "I knew it," Seo MoonYeob asked. "Have you heard the news?" "Yes, I heard you put me on the transfer market," Yunbom replied. Seo MoonYeob nodded. "At first, I was angry, then sad. But then I realized there's no place for a fighter like me here. Everyone playing is much better than me. Can you give me another chance?" Yunbom asked. Seo MoonYeob calmly replied, "It depends on you. Can you become a suitable starter at another team?" Yunbom hesitated. "Why do you ask?" "Because it depends on you," Seo MoonYeob replied. "No one else can tell you." Yunbom sighed. "I understand. I've been here for 2 years and now I know what I need to do. If it's hard for me to improve, I'll still keep working hard to shine." Seo MoonYeob smiled. "Good luck." Yunbom's eyes welled with tears, but he smiled back. "Let me shake your hand for the last time." Meanwhile, Nari's livestream was heating up with comments. "Boss, open the door." Nari raised her phone and greeted her followers. "Hello, it's me, beautiful Nari. It's been a while since I last live-streamed outdoors. I'm here today because it's the official photo shoot for the person finishing this season's base for ISM. They canceled my suspension after the PC Cafe incident and even sponsored me. Plus, I've been given a special opportunity to be part of ISM's first official shoot." As she entered the ISM factory, she met 2 familiar players. "Oh, these are the first players I saw. I was too scared to talk to them then. They are Jang Hanan and Nung Jian." As viewers started recognizing the players, Nam Gong Jian shouted, "Nari, I've been following you since you had 20 followers." The comments flooded in. "Wow, Nung Jian is a real fan." Nari gasped, "Wait, are you Nam Gong Jian? Do you remember my nickname?" Nam Gong Jian shouted in excitement, "You still remember?" The live chat exploded with comments. Jang Hanan quickly pulled Nam Gong Jian away. "Turn us around, Nari. Go in the other direction. There's someone in the Italian dormitory." Nari nodded, "Okay," and walked towards the dormitory. I didn't expect to meet someone from the Suicide Squad here. The viewers started commenting, let's call Nam Gong Giant Big Brother. After walking for a while, Nari smiled and pointed at the dormitory behind her. Next, we'll stop by the players' dormitory. I heard it was finished yesterday. It's huge and they built it in just 2 weeks. While filming, Nari noticed something on the ground. What's that? She asked. The viewers asked, is it a murder? Nari bent down and nudged the person. Who did this? Jungo, lying on the ground, mumbled incoherently, mentioning sports cars, penthouses, and double salaries. He suddenly stood up and ran off. Nari, startled, fell back. What just happened? Did he run faster than Linen? Viewers commented. At that moment, someone appeared behind Nari, softly asking, are you okay? Nari turned, her eyes widening in recognition. It's Sakmatova. And Kim Jin-soo and Yunbom are here too. The three had just returned from the supermarket. Sakmatova remained silent, while Kim Jin-soo and Yunbom whispered among themselves, realizing Nari was streaming. Yunbom smiled at the camera and said, we've been shopping for a week. This is definitely not just food for one meal. The viewers, seeing Sakmatova covering her face, started commenting again. She didn't seem like someone who had just been to the market for a week. She must be in her development phase. She's running away. It looks like she's giving me a meal. As Yunbal quickly waved his hand, he said, don't get the wrong idea. Sonia doesn't eat that much in one sitting. Kim Jin-soo helplessly waved his hand and quietly said, come on, go after her, before running off. Suddenly, only Nari was left in the frame, staring at a box of food falling to the ground. The live viewers commented excitedly, the sausages fell. This is chaotic. I thought she was the chief, but she's really cute. Nari stood still for a moment, then her eyes lit up. She shouted, hey guys! I think I've found a mukbang genius. I'll ask the president to collab with her. Upon hearing this, the comments flooded in. Oh my god, she only thinks about streaming. She's really obsessed with streaming. Nari, a member of HSM, left the dorm and took everyone to another spot. She pointed at her phone screen, smiling as she said, okay, the next stop is the training ground. Nari put her hand on the door handle, slowly opening it, and explained, many people think players only train in the fantasy world, but in reality, they also train in real life, not only to stay healthy but also to get used to superpowers. As soon as she spoke, the door ahead opened, and a terrifying force rushed out, blowing her hair back. The two people inside screamed in panic, are you okay? Shin-young hadn't pulled his hand back yet, and his face went pale. He thought, damn it. The other two quickly turned to him and criticized, young Soo, what did you do? That's very dangerous. How could you shoot an explosive shell at someone? Shin-young-soo immediately protested, what nonsense? I'm a long-range damage dealer. What am I supposed to do if I don't shoot at others? The others immediately retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't hear anything. Young Soo, I'm going to tell the president, they said, running off. Shin-young-soo muttered, young Soo's causing trouble again, he's going to get fired again. Unable to hold back, Shin-young-soo's anger flared, his body surrounded by a fiery aura as he yelled, what's wrong with using superpowers at a training ground? It's dangerous to open the door without knocking. Nari's face turned black from the explosive bullet's aftermath, but she nodded in agreement, saying, you're right. It's my fault. Hearing her, a player quickly waved his hand, saying, no need to apologize. It's all young Soo's fault. Just think of it as a special move by our president. The comments exploded again. Now I understand why young Soo has been more tolerant lately. He's the kind of person who gets bullied. Behind Shin-young-soo, two players clapped and apologized. Sorry. Shin-young-soo's face darkened as he tried to suppress his anger, shouting, I'm sorry. The other two burst into laughter. Young Soo, I'm really sorry, you know I'm a child who knows when to apologize. The comments flooded in. Ha, I'm dying laughing. Nari stood silently by the door, amazed at how lively the players always were. The viewers commented, the dignity of KBW's top team. Ha, they ranked first in humor. Nari scrolled through the comments and then turned to leave. She pointed her phone at the rooftop of the ISM building and immediately climbed up. Somehow, she found 2 small tree branches to hide herself behind. Watching the 2 people in front of her, she whispered, SM's official mascot, player, Petro and Ella and Lon. Why are the 2 of them up here together? Am I about to witness something shocking? As she observed them talking from a distance, Nari silently sighed, I feel like another light bulb shouldn't appear here. Just as she thought this, a hand suddenly reached out from behind and patted her shoulder. A voice asked, What are you doing? Nari jumped in surprise, falling back. The voice, confused, asked, Why are you so startled? Did you steal something? Nari looked up, trembling, and said, The chairman of Seo MoonYeob. The comments immediately poured in, Oh, it's the chairman of Seo MoonYeob. Can I meet him at SM? She's really lucky that he didn't hit her. After regaining her composure, Nari said, You scared me, suddenly appearing behind me. Seo MoonYeob glanced at the 2 people ahead and calmly responded, Well, this is my building. Where else would I go? Are you filming a PO? Give up, I really hate these kinds of bothersome things. If I go out there, I won't talk to you properly. Nari nodded and said, I understand. Meanwhile, Petro and Otens, disguised as the high priest, wondered what they were doing at that time. Seo MoonYeob's statement about hiring mercenaries shocked everyone, and ISM was bombarded with phone calls and interview requests. We can't reveal the employer information, and even less the president's destination. Nothing's been decided yet, they said. ISM seemed to have overwhelmed the phone lines, and with the cooperation of the International Arena Association, Seo MoonYeob secretly came to England. As he walked forward, Seo MoonYeob gritted his teeth and muttered, It took me 17 years to return. I just wanted to relax and watch TV, but now I have to do something like fight with the school. Why am I busier than before? He took a pair of glasses from his backpack and put them on, thinking, These identification glasses were created by underground people under the Queen's orders to blur a person's face, just like the saint used magic to disguise as Petro. Seo MoonYeob glanced at the people around and commented, Your country is small but has huge dungeons. Not long ago, it was devastated, but it's recovered so quickly. Modern society is amazing. They've built so many new buildings, changing the whole atmosphere. He bought a box of popcorn and walked leisurely, savoring it. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out ahead. A woman chased after a cyclist, shouting, Robbery. Seo MoonYeob heard it and exclaimed, Ah, it's true, many things can't be changed. As the cyclist gritted his teeth and shouted, Get out of the way. Seo MoonYeob cracked his knuckles, excitement lighting up his face. Yes, this is fun. This is the best content. But before he could act, a chair flew out of nowhere and knocked the cyclist down. Seo MoonYeob caught the thief, a bit surprised, but still handed the bag to the woman behind. She thanked him as she took it. Seo MoonYeob smiled. This city is truly never peaceful. He then turned and saw someone sleeping on a bench nearby, Gary Williams, the Superman of the England team. He lifted the hat off his face, grimacing as he muttered about the noise. When did Seo MoonYeob walk up? Smiling, he greeted Gary Williams. Gary Williams stood up, looking at him suspiciously, asking, Who are you? Do you know me? Are you a fan? Seo MoonYeob was confused for a moment, then quickly remembered and said, Ah, that's right. I'm wearing glasses, taking them off. Seo MoonYeob smiled. Nice to meet you. How long has it been? Gary Williams frowned, asking, Wait, Seo MoonYeob at your house? He was still shocked. What's going on? Seo MoonYeob sat across from him, narrowed his eyes, and said, I was surprised, too. I planned to walk around before coming to find you, but I ended up meeting you on the street. Is this fate? Gary Williams raised an eyebrow. What's fate? Seo MoonYeob answered calmly, you know I'm looking for mercenaries. Gary Williams nodded. I know, but I don't think you've reached him yet. Wait, don't tell me you're trying to recruit me? Seo MoonYeob nodded cheerfully. That's right. Gary Williams was puzzled. Why me? Seo MoonYeob shrugged and asked, I heard you never participated in the World Championship match. At this, Gary Williams grew slightly angry, slamming his hand on the table. What? Do you think it's easy to recruit me just because I've never won a World Championship? Seo MoonYeob laughed softly. Oh my God, listen to me. A veteran player who's competed in the biggest tournaments in the US, France, and England for 18 years, but has never had a chance to participate in the World Championship. No team I've been on has made it. I don't want to go to Korea, a country that's not even close to my second tier, but seriously, I want to play for the World Championship. Gary Williams silently pondered for a moment. YSM will almost certainly make it to the World Championship. I've never seen him fight, but a few include the powerful Petro and Ella who just debuted, and the famous strength of Sia, even President Seo MoonYeob. He then asked seriously, you guys will make it, but why do you want to recruit me? Seo MoonYeob smiled cheerfully. Okay, so do you want to go to the World Championship? That's the spirit. The reason I want to recruit you is that I don't need to improve or anything. Gary Williams was confused. What? I don't get it. Seo MoonYeob looked at him and thought, according to the Emperor, this monster is not only in the last dungeon. If I die first with it, my life will be over. But to choose people strong enough to compete with Warren, I must face them myself. So my level must be high enough to make it to the World Championship, and I must have experienced fighting someone as strong as me. Seo MoonYeob then said aloud, it's all about winning the World Championship. Gary Williams thought about this, then replied, I understand your strength and confidence, but the World Championship isn't a place to just play around. If you're aiming for the championship, why not hire people who have experience in World Championships? Plus, it's in Korea, so I'm worried my skills will decline before then. Seo MoonYeob asked, why did Walker use such a small shield? Why did Nathan focus on training his strength and achieving legendary high damage scores? Why did Roar use absolute zero when he didn't have a weapon in his hand? There's more, but that should be enough for you to understand. Gary Williams raised his eyebrows. Seo MoonYeob continued, as long as I'm there, Korea has me. The skills of those below me won't decrease. Pouring more wine into Gary Williams's glass, Seo MoonYeob asked seriously, so, do you want to join my team? Gary Williams thought for a moment. This was a tempting proposal, but he asked, let me ask you one last question. What is it? Seo MoonYeob nodded, his expression serious. Gary Williams asked, what do you think I need to improve on? Seo MoonYeob paused, then said, what's going on? Gary Williams sat across from him, looking at his reflection in the glass of wine. I've been a close combat dealer for 18 years. People see me as useful for big tournaments, but not good enough for the World Championship. Seo MoonYeob, what do you see in someone like me, past my prime, who only fights with experience? Seeing the expression on his face, Seo MoonYeob smiled and said, you know, I've long had a player like that. Superman can flexibly play many positions. As a melee damage dealer, you only consider his bow and arrows as makeshift weapons. I want to make you the main long-range damage dealer. Gary Williams's hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly. He couldn't understand. What are you talking about? Seo MoonYeob interrupted. When I enter a dungeon, I have the ability to strengthen my body. That skill is much more useful for close combat. If I switch to ranged combat, my skills won't be as effective. Seo MoonYeob smirked. It'll be excellent. I can see the power in detail through analysis. Others can only use machines. S alone can't detect conditional abilities like H-bombs. No one knows that Gary Williams can improve his stats when becoming a long-range dealer. Thinking to himself, Seo MoonYeob looked straight into Gary Williams's eyes and said seriously, "From now on, you'll no longer be a melee dealer who can attack at long range, but a long-range dealer who can fight in close combat if needed." In Berlin, at the Berlin Blitz office, Mrei Kassa slammed the documents down on the table, raising his hand to squeeze his forehead, then sighed deeply. He had a real headache. Last winter's transfer season, Mrei estimated Seo MoonYeob's transfer price at 180 million, which wasn't small. They believed he could bring in that much money. He was considered a legendary survivor, but at the time, there were no significant results. Now, that 180 million fee had doubled after the Korean War. Reading the article in his hand, Mrei Kassa silently said, "This is the highest transfer price for a player in history. I didn't expect him to refuse that amount of money, but now he brings himself to the World Championship." John Berman stood behind him, gently advising, "Calm down, Mrei. At least we have someone who can fight him." Just then, Siren walked in, speaking slowly. "Can you compete with Seo MoonYeob?" Mrei replied, "No, now that the death ray restriction has been removed, I'll be the first to defeat Seob." Gary Williams sat at the table, thoughtfully saying, "The way to solve my problem is to change positions." "Is that all?" Hearing this, Seo MoonYeob frowned. "Gary, it seems you've misunderstood something. What do you know about long-range damage positions?" Changing his position to a ranged damage dealer means he can become stronger, but the success rate is not 100%. Gary Williams thinks his skill and knowledge of ranged damage positions will make him good enough to participate in major tournaments. Gary Williams hesitated, observing him, when Seo MoonYeob continued, "It seems you don't usually take this position seriously because you can use a bow. Up until now, both your vision and your positioning have been average, only effective on a relative level. You also control your opponent the same way, then jump into close combat like a melee fighter. Honestly, the position you picked was so obvious, I even had to swing my hand to catch you, but that's it." Hearing this, Gary Williams sighed and replied, "I don't know what else to say." Seo MoonYeob cut him off and went on, "Not to brag, but 17 years ago, I taught Raya how to use a bow." Gary Williams was startled, thinking to himself, one of the 7 heroes, the boss of Berlin Blitz, Erasa? He recalled the rumors that most of his tactics and transformation techniques were learned from Seo MoonYeob. It made him realize that, despite his rude attitude and unpredictable behavior, Seo MoonYeob truly was an extraordinary genius. Gary Williams, deep in thought, took a sip of his wine and said firmly, "Okay, let's sign the contract." Anna Williams, Gary's representative and wife, looked at the contract with anger. "Is the contract period 2 years? Raise your hand and face the wall. How dare you sign the contract behind my back? What do you want me to do now?" She turned to Seo MoonYeob and questioned, "Even though you've built a dormitory for the players, putting Gary in such a poor environment, how can I not be angry?" Seo MoonYeob, sitting quietly, smiled softly and reassured her, "Come on, we have everything we need, even a convenience store." Anna Williams glared at him and said, "I just let him go practice on the mountain." When Seo MoonYeob saw her glare, he started sweating and turned away, saying softly, "Oh my God, stop glaring at me." Helpless, Anna Williams took a deep breath and finally compromised. "Fine, there must be a reason for a careful person to decide this matter." Seo MoonYeob nodded and said, "Well, by the way, can we extend the contract to 3 years?" Anna Williams scowled, 2 years, no more, no less." Seo MoonYeob silently thought to himself, "How petty." He then added, "If you ask for an extension later, you'll have a belt." Anna Williams snorted, "Don't people usually avoid speaking so directly in front of their representatives?" Seo MoonYeob thought for a moment, then slammed his fist on the table, saying seriously, "Hey, whatever. Just sign the contract." Thus, a 2-year contract with a salary of €50,000 per week was signed, with Gary Williams joining after his current contract ends in 6 months. At Seo MoonYeob's residence in England, he was organizing his things when the phone on the table rang. He picked it up and immediately, The voice on the other end said, "It's me." "Who?" Seo MoonYeob asked, frowning. "It's me, Shiran," the voice replied. "I got your number from Ame Kasa." Seo MoonYeob, frustrated, muttered to himself, "Is this how Ame avenged his revenge from 17 years ago?" Shiran didn't answer, instead saying, "I've moved to Berlin Blitz. I heard you're staying here. Why don't you come watch the match?" Seo MoonYeob immediately responded, "Huh? Does the German side already know?" Shiran, swirling her wineglass, smiled, "You see, I'm not the same person I was 17 years ago." Annoyed, Seo MoonYeob muttered, "Ignoring me, huh?" At the VIP room in the competition arena, Seo MoonYeob sat with his arms crossed, his mouth curled up. "Let's see," he thought. "She said the power of the death ray has increased from 50 to 80%, but she probably called me here for more than just that." The commentators' voices echoed, announcing the entry of Berlin Blitz players onto the field. Seo MoonYeob analyzed them mentally. That's Daniel Man's, one of the top 3, the strongest support on the planet. Chinese teams usually focus on Shiran, even in attacks. I don't know if Ame Kasa is different. I wonder if she has overcome that weakness. The dungeon in this match was a test of creativity. Berlin Blitz's opponent, Munich Wolf and Ritter, used super mobile abilities to hunt and kill monsters at high speed, focusing on gathering experience points first. Seo MoonYeob thought, Berlin Blitz's strategy is still similar to ours, though their tanks and Shiran are separated from the main team. It's an unusual strategy, but is the death ray enough? After a tough battle, Shiran's group faced the sub-boss of the floor, and the death ray was released with extreme force. Watching this, the audience was in awe. My God, she took down the boss alone. Despite lacking scouts, Shiran's team hunted and killed the opposing team, knowing the exact location of their opponents due to the superpositioning ability she unlocked not long ago. In the VIP room, Seo MoonYeob used his analytic eyes to scan Shiran's abilities. She has 2 superpowers, the Death Ray, which can destroy everything, and the ability to locate and determine the position of a specific target within a 3 kilometers radius. Seo MoonYeob smirked. Is this why she's so confident? He thought further. She's similar to the High Priest. Both are extremely powerful long-range damage dealers. The High Priest compensates for her weakness by continuously launching area-wide attacks. But Shiran's Death Ray is far more destructive, combined with positioning. She separates herself from others with these top skills. The more Seo MoonYeob watched, the more excited he became. Let's see if they can weaken her now, he thought. Shiran, in ambush, used her superpositioning ability to pinpoint targets 3 kilometers away. Daniel Mans, standing next to her, cracked his knuckles and said, "Great, I finally get to fight with Shiran in an official match." Shiran interrupted him softly, "Daniel, can you give me a chance? I want to test my limits." Surprised, Daniel Mans nodded and said, as soon as she spoke, Shiran flew high into the air and used her Death Ray ability to take down 2 members of the opposing team in one shot. The commentator, watching, praised, as expected of one of the 7 heroes. Shiran made a striking impact, taking down 2 opponents with just a flash of death, landing on one side of the ground. Shiran wiped sweat from her brow and thought to herself, I wanted to eliminate all 4 at once, but the other 2 dodged as soon as they saw the trajectory of the Death Ray. As expected, they are players from a major tournament, they're not ordinary. Beside her, Daniel Mans grinned and said, "Now it's my turn." Without hesitation, he sped toward his opponent, using a range of moves and skills that left the opponent unable to react in time, leading to a swift defeat. Daniel Mans' abilities included push, pulling a target within 2.5 meters, pulling a target within 8 meters, and a speed boost that increases by 50% for 3 seconds. Seo MoonYeob was shocked when he saw these abilities and exclaimed, "Oh my God, it seems Shiran has found a perfect team for herself." At the end of the match, the victory didn't go to the Berlin Blitz team. In a waiting room, Shiran spoke as soon as someone entered. "I'm really happy you came. Seo MoonYeob took off his glasses, smiled, and said, okay, nice to meet you. Daniel Mans, filled with excitement, walked up, smiling, and said, hello. Did you watch my match? I knew you'd come meet the coach. Seo MoonYeob glanced at the two people behind him and lightly responded, why meet them? You're still the better one. Daniel Mans' eyes lit up and he asked, really? Can we exchange numbers? Seo MoonYeob nodded. At that moment, Shuran stepped forward and asked softly, how did you feel about the match? Seo MoonYeob turned and looked at her for a moment, then replied, as expected, I was disappointed. You can't even control your superpowers. Shuran's eyes filled with bloodshot anger, and she gritted her teeth. Seo MoonYeob. Before she could finish, Seo MoonYeob placed his hand on her head gently and comforted her, saying, that's it. You're already perfect? Looking at her, he could tell she must have been working very hard. Shuran suppressed her anger, pushed his hand away, and opened her mouth to shout. That was a compliment. Seo MoonYeob retracted his hand, sweating and thinking, she almost cast a death ray on me. After a moment of thought, Seo MoonYeob frowned and said, actually, I don't have much to say to you, Shuran. I came to talk to Coach Emery Ka. At the Berlin Blitz headquarters, Emery spoke in confusion. What does this have to do with me? Seo MoonYeob grimaced from the side and added, my team's strength comes from a pre-established plan, like a train on rails. To make it short, we need to integrate Shuran's abilities, using Baekjo's moves, adding control tactics to the plan. Emery paused for a moment and softly said, I didn't plan to use this method. Before he could finish, Seo MoonYeob interrupted, I understand. Shuran can't control the intensity of the death ray, right? She aimed at all four of them but only managed to take down two. If she had used the full speed and power of the death ray, all four should have been eliminated. It means she lost control when splitting the death ray into four. Even though it's a powerful skill, it consumes a lot of aura, so if used at full strength, she can only use it a few times. You saw that weakness in the last battle, right? Emery nodded and said, I understand. Seo MoonYeob continued, still, it's very useful in real combat. The truth is, my team also defeated all four opponents. The Berlin Blitz team is different from China. Shuran isn't the only talented player, so all you need to do is defeat your opponents before Shuran runs out of aura. Seo MoonYeob immediately shook his head and said, even so, if you want to rely on Shuran, you should help her perfect her death ray, even if it means scolding or training her. It's clear that you're still too inexperienced. Your opponent, Paris Lumiere, must have sensed it too, right? Those bald guys are quite smart. Well, if you want to win against Paris Lumiere, then you're in trouble, Seo MoonYeob added, grinning. Sorry, I'm just rambling. Emery quickly asked, what do you mean? Seo MoonYeob shook his head, saying, it's nothing, just forget it. Emery was annoyed as always, but didn't comment further. Seo MoonYeob gave a thumbs up and said, there's a saying, don't do what you're good at for free. Emery paused, thought for a moment, then said, let me show you our reserve and youth teams. As for your team, aside from Gary Williams, Petro, Ella, and that strange Italian, none of the players are world-class. Not even Sia, though she still needs a lot of development. Seo MoonYeob frowned and exclaimed, I just signed with Gary yesterday, and now the whole world knows it. Emery replied calmly, from my analysis, your team has quite a few tank players with offensive skills, but there's only one defensive-oriented player, No Jangwon. Seo MoonYeob nodded and said, you know everything. Emery ignored his attitude and continued seriously, I'll lend you a player to block attacks. Seo MoonYeob's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, huh? So you still pay that person's salary? Why don't we have any money? Emery suppressed his irritation and said, half. I'll pay half. Seo MoonYeob happily shouted, okay, I'll pick the player myself. No complaints? Emery agreed, and Seo MoonYeob grinned. I'll tell you the solution, Emery. You typically prefer players good at specific positions, but I prefer those who can adapt to multiple roles. You assign everyone to fixed roles, like swordsman, archer, or magician, and they stick to their positions. But why is there this difference? Emery frowned and answered cautiously, because dungeons always have unpredictable changes. Seo MoonYeob nodded. Exactly. There's limited information about dungeons, and improvisation is often needed. Now, what's the difference on battlefields? Emery replied instantly, a battlefield is a game where players fight with complete information about the terrain, unlike dungeons. Seo MoonYeob nodded again. It was correct to think that if you excel in a position, you should play that role, but what if a marksman is blocked from two sides? Or an assassin is surrounded by marksmen? Or a tank is left alone with no damage dealers alive? My team does well because there's one person good at handling those unpredictable variables. Emery's thoughts immediately turned to Daniel Man's. Looking at his expression, Seo MoonYeob nodded slightly and said, yes, that's the person I'm talking about. How much do you think Daniel Man's contributes to my team? Emery thought for a moment, then hesitated. Do you mean Daniel is even more valuable than I thought? Seo MoonYeob raised 4 fingers and said seriously, at least 40%. He's handling 4 parts of the variables his team creates. It might be an exaggeration, but if Daniel Man's reaches the final round of the dungeon, I'll eliminate him first, not you. Up until now, he's been managing the variables from the ship he controls, but if you let him create his own track and let the whole team follow? Seo MoonYeob spoke, then paused to give Emra Casa time to think. A moment later, he continued, being able to manage variables while also showcasing the abilities of players with exceptional skills. I understand your point. Seo MoonYeob nodded, satisfied, and said, now, show me the players you're offering. Quickly, Emra Casa led a man forward. His name was Paul Collins. Seo MoonYeob used his eyes to analyze the man, who possessed the super ability of a steel body, amplifying his physical strength while consuming 1 aura point every second. Emra Casa looked at Seo MoonYeob and asked, what do you think? Seo MoonYeob smiled and said, good, very useful. He's the pure tanker I need. The two sides conversed for a while, and when they finished, Seo MoonYeob looked at them and said, after the paperwork is done, send him to Korea for me. Emra Casa nodded and replied. At that moment, Seo MoonYeob seemed to remember something and immediately asked, by the way, Paul Collins, right? Don't try to lose weight to increase speed. Paul Collins paused for a second, thinking to himself, how did he know? Then he nodded and replied, yes. Seo MoonYeob, satisfied, waved goodbye and said, good, I'm leaving. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a voice came from far away. Wait. Shuron rushed over, panting heavily, and said seriously, next time, I'll be completely different. Is that so? Seo MoonYeob replied. Don't disappoint me. Shuron smiled with determination and said, I won't. After leaving the Berlin Blitz Club headquarters, Seo MoonYeob stood on a high-rise rooftop and gazed at the clear blue sky, softly saying, should we go sightseeing? He paused, then added, no, that really doesn't suit me, so let's just go home. After speaking, he contacted the Queen again, saying softly, hey, open the gate. The Queen responded, are you done? Seo MoonYeob replied, yes, thank you. Hearing that, the Queen immediately said, okay, I'll open the gate now. A small space gate appeared beside Seo MoonYeob, and he stepped inside. As he arrived, the Queen smiled and said, welcome, Seo MoonYeob. He followed her deep into the space, observing its splendor. Unable to help himself, he asked, wait, let me ask, this is just a shortcut, right? Is it really necessary to be this luxurious? The Queen seemed puzzled and replied, you mean this place? I'm not sure. Maybe it's because only kings among the underground residents can come here. Seo MoonYeob looked up curiously and asked, isn't that a dungeon core? The Queen followed his gaze, shook her head, and said, it looks like a dungeon core, but considering its size, perhaps it isn't the final one. I really don't know. But you see, it's the core that helps maintain this place. Seo MoonYeob gasped in surprise, then heard the queen continue. I tried to figure out where it connects, but I couldn't find anything. I researched it, but most of the records were destroyed. I even tried mining it to see if it could be used, but the outer layer was so tough that we couldn't even make a scratch. In the end, there wasn't enough aura left, so we had to leave it here. Seo MoonYeob immediately turned his head and asked, Aura? You mean this is also a dungeon? The method of creating them is similar, the queen answered, but there aren't any monsters around here. Seo MoonYeob replied, that's because each space is different, based on its purpose. Unlike other dungeons where monsters are used to gather aura, there's no need to create a shortcut that can't be opened to the outside. He added, the underground world not only has many dungeons but also shortcuts connecting them, called dungeon cores. Although not everyone can use them. Seo MoonYeob smirked and said, so you guys have dug all over the world, and you can emerge from anywhere. The queen smiled and replied, not quite. Seo MoonYeob studied the dungeon core above and spoke seriously. Back to this matter, he said. You mentioned that no one could make a scratch on it, but what about these markings? He looked at the engravings and frowned. The queen slowly replied, those who are worthy can awaken the hidden power. These engravings are the ancient language of the underground residents. Seo MoonYeob immediately stepped forward, touching the engravings on the dungeon core. He thought to himself, these slashes are so sharp. How could they have left such engravings on a core that no one can break? Am I the only one who possesses the reincarnation of aura? Suddenly he remembered the emperor. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed, hey queen, is it okay if I break it? The queen turned around in surprise and asked, how would you break it? We've tried everything, and it's so hard that we couldn't even leave a scratch. Seo MoonYeob shrugged and said, I just thought of a way. If you allow me, I'll try it. What do you think? The queen was startled and exclaimed, ah, could it be? Okay, no matter what happens, you'll still protect me, right? Seo MoonYeob cracked his knuckles and smiled. That's simple. The queen was still a bit worried. But we still haven't figured out what it is. Seo MoonYeob shrugged and said, just try and you'll know. He raised his hand and used his immortal amplification skill. The weapon spirit immediately appeared. The queen watched in horror as the source of energy was truly terrifying. Seo MoonYeob used his spear, now transformed into a spirit, and rushed forward, slashing out powerful strikes at the dungeon core. The queen's eyes widened as she thought, it looks like we still can't break it. But Seo MoonYeob, using all his strength, jumped high and tightly gripped the spear. With a powerful slash, he struck the core. When the blow landed, the dungeon core cracked, a rumbling tremor echoed, and a blinding flash of light erupted. The light spread outward, gradually revealing a figure floating in midair. The figure looked down at the two standing below and spoke neither quickly nor slowly. It's been a while. As Seo MoonYeob recognized the figure, he exclaimed in disbelief, the emperor. Behind him, the queen was sweating and murmured, this feels like the image of the emperor before he passed. The emperor spoke slowly, finally, someone who can use the manifestation of spiritual energy. I have preserved this for the next generation of messiahs. He raised his hand and shot a ray of magic directly into Seo MoonYeob's right wrist. Seo MoonYeob looked at the strange totem appearing on his hand and asked suspiciously, what is this? Immediately, he used his analytical eyes to scan it. This is the subordinate power of the false savior. You can appoint subordinates, choosing 2 types of stats for them. They can be promoted beyond the limit of those stats. The maximum number of subordinates is 6, and once a subordinate is assigned, their status cannot be changed. Seo MoonYeob was stunned. The queen beside him pulled his arm and curiously said, let me see. This is truly the power left by the emperor. I can't believe that everything here was arranged by him. Seo MoonYeob looked at his wrist, still in disbelief. What an idol! Even before he died, he had the strength to prepare a gift for his successor. Hearing that, the queen laughed and said, that's good. It will help you a lot before the battle with Warren. Seo MoonYeob let out a breath and replied casually, I don't know. I still need to think about who to choose first. After saying that, he thought to himself, how annoying. Do I have to personally choose 7 heroes again? Returning to his headquarters, Seo MoonYeob carried his spear on his shoulder, yawning. Sorry. Winning KB1 wasn't that dramatic, so I yawned. The players sitting opposite him looked at Seo MoonYeob, surprised but also wondering what he would say next. Seo MoonYeob cleared his throat and spoke, when I brought Coach Gabriel back from Paris, I promised one thing, and now I've fulfilled it. That is, to bring ISM from the bottom division, KB2, to first place in this KB1 tournament within a year. Now, it's your turn to make a promise. Are you planning to stay in this KB1 tournament for the rest of your life? If I choose you, don't even think about it. From now on, our goal is to win the World Championship. Hearing these words, all the players were silent. No one said anything. Seo MoonYeob continued, Yesterday, I unsubscribed from Zone TV, ZIX Drive, Netflix, Display Plus, and YouTube, which means I need to kill a lot of time. Upon hearing the names of those platforms, the players were horrified, thinking, did he watch all of those? Seo MoonYeob glanced at the crowd below, curling his mouth. So, let's train. He announced, special strengthening training for 1, Sakmatova and Namgungjain, 1 hour of intensive push-up training. Looking at the two people in front of him, Seo MoonYeob faintly asked, what are the inherent weaknesses of the main killer forces in Korea? If you answer correctly, I'll let you go. Sakmatova did push-ups while raising her head to answer. Her killing intent was too weak. Seo MoonYeob nodded and said, yes, but why is the killing intent weak? Have you thought about it? Sakmatova answered hesitantly, hazardously? Seo MoonYeob immediately replied, only when you always wonder why and search for answers can it be called thinking thoroughly. Don't just look at the surface. You have to think about what's beneath it. Understand? Sakmatova, drenched in sweat, nodded and replied, yes. At this point, Seo MoonYeob turned to Namgungjain, placed a glass of water on his head, and asked, what about you, Jain? What do you think? Namgungjain stammered, it's because they can't penetrate the line defense of the defenders. Hearing this answer, Seo MoonYeob immediately patted his head, smiled, and said, that's right. Korean players can't get a solo kill. Why? Namgungjain asked. Seo MoonYeob explained, there are many reasons, but most of them are because ignorant coaches prevent players from doing high-risk things. As a result, they always fall into a passive position, unable to penetrate the enemy's defenses. Always talking about teamwork, they play defensively. Hearing these words, both Sakmatova and Namgungjain burst out, realizing it seemed true. Seo MoonYeob looked at Sakmatova and continued, every team has a defense line with shields in the front. If we can't penetrate it, then a melee damage person like you has no character at all, no threat. At the Korean tournament, every team is the same, so there's no difference. But at the international tournament, this weakness will be exposed immediately. If we maintain the current situation, we'll only stay in place, and in the end, I'll still be running around checking my life alone. Of course, if there was Petro, it would be easier. But you don't want to be the bad guys who only know how to stay at the top, right? Sakmatova and Namgungjain quickly responded, no, I don't want to. That doesn't sound good at all. Hearing this, Seo MoonYeob was extremely satisfied. He took off the shirt he was wearing, looked at the two still doing push-ups in front of him, and smiled. Okay, the exercise you will practice today is to penetrate the defense line with the shield in your hand. Seo MoonYeob grinned. Both of you rush in. Looking at the scene, Sakmatova and Namgungjain thought in horror, didn't you say you'd let us rest if we answered correctly? Seo MoonYeob smirked. Special reinforcement training number 2, lean on. Looking at the person in front of him, Seo MoonYeob asked, you thought your current speed had reached the limit, right? Lena Young's eyes widened, unable to speak. Seo MoonYeob continued, You must have been very satisfied with your reputation and ability in the tournament. However, you can take your speed to a new level. The final evolutionary step is often difficult. Seo MoonYeob tied a piece of rope to Lena's body, turned around, and sat on the motorbike, turning the throttle, preparing to ride off. Lena, seeing this, turned pale and exclaimed, "Chairman." Seo MoonYeob turned his head, looking back with a dangerous smile. "Let's run to death." As soon as these words ended, Lena was immediately pulled away by Seo MoonYeob's motorbike, her screams of despair echoing across the training ground. And so, they continued their hard practice, sometimes joking around. Meanwhile, in the ISM summer lounge, Yunbom scratched his head and said, "Actually, today is the day I was transferred. The president said he was too busy to come, but I thought I should say goodbye. I'll go to the Middle East to join Dubai Blaze and will receive $3 billion in transfer money. Ha, I hope you guys win the World Championship." The players in the room heard these words, and everyone felt sad. Yunbom smiled and waved, "Take care," before carrying his bag and leaving. Outside, Gabriel Sana suddenly called him back and asked, "I heard from Lena that you just got your driver's license?" Yunbom nodded and replied, "Oh yes, motorbike license." "What's up?" Gabriel Sana didn't answer immediately but turned around and said, "Follow me." He led Yunbom to the yard, where a large bike stood in front of him. Yunbom widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "What is this?" Gabriel Sana said softly, "This is a gift from President Seo MoonYeob." Yunbom stood stunned for a moment, then let out a long breath. He climbed onto the bike, turned the throttle, and pressed his lips tightly. He thought to himself, "President, no. You just did something completely out of character." Even until the last minute, he was extremely grateful. After a long silence, the second half of the tournament officially began. The match between ISM and Sanyang BC was about to take place. Looking at the players in front of him, Seo MoonYeob said seriously, "You guys have worked hard recently. This is the last hurdle before going to the World Championship. I hope you'll feel how much you've grown, but I'm not sure if training like this will be enough." Just like that, the next season of the tournament officially began, and Seo MoonYeob looked around at the players in the waiting room. Seo MoonYeob shouted firmly, "In the next 3 rounds, if anyone dies, I'll kill that person." He continued, "The match begins now. The second half of the season is here. ISM faces off against Sanyang BC. Sanyang BC is known for their solid gameplay, relying on their strong tank lineup, and they are a fierce competitor with international teams. Their training center is the best in South Korea, king of KB1 ISM. The battle starts now." ISM had successfully completed the hunt in the first area. Players Sia and Namong Jian signaled each other, then attacked their target at the Sanyang BC camp. The leader said seriously, "Don't be afraid. The battlefield principle is 70% luck and 30% spirit." Before he could finish, Sakmatova rushed forward, and Team Sanyang BC was ambushed. They quickly shouted, "It's the enemy." Sakmatova used a double-handed attack, aiming at the leader. The leader of Sanyang BC, seeing this, thought in horror, "Sakmatova is incredibly strong. She must have put everything into that attack, but I can still hold on. I must create space for my teammates to strike. I will defend until the end." Meanwhile, Ca Mova recalled Seo MoonYeob's advice. Attacking alone is not enough. You must combine toughness with flexibility. Following Yob's teachings, Sakmatova pierced the opponent's shield, defeating them with one strike. The commentator immediately exclaimed, "Sakmatova gets the first kill." Player Nam Gong Jian, remembering a conversation with Seo MoonYeob, jumped forward. Yob had asked, "How do you open the door?" Nam Gong Jian had replied, "By turning the knob." Yob had asked again, "With what?" Nam Gong Jian had stammered, "Of course, with my hands." Seo MoonYeob's words echoed in his mind, "With your swordsmanship, you will definitely open the door. Create space and tear them apart." Following this, Namgong quickly got a kill. The audience, stunned by the match, murmured, "What's going on? Why are they getting stronger each time? They're even better than before. No one from KB1 can match them now. At this rate, the World Championship is within reach." One person asked, "Will Jo So-ho participate this time?" Junggo, sitting on the bench, trembled with anger. Seo MoonYeob, noticing this, turned to him, confused, and asked, "Why do you look like you're holding something back?" Junggo cautiously asked, "President, did you put me on the bench to sell me?" Seo MoonYeob, baffled, blurted out, "Are you crazy? Why would I sell you? You're the secret weapon for the World Championship. I'm hiding you for that reason." Junggo's eyes widened in surprise as Seo MoonYeob continued, "Coach Gabriel kept mentioning your stats, thinking you'd be sold. But look at ISM, they're already too strong compared to the domestic teams. Your stats aren't enough for now." Junggo exploded, "So you really want to sell me?" Before he could finish, Seo MoonYeob placed a hand on his shoulder and pulled him back, saying seriously, "But if you get stronger, everything will change. Become my disciple." There was no surprise when ISM won overwhelmingly. They ended the first match without losing any lives. The calm expressions on the ISM players' faces before their next victory signaled that they were making history in the Korean battlefield. Seo MoonYeob put his phone away, turned around, and said, "Let's go." The high priest turned to him and said seriously, "There's a summons from the queen." Seo MoonYeob stood up, grabbed his spear and shield, and smiled. "I just realized, it's been a while since I've been this excited about raiding a dungeon." The high priest nodded. "As we predicted, we found traces in the dungeon, but we lost contact with the person who was searching. We will follow the trace." The high priest turned to Seo MoonYeob, holding out her hand. "Give me the summoning stone." Seo MoonYeob, carrying his spear on his shoulder, asked skeptically, "Summoning stone?" The high priest replied, "Yes. If I were alone, I could trace the aura's movement, but to teleport someone without a portal, I need to mark the location on the summoning stone." Seo MoonYeob took out the stone and nodded, "Okay. But it can only be used a few more times, right?" The high priest took the stone, infused her magic, and handed it back. "Now you can use it about 20 times?" Surprised, Seo MoonYeob exclaimed, "Do you have that ability?" The high priest calmly replied, "In our civilization, this is just a trick. Nothing special." Seo MoonYeob, feeling a bit disgusted, muttered, "Always acting superior," then stored the stone. He suddenly remembered something and asked, "Wait, can you create a core for a motorcycle engine using mana?" The high priest answered indifferently, "Are you talking about that old car? Controlling it with mana is easy. Ancient people did it too. The car runs without fuel, no noise, and is faster." Seo MoonYeob smiled, "That's crazy. Help me out." The high priest coldly replied, "Dream on." Unwilling to give up, Seo MoonYeob chased after her. "Why?" he asked. The high priest stopped, turned around, and answered calmly, "Why? Because it's troublesome." Then she disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Seo MoonYeob gritted his teeth in frustration and muttered, "This brat." He then followed her into the dungeon. "Look at the door ahead," he said excitedly, "let's deal with the first one." The high priest, behind him, muttered angrily, "Where have you been? You followed the hallway, didn't you?" She explained, "This is how you move between dungeons. The corridor is the distance between them. The AA waves stop there, so you can use them to explore." Seo MoonYeob, growing irritated by her endless chatter, asked, "Get to the point. How much further?" The high priest glared at him and continued, "We need to find out where the queen's subordinates were cut off, but first, we have to overcome the trap they set." As soldiers in helmets rushed out, the high priest's face darkened. "I'm not sure how many more will appear," she said worriedly. Before she could finish, Seo MoonYeob couldn't wait any longer. He charged forward, spear in hand, cutting down the soldiers in his path. "Why worry? Just fight for fun until they stop coming," he said with a smirk. Seo MoonYeob's sharp blade sliced through the soldiers blocking the way. He turned to ask the high priest, "What about the traces?" The high priest frowned and replied, "I'm following them. It's easy. They don't hide much. They only think that you and the queen are coming to block the way. It's impossible for someone like you to enter the dungeon and search for it. Besides, the queen is focusing all her efforts on rescuing her people, so they probably won't get any rest." But they never expected that the high priest they resurrected would become humanity's strongest ally. Seo MoonYeob nodded and said, "You're great. Wait, this is an adventurer sent by the queen." Hearing that, the high priest next to him called out, and Seo MoonYeob observed, "Looks like we've arrived." In front of them was a giant snake monster. Seo MoonYeob was surprised and exclaimed, "What monster is this? I've never seen this kind before." The high priest frowned and said, "I guess it's a mutant python. It wasn't created when I was alive." Seo MoonYeob, confused, asked, "Why create this monster? Are they planning to incite war with whatever strength they have left?" Before he could finish analyzing the monster with his eyes, Seo MoonYeob retracted his skills and said angrily, "Hey, this monster resists analysis. I don't think it's alive." The high priest, walking beside him, nodded and said, "You're right. There are no signs of life at all. I guess they're still researching it." Seo MoonYeob smiled and said, "It's incomplete. Let's just destroy it." The high priest shook his head and protested, "You're wrong. If we get closer, they'll definitely attack from all directions." Seo MoonYeob looked at the five-headed monster in front of him and nodded. "Maybe you're right. Despicable bastards. We need to lure them out of the cave." Seo MoonYeob immediately threw his spear at the monster using amplified strength. He retracted his hand and called out, "Looks like we have a big fish here. Come on, stop lurking. Get out here." Following Seo MoonYeob's call, terrifying monsters slowly emerged. The high priest, now alert, said, "You've successfully lured them all out." Seo MoonYeob laughed a few times and replied, "Too many, though." He paused and then said, "You go deal with the snake. Leave these small monsters to me. I can handle it." Seo MoonYeob immediately flew forward, slashing fiercely at the monsters with his spear. The high priest, observing the battle, thought, "He didn't even wait for me to finish." Meanwhile, Seo MoonYeob continued fighting. The high priest flew towards him, and as she landed, the monsters halted and retreated. Soon after, countless people appeared in the air. Seo MoonYeob thought, so they appeared first? He looked at the high priest and number 5 and said, "Are you still alive?" Seo MoonYeob used his eyes to analyze number 5, a high-level priest. The analysis revealed 2 superpowers: overpowering creatures to reduce magic costs and using white smoke to create a toxic cloud that poisons the enemy. The high priest, standing behind, spoke, "The creator of this snake spirit is probably the 5th priest. The first high priest I sought has now become the high priest." Seo MoonYeob nodded to show he understood and scanned the person in a red robe next to him. This person was a fallen high priest with 3 superpowers: worship you, follow the Almighty, increasing magic power, take an oath, swearing allegiance to the Almighty to receive warrior powers and memories, and recreate martial arts, imparting the martial arts of any soldier met. Seo MoonYeob landed next to the high priest and said, "Unbelievable. So you and he share the same name, right?" The high priest frowned and said, "Is that important? Just call him number 1. He's stronger than I thought. How did he improve so quickly?" That must be it. Do you remember the queen once said her magic became stronger after being chosen by the primordial light? This guy's case is similar. The problem is the primordial light didn't give him power, but... Seo MoonYeob cautiously asked, "Do you mean the power source from H is the same as the primordial light?" The high priest didn't answer directly, instead saying, "Seo MoonYeob, you must defeat number 1 at all costs. Don't let him open the door." Seo MoonYeob nodded, replying, "I was planning to do that anyway." The high priest, still on guard, emphasized, "The monster's spirituality has reached a state that imitates primordial light. I can't even see its strength." Seeing the concern on the high priest's face, Seo MoonYeob took a few steps forward and said softly, "Try to encourage him a little." The high priest asked, "For what purpose?" Seo MoonYeob gave a mysterious smile, then turned to look at number one. He rolled his eyes and shouted, "Hey, you idiot! Primordial light, you monkey! A pile of trash. You're just pretending to be a victim. By the way, you stupid bastard, I know your civilization is destroyed, but do you really think the primordial light wants to talk to a lowly person like you? You clever people always fail when it comes to their own business." Hearing this, number one couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, "You blasphemer!" Seo MoonYeob turned to the high priest and smiled. "See? I told you it would work." The high priest glanced at him with disdain, but just then, number one shouted, "How dare you insult me? Let's see if you still dare oppose me when you see the power he gives me." Number one flew high, releasing an explosive amount of magic power that spread out. Most underground people have poor physical strength, with most of their stats relying on magic and concentration. But number one's strength was 95, agility 93, and endurance 89. His stats exceeded those of most superheroes. Most importantly, his aura index was 245. Seo MoonYeob let out a long breath, curled his mouth, and said disdainfully, "Even so, you can't win against me." Number one coldly replied, "Okay, if you don't understand now, I'll definitely make you understand. Do you know who lives in my body? The strongest man in history, the master of swordsmanship, the true warrior. How does a mortal like you intend to confront him?" From the tomb of thousands, the emperor began to appear before him. Both Seo MoonYeob and the high priest were momentarily stunned. Seo MoonYeob asked, "Hey, what kind of person summons these characters?" The high priest shrugged and said, "What do you think?" Seo MoonYeob grinned and muttered under his breath, then rushed forward, gritting his teeth, and said, "3 words, like an idiot." Seo MoonYeob turned to Petro and Ella and said, "Let me handle it. Leave the rest to you." Ella responded, "Okay, then use spirit control." Seo MoonYeob asked, "What are you looking at?" "You rushed straight toward the enemy. Is that all you've got?" Number one replied, "I'll show you the true power of a king." "Nope, we've all seen that skill before," Seo MoonYeob said calmly. "That human was lucky enough to imitate me and even wound me. Now what else are you doing? Hurry up and take her down and kill Seo MoonYeob for me," he shouted. Number one suddenly turned around upon seeing that Petro had defeated them all. "What? Don't lose focus. You're too subjective." Seo MoonYeob rushed to attack, using his aura. "If you're already weak, then don't bother," he added. No one was surprised. "Why is that so?" Number one asked, stunned. "Only a king can use spiritual energy. How can you do that?" "Impossible." Seo MoonYeob replied, "It's possible." Number one stepped back, blocking Seo MoonYeob's supreme swordsmanship. "Oh my God, I can't believe it. I've tried it twice." Number one was defeated. Looking at his body, he recalled the memories of the warriors. Petro approached and called out to him. "Number one, turn to me." Number one shouted, "What kind of person are you? What power did you use? Why did you call it number one?" "I can explain simply because we have appointed you," Petro replied. "To you, I must appear like a mortal. People who didn't listen to me and still followed orders couldn't bear their own responsibility. This is the consequence." Suddenly, number one kneeled. Could it be that he was in the human quadrant? "That's right," Petro replied. "I still have work to do." Why am I on his side? Because the cultivator worships not the true original light. "The original light you worship is not truly what you believe," Petro said. Number one was angry. "How dare you oppose him?" Petro stepped forward. "Calm down. The person you are following is Horan." Number one grew angrier, saying, "The traitor who raised the greatest destroyer of civilization. Not only did you pretend to be a prophet, but you also incited war and massacred your own people. Now, a traitor on humanity's side, and you even dares to deny his existence?" Seo MoonYeob smiled, covering his mouth. The monster absorbed aura with infinite breath but couldn't control itself. Were you really conscious when you created that animal? Why did the primordial light need it? Number 1 gritted his teeth, continuing to speak nonsense about his trader's many organizations. Seo MoonYeob bent down, exasperated. Enough with your nonsense. The ultimate civilization is not great. I want to test if I can still survive against that imitator of the king, or if I should drag you straight to the primordial light. Suddenly, something appeared. What is it? Seo MoonYeob asked. The person who dies today is not me, but you, Number 1 said. The priests are all gone. You can't do that. Petro and Anela shouted. A giant monster appeared above Seo MoonYeob's head. What the hell is this? Petro struggled to withstand the giant snake's attack. He was hit but still alive, realizing he hadn't even used 1% of his power. The only way for our interactions to evolve is to find a way to open that door. Seo MoonYeob said, we lost track. We had a hard time catching one person, then they all ran away. You say he's fifth, but there's nothing we can do. The monster possessed by Horan turned, preventing Seo MoonYeob from capturing the priests. The queen was surprised. So, you met Horan? I couldn't speak properly either. After only a week of attack, it couldn't withstand its own strength and committed suicide, Petro and Anela added. But I know one thing. Other than opening the gate, Horan has no way to get here. The queen replied, I understand. Luckily he hasn't found the gate yet. But I still can't believe he tried to do that. Seo MoonYeob asked, that gate must be very difficult to find, right? Petro and Anela nodded. Yes, for 2 reasons. First, the ancient emperor must have cut off all the schools and quarters connecting to the abandoned world and cast multiple layers of seals on all traces of them. He can never reach it. The second reason is probably because Horan is looking for that gate. Seo MoonYeob wondered where his henchmen were. Number 1 only knows that the one he serves is the primordial light. Horan's creations can't enter Number 1 to find his gate. Petro and Anela continued, if I asked you those questions, my identity would be revealed. If an existence that was supposed to teach me had to ask me for help, I would definitely feel suspicious. So, for now, we need to cover up while exploring and growing stronger with Number 1. He is definitely planning his next move. And how long will that take? Seo MoonYeob asked. Although it took a long time, he was able to materialize in void space and awaken his intelligence. One day, he will definitely find that gate. But whether he finds it today or in some distant, dark future, no one knows. All 3 fell into silence. Seo MoonYeob suddenly asked, can we talk to him again? Didn't you say you had encountered Nick in the past? Petro asked. When did I say that? Seo MoonYeob replied. During the last round, you said that when you encountered the primordial light, something completely cured itself. Remember? Petro added. I went out and lay in the flower field. Seo MoonYeob walked closer. Are you scared? Petro laughed. If you were joking, I would have gone into space a long time ago. Seo MoonYeob replied, it's easy for you to say. It's not your business. Well, if he doesn't know me, it's because he doesn't, Seo MoonYeob said, sitting and drinking wine. Accidentally, I've made the light like something forever, but I like that. How you laugh is our strength and acceptance. You said when you met me in the past, you were very scared, right? Because of your sin, you couldn't communicate with the primordial light, and a powerful force overwhelmed you. Petro sat up. What you said is right. But this time, I already knew who he was. If this guy had been mentally prepared, things might have been different. From now on, even I must listen to my own responsibility, Petro said, standing up. Okay, let's try then. Petro and Anela created an empty space in the middle of the flower field. The queen came and asked if she was sure it would be okay. Petro replied, ever since I stepped foot in the land of light, I felt like I became in love with life. The sun shines brightly. Namo gives you an endless universe that is immeasurably deep. For me, not looking at nature like this is already a point of luck and happiness. Seo MoonYeob sighed. Let me say some cultural words. It's like you're about to die. Petro smiled. I won't die. There are still many things on this earth I haven't seen yet. Petro used a tree branch to draw a magic circle. I'm ready, she encouraged herself. I was chosen by the primordial light, but I lost its trust and started a terrible war. Just like that, our people fell. When I enter the spirit world, I will learn about countless souls full of hatred. But I have my face ready, so I still have to say it. Petro beckoned. Seo MoonYeob, come here. Seo MoonYeob was surprised. Why me? Come and hold my hand. Seo MoonYeob hesitated. Oh, stop it. Petro laughed. Are you scared? Seo MoonYeob responded, I'm not afraid. I just don't want to do it. You said it was necessary, so tell me I won't be affected. You just need to hold my hand until I faint. Seo MoonYeob stepped forward and held her hand. If necessary, then okay. Petro sat in the center of the magic circle. That's fine, Mob suddenly said. Hold on a second. Become my subordinate. Petro and Ella opened their eyes, both surprised. What did you just say? Do you want me to work for you? That sounds absurd, Petro said. Do you think your family would agree to that? It's no different than forcing me to agree, Ella added. Mob replied calmly, it's not harmful. Then give it to her. Okay, just do it, Petro said, still uncertain. I don't know what you're planning, but I feel like there must be a reason. You never do unnecessary things. Mob continued, it's okay if you die. Just remember to come back. This is an order from your position. Petro froze, surprised. What do you mean? Don't worry, Mob added softly. I'm just giving you instructions for now. You can handle it. The light around them shifted, revealing a figure. The queen's advisor, the high priest. I have been waiting for you, the figure said. Petro was startled. You knew I was coming? From the moment I was born, up until my death at your hands, I have only served the queen, the voice said. There was no chance of me ever coming back. Don't worry about a dead person, the voice continued. Some things are just part of the past. I'm here to tell you that I'm not the only one greeting you. The light faded, and Petro stood, contemplating. The souls of the previous high priests have arrived. The spirit spoke again. The most powerful high priest in history, the last high priest. Petro responded, I no longer hold the title of high priest. But I understand what you mean. That's the price you pay for messing things up, the voice said. No worries though. I understand you, and if I had lived in your time, I would have felt the same anger. Petro looked conflicted. I feel ashamed of myself. I always saw you as my partner, my spouse. I've seen the spiritual soldier, the land above with monsters. Now, I feel only chaos from your aura. The voice replied, the energy you feel is different because you've died once and are now back in a human body. The aura reflects that change. Petro stood, listening. I understand. It's clear now. Many have said that the person on the other end is neither human nor underground, the spirit continued. But you seem more determined now. You found your mission. This gift was always yours, but you were dead, unable to use it. Now, give it to the man who brought you here. The spirit handed her a wooden box. From here on, you will face a long journey. We will meet again when you return. Petro raised her head, understanding. I came to the spiritual world for a reason. I'm ready for whatever comes. Be cautious, the spirit warned. Your connection to this body is fragile. They will exploit that weakness and target your soul. Petro replied, I'm prepared. The spirit chuckled, you're smart. Come back tomorrow. Remember, the fear of the unknown makes your opponent seem stronger. Petro left, thinking. As she ventured into the darkness, she felt a powerful warmth from a source of energy, a light greater than anything else. She knew it wasn't the original light, but something else drawing her closer. I don't know how long I've been here, she thought. This power feels ancient. It's older than any living creature. Would you ever understand what it means to be weaker than us? She wondered aloud. Just like we look down on humans for their inferiority, I wonder if we, too, are inferior to something else. The chilling thought ran through her as she saw herself reflected in the monster's eyes. How difficult would it be to face this? The spirit's earlier words echoed in her mind. Remember, the unknown makes your opponent seem stronger. Mob's words followed. Don't forget why you came here. It's about your ability and responsibility. I know who you are now, Petro thought to herself. Fear can't control what I'm doing. I know my purpose. A voice echoed in her head. You cannot fool me. I know what you are. She shouted, I know you're a monster. The monster laughed. Finally, you see through me. I'm glad. Petro was enraged. What's so funny? The monster, many-eyed and towering, spoke. I've given many orders, but this is the first time I've had a real conversation with someone. Are you lonely? Petro asked. Lonely? The monster's voice softened. Yes, I am. But it's not the kind of loneliness you understand. Petro processed the words. I see. I didn't realize loneliness could feel like this. The monster continued. So many follow me, but none care for my wisdom. What does it mean to be great? It's just noise. Then use the ropes to tie me up, Petro said, straining against her restraints. You think I'll just give in? The monster's anger flared. I am the king, but no one understands or follows me. Petro's thoughts raced. Is this an abandoned world? A place like his soul? She summoned her own soul to the spiritual realm, anchoring it with her aura. What are you doing? She demanded. The monster replied, listen to me, underground people. I like speaking with you. I want you outside. Back in the physical realm, Mob was worried. Is she really gone? Not yet, the queen answered. There's something going on in the spiritual realm, but it hasn't fully ended. The high priest's possession is being undone, the queen said, looking anxious. We can't interfere with the spiritual realm. Petro's body was glowing with intense light as the queen panicked. How could this happen? The high priest's possession is unraveling. After 3 hours, the queen tried magic on Petro's body but felt nothing. Leighton, do it from now on. Suddenly, Mob stood up. Have you given up? The queen sighed. I think we have no choice but to give up. Just then, Seo MoonYeob entered with a backpack, surprising everyone. What are you doing? The queen asked. Seo MoonYeob pulled out a package of snacks and said, I've been holding this brat's hand all day, so I haven't had time to eat. I'm starving. Mob chuckled. I'm starving too, but it's not just about the possession of the soul. Meanwhile, Petro was still bound. She muttered, tomorrow, if I knew I was born from the monsters we created, would it matter? People still don't understand why it no longer matters who was first. Strength and everything else, that's what defines this place. Yet, throw and perplexing power. That's right, look and admire my kingdom. Then, the many-headed, many-eyed snake monster took her to a place filled with thousands of other creatures. They act purely on instinct. They fight, consume, and reproduce. Sadly, none of them were born with intelligence. They were just aquatic barbarians growing larger and stronger, unaware of their master's presence, bearing their fangs and claws. I am the only one here. You pushed me further, it revealed. Petro turned around and saw this was Warren's true form. She was confused by his words. What are you? Warren continued, my dear, how boring this place is now. This isn't pleasant. He speculated there had been a change in appearance, and the control was loosening. A roar echoed, I must be the chosen one. Almost there. Just then she heard him say that this was loneliness. Petro panicked. He had just passed by her, yet she couldn't see him. I can't face him alone. This guy has unbelievable strength, she thought, the horn holding her tightly. I've come this far alone. Once I absorb someone as knowledgeable as you, I'll be even stronger, it added. Petro struggled as the pressure increased. I need to get away, she thought, summoning all her strength to break free. Ren stood motionless as several snake heads shot toward her. Do you think you can escape? No place is out of my reach. I'll use the ingredients to find another exit for us. Horan laughed loudly. Become part of me. 12 hours passed since the possession was undone. Seo MoonYeob still attempted to use strength. The queen spoke. Her lifeless body was decomposing. It's good if there is no body to return to, then a supreme will not be able to return. Stop! Moon yelled loudly. Petro was entangled by many snakes as she chanted magic. I needed to sever the link between me and my body, but I can't return to the spiritual world. Why is the link still intact? She stared at her hand. Was that a promise? At that time, she was determined to break free. The monsters sought wisdom, but it was becoming dumber than the mindless animals. Seek wisdom from yourself if you don't want to endure, Moon said. Outside, Muno smiled. See? I told you she wouldn't. Petro shouted, I'm coming. Then a surge of power rushed towards Horan. Moon held her hand. Get up. Petro collapsed on Moon's body. How long has it been? She asked. Seo MoonYeob struggled underneath her. 32 hours now. You're a bastard, she replied. Return earlier than I thought. Moon was annoyed. Kid, if you knew it would take this long, you should have told me earlier. I almost died from hunger. This isn't the time to complain, Petro responded. I met that monster. His intelligence has expanded. On the 4th day of meeting the queen, he wants to absorb her to gain more knowledge. If he can, he will absorb all intelligent life forms. We need to go somewhere. Moon was confused. Right after she returned, Petro continued, the ancient high priest left a secret treasure for you. We're going to find it. After moving to a specific location, Seo MoonYeob asked, what is this place? This is a space protected by a solid barrier. Do you remember that someone must meet and approve from afar to pass through the barrier? Petro explained. Seo MoonYeob asked, could we create a barrier like this? Why didn't the first guardian do this? Petro answered, the area is too large to cover with a simple white fence. He would need a relic-level core, plus those people are high-ranking priests. They don't know how to create or open this. Seo MoonYeob asked, and what about you? I'm said to be the strongest, Petro responded confidently. I can do it if I have enough time. Moon thought about it. This is uncomfortable, he thought. Petro touched the wooden box. Yes, this is the violation the ancient high priest left behind. You can't leave it to me, she said. Seo MoonYeob reached for the box. Are you sure this isn't a trap? He asked. Stop speculating. Seo MoonYeob stepped forward, grabbed her face. She was trying to eliminate me to take over the earth, right? He asked, frustrated. Calm down. Even if you leave me, we won't stop this pain forever. Petro was angry. You idiot. If we get rid of you now, we can't stop this problem. Even if we take over Earth, it will be a pile of ruins. Moon pointed at the box. That makes sense. He stepped forward, backed away, and reached into the box. He took out a pearl. This is a heritage. The game of pinball, he said. The pearl glowed and vanished into Seo MoonYeob's hands. Another light source pulled him in. Petro screamed, Seo MoonYeob. Seo MoonYeob was confused. This is holy language. But it's not the type used to brainwash. These words are meant to break the chains of racial boundaries. Petro returned to the queen. Give this to the observer. The queen asked, what is this? This is my memory in crystal form. I got it after going to the Lost World. Use it in the arena. It will let you add monsters from the Lost World. The queen was surprised. I see. If players can fight monsters in the arena? Petro replied, yes. I memorized the monsters' shapes, movements, abilities, and more. The goal is for people to figure out how to deal with them. But they won't be able to learn every monster type since new ones will keep appearing. The queen took the stone. But what about you? She asked. Petro thought about the light source. What power did you give him? It's a language that can stabilize your soul, she replied. It strengthens not only the body but also the soul. It's an enlightenment I spent my life realizing, though I don't intend to pass it on to humans. Later, Seo MoonYeob returned home. He was surprised to see Jiho and his wife feeding each other. That's great. If it's okay, can I eat with everyone? He asked. Jiho replied, of course. Sit down. Seo MoonYeob sat at the table. Give me more. It's been a while since I ate your food. Jiho said, take a shower first. What did you do to get so dirty? Mel laughed. That's a secret. Then he ate a lot. Jiho asked, if you hadn't eaten yet, I wouldn't have noticed the time. Jiho handed Seo MoonYeob the phone. You bastard. You're making me paranoid. This news has nothing to do with you. Seo MoonYeob looked at his phone. I've heard this before. This time, it'll be quite fun. The strongest teams from each participating country will compete for the World Federation Championship. We must win it. The Queen stood and greeted the fans of the global arena, announcing, I am the president of the World Arena Association. I'm here to share that this year's return will be more special than ever. There will be new Monster Granny dungeons, and players will be allowed to use their abilities for 10 minutes, with some restrictions. This will be the largest festival in arena history, with participation from over 166 countries. The event will open with 5th place in the New York Lion World Championship, followed by the 3rd-ranked East America World Championship, the 2nd-ranked Western America World Championship, the 1st-ranked Berlin Blitz World Championship, and the top-ranked Kong Min Paris World Tournament. The ASM World Ranking stands at 162. As some team members gathered, they discussed their participation in the World Championship. Muno entered just as the announcement aired. What a coincidence, he thought, as everyone was watching the World Championship broadcast. During our time, our country's superheroes were always in the top 5, but now there are only a few. Even the World Cup 5th place spot has been taken by other countries. Mob's eyes burned with anger. Could you accept this if you were me? He asked. We wouldn't dare rob you, Nari quickly replied. We embrace money, but even I have limits. Nari suddenly remembered, I haven't filmed Park Youngmen yet. Seo MoonYeob paused, thinking for a moment. Park Youngmen probably isn't here, he replied. Nari curiously asked, where is he then? Seo MoonYeob shook his head mysteriously, without answering, and took Nari to a game shop in town. As they arrived, Nari asked cautiously, is it here? Yes, Seo MoonYeob replied, stepping inside. This is where Park Youngmen comes to help clean up on holidays after joining ISM. Park Youngmen greeted them with a smile. You're here, President, he said. Seo MoonYeob turned to Nari and said, last time, you two met, right? Nari replied immediately, I am a beautiful streamer. Seo MoonYeob, slightly exasperated, said, she calls herself beautiful? After a few greetings, Nari stepped forward cautiously. What are you doing here, Park Youngmen? She asked. Park Youngmen scratched his head shyly. Since joining ISM after that incident, I often come here to help clean up. My friends are here too. I had a shameful past, so I want to atone for it, even if it's just a little. I know my reputation isn't great, but I am truly trying to change. Later that afternoon, as Nari and Seo MoonYeob left the game shop, Nari smiled and said, today's live stream is over. Fourth Ices, did you enjoy it? Now, let's hear a few words from the president. Seo MoonYeob, startled as the phone was pointed at him, asked, huh? Me? Nari nodded. Just a few comments to wrap things up. Seo MoonYeob smiled at the phone and said, tomorrow, I'll be coming to recruit new members. I will definitely find great people. Please look forward to it. His words caused a huge reaction, and Nari's registration number skyrocketed due to the Battlefield subscribers and World Arena Federation Championship. The World Championship is an event where the strongest players from teams across the globe compete. With 166 countries participating, only the top team from each country can attend the preliminary round. They must fight their way to the main stage. the arena of the strongest warriors, a true battlefield. In Korea, Jamal Park Jindi stood on the podium, announcing that ISM had won the second half of the 19th Korean National Arena Federation season. This earned them a ticket to the preliminary round of the World Championship. He closed his book, thinking it was expected. The development of players recruited by Seo MoonYeob, including Yeob, Petron, and Ella, was predicted to produce the 3 strongest supernaturals in the world. ISM was no longer a weak team. The world was watching, hoping they would make it through the preliminary round and reach the main stage. Suddenly, Seo MoonYeob, standing behind a wall, spoke up, saying, "Winning the World Championship." Jamal turned, his face filled with surprise, and asked, "Didn't you extend your vacation because you had something to do? Have you finished already?" Seo MoonYeob responded casually, "Of course, it's still far off. You should at least make an appearance at moments like this. There's plenty of time before the qualifiers." Jamal looked at him with a surprised expression and asked, "What's wrong?" He felt the pressure of the situation and thought back a month ago when Seo MoonYeob spoke to Petron in the backyard about transforming the space left by the ancient priest into a training ground. Petron had mentioned, "You really know how to take advantage of others." Seo MoonYeob had replied, "I'm not asking. You guys called me a savior. I'm just doing my job as a savior and becoming stronger. If I can't do even that, what use am I?" Petron had responded, recalling someone who had said the same thing. It was the emperor. Seo MoonYeob had gotten angry at that and hit her on the head a few times. "Do you think I'm a psychopath who only knows how to fight?" Petron had then reluctantly agreed to help. To upgrade her motorbike with magic stones, she needed a lot of magic stones. Seo MoonYeob anticipated this and had already brought a bag of magic stones from the queen, but it wasn't enough. He had told the queen to give everything she had. This left Petron questioning, why has our race become the lackeys of someone like this? Seo MoonYeob also wanted her to upgrade his motorbike with magic stones. Eventually, she angrily agreed, telling him to bring the motorbike to her. Meanwhile, Seo MoonYeob met Baekjo, who had reformed so much that Seo MoonYeob hardly recognized him. Surprised, he invited Baek to talk inside the president's office. The two sat down opposite each other to discuss. Baekjo informed him that their opponent for the preliminary round of the World Championship had been decided. Curious, he asked who it was. Baekjo replied, "Japan's team, Hoshi, led by the ace player Kaguri Hikari, who possesses spark powers. His personal world ranking is around 20, and he's quite well known." "Where is Japan ranked now?" he asked. Baekjo answered, "You said Korea was ranked 162nd. That's true, but now we're no longer ranked 162nd because we won a match against you. We're now ranked 148th. Hearing that, he immediately felt disheartened. "Even with such low standards, you're still happy? Looking at you now, it might make people think we're ranked 4th, but we can't get ranked that quickly." "Then what rank is Japan?" he asked. Baekjo, sweating, answered quickly, 27. It felt like lightning had struck him. He immediately asked, "What did you say?" But Baekjo only laughed. "You're upset because, despite being in the same area, the difference is so vast? What went wrong? How do they rank countries to end up like this? It's based on rank results, the number of players with high individual ratings, the number of strong teams, and how a country performs in the World Championship. Japan was the runner-up a few years ago, while we didn't even qualify. We've let many strong heroes go because we entered the arena late due to national regulations. Mr. Gent, the president of the association, barely managed to stop people from quitting. However, they couldn't adjust and retired soon after," Baekjo explained. "So now we're ranked 148, he concluded. "We'll have to change that. But anyway, how much will our rank improve if we win the World Championship?" "There's no doubt that I'll take first place," he confidently declared as he led Baekjo to the backyard. Baekjo looked around, confused, and thought, "I thought you were going to show me why you're so strong, but why is it such an empty yard?" He was told to look closer. "I'll show you what I've been working on," he said. Baek Jo saw what seemed to be a summoning stone, possibly something made by the high priest for him. Quickly grab it, he urged. Baek Jo held the stone, and the space around them shifted. We're here, he said. Baek Jo knelt in pain. What is this? He asked. The gravity here is 10 times stronger, and the dungeon steals the aura of living creatures. Be careful, or you could die from aura loss if you're not careful. Now, show me why you're so confident about winning, he replied. Seo MoonYeob quickly used his spear to attack his own illusion. It was a soul transformation technique, and his stats quickly increased as he surpassed the threshold. He defeated his illusion in 1 month, and by the World Championship, he would break humanity's barrier. By then, his stats were almost at the maximum level. Baek Jo was stunned. You should have told me sooner that your shield was broken, he sighed helplessly. You won't have a shield for the championship tomorrow? How can such a sturdy shield be broken? Seo MoonYeob's sweat dropped, recalling the monster in the dungeon. Oh, it's a bit complicated to explain, he said with a smile, changing the subject. Baek Jo frowned. I informed the Bald twins, but I haven't heard back from them. They'll probably send it today. He sighed again. It's not like without me you wouldn't be able to defeat Japan. Baek Jo was frustrated, but there was nothing he could do about Seo MoonYeob's personality. He continued, You're right, but from now on if you encounter these things, please notify me immediately. You know you won't be able to participate in the match if you don't have the registered item. If the shield arrives before the match, it'll be fine. Seo MoonYeob smiled excitedly. Well, I guess I'll have to use standard items if there are any, but I have a feeling it will arrive today. Seo MoonYeob recalled calling the Moro brothers. They were talking loudly on the phone, which made him put it down. What are you telling me? You broke the shield? That's the same shield that's almost a holy relic. What did you do to break it? Jean Moro shouted. Yeah, I know, he retorted. But that shield even survived the last dungeon. It's really annoying. If you two had done better from the start, it wouldn't have broken. It was created 19 years ago. We get it because technology is much more advanced now. We'll create the strongest shield, one that can withstand both Shiren's death ray and Petro's summoning jutsu, he explained. Wow, Seo MoonYeob was surprised. But what did it cost? How much money? Jean Moro responded, No money needed. We're your sponsors. Just give us the broken shield. Seo MoonYeob frowned. Where are you going to use it? Jean Moro replied, We'll finish it soon and send it over. Back in the present, after telling Baek Jo the story, his phone rang. When he picked it up, it was a call from Jean Moro and Philip Moro. I just said nonsense, he muttered as they immediately began shouting. Hey, bald guys. When will the shield arrive? You said it would be sent soon. They explained, the debut of the new shield isn't as simple as just sending it. Seo MoonYeob had a hard time understanding, but suddenly, the door opened, and the Moro brothers appeared majestically. We flew in by private plane just to see it, they said. Baek Jo and Seo MoonYeob were speechless. Thank you very much for looking forward to the president's match, but it will probably be difficult to watch it live, Baek Jo said. Upon hearing this, the Moro brothers immediately screamed. As the match was about to start, the MC began introducing the teams, welcoming everyone to cheer for the arena. The World Championship tournament would open today, and the first match would be ISM versus Hosi Luton. Everyone on the other side was buzzing. If ISM won today, they'd likely sweep the other teams. Would they fail the preliminary round with Seo MoonYeob and Petro? The MC continued, Before the match starts, I'll explain the rules for the World Championship preliminary round. The tournament will consist of the strongest teams, and there will be 3 matches. Points will be awarded based on the results. For a win, 3 points are added, for a draw, 1 point, and for a loss, 1 point is deducted. The team with the highest score in each group will advance to the final round. Out of the 166 nations registered with the Competition Association, the top 5 teams from last year will automatically advance to the finals. These teams include Team France, Paris, last year's world champion, Team Germany, Berlin Blitz. Last year's runner-up, Team West America, Mule Warrior. The third-place finisher, Team East America, New York Lion, in fourth, and the British team, London Iron Knights, ranked fifth. The remaining 161 nations will be divided into 27 groups, with 6 teams per group competing for 27 spots in the finals. The highest honor, the World Championship Cup, is the ultimate prize. The tournament officially begins. The first team has entered, and the system's notification rings. Hosi saved the planet, health check complete. A boy with lightning-ringed blonde hair excitedly thought, "Finally, I can fight Seo MoonYeob, the person I admire." The announcement continued, "Help check complete, Isam is entering." Nung Jian felt nervous. "This is the World Championship. I'm so nervous." Lena Yen turned to Petro and asked, "Brother Petro, Suho is not participating today, so I'll have to compete alone. I'll be fine, right?" Petro replied, Nung Jian quickly added, "Wait, and miss you call Sir Petro brother?" She responded, "Of course, we share the same Mara and D Boki blood." Jiangman scratched his head, saying, "I'm worried I might." "Didn't you go to the bathroom 30 minutes ago?" someone interjected. "Young men," they sighed, "stop saying foolish things. Focus now." "Let's go," Leighton urged. They confidently entered the arena. On the other side, the boy with lightning blonde hair glanced at his teammates and wondered, "Huh? Seo MoonYeob isn't here?" He stiffened, thinking, "No way, he's not participating today." The MC announced the 2 teams. Seo MoonYeob, currently outside relaxing, observed, "There's a big gap in our rankings, but that's without me in the mix. You know Korea and Japan are historical enemies in Northeast Asia, right? Losing will bring curses and embarrassment after such confident words." "Are you confident, Coach Gabriel?" Gabriel replied quietly, "Yes, of course." The 2 brothers, Jean Morrow and Philip Morrow, next to him, shook their heads. "How can you be so confident? We came all the way here to see Seo MoonYeob's debut in the World Championship." They said tearfully, "How could you leave him out of the lineup?" Gabriel, annoyed, responded, "Noisy, stupid octopus brothers. Did anyone ask you to come?" The brothers clenched their hands, trembling. "We can't leave like this. We have to use our trump card," they said. Seo MoonYeob nervously asked, "Trump card?" The brothers replied with fiery eyes, "We may be true fans of Seo MoonYeob and Team Miz, but we have no choice but to join. We will cheer for the Japanese team." Enraged, Seo MoonYeob punched both of them and shouted, "You bald bastards! How could you think MY team can lose in the prelims?" The match began. In the Monster Research Center, the average match duration is about 30 minutes. However, in the first 7 minutes of this match, Isam dominated, leveling up rapidly and monopolizing the monsters. The other team members attacked like children playing with ants, and Isam crushed the Hosi elite team in just 7 minutes. Before leaving, the Thunderblonde boy thought, "What just happened?" The MC announced, "What did we just witness?" As the match started, the new tanks prepared, from range to melee players, but they were quickly defeated. Isam monopolized monsters, while the other team members attacked. Petro took all the experience points, rushing into the Japanese team alone. A notification appeared on the screen. Petro and Ella, 11 mortal injuries. As the team's name suggests, Petro took all the stars, and Isam displayed incredible skill, even without Seo MoonYeob. The first match was won by Isam. Outside, Seo MoonYeob leaned uncomfortably in his chair, thinking, well, that was boring. He took off his jacket and said to Bijo, "I knew this would happen. I'll be back to practice in less than 10 minutes. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Wait, Seo MoonYeob." He turned, questioning, "Huh?" The boy with lightning blonde hair grabbed the microphone and said, "The match isn't over yet." His teammates immediately ran to stop him. "What are you doing?" "Stop him." But the boy continued, "Just a little longer. Let's watch our match a bit more. I'll definitely show you a match you'll regret missing." He shouted, My name is Kaguri Harry. I'm the child you saved 19 years ago. Seo MoonYeob immediately made a face, thinking I saved him? It's not like I only saved one or two people. How could I remember? It was a common occurrence in Japan, Osaka. The person who saved the 6-year-old boy from the dungeon's monsters was one of the 7 great heroes. The boy, saved by that hero, received a unique ability and became an arena player. However, his life changed completely when the referee announced, player Kaguri expresses his love for player Seo MoonYeob. The smiling audience enjoyed the performance, while Kaguri's teammates were dragged away by him. The tense Korea-Japan confrontation shifted to laughter. The MC announced, everyone here surely wants to see a match with Seo MoonYeob participating. Can player Kaguri Hikari defeat him in the second round and force Seo MoonYeob into the third round? Let's find out. In the room, Seo MoonYeob felt irritated. Forget about winning, he thought. I'd run around the stadium naked if they beat Petro. In the second battle, the Monster Transformation Room, a dungeon where underground people reformed monsters, was built as a complex maze to prevent outsiders and monsters from escaping. On the ISM side, one raised his sword and shouted, if we lose this match, the president will have to appear in the third match. We'll all be dead. I feel sorry for the other teams, but we will win, they declared. On the Hoshi side, Meteor Kuragi Hikari shouted loudly. His teammates saw him trembling and called out, Captain, relax. Coming this far is already a big achievement for us. We've always been at the bottom. Everyone expected us to lose, but we've never been favorites. Even if we lose, let's give our all. We still have a plan, right? Hearing his teammates' words, the captain cheered up and said, okay, let's go. We'll leave without regrets. They entered the ring, and the referee spoke. Will they use the same tactics as last round? Formation 155. They began moving. On the ISM side, a member of the Hoshi team narrowly avoided a fireball. ISM has blocked them, but with Jo Suho absent, they won't be able to surround them without knowing their location. Let's halt the pursuit and retreat. Seeing the Stars Hoshi group retreating, ISM immediately gave chase, but they had to be cautious, as this could be a trap. While pursuing, the hockey group intercepted them. The referee then commented, what's happening? The person appearing before Petro was Kaguri Hikari, signaling a battle between two aces. In his mind, he vowed to win. A few minutes ago, while discussing plans, he had told his team, reflecting on how they were swept in the first round. He didn't think they could win the second round but hoped to at least defeat Petro, who was in second place. Petro understood this was a gamble. Now, flying high in the air, he prepared for his attack, but he didn't expect such a real effect. She used the spirit summoning technique to strike Hikari, but it turned out to be a trap set by the Stars Hoshi group. One member of the ISM team told Petro not to attack, warning it was a trap. Hikari was here too. Petro knew it was a trap set by another team for support. The skills, illusion and reflection, were designed to create decoys and reflect attacks. This skill might be noticeable to some, but it can deflect one attack. With tens of thousands of other attacks, it might still land. Even though his teammates warned him, Petro refused to listen. It seemed the other side was being handled, so he decided to strike here, though the chances of this being fake were low. But still, he remained cautious. While Shimong was preparing to strike, he was suddenly attacked by a fireball, leading to Suzu Yeonwon's death in a counterattack. The fireball had come from a fake Hikari. Hikari quickly circled behind Petro and launched an attack. His strike was so fast that Petro nearly died, even after using his speed-enhancing skill. Petro realized this was a strategy using teammates as illusions, a sacrificial sneak attack. It was a clever trick, but not strong enough to defeat him with one strike. Although his body was paralyzed, Petro's skills were still intact. He retreated quickly and summoned a spirit, knowing the 7 of them would charge at him. But that didn't faze him. Just then, a lightning ball flew toward Petro. As he shot around to block it, another lightning ball came slowly toward him. He couldn't dodge, paralyzed as he was, but he'd prepared a counterattack. By shooting in the opposite direction, he could use the rebound to dodge. But many rushed toward him, causing Petro to fall, and Kagari Hakari died too. Outside, MoonYeob was furious, seemingly ready to charge at Petro but was stopped by 2 security guards. He didn't want him fighting Petro. Cursing Petro as a madman, he wondered why he didn't dodge and counter when he could, and why he wasted the opportunity to defeat 5 opponents in one blow. Prolonging the match would be troublesome. Petro's actions had angered MoonYeob, especially because he had promised to run naked around the stadium if they defeated Petro. At this point, everyone was confused, not understanding the situation in the 9v1 match. With ISM losing, MoonYeob stepped onto the field and grabbed the microphone. Even though it was just Petro, they actually beat him, he said. The first match had Kagari Hakari holding the mic, but now, after the second match, MoonYeob was the one speaking. You've passed the test, and now it's time for the interview. In the last round, Seo MoonYeob left only one sentence. You guys, step back. In just 3 minutes, with speed beyond human limits, Seo MoonYeob infiltrated Japan's lineup and began his massacre, racking up 9 kills, then 10. Seo MoonYeob arrogantly boasted, "This is the ending you wanted." Spinning his spear, he shot at his opponent, Kagari Hakari. The system notified that Kagari Hakari was about to log out. Seo MoonYeob laughed, "I never expected to fight you. Isn't this ending beyond my imagination?" The third round ended with the team that won the World Championship preliminaries, ISM. Kagari Hakari walked up to him and pulled down his jacket. "Seo MoonYeob, please sign here," he asked. Seo MoonYeob took a pen and signed his shirt. Kagari couldn't contain his joy. "From the beginning, I never thought I would defeat you, but I'm happy you participated. Facing you is my honor." Seo MoonYeob replied curtly, "Okay, enough," but Kagari continued, "I believe you'll make it to the final round." Seo MoonYeob gave a quick response, "Be happy," before signing for him. Then he added, "That's it." After that, the preliminary rounds continued. ISM faced off against Singapore's Lionhead BC teams, winning 2-0. They then defeated Bolshevik BC from Uzbekistan with the same score, followed by a 2-0 win against Chile's Santiago Taladro BC, then a 2-0 victory over Brazil's Rio God BC. Finally, they triumphed 2-0 over Spain's Valencia Gigante BC. Like water flowing through clouds, ISM won absolute points against all 5 teams and advanced to the main round with a total score of 18. In the strategy department, the Holism team sat in a meeting. Coach Gabriel Sana spoke. There are 30 days left until the main round. Kim Jinho turned to Senia, saying, "Wow, we're actually participating in the World Championship. This is crazy." Senia laughed. "Yeah, I understand." At that moment, Seo MoonYeob raised his hand to speak. "I have a question. Why is there a half-month gap before the main round?" Gabriel Sana explained, "Each country has holidays when scheduling the World Championship. The schedule is set like this. This break helps us refine the strategies from the preliminary rounds, fill in the gaps, or recruit new players to ensure teams are at their best for the main round." Seo MoonYeob responded, "That's interesting. So we can't use the excuse that our strategy was exposed? We have a whole month to train our players, right? Amazing." The other players turned pale, worried. "What is this evil guy saying? Oh my God." Suddenly, Jungo spoke, "I don't care. I'm not moving anymore. You should try it too." The others, looking at Yunho's exhausted face, stared at Seo MoonYeob, wondering if this was their future. Later, Gabriel Sana confirmed, "The preliminary round isn't over. There's still one match left. China's Beijing Shandong team is facing Australia's Sydney Red Eagles. The winning team will advance to the main round." The current score stood at 1-0, with the Red Hawks in the lead. At first, Australia ranked 9th, while China was in 11th, making the teams almost equal. They should have been a close match, but players sure moved to the Berlin Blitz team, causing the Trong team to lose some of their strength. However, two players, Jolin and Tronen, were still impressive. Seo MoonYeob began analyzing the opponents. Subject Jane had physical strength 75-75, agility 90-90, speed 92-92, stamina 76-76, intelligence 91-95, technique 94-97, aura 86-86. His superpower, invisibility, allowed him to disappear for 10 seconds, but the effect would end if touched. His recovery skill burned magic to restore stamina for a limited time. Subject Chinin had physical strength 67-67, agility 92-92, speed 84-84, stamina 67-67, intelligence 80-80, technique 79-79, aura 83-83. His superpower, anti-gravity, could eliminate gravity for a short period, and gravity manipulation could change the direction of gravity placed on him for 3 seconds. Seo MoonYeob looked at the stats and thought, these Chinese players still fight like they're in martial arts novels. The match ended with the bronze team narrowly winning. Unfortunately, the bronze team lost after a close battle, but the gap left by Sharon was too large and their lack of destructive power was too obvious. Thus, the Sydney Red Eagle team advanced to the main round, and the World Championship main round list was completed. Seo MoonYeob half smiled. Seems interesting. Our first opponent is Gerald Walker's team, the Heroes of New York, and in the quarterfinals, there's Paris Halo against Berlin Blitz. I wonder which side will win. I should ask for a new ticket, he said, shaking his head. Now is not the time for this. Ask Coach Gabriel Sana again. Can we recruit Vam and Tronan to our side? Suddenly, a voice replied, you're one step too late. Everyone was startled and looked around. Arkasa and Sharon just arrived. The voice continued. We've already recruited Tronan and Vam in advance. Seo MoonYeob asked, what are you guys doing here? Sharon leaned over and happily greeted Seo MoonYeob. Seeing their idol, several players excitedly rushed over to ask for an autograph. Seo MoonYeob frowned. Before it was the Octopus Brothers, now it's you guys. Is Korea a hall or something? You can come anytime, but who let you into the club? That's it, they opened the door as soon as they saw me, the world-famous artisan and one of the 7 great heroes, the handsome director, Arkasa, he scolded. Even so, they shouldn't let outsiders in. We'll soon encounter a robber breaking in from the front door. How would a robber know that the craziest dog in the world is here? He responded angrily. You asked Ray Ka again. So, you said you signed a contract with Tronan and Jol Lam, right? Didn't you tell me I was putting too much pressure on Daniel? Seo MoonYeob exclaimed. Well, you found those two to relieve the pressure on Daniel? You came all this way to spite me. That's not true. But hearing that they're the players you're targeting is good. I have another reason for coming to find you. Time is urgent, but we'll do anything to become strong. Currently, Daniel is on his way here. He came here with Tronan and Vam from China. As always, our goal is to win the World Championship. We'll beat Paris in the quarterfinals and crush them in the final. That's the process of winning the World Championship trophy. Our final step is I request a single practice match with you and your support player, Jungo. Jungo froze for 5 seconds. Why me? He asked. Outside the strategy room, everyone was eagerly watching, their eyes lighting up as they whispered, wow, it's player Daniel Mans. He's one of the top 3 in the arena. There are also Sharon, players and trainers, and Coach Ijoikasa. This is the first time I've seen the 7 heroes up close. Wait, but our boss and Coach Baek Geo are also 7 heroes, Choi Hyu wondered. That's right. National representatives, leave us alone. I haven't even seen Coach Baek Geo up close. And the boss doesn't count. He's not a hero at all. Ray Ka suddenly stood up, nodding his head crazily. No, Jang Won, if you keep nodding like that, your neck will break, No Jang said. I can't believe we're practicing with another team in the World Championship, Jang Men said excitedly. This is the best. A guy behind him expressed his confusion. We also participated in the World Championship? This practice match is 4-on-4, right? Suho asked. The boss is for sure in, but I don't know who the other two are. Coach Gabriel Sana asked, Boss, why did you accept such a sudden request? Seo MoonYeob smirked. Come on, think about it, coach. Isn't it a good thing for a new team to face one of the most anticipated teams? Besides, according to the tournament bracket, we'll face them in the finals. Before we get there, both teams' secrets will be exposed. So the one who benefits most in this match is us, not Berlin Blitz. I agree with that, Coach Sana replied. But I thought we were supposed to keep player Jungko's progress a secret until the main round. Seo MoonYeob casually replied, It's fine. We'll be better off with this deal. We get to see their main lineup, and Jungko hasn't had a chance to test his current level in real combat. If this kid support can handle Berlin Blitz, he can take on any team. EMA suggested agreeing, knowing he'd be at a disadvantage in this exchange. We want to beat the Paris team, so let's just agree. But Suho, we won't use the secret weapon. We'll win without it. Seo MoonYeob smiled sinisterly. Jungko hesitated, avoiding Seo MoonYeob's gaze. Yes, boss. I'll try my best, he said. Seo MoonYeob looked at his palm, which was glowing with fire. I have something I want to try too, he said excitedly. After a while, someone spoke up. Now, I'll explain the rules and start the match. This will be a 4v4 singles practice match with two teams. Team 1, Berlin Blitz, consists of Daniel Mans, Shuron Jaya, Wen, and Shinjin. Team 2 is Team ISM, including Seo MoonYeob, Jungko Lon, and Shimang Su. The team that eliminates all opponents will win. When Shimang Su and Lon heard this, they shouted frantically, Why are there so many people and not us? Seo MoonYeob replied nonchalantly, To stop Shuron. Shimang Su was confused, Huh? Before she could respond, Seo MoonYeob turned and patted her on the shoulder, saying, Nan, you'll be key in blocking Shuron. You need to keep harassing her with jumping and throwing arrows. If you jump around like crazy, even she will struggle to catch you. He continued, Sharon is strong, but her control over her powers has always been weak. In the last match, she wasted the death ray. If you use my trained legs, you'll easily avoid her incomplete death rays. I'm not asking you to eliminate her, just keep harassing her. Nan listened closely, then answered, Understood. Shimang Su, feeling jealous, yelled, Wait a minute, L Yen is the focus, not me. Seo MoonYeob immediately retorted, You're just Petro's replacement. Why don't you use Petro? Shimang Su was irritated, I'm busy. Seeing his talkative nature, Seo MoonYeob taught him a lesson. He sat on him, raised his leg in annoyance, and said, Now that I think about it, you should just do what you're told. Young Su screamed in pain, Be merciful. We'll start the match now, the referee announced. Before the battle, Emraya spoke to Daniel, This is our first time cooperating, but this will be a valuable experience that will impact you later. Even during the Underground War days, Seo MoonYeob had never liked support players, thinking they just sat in the background. However, when preparing for the World Championship, the person he trusted the most was a support player, Jungko. Just speculation, Seo MoonYeob said, but with his unusual abilities and tactics, I believe Jungko will prove my predictions right. Daniel replied excitedly, Understood, sir. Casa thought, Daniel Mans, I've followed you since childhood. You've always done everything you can to become stronger. Now, let's steal victory from Seo MoonYeob. A new perspective opened before them. They were in an underground lighthouse, a dungeon where many towers had to be overcome to reach the main tower. It was often used for single matches or events. The place was small with few monsters and no boss. As the players fought, Suho warmed up and said, I'm leaving. He quickly crossed the bridge between the two towers, his body nimbly darting from place to place, landing gently. Why Su and Nan gasped when they saw this. Nan exclaimed, Wow, he's so fast, but immediately added, No, he's fast, but not that fast. Suho sneakily passed the skeletons guarding the gate, climbed up the tower with ease, and reached the top. Outside, everyone was watching the match. Some players discussed, "He doesn't seem fast, he's just climbing fast. His movements are impressive." Gabriel Sana replied calmly, "Because it's not necessary to discuss strategy now. Jungo's training is almost identical to that of the boss's. The boss's hunting move is clockwise, the best way to approach an opponent when they're in sight. Hide and wait for orders. Nen should stay close to the boss and only use the rage bridge when encountering a monster, leaving the rest to the boss. Make sure you always have a rage ball just in case." Daniel was deep in thought. ISM had stronger players like Seo MoonYeob and Petro, but they chose Nan and Shimang Su because of Shuron. Daniel focused as the spear crashed straight into the Berlin Blitz team. "We'll hold him off," Daniel said about Seo MoonYeob. Seo MoonYeob smirked, "You think we're standing still while you're planning?" Seeing an opportunity, Nan teleported behind the players and raised her bow, shooting an arrow. The Berlin Blitz team responded calmly, and Nan was surprised when they caught all her arrows. "Wait a minute," Shimang Su said, "Shuron's not here." Shuron, meanwhile, was running and thought, "Do you think you're the target of location recognition?" Seo MoonYeob had already identified Shuron's location and saw her channeling spiritual power. "Stupid," Seo MoonYeob muttered. At the same time, Jungo activated his superpower and attacked Seo MoonYeob. As the scene shifted, Seo MoonYeob was talking to young Su. "Chase Jungo first." He ran after him and wondered, did he go alone? "No," Seo MoonYeob OB smiled, "we've equipped him as a very important factor in the team. Let someone like that go alone? I wonder, if I put vermicelli on such delicious bait, will Shuron bite?" Jungo had always trained to allow Seo MoonYeob's plans to unfold. "Should we let Shuron and Suho fight alone?" Seo MoonYeob mused. "Yes, that's what I trained him for." While Suho coughed, Nan and Shuron were trying to keep up. Shuron was confused when she saw Suho safe. Jungo breathed a sigh of relief as he used vision transmission. Shuron was confused. "What's wrong with my vision?" She realized her vision had been shifted to another person within a 3 kilometers radius. "You'll have difficulty hitting me," Jungo smiled. As Shuron tried to figure out what had happened, Seo MoonYeob turned to his teammates. "Why, Su and Nan, go help Suho." Young Su walked around, trying to listen, but he couldn't detect anything. It seemed like he had been killed while talking. Seo MoonYeob pointed forward, signaling for them to act. "What else are you waiting for? Go grab Shuran." About 2 months ago, Suho had been told to become a subordinate to MoonYeob. Under the influence of MoonYeob, Jungo started training, skipping matches. MoonYeob took Suho to a place and announced that he would be trained by him as a subordinate. At first, Suho was surprised and confused about the training, especially when he saw the 2 machines in front. But when he noticed they weren't in use, he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out his boss had already planned everything. He couldn't believe he was being specially trained in the arena. He worried, unaware that MoonYeob was grinning cunningly. Suddenly, MoonYeob grabbed a sword and struck the ground, startling Suho. The arena was indeed advanced technology, though Suho didn't know it. Before he could speak, a strong force shot through his body. He dodged just in time, otherwise he would have been killed. His boss, MoonYeob, looked on as a spear stuck into the smoke machine. MoonYeob said, "Superheroes don't fight like that anymore. Their lives are always at risk. Back in my day, everyone fought for their lives so I could return from hell 17 years ago. A Superman must fight with their life to grow stronger." He said this with a serious face. Suho seemed to disbelieve him, muttering, "Are you kidding, boss?" MoonYeob smiled and said, "I have something that lets me kill while still in favor." Suho didn't understand, looking confused. MoonYeob, with a murderous glare, stared at him. "Am I joking?" he asked. Suho prayed silently, his eyes wild, realizing MoonYeob was serious. He pulled out his spear, and Suho quickly stepped back. "Don't worry," MoonYeob said. "If you're too slow, I'll attack so you can dodge." The 10-minute countdown starts now. Play hide and seek on the mountain. The hellish game had begun. Suho ran out with all his strength, heading to the forest. MoonYeob, spear in hand, rushed after him. Suho feared he was about to die. MoonYeob complimented him, saying, "You don't run away. That's smart. It's harder to hit you with all these trees and rocks." After a period of training, Suho's stats increased. His agility and skills went from 4 to 5, then his agility increased by 7 levels, and magic speed skills grew rapidly. After a month of training, MoonYeob enjoyed watching with binoculars. Practical training was the best, and Suho's parameters skyrocketed. But, unfortunately, MoonYeob's predictions were spot on. When the spear was about to strike, Suho shouted. An explosion followed. After many trials, Suho had learned to survive underground against MoonYeob. Jungo used his skills to defend himself. MoonYeob jokingly said, "You don't have to be agile to avoid attacks. You just need to know when to dodge and how to do it effectively." Then he added, "Now you have a secret weapon." Suho still couldn't wake up. His soul seemed lost. A notification board appeared about Suho's skills reaching their max level. Jungo had always used his skills for teammates, but this was his first time using them for himself. He unlocked his skills. Though the skill was the same, there were endless ways to use it. For example, using visual communication to disrupt an opponent's attack, called visual disruption. Suho was struck by lightning, causing deep craters on the ground, but it had no effect. MoonYeob frowned, annoyed. Just then, a voice called out to Suho. Finally, young Nen arrived just in time, and Suho was ready to attack. On the other hand, MoonYeob wasn't idle. Several people with spears and shields stood in front of them in a good formation. Despite being outnumbered 3 to 1, they were determined. The spear wielder created a blast of air and jumped at the person in the middle. Another person appeared behind to join in. The other two used their strength to attack at the same time, but MoonYeob jumped and stabbed. "The best way is to fight in close combat," MoonYeob said as he rushed straight at me. His opponent couldn't react in time, but another person pulled him back just in time. MoonYeob continued to attack both at once. A third person fearlessly appeared behind the others. Their skills weren't difficult to solve, but if Daniel was involved, it would be troublesome. He had been recognized as one of the top 3 support players for his pulling and filling skills, which helped the other two keep up. MoonYeob, with a calm demeanor, said, "These kids are quite entertaining. How should I punish them?" Despite everyone rushing forward, MoonYeob blocked all attacks simultaneously, surprising everyone. Before they could react, he used his spear to counterattack. They were even more surprised when his group eliminated one of theirs. It was said that the difficult reveals the wise, which confused the Japanese team. MoonYeob blocked their attacks with his shield and reflected the boys' attack onto Shuran. Meanwhile, Suho's group continuously attacked Shuran, trying to prevent her from recovering her magic power. According to MoonYeob, Shuran hadn't fully controlled her death ray yet. If that were true, they had a chance to win. They kept attacking her, making her uncomfortable. Had she controlled it, she could have launched it further. But at this rate, she would be in danger. "Next time you see me," she said, "I'll be different. I'll control it more carefully, one shot at a time." Lean was about to shoot again when Shuran quickly approached her and unleashed her death ray. Seeing this, MoonYeob used visual communication to dodge the attack. Since Suho and Lan's attack power was almost 0, all they had to do was aim at one place and avoid it. But it surprised them that MoonYeob had already used visual communication. Shuran called it stupid. Releasing the death ray doesn't need to be aimed. It will eliminate anything in its path. She launched another attack to take out 2 of them. On MoonYeob's side, only one support player remained. He had no idea MoonYeob had such skills. It wasn't surprising, as it was the first time MoonYeob had used the skill, but their group had still underestimated him. They thought he couldn't block Shuren's death ray with such a skill. When he used the move to send him flying, he didn't expect what happened next. Suddenly, right behind him, Shirk's death ray flew towards him. A few months ago, when Petro was training, MoonYeob had told him that he needed a method to push past human limits. Using the secret space of an ancient priest as a training ground was fine. If he pushed his physical abilities like strength or agility beyond their limits, it would surely be effective. But how could he practice to increase his magical power? He had no idea how to surpass that limit. Hearing this, she responded, "What are you talking about? You've already surpassed human limits. It's not like you added an aura absorber to the training area for no reason. If you try to maintain your magic power instead of letting it drain, you'll learn to control it without even realizing it. You can already control your magic power unconsciously. That's something most people can't do." Then she continued, "The next step is this. It's not a skill humans use to simply make magic rotate faster or stronger. But ordinary people can't do this. People like me call it a magic shield." At that moment, MoonYeob used the magic shield to block Shuren's death spark. However, the magic shield failed, and he was sent flying, crashing to the ground. The Hoshi group watched, wondering if he was dead, but they didn't expect him to still be alive. He was in excruciating pain, and although he was bleeding, he was still conscious. Quickly, he declared, "I'm fine. Can't you see? I'm bleeding. If I took a direct hit, I would be done for. Right now, it's hard to even move a finger." Shuren, seeing his condition, replied that he didn't have much magic power left and surely couldn't resist the next attack. She was certain she would win against him. Suddenly, she was surprised by his question, "Are you sure?" At that moment, Shuren was stabbed directly in the chest by a wound. MoonYeob still had magic power left because Jungo had used his skills to replenish it. This surprised Shuren, who blushed, not knowing where Jungo had come from. She had thought he was eliminated along with Lun. Jungo didn't mention the reason for his actions. It was a secret. But MoonYeob knew that Jungo wouldn't let Shuren die. While he wasn't thrilled about it, he understood it was partly MoonYeob's fault. He never expected Shuren, mentally weak as she was, to do so much in such a short time, controlling the death ray at that level. Shuren was eliminated before the training continued. Even after receiving the visual communication skill, Suho was a mess, trembling in fear, hiding behind a tree, hoping to escape MoonYeob. His desire to flee had turned into desperation. The whole tree shook when MoonYeob called his name. When Suho peeked from behind the tree, it seemed like he was hiding there, but no one could see him. 2 of the parameters had increased due to the effects of the Savior's subordinates. Suho couldn't reveal that he had gained that skill because he had nearly died at MoonYeob's hands. It was invisibility. If he stayed silent, still, and didn't touch any living thing, he would become invisible. Seeing Suho's painful expression, his team members felt sorry for him because they didn't know the kind of training he had gone through. At this moment, the support player from the Japanese team, thinking he was the last one left, was about to raise his hand to give up. But before he could speak, MoonYeob used his spear to injure him, saying, "If you want to fight, then fight. But it's not over yet." So the support player ran away from MoonYeob as fast as he could. That marked the end of the practice match, with ISM winning. Everyone in the waiting room watched the Hoshi team running from MoonYeob, unsure of what to say about the situation. Jang Men saw MoonYeob coming and immediately panicked, calling his name. MoonYeob noticed and walked over, making a strange face. Jang Men paled and asked, "What the hell is that?" MoonYeob handed over a strange bowl of water and said, "What else? A cocktail for losers. I made it just for you." Jang Men immediately stepped back in fear and asked, "This is a cocktail? How can a human drink this?" MoonYeob pointed behind everyone, indicating that everyone was drinking it, and said, "What are you talking about? Everyone is drinking it." Jang Men feared it was a punishment involving alcohol. Even the Chinese princess drank it too, MoonYeob added, pointing at Shuren, who was sleeping soundly. "You really don't plan to drink it?" Jang Men stammered, I didn't say I wouldn't drink it. MoonYeob smugly said, since when did our great Jang Men talk so much? Seeing Jang Men hesitate with the bowl of cocktail water, MoonYeob teased, are you scared? Huh. If you're scared, just give up. Jang Men angrily drank it all. After finishing the cocktail, MoonYeob proudly held up his phone, laughing. Jang Men immediately collapsed, throwing the empty bowl of cocktail water aside. Seeing Jang Men faint, MoonYeob became more excited, mixing his drink. Why do people make such a big deal out of this with superheroes? This is nothing. A man approached and said, that cocktail of yours is still as cruel as ever. MoonYeob turned around and asked, where are you hiding? The man, with a cold face, replied harshly, having to drink a lot is one thing, but drinking that disgusting thing. Sorry. The man next to him quickly added, me too. MoonYeob responded politely, what's wrong with this? Aren't both Berlin Blitz and ISM the same? Why are you getting along so well? The man then mentioned something else. Forget what I used to block Shuren's death ray at the end. MoonYeob paused for a moment, then pulled it out to show the other man, asking, oh, this? The other two men asked in return, could this be Enura? MoonYeob thought for a second and replied, I should have known when you said you would stay one more day. You really hate wasting time. MoonYeob continued, I'll tell you in advance, this thing can only be used by me, so don't waste your time trying to figure out how to use it. It's beyond your ability. Since I'm still not used to it, I have to spend a lot of aura. MoonYeob then asked, why did losing this match and seeing Shuren's attack blocked disappoint you? The other man explained, each person is born with different talents, but overcoming that wall of limitations shows that humans are extraordinary creatures. I'm thinking of ways to beat you in the final round. MoonYeob immediately asked, do you really think Berlin Blitz can win? If you have time to despair, use that time to think of a way to win, MoonYeob added. The other man replied, you said so. MoonYeob smiled, that's what I wanted to hear. The two clinked glasses together, agreeing that it had been resolved. The next day, MoonYeob said goodbye to Shuren and the man from yesterday. He said, see you later. I'll drop everyone off here. Jang Min and Suho quickly said their goodbyes to each other. From the start, they hadn't expected to part ways with a farewell. We'll definitely meet in the finals, Jang Min said immediately. Suho nodded, you know that, so you can do something. Both Jang Min and Suho were still close, as Yob called Shirin back, telling her it was different now. I've controlled the death ray well, she said confidently. Shirin blushed and added, of course. We'll defeat Paris and advance to the finals, but I'll kill you if you don't make it, Yob replied, I'm immortal, so I can't die. Shirin responded angrily, I'm just saying that. She also made a promise to Seo MoonYeob, just wait, I have something to tell you after defeating you. With the noise surrounding the Berlin Blitz team, preparations for the World Championship's main round were in full swing. The training room was packed as the coach quickly spoke. Let's look at our first challenge, Gerald Walker's team, the New York Lions from East America. The coach used a megaphone to outline the New York Lions' strengths, emphasizing their powerful physiques, which they used to gain an advantage. They're like a mobile fortress, he added, introducing key players, Gary Williams, Paul Collins, Andiakova, and No Jong-won. You four will be crucial in the match against New York. No Jin-hun asked, me too? The coach explained, I thought about bringing in players from the transfer market, but I decided to promote our own players. To defeat the Americans, you soldiers will play an essential role. No Jin-hun hesitated, wondering if he was about to team up with such star players. Both Senia and No Jong-won were ready for the task, and the coach then called over Paul and Gary, who immediately asked what was expected of them. Everyone agreed that there were no mistakes in the custom training led by Seo MoonYeob, so they always waited for an opportunity. Even participating in a tournament like KB1 was not only a chance for advancement but also for growth. The two quickly thought, let's be ready for anything. During Seo MoonYeob's training, he snapped his fingers and told them, I asked the Octopus brothers to bring this. The two looked at the strange boxes before them, confused about what was inside, assuming they were weapon boxes. Seo MoonYeob confirmed, "Yes, these are the weapons. Your new ones are inside." The two immediately panicked and asked, "What?" He then read the profiles of the two new recruits, Gary Williams, 34 years old, and Paul Collins, 18, both from the Berlin Blitz reserve team. Seo MoonYeob thought to himself, these two have something in common. They use weapons that aren't suited to them. Paul Collins was a typical tank but had lightened his equipment to become a mobile tank, which ended up leaving him with no clear strengths. Gary Williams, who was supposed to be a ranged player, was unable to awaken his inherent abilities and became a melee fighter. Paul asked, "This shield is too big," and Gary added, "This bow is taller than me, and it's hard to pull." The two were confused. "Is it right to change our weapons without asking?" Seo MoonYeob responded, "Yes, because I'm never wrong. You'll thank me later." He then instructed them, "Now that you have the weapons, you have a month to settle in, especially with me." No Jongwon raised his hand, asking what the practice entailed. Seo MoonYeob smiled and explained, "It's simple, you'll form a team and fight me for an entire month." No Jongwon, seeing Seo MoonYeob's devilish smile, thought in fear, "I think I made the wrong choice in transferring here." The sky darkened, filled with a demonic aura, and a monster appeared, declaring, "How long has it been since this world of life and death began? Since I realized I am a king over death, I discovered the meaning of solitude. But here, I will no longer wait for those dreams. You will become my subjects, living in my reality." The door opened with his magic power, and he knelt, trembling and crying, for he had finally found one of the 7 great pillars that stood in his way. Back at the YSM group's practice room, Seo MoonYeob held his spear and asked the trainees what they were doing. One of them, unable to lift his head, replied, "We've been without a proper meal for 26 hours. Seo MoonYeob, unfazed, said, "You're superheroes. Don't worry about food or rest. Just chew some dried meat, and you can fight all day." He lamented, "Why was I born as a superhero? I'm starting to get jealous of Jungo." Jungo had finished his one-on-one training with Seo MoonYeob, but they hadn't expected his thoughts to be so transparent. "You must have felt jealous of Jungo," Seo MoonYeob said. "Don't worry, you're not free to do whatever you want just because you finished training with me." Meanwhile, in Jungo's room, he was happily eating cake and watching a movie, feeling content as he relaxed. He mused about how young H and Sonia were probably struggling while he enjoyed such comfort. Suddenly, as he ate cake, he pulled out a piece of paper. As he looked at it, the words blurred, and just then, a bow and arrow pierced his room, leaving him speechless. Seo MoonYeob had no plans to let them rest too much, and he sent an expert at the start of the superhero existence crisis. The group confirmed Jungo's target was inside, and they prepared for their mission. Meanwhile, Korea's association SWAT team was about to enter Jungo's apartment to hunt him down on the request of Seo MoonYeob. After confirming the target, the team leader contacted his boys, saying, "We can torture him enough without killing him." He then kicked down the door, ordering Jungo to come out, while telling the others to handle the target. Korea's Arena Association Superhero Suppression Team, led by Association President Park Jin-di. Seeing the president, Jungo was terrified and screamed. However, it wasn't just Jo Suho, but also Special Coach Eric, Tam, Team R&W, and Baekjo, who were enduring grueling training with Shub. Suddenly, Petro entered and opened the door, saying Shun-Yob was surprised and turned to see what was happening. Petro said it was urgent and they needed to leave quickly. He told the people in the gym that they would stop practicing for the day, which made them cheer in excitement, thinking they had a break. However, they were shocked when Shun-Yob asked Petro to replace him temporarily, and they would have to fight him instead. After finishing matters at the practice room, Shun-Yob put on his jacket and went out, seeing the queen waiting for him. She replied that she could only travel at night, so they should talk now. They entered a private room, leaving 2 bodyguards to guard the door. She asked if the door had opened, to which he replied, "Not yet." She mentioned that the high priests had found the seal, and the fallen high priest went missing after the final battle, making it hard to locate him. That was why she came looking for him, asking MoonYeob to confirm something with his own eyes. Confused, MoonYeob followed her to the arena equipment, unsure of what the queen was trying to do. She explained that they had recreated something from the high priest's memories. Panic. He put on the device, and as he entered the arena, MoonYeob felt uneasy. The path seemed endless. They eventually reached a blocked road, and he asked the queen if she was sure it had been recreated correctly. She was surprised by his question but urged him to observe carefully. What appeared before him wasn't a wall, but Horon. She asked if he could determine its strength with his analytical ability. Upon seeing the skill parameters, he recoiled in fear, realizing the snake's skills were at maximum. He quickly understood that the high priest's spirit had entered the lost world, using the character's movements to successfully create a body for the king. This made MoonYeob reconsider Petro. He had assumed she would just lie around, but it seemed she was very busy. While she might not have recreated her intelligence or personality, her power was real. After exiting the simulator, panting, the queen spoke again, telling him to prepare for Warren, to build his strength to the point where he could resist the king. She felt sorry for asking such an impossible task from someone who had just overcome death, but MoonYeob dismissed her apology, saying it was what he was called the savior for. This was something only he could do. The queen sent someone to teach MoonYeob how to control aura. The servant, Hain, addressed him with respect, calling him an honorable human and mentioning that he had heard of his infamous deeds, including the brutal massacre of their kind. MoonYeob scoffed and asked if Hain wanted to start a fight. Hain introduced himself as the queen's loyal servant. MoonYeob noticed that most of his skills had reached their maximum levels, and he had a skill to sense danger, which allowed him to feel when his life was at risk. MoonYeob, bored, asked why the queen only sent a low-level servant to teach him how to use aura. Hain, feeling the insult, acknowledged that strong individuals often called others low-class servants, but he insisted there was no issue between the queen and MoonYeob. Hain said he would teach MoonYeob the basics, explaining they would start with learning their language. MoonYeob was incredulous, questioning why he had to learn it, especially when it could drive a person mad. The queen had previously simulated the king using a virtual reality simulator, and after completing a practice match with 4 people, MoonYeob had tried countless times to find a way to defeat the king. Some wondered why he had time to train others when he didn't know when the king would appear again. But the real issue wasn't the way of fighting, it was the king's strength. Even a flick of the king's tail was enough to reduce MoonYeob to ash, sending him back to reality. Each time he returned, he was filled with anger, unsure of how to handle the situation, especially since even a slight graze could kill him. Though immortality was at his disposal, he didn't understand why it didn't work against the king's attacks. The queen explained that the machine wasn't broken, but Warren's aura was so strong that even before being struck, he was killed by it. His immortality skill only worked against physical attacks, not magic. This frustrated MoonYeob, who couldn't understand why her ancestors allowed such power to exist. The queen apologized, but MoonYeob didn't hold it against her. He sighed and continued to enter the simulator to face the snake. Before entering, he was able to retreat before dying, as the aura exploded before he was hit. The queen then suggested that to deal with the aura, he needed to use his own. In the simulator, MoonYeob used his aura to fight the monsters, but Horon's aura was stronger, and it knocked him back. He quickly got up, but before he could react, the snake used its aura to strike again. The queen explained that this would help him gain more experience to handle the monster, and the answer was to use his own aura. To overcome this challenge, MoonYeob needed more power. The queen then suggested learning the underground people's aura control method and offered to send a teacher. However, Hain, still lying on the ground, refused to rise, which only made MoonYeob angry. He had his reasons. He could sense Hain's reflexive actions. Hain explained that the stronger the opponent, the lower he would bow, but MoonYeob could not do that in front of the queen. It was his instinct not to kneel, but MoonYeob reassured him, telling him to relax. However, still upset, MoonYeob used his spear to stab Hain in the arm, causing him to jump up in pain and ask what MoonYeob was doing. Seo MoonYeob quickly replied, "Do you think I want to learn from someone who always slouches like that? If you can't stand up straight, I'll find someone else." Hain immediately straightened up, not daring to defy Seo MoonYeob. With a sharp look, Seo MoonYeob warned him not to maintain that posture again. Hain, feeling the pressure, obeyed. He wasn't just intimidated by Seo MoonYeob's strength, but also by his no-nonsense attitude. First, we'll start with aura communication, which is the first level of transliteration language, Hain explained. Seo MoonYeob felt a strange sensation as though something was being directly transmitted into his mind. It was almost embarrassing to see someone as strong as Seo MoonYeob struggling with such a basic concept. Hearing Hain's unflattering comment, Seo MoonYeob grabbed his collar and demanded, "What did you just say?" "I said it's amazing," Hain replied quickly, not wanting to make things worse. "Please continue," Seo MoonYeob added, eager to move on. "Good," Hain nodded. "Now, remember, the reason people lose their minds is because they rush into advanced techniques without mastering basic aura control. You've already mastered the basics, so you won't go mad. Now focus." "As you can see," Hain continued, "we communicate using aura. Once you're used to it, it becomes much faster than speaking." He explained that underground people use transliteration as a marker of those who have truly mastered aura control. It's like learning to walk for the first time. Humans may not fully grasp it, but it's worth trying. Seo MoonYeob was still overwhelmed, but he couldn't help feeling annoyed by Hain's patronizing tone. Still, he remained silent, determined to follow along. Meditation was the most common method for humans to control aura, but it was slow. "Let's begin," Hain instructed. 3 hours later, Seo MoonYeob managed to produce a single word, although it sounded more like a shout. Hain looked satisfied. "Good, but we need to refine it more," he said, moving on. Seo MoonYeob, frustrated, couldn't hold back. "Are you kidding me?" he blurted out, but immediately regretted it. He stayed quiet, as he knew challenging Hain wasn't an option. After more practice, 3 hours later, he produced another ear-splitting shout, nearly cracking the dungeon core. Hain, now kneeling and clutching his ears, begged, "Please, stop. You're releasing too much aura." But Hain simply smiled, unfazed. Suddenly, Seo MoonYeob had a realization. In spirit form, he felt invincible. "With this, I'm immune to death by physical means for 140 seconds. I can phase through any object," he said, thrilled by the new ability. Hain, astonished, exclaimed, "You're truly amazing. But why must you always brag about it?" Seo MoonYeob dismissed the comment. "It's not bragging, it's just the truth," he replied confidently. "Anyway," Hain continued, trying to refocus, "we're using aura communication now." "Yes, exactly how it works," Seo MoonYeob said. "I'm beginning to get the hang of it." Hain nodded. "Good. This is figurative language. The image you create with aura is transmitted directly. Keep practicing." Seo MoonYeob tried, creating an image of immense power in his mind. Hain, while slightly impressed, commented, "You're improving. Even if it's just a cruel image, it's progress." "Of course," Seo MoonYeob said, grinning. "I'm a genius. This feels completely natural." "You really are talented," Hain acknowledged, though a hint of sarcasm remained in his voice. "You're already at the level of a 2-year-old underground person." Seo MoonYeob grabbed Hain by the collar again. "What did you just say?" Hain quickly clarified, "I mean you're extraordinary, even by human standards." Satisfied, Seo MoonYeob released him. "Good. Now let's try expressive language," he said, though still uncertain. He wasn't sure he could handle it, but he was eager to learn from Hain. After a few more exercises, Seo MoonYeob's aura control had improved dramatically. Hain, despite his initial reservations, had to admit the progress. You're doing great, he said. But we need to continue working on expressive language. Of course, Seo MoonYeob replied confidently. This is just the beginning.